Some places in the world are best left untouched. There are vast stretches of wilderness where things lurk that defy explanation. Things that haunt the darkest corners of our nightmares. Our explorers ventured into these forbidden zones, and what they brought back are not just tales, but terrifying warnings. You might want to watch this with the lights on. My name is Martin Hale, and I have spent the better part of my 34 years chasing after things most people would rather forget. I am not a professional ghost hunter, not a folklorist, nor even a priest with a mission to drive back darkness. I am, simply put, someone who has never been able to ignore a story once I've heard it whispered. Maybe it comes from growing up in Tennessee, where every back road and hollow carries its own tale, where neighbors lean across fences and pass on warnings disguised as folklore. My grandmother filled my head with them. Don't whistle at night, don't look too long into still water, and never walk through a graveyard after midnight, unless you want company. I used to roll my eyes, but her words never left me. That is how I ended up alone, in the ruins of a churchyard one evening, face to face with something that made every one of her warnings feel like scripture. The church was an empty husk, a long abandoned chapel that had been swallowed by time and neglect. The roof had caved in decades ago, leaving only jagged beams that looked like the ribcage of a long, dead animal. Moss clung to the cracked stone walls, and ivy crept up through every fissure, as if nature itself were reclaiming what human hands had tried to sanctify. I had driven past it many times before, seeing only the leaning steeple poking through the trees off the 2-lane road, but I never stopped. Not until that night. The sun was dipping low, brushing the tree line with a burnt orange glow, and the cicadas were shrilling in the oppressive heat. I parked at the edge of the gravel road and walked the overgrown path into the graveyard. The gate was nothing more than 2 rusted iron posts. The arch that once spelled out St. Matthew's had collapsed. Letters scattered like fallen teeth among the weeds. I carried only a flashlight and a small camera, thinking I might capture something eerie to show my friends. That was my excuse anyway. The truth was simpler, I felt pulled. It's hard to describe that feeling. Some people call it morbid curiosity, but this was sharper, like an itch behind the eyes. I needed to see what lingered in that churchyard. I needed to know. The graves were crooked, leaning this way and that, as if the ground beneath them had grown restless. Most stones had eroded so badly that names were unreadable. A few still bore faint etchings, birth dates from the 1800s, epitaphs that crumbled away when touched. The air was heavy, still, and the silence between cicada calls was so deep I could hear my own breathing. And then I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks in the low light. Perched on a toppled headstone, half hidden in shadow, was a dog. Its fur was black, so black that it seemed to swallow the fading light rather than reflect it. It was larger than any hound I had seen, closer to the size of a wolf, but with the blocky build of something domestic. Its ears were pricked, its body still, and its eyes fixed on me. They were not the reflective yellow of an animal caught in dusk, nor the warm brown of a farm dog. They were a dull, deep red, as if embers had been pressed into its skull. The strange thing, stranger even than the eyes, was the silence. No panting. No shifting paws on stone, no sound at all. Just that presence, as if it had been waiting. I froze, not out of immediate fear, but something deeper, something instinctive. It wasn't that I felt threatened, it was that I felt judged. That dog, if dog it was not simply watching me. It was measuring me, as if weighing whether I belonged among the graves. I blinked, and it was gone from the stone. Not gone entirely. Gone to another headstone 10 feet away, sitting in the same posture, staring with the same ember eyes. My breath hitched. I had not seen it move. No leap, no bound, no blur of fur between stones. It was simply not there, and then it was. I forced myself to whisper, "Easy now," though I wasn't sure if I was speaking to the animal or to myself. The dog did not move closer. Not then. It simply shifted again when I blinked. Each time my eyes closed, even for a fraction of a second, it reappeared on another grave. First to my left, then behind me, then ahead. Always watching, always silent. My grandmother's voice came back, low and trembling in memory. "Don't whistle at night. Don't look too long into still water, and never walk through a graveyard after midnight, unless you want company." I told myself it wasn't midnight yet. The sky was still painted with dying orange light. I told myself the animal was a trick of exhaustion, of shadows of fear playing shapes in my mind. But I could not explain the way the hair rose along my arms. I took a slow step backward toward the church ruins. The creature remained perched, still as stone. I raised my flashlight, though the daylight had not fully left, and the beam struck its eyes. The red deepened, glowed almost. Not reflection. Emission. Like the coals of a fire stirred awake. I do not scare easily. I have wandered old mines, walked through shuttered asylums, and camped in forests where coyotes scream like women at night. But that churchyard dog reached into something primal, something my rational mind couldn't reason away. I tried calling out, "Go on, get." My voice sounded small, foolish even, cracking under the weight of the silence. The dog didn't flinch. It didn't blink. It only shifted again when I blinked, appearing closer this time, on a grave not 10 feet from where I stood. The embers of its eyes bored into me, and I felt a sudden, absurd certainty. If I looked away too long, it would not be on a headstone when I turned back. It would be beside me. So I backed into the ruins of the church, heart hammering. The floor was scattered with splintered pews and broken hymnals, their pages fused together by rain and rot. A wooden cross, blackened by time, lay half, buried in debris. I ducked into what had once been the apse, the crumbled stone arch giving me a thin sense of shelter. From there, I watched. The dog remained perched on the grave, red eyes unwavering. For the first time, it moved, not by vanishing and reappearing, but by lowering its head. Slowly, it opened its mouth. I expected panting, a growl, a bark. What came instead was silence, utter silence, deeper than before, as though every cicada had been choked mid-cry, every cricket strangled, every bird muted. That silence spread like water, filling the world until the only sound was my pulse in my ears. I wanted to run, to tear down the path back to my car, but something rooted me to the crumbling stones. It was not fear alone. It was the feeling of being bound, as though the dog's gaze had pinned me in place. And then the silence broke. Not with sound, but with a change in the air. The dog closed its mouth and blinked. The red light in its eyes dimmed, but only for an instant. And when they flared back, brighter than before, I realized it was not simply watching anymore. It was beckoning. I cannot explain how I knew. It did not move its head, did not shift its stance. Yet every fiber in me understood. It wanted me to follow. And against all sense, against every warning of my upbringing, I stepped forward. That was the beginning. I stepped out from the half-shelter of the ruined chapel, each movement feeling as though I were trespassing against some law written into the ground itself. The black dog remained poised on its perch, eyes burning into me, the faint twilight slipping deeper into the folds of night. I could feel the weight of the air changing, heavier, thicker, as if with each breath I was drawing in damp, soil instead of oxygen. The grave it sat upon leaned to one side, cracked clean through the middle, but the beast balanced on it like a sentinel, unmoved by the decay beneath it. My flashlight beam caught at its fur, but instead of shining it, seemed to vanish inside it, as though the animal's body was not reflecting light at all. The fur absorbed it like a hole in the air. I should have turned back. That thought beat against the inside of my skull as loud as my own pulse. But there was another pull, one that pressed just as hard. Some mixture of curiosity and compulsion. Some whisper that said if I walked away now, I'd never understand what I had seen. And not understanding would haunt me far worse than whatever came next. I took another step toward the dog. My boots sank into the overgrown grass and soft earth. The stones shifted underfoot, crunching dry leaves and brittle sticks. I blinked, and it was gone. Not far this time. Just 3 feet to the left on another grave. Closer, watching still. I did not hear its movement, nor sense a rush of wind or a shift of shadow. It simply replaced itself, as though the world had blinked with me. The churchyard around me was shrinking. That was how it felt, as if each time the dog moved, the boundaries of the world closed tighter. The trees that had once ringed the graveyard seemed further, their shapes swallowed in dark. I could no longer hear the cicadas. Even the crickets had abandoned their rhythm. The night was growing too still, unnatural in its silence. "All right?" I muttered to myself. "If this is what you want." My voice cracked. It sounded too loud against the nothingness, like it had no place being spoken here. I reached into my pocket for the small camera I'd brought. I powered it on. The faint mechanical were a strange comfort. Through the viewfinder I aimed at the dog. Its shape was visible, but the red glow of its eyes did not register. On the screen it was only a silhouette, darker than shadow. I snapped a photo. The artificial click of the shutter cutting through the air, like a breaking bone. When I lowered the camera, it was closer again, perched on a headstone not 5 feet from me. Head slightly lowered, ember eyes locked on mine. I stumbled back instinctively, hitting the edge of a stone marker hard enough to bruise. My flashlight beam flickered, and for a fraction of a second the graveyard shifted. The headstones seemed taller, jagged like broken teeth. The church ruins behind me no longer looked hollow but charred, blackened as though they had only just burned. The air stank of ash. Then the beam steadied, and everything looked as it had been, though my heart was pounding in my throat. The dog did not move. It waited. I don't know how long I stood frozen like that, gripping the flashlight so tight my knuckles screamed. Seconds, minutes, hours. I couldn't tell. My sense of time was slipping, like sand pouring through my fingers. Finally, with a shaking breath, I took another step forward. The dog blinked, and the world blinked with it. Suddenly, I was no longer in the place I had been. The graves were the same, but rearranged, as though some unseen hand had shifted the entire yard while my eyes were closed. The ruined chapel was no longer behind me. It was off to the right, crumbled into deeper ruin than before. The path back to the road had vanished behind thickets of trees that hadn't been there. I spun in a slow circle. The horizon had gone wrong. The stars above were sharp, too sharp, burning white as if they had been carved into the sky with a blade. They felt closer, hanging low enough to touch if I raised my hand. The dog sat calm in the center of it all. No grave beneath it now, no stone, just earth, watching. Its head tilted slightly to the side like it was curious about me. For the first time it made a sound. Not a growl, not a bark. A low rumble, deep in its chest. It was a vibration more than noise, and I felt it crawl across my skin into my bones. The vibration carried something, an echo, a memory not my own. Flashes in my head, a procession of mourners in black, a priest raising his hand over a coffin, the toll of a bell. The church, intact and whole, candles glowing behind stained glass. A dog sitting silent on the steps, watching every soul as they entered. The vision vanished as quickly as it came, leaving me staggering like I'd been struck. I pressed my hand against a grave to steady myself, the stone rough and wet beneath my palm. My breath came too fast, shallow and panicked. "You're not real," I said, but the words were weak. I didn't believe them. Not anymore. The dog lowered its head further. The red glow of its eyes dimmed to a dull ember. The air grew colder. Not the simple chill of night air, but a deep cold that seemed to seep out of the ground itself, rising through the soles of my boots, crawling up my legs. My breath fogged in front of me. The world smelled of damp soil and old iron, the scent of graves freshly opened. My grandmother's voice rang again in memory, louder now, as if she stood at my shoulder. "Never walk through a graveyard after midnight, unless you want company." I realized then. I had lost track of the hour. I pulled my phone from my pocket, the screen lighting up my face in stark blue. 12:03 a.m. Midnight had passed while I stood frozen in that graveyard, and I had not left. I looked up. The dog was no longer sitting. It stood now, tall and massive, shoulders as high as my chest. Its fur bristled in the faint light, and the red of its eyes flared brighter, hotter. I staggered back, nearly falling over a stone marker. It took a single step forward, and though I heard nothing, I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet. The vibration spread outward, a shiver through the entire graveyard. Stones rattled. Roots groaned under the soil. The ruins of the chapel creaked, shifting like bones grinding together. I raised the flashlight again, its beam shaking with my hand. The dog did not shy away. Instead, its form seemed to waver, as though the light exposed something hidden. For a heartbeat, I saw not fur but smoke, not flesh but shadow. Its outline blurred, jagged, reshaping itself in flickers like a flame caught in wind. I blinked. It was gone. I spun in every direction, beam darting between graves, heart pounding so loud it filled the silence. Nothing. No red eyes. No shadow. Just the warped stones and the two bright stars overhead. I nearly collapsed with relief. My knees buckled, and I had to steady myself against a leaning cross. My mind scrambled to explain, to rationalize. Hallucination, exhaustion, some trick of light and stress. Then I heard it. Not a growl, not a bark, a whisper, right behind me. Martin, my name, spoken low, drawn out like a sigh through teeth. I spun, flashlight beam slicing across the graves. Empty. The ruins loomed silent. No dog, no figure, no mouth to shape the word. Yet I had heard it. Not in my head, not imagination. It had been spoken into the air. The temperature dropped further, so cold my skin prickled. Frost began to spread across the stones, creeping in pale veins. My breath plumed white. My phone buzzed in my hand, though no call or message lit the screen. Just a vibration that would not stop, constant and insistent, like a warning. I backed toward the chapel ruins, my body trembling. I didn't know if they offered any safety, but the open yard felt too exposed. My boots scraped against the frozen earth, crunching frost that hadn't been there moments before. As I reached the threshold of the ruined chapel, I heard movement again. Not behind me this time. From below, the earth shifted. Graves groaned. And then, one by one, the stones began to tilt. Not with time or age, but as though something beneath them was pushing upward. The dog had vanished, but I knew with the certainty of instinct, that it had not left. It had only changed its place, its form. And whatever else stirred beneath the ground, it was connected to it. I gripped the flashlight, white-knuckled, as the ground in front of me cracked. Soil split open in a line across the graves, dirt falling into blackness below. The fissure stretched wider, and from its depths came a sound I will never forget. A howl. Not the cry of any dog or wolf, but something deeper, older. A sound that seemed to come not from throat or lungs, but from the earth itself. It rose through the night, filling the graveyard, echoing against my skull until I thought my head would split. And when it faded, the silence was worse than the noise, because I realized I was no longer alone. The crack in the earth widened, splitting the ground like a wound across the graveyard. Soil poured inward, and with it came the smell of rot so heavy it clawed down my throat. I staggered back, the beam of my flashlight jittering across the black gap. Nothing should have been visible below. It should have been only dirt, roots, stone. But the light showed something else. Eyes. Dozens of them. Pairs glowing faint red. Staring from the dark chasm as if the ground itself had sprouted sockets. Each blinked out of sync, unblinking yet alive. And the air swelled with the weight of their attention. The howl still reverberated in my bones, though the night itself was silent. My breath caught short, ragged, and I realized my chest hurt from holding it too long. The silence had weight, a silence like a held breath, as though the world itself waited for me to make the next move. And then the dog returned. It did not climb from the fissure. It simply was, standing on the opposite edge of the crack, facing me. Taller than before, its shoulders seemed to stretch, the black fur flowing like smoke, like its body wasn't contained by skin. The eyes were embers again, but now brighter, flaring in rhythm with the glow below. I could not tell if it was master of what lay beneath, or servant to it. I whispered, "Horse, what do you want?" The dog lowered its head, and the ground shuddered again. The eyes in the chasm blinked, once in perfect unison. That simple act hollowed my stomach with dread. It wasn't the randomness of animals. It was the precision of will. The dog took a step forward. Its paws should have slipped into the fissure, but instead it moved across the gap without touching ground, weightless, as though the air itself carried it. With each step, it drew closer, closing the space between us without ever seeming to walk at all. I stumbled back into the ruins of the chapel. My flashlight quivered in my grip, its circle of light shrinking against the impossible black of its fur. For a moment, the beam revealed not a dog, but a man-shaped shadow cloaked in smoke. Then the fur again. Then nothing but light burning back at me. When it reached the chapel's threshold, it stopped. Not because it couldn't enter, but because it was choosing to wait. Its ember eyes dimmed, and for the first time, I felt the weight of expectation shift. It was waiting for me. My grandmother's warnings crowded in again, colliding with the memory of funerals I had attended, whispers about graveyard dogs that wandered Appalachia, the church grim. I had heard the term once in a dusty folklore book. A spirit in the shape of a black hound, bound to protect graveyards, to guard the dead. But protect from what? And why had it chosen me? I wanted to run. Every instinct screamed it. But I looked back toward the road, and it was gone. Nothing but endless trees and 2 bright stars. The way out had been erased. The only way forward was deeper in. The dog lowered itself to its haunches, never breaking eye contact. A faint vibration rippled through the ground again, though softer this time. Not a threat. A call. I swallowed hard therapy as paper and stepped closer. The air grew colder still, condensing my breath in ghostly plumes. My phone buzzed once more in my pocket, but when I pulled it free, the screen was black. No battery icon, no numbers, no reflection of myself. Just dead glass. Another step. The chapel's broken arch loomed above us, jagged edges like teeth. And in its shadow the dog seemed larger than ever. But the closer I came, the less monstrous it felt. Its gaze was steady, unflinching, but not cruel, not hungry. It was not stalking me, it was guiding me. I stood before it, flashlight dimming as the batteries died. Its ember eyes provided more light than the bulb now, casting faint red glow across the ruined stones. Then, without sound, it turned. It padded, if the movement could be called that, toward the back of the chapel, where a broken slab of stone lay half, buried in weeds. It stopped there, looking back once, waiting until I followed. When I hesitated, it blinked, and suddenly it was closer, directly at the slab, nose pressed to the stone, as though urging me toward it. I approached with shaking steps, every bone in my body cold. The slab was not simply fallen ruin. It was a grave marker, larger than the others, cracked in 2 but still faintly legible. I crouched, brushing dirt and moss with trembling fingers. The name was nearly gone, but I made out fragments. Math Hale. My heart slammed against my ribs. Hale, my family's name. I stared at it, breath choking in my throat. My blood iced as I realized I was kneeling before the grave of someone I was connected to, someone lost to time but still bound to me. The dog lowered its head, pressing a paw against the slab. The ground trembled again, but softer this time, almost like a sigh. And then, the fissure behind us began to close. The eyes blinked one by one, fading back into soil. The crack sealed in silence, as if it had never split. Frost melted from the stones. The air warmed by degrees, but the silence remained, heavy and complete. The dog stepped back from the slab, eyes dimming until they were faint coals. Its body blurred at the edges, smoke unraveling into the night. It stood taller once more, a shape of both beast and shadow, then smaller, shrinking until it seemed no larger than an ordinary hound. Finally, it blinked, and was gone. No sound, no trace, only the cracked grave marker with my name carved faintly into it. I collapsed onto the ground, shaking with exhaustion, the flashlight dead in my hand. For a long time, I did not move, only breathed in ragged gulps. The stars above softened, returning to their ordinary distance. The path back to the road reappeared through the trees. The world was right again, or at least, it pretended to be. I don't remember walking back to the car, only that I found myself behind the wheel, hands still trembling, headlights cutting through Tennessee backroads. When I finally made it home, dawn was already bleeding into the horizon, For days, I did not speak of it. Not to friends, not to family. The photos on my camera were all blank. Each one a flat gray square, as though nothing had been captured at all. My phone, though alive again, showed no record of the buzzing, no calls or alerts. The only evidence was the dirt still caked on my boots, and the ache in my chest when I remembered the grave marker. I began researching. Old records of St. Matthew's Church, forgotten archives at the library, and I found it in brittle microfilm. A brief note in an 1872 paper about the collapse of a church steeple during a storm, killing a caretaker named Matthew Hale. A distant relative, long buried in the churchyard ruins. Folklore claimed that when a church was built, the first soul buried in its graveyard became a guardian, a grim, bound to watch over the rest. Sometimes it was a human sacrifice. Sometimes a black dog was buried alive beneath the foundation. No one agreed which, but all the tales ended the same way. The guardian endured, centuries if need be, until forgotten. And now, I could not shake the certainty that the Grim had seen me, had known me, because of blood, because of name. Since that night, I have not stepped foot in another graveyard. I have avoided even glancing at them when driving past. But I feel it still, sometimes, in the silence. Walking home in the late hours, when traffic is gone and the air is still, I swear I hear the faint scrape of paws behind me. When I blink, I see red coals dimming at the corner of my vision. And in my dreams I return to that cracked slab, kneeling before the grave of Matthew Hale, while the black dog watches in silence. Always waiting, always measuring. I do not know if it protects me or claims me, perhaps both. But I know one thing with absolute certainty. My grandmother's warnings were never superstition, they were memory. Knowledge passed down. And I was too foolish to listen until it was too late. Because I did walk through a graveyard after midnight. And now I will never walk alone again. My name is Zoe Whittaker, and I have lived most of my life seeking out the kind of silence that only cliffs, canyons, and desert air can provide. I was born in Colorado, but it was the jagged red walls of Utah that first made me feel like I belonged somewhere permanent. From the time I was 16, I had been climbing. First the indoor gyms, then boulders, then sport roads, and eventually the longer multi-pitch climbs where you spend the whole day ascending a face until your arms and legs feel like steel cables pulled too tight. I always loved the risk of it. Not because I wanted to flirt with death, but because clinging to stone with nothing but the strength of your own body forces you into a kind of honesty. Fear is stripped bare. Every handhold, every foothold is a contract with the mountain. By the spring of 2019, I had grown confident enough to start pushing into routes that people whispered about in the climbing community. The lesser-known desert walls, the unnamed cracks you find off the beaten paths of Moab or Zion. These weren't the climbs that brought Instagram fame or record-setting sponsors, but they were the ones that tested you. No crowds, no trails with friendly rangers, just silence, sun, and stone. That was the way I liked it. I was 27 then, teaching wilderness first aid courses to pay the bills and living out of my beat, up Subaru Outback. The desert was my office and my church. I had developed a habit of cataloging climbs in a leather journal, noting the feel of the rock, the grade, the weather, and any odd occurrences. My journal is full of lines like, sandstone crumbly, anchors sketchy, it vultures circling overhead, It reads like a litany of places where I almost fell or almost baked alive. And yet the entry from May 14th, 2019, is the one that still makes my hand shake when I open that journal today. That morning had been calm. A thin veil of clouds keeping the worst of the heat at bay. I parked in a narrow dirt pullout near a wall I'd spotted a week earlier, while scouting routes. The cliff wasn't famous. Just a fractured red face, maybe 200 feet high, its surface broken with seams and fissures that looked climbable. No name on mountain project, no bolts, no chalk marks to show other climbers had been there. Perfect. I felt like I'd discovered something hidden. I geared up in silence. Harness hung it, chalk bag, cams and nuts jangling from my harness like ornaments. I remember running my fingers along the first crack. How cool the sandstone felt beneath the early shade. The desert was still asleep. No wind. No birds. Just me and the wall. I started up slowly, testing each hold before committing. The crack was wide enough for solid jams, my hands sliding in and twisting until the stone held me firm. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. I moved methodically, breathing steady. The rock was solid, but I kept noticing how the fissure narrowed and widened in strange rhythms, almost like the inhale and exhale of some great creature. I told myself that was just my imagination, my mind layering personality onto stone. Climbers anthropomorphize rock all the time. This hold bites. That crack is hungry. But the words stuck in my head with a persistence that made me uneasy. About 40 feet up, I found myself in a section where the crack pinched down to a slim seam. I reached higher, fingers searching for purchase. That's when it happened. I slid my right hand into the seam and felt the rock close around me. At first, I thought it was just an especially tight jam, one of those spots where your knuckles scrape and you have to wiggle free. But this wasn't that. The pressure was sudden and deliberate. The stone clenched, not in the way of shifting sand or crumbling grit, but like muscles contracting. It wrapped my hand, squeezing until my bones ground together. I gasped and tried to pull back, but my arm wouldn't budge. I stared at the crack, disbelief rooting me in place. The rock had changed shape, lips forming where flat edges had been. The sandstone curved inward, fleshy and smooth. And in that instant it looked less like stone and more like a mouth. I felt warm air brush across my skin. The faintest vibration traveled through the wall into my wrist, like a throat clearing. Then, clear as anything I've ever heard, the crack whispered, "Zoe, my own name. Not imagined wind. My name." I screamed and yanked with all my strength, twisting until my wrist felt like it might snap. The rock released me in a sudden pop, and I nearly lost my balance, my body swinging against the wall with the force of my retreat. I clung there, panting, heart pounding in my ears. When I dared to look again, the crack had returned to normal. Just stone. Unyielding, silent stone. Blood trickled down my fingers from torn skin, where the rock had abraded me. But it was the whisper that shook me more than the pain. I pressed my helmeted head against the wall, half convinced I was hallucinating from dehydration or altitude. But the desert air was cool, and I'd only just started climbing. No reason for my brain to misfire. I considered rappelling down right then, retreating to my car, and pretending I'd never set foot on that wall. Yet something kept me frozen in place. Fear, yes, but also a gnawing need to know, to see if it would happen again. I forced myself upward another 10 feet, every muscle trembling. The crack widened again, enough for a fist jam. I hesitated, then slid my hand inside. This time the rock stayed inert, rough against my skin. No lips, no breath, no voice. Relief washed through me so powerfully I laughed out loud, though the sound was brittle, like glass about to shatter. But as I laughed, a whisper rose again. Not from the crack beneath my hand, but from deep inside the stone around me. It wasn't a word this time. It was a chuckle. My own chuckle. Echoed back at me, perfectly timed, perfectly mine. My stomach turned cold. I scrambled upward in a frenzy, placing gear hastily. My usual careful rhythm gone. The wall felt alive beneath me, its fissures like veins, its curves like ribs. By the time I reached the ledge at 60 feet, I was drenched in sweat, my breath ragged. I sat there, trying to calm myself, staring out over the desert floor. The landscape stretched endlessly, sandstone towers jutting up like teeth, shadows shifting with the sun. It should have been beautiful, the kind of view that reminds you how small you are in the universe. Instead, I felt watched. Not from the ground, not from the horizon, but from the very rock I sat on. I peeled off my chalk bag, my hands still trembling, and looked at the torn skin across my knuckles. The wounds were strange. Not ragged scrapes, not abrasions like normal climbing injuries. They were crescent-shaped. Indentations, as if teeth had pressed into me. I told myself I was being irrational, that fear was twisting memory. But when I pressed my fingers against the marks, they throbbed with a pulsing ache, like a bite. I should have rappelled down then. Should have walked away, found another wall, another climb. But that isn't what I did. Instead, I pulled out my journal from the side pocket of my pack and scribbled furiously, documenting everything while it was fresh. The crack clenched. The whisper, my name. The bite marks. I wrote until my handwriting went shaky. Then I tucked the journal away, stood up, and stared at the next pitch of the climb. Something in me, the same part that had always loved the silence of cliffs, the honesty of stone, was hooked. Fear had lit a fuse, and I wanted to know where it led. The wall had spoken, and I needed to hear what it would say next. So I tied back in, chalked my hands again, and kept climbing. I forced myself upward, though every cell in my body screamed at me to stop. My legs trembled against the rock, not from fatigue, but from the primal unease that comes when you realize the world isn't bound by the rules you thought it was. Stone doesn't move. Stone doesn't whisper. Stone doesn't bite. And yet it had. As I climbed, I became hyper-aware of sound. Normally, climbing is quiet. Just the scrape of rubber shoes on stone, the clink of metal gear, the hiss of breath. But now, the wall seemed to exhale around me. A low hum rose when I pressed my hand into a crack, and when I shifted my weight, the hum fell away like a sigh. It wasn't wind, the air was still. It was something internal resonating through the sandstone. At 80 feet, I reached another resting ledge, narrow and dusted with sand. I tried to steady myself, bracing against the wall as I set new protection. My hands still shook. The crescent marks on my skin pulsed, a reminder that this wasn't just a trick of perception. I kept glancing at my rope, as if half expecting it to be chewed in half. The absurdity of the thought almost made me laugh, but I didn't. Not after what I'd already heard. I leaned back, double-checking my placement. That's when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. Just below me, maybe 15 feet down, the crack I had climbed widened in a strange, organic ripple. It wasn't subtle. The rock stretched outward, curving in a convex bulge before settling back into its original line. It looked exactly like a throat swallowing, I froze, sweat dripping from my forehead into my eyes. I wanted to believe I'd imagined it, that the heat was warping my vision. But then I saw grains of sandstone fall away from the crack, tumbling down like crumbs from lips. I don't remember making the conscious decision to keep climbing, only that I suddenly found myself moving again, faster than I ever had on lead. My body acted on panic's autopilot, hands and feet finding holds without thought, gear placed haphazardly. I climbed like prey fleeing upward, as if altitude alone could save me. By the time I reached 120 feet, my forearms were burning, my chalk bag nearly empty. I knew I should stop, build an anchor, and rappel before I burned out entirely. But I also knew that rappelling meant passing the same crack again, putting myself back in reach of that mouth. I tried not to look down, but of course I did. The wall stretched beneath me, red stone glowing in the late morning sun. The seam I had followed looked ordinary again, but my eyes caught on one spot where the crack darkened, a shadow that didn't belong, and for just a moment I thought I saw it curve upward in a grin. Zoe. The whisper reached me again, carried through the stone into my bones. Not from below, from all around. I pressed myself flat against the wall, fighting the urge to scream. The name had been softer this time, almost coaxing, like a parent calling a child home. Zoe. I wanted to let go, to slide down the rope, to get it over with. But instinct overrode despair. I climbed higher. The last 30 feet blurred into a haze of desperation. I moved without precision, every placement clumsy. When I finally hauled myself onto the top ledge, I collapsed against the sandstone, chest heaving. The surface beneath me was warm, almost feverish, as though the rock had blood running just beneath its crust. I rolled away, clutching at the dry sand, wanting to put distance between myself and the cliff. The desert stretched endlessly in every direction, a panorama of emptiness. I thought the sight would bring relief, but it didn't. Instead, it deepened the dread. There was nowhere to run, just rock, sky, and silence, except it wasn't silent anymore. The whisper hadn't stopped. Now it echoed inside my head, threading through my thoughts like water through cracks. I couldn't tell if it came from outside or inside me. Zoo. Each repetition grew softer, fainter, but more intimate, as though the cliff had placed its mouth directly to my ear. I pulled off my helmet, tossed it aside, and pressed my hands to my ears, but it didn't help. The voice was inside the stone and inside me. I clawed at the ledge, wishing I could dig into the sand and bury myself away from the sound. Then came the laughter. My laughter. It started low, then rose until it echoed across the cliff face. I froze, my own mouth shut, but the sound didn't stop. It was unmistakably me. Every cadence, every crack of breath. It was like listening to a recording of myself in the desert air. And beneath it, layered faintly, came another laugh. Not mine, deeper, hungry. I staggered to my feet, rope dragging behind me, and stumbled toward the descent trail that wound down the backside of the cliff. My legs felt like lead, but adrenaline kept me moving. The ground seemed to pulse with each step, a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. I told myself I just had to get to the car. Just get back to the Subaru and slam the doors shut, like doors could stop something that lived in stone. The trail narrowed, hugging the cliff's edge. Halfway down, I stopped dead. On the wall beside me, a new crack had opened. Thin, fresh. The stone edges sharp, as if pried apart moments before. I stared at it, transfixed, my mind screaming at me to move, but my body rooted. The crack flexed. Stone shifted like skin, and then, impossibly, lips formed again. Dry, red, cracked lips pressed into the sandstone. They moved as if struggling to shape words. This time, the voice didn't whisper. It spoke hoarse and deep, vibrating through the canyon. Stay. The word hit me like a blow to the chest. I stumbled back, nearly losing my footing on the narrow trail. My heart hammered, my vision narrowing at the edges. Every instinct screamed to run, but the weight of that command pressed me down like gravity. Stay. I forced my legs to move, stumbling away as tears stung my eyes. The lips didn't follow, but I felt them watching. Felt the cliff lean in around me, its cracks like 1,000 mouths waiting to open. By the time I reached the bottom, I was sobbing. I tore off my gear, threw it into the back of my car, and drove with shaking hands, tires skidding in the sand. I didn't stop until I hit pavement, until the cliffs were nothing but shrinking shadows in my rearview mirror. Only then did the voice fade. That night, I camped in a cheap motel, curtains drawn tight, television blaring for background noise. I kept expecting to hear my name in the static, in the hum of the air conditioner, in the creak of the bed frame. Every sound felt alive. When I finally gathered the courage to wash my hands, I noticed something new. The crescent marks across my knuckles hadn't healed. In fact, they had deepened. The skin around them was bruised, almost black, and when I pressed lightly, the pain radiated into my bones. And when I leaned close, holding my hand beneath the fluorescent bathroom light, I swear I saw the wounds twitch. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I drifted in and out, jerking awake every time the motel walls creaked or a car passed outside. At some point I dreamed, or thought I dreamed, of pressing my hand into a fissure, only this time the rock didn't just whisper. It swallowed. I woke with my wrist throbbing, the bite marks hot beneath the skin, as though the cliff's mouth had followed me. I told myself I was safe, that the rock was miles away, just sandstone and silence, that what I had seen was a hallucination from adrenaline and heat. But when I opened my journal to reread my entry, the words weren't the same. Where I had written, the crack clenched, the whisper, my name, the letters had warped. The page bulged slightly, the ink seeming to press upward in tiny ridges, like raised scars. And when I traced my fingers across it, I swore I'd felt the letters flex. I slammed the book shut, my stomach twisting. The next morning, I checked out before sunrise and drove north, thinking distance would free me. I promised myself I wouldn't tell anyone what happened. Not friends, not climbing partners. To speak it aloud would make it too real. But silence is treacherous. Over the next week, the whispers followed me. At first, faint, just at the edge of hearing when I pressed my ear to a pillow or leaned against a wall. Then louder. In the hiss of my camp stove, I'd hear my name. In the clatter of climbing gear, laughter would ring. My own echoed back, taunting. The worst came 3 nights later, while camping near Arches. I woke at midnight, convinced someone stood outside my tent. The desert was utterly still, no wind, no crickets. Then the fabric bulged inward, as if pressed by a face. I couldn't see features, only the vague impression of lips moving. And through the nylon, I heard it. Stay. I screamed and unzipped the tent, but no one was there. Just sandstone fins in the moonlight, their shadows long and sharp. Yet I knew, deep down, that the wall hadn't stayed in Utah. It had followed me. By the end of May, I gave up climbing altogether. My Subaru sat packed, ropes and cams untouched. Every time I thought about touching stone, my knuckles ached, the crescent scars pulsing like open mouths. Friends called, asking why I'd vanished, why I wasn't on the usual routes. I dodged their questions, claiming injury, claiming exhaustion. But in truth, I was afraid to touch rock again. Any rock. And then came the final proof. I was staying at a friend's house in Grand Junction, trying to hide from the desert. One afternoon, I leaned against the kitchen counter, my hand brushing the edge where the granite met the wall. Granite, not sandstone. A polished surface, safe, lifeless, except it wasn't. The stone flexed beneath my palm. I yanked my hand back, hard in my throat. For a second, I thought I'd imagined it. But then I saw the counter itself ripple, just once, as though something deep inside had shifted position. And faintly, so faintly I wanted to believe it was in my head, I heard my name in the vibration. Zoe. I ran from the kitchen, my friend startled, asking what was wrong. I couldn't answer. How could I tell her the truth? That the desert had claimed me. That stone itself knew me now. Since then, it hasn't stopped. The whispers find me everywhere. In brick buildings, in cement sidewalks, in the weight of mountains on the horizon. I avoid touching walls, keep my hands stuffed in my jacket, but sometimes I forget. Sometimes my fingers brush against stone, and every time, the bite marks ache. I don't climb anymore. I don't trust rock to hold me. But I write. I document. Because something in me believes that if I stop, if I fall silent, the cliffs will open again and take me whole. And here's the worst part. The thing I've never admitted, not even in the pages of my journal. Sometimes, late at night, when I press my hand against those crescent scars, I feel a pulse. Not mine. A deeper rhythm, slow and steady, like the heartbeat of something vast beneath the earth. And when I close my eyes, I can almost hear it whisper. Not calling me this time, but waiting for me to return. My name is Evan Ross, and I have always believed that every story worth telling begins with the land it is rooted in. Mine begins in the sprawling farmlands of Nebraska, where the earth runs flat and endless, stitched together by fence lines and broken, only the wind that comes through the crops. My uncle owned a farm out there, a modest but proud spread of corn and soybeans, and every year when harvest season arrived, I would go out to help. It wasn't a matter of obligation so much as tradition. I was raised with the understanding that family came first, and that meant showing up when the combines fired up and the bins started filling. The Ross family might not have been wealthy, but we had work, and work was what we honored. I was 22 that particular fall, just finished with school and unsure what came next. Some of my friends were scattering to cities, chasing opportunities with shiny names, while others stayed put, content to follow in their parents' footsteps. I hadn't chosen a path yet. The farm offered me a sense of clarity that nothing else did. Out there, beneath the big sky, things seemed stripped down to their most essential forms. Soil, sweat, seasons. You either respected them or you didn't last. My uncle, a stocky man with a son, creased face, and the kind of quiet authority that comes only from decades of labor, welcomed me into the routine without much ceremony. Mornings started early, before the fog had even lifted off the fields, and nights often stretched into the small hours. The hum of machinery was constant, and the smell of diesel clung to my clothes, no matter how many times I showered. It was exhausting work, but it was also grounding. The farm didn't just demand your time, it demanded your full presence. The cornfields were the heart of it all, oceans of green that had ripened into gold by September. Walking between those rows was like stepping into another world. The stalks towered above me, rustling with every shift of the breeze, and the soil underfoot was soft, turned and retouched with years of careful tending. At night, with the moon silvering the fields, the place became even stranger. The corn formed a maze that seemed alive, its whispers following me no matter which path I took. My uncle used to say that corn held secrets. It listens, he told me once, his voice flat with conviction. More than people give it credit for. I didn't put much stock in that at the time. Words like those struck me as the kind of farmer's superstition that grew from too many years alone in the fields. But later, after what happened, I would remember those words and wonder if he'd known more than he ever admitted. It started on a night near the end of September. The harvest was in full swing, which meant long hours of combining and hauling loads to the bins. My uncle sent me to check one of the irrigation pivots that had been acting up, and though the machines had been shut down for the evening, I took a flashlight and started walking the rows just to be thorough. The air was crisp, and the moon was high enough to light the fields in a pale glow, turning the rows into endless corridors. The further I walked, the more the silence pressed in. Even the crickets had gone quiet, as though they too were waiting for something. That was when I noticed it. At first, I thought the wind was shifting the stalks, but the movement was too deliberate. Ahead of me, the rows parted, not in a wide sweep like a deer bounding through, but in a slow, steady motion, as if something large was crawling low to the ground. The stalks bent and swayed in a line, moving farther ahead the longer I watched. My flashlight beam cut across them, but whatever was making its way through the corn stayed just out of sight. My chest tightened. Coyotes sometimes moved through the fields, and once in a while a stray dog. But this was different. The pace was unhurried, heavy, and the sound of it, leaves brushing, soil crunching, echoed in a way that made my skin prickle. I told myself it was probably just a raccoon, maybe a few of them traveling together. But raccoons didn't push stalks aside like that. They didn't leave a trail that wide. I stepped forward, trying to catch another glimpse, and that was when the moonlight struck it just right. The stalks shifted, and I saw a hand. Pale, impossibly pale, like milk poured over bone. Its fingers curled around a husk of corn, clutching it not the way an animal might paw at something, but with intent, with purpose. It held the husk as if it knew exactly what it was doing. The hand lingered there for only a second, but it was enough for me to see the way the light gleamed on its skin. Not fur, not claw, human, or something close enough to it that my mind refused to believe otherwise. I froze. Every rational thought in me screamed that I was imagining it. Exhaustion could do that. Long days, not enough sleep, and the monotony of row after row of identical plants could play tricks on the brain. That was the explanation I wanted to cling to. But deep down, I knew what I had seen, and it was no trick of the light. The hand withdrew, vanishing back into the shifting corn. The sound of its movement picked up, a rustling that seemed to circle me now. My flashlight beam jerked from side to side, but the rows looked the same in every direction. I could hear my own breath, ragged and too loud, and the pounding of my pulse in my ears. the part of me that still believed in reason told me to call out, to shout and scare off whatever was there. But another instinct, older and more primal, told me to stay silent, to listen, to run. I did neither. Instead, I backed away, one step at a time, until I reached the dirt road that bordered the field. The second my boots hit gravel, the rustling stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound itself. It was as though the whole field was holding its breath. I stood there frozen until the weight of that silence became unbearable. Then I turned and walked, fast, too fast, back to the house. I didn't tell my uncle right away. He was the sort of man who believed in hard evidence, in things you could measure and prove. Telling him I'd seen a pale hand in the corn would only get me a sharp look and a reminder to get more sleep. But I couldn't shake the image from my mind. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those fingers curling around the husk, saw the unnatural whiteness of that skin against the shadowed rows. It haunted me, not just for the strangeness of it, but because of the intent behind it. That hand hadn't reached blindly. It had known exactly what it was doing. The days that followed were busy. The work left little time for dwelling on fears and the hum of the combines, the dust rising in golden clouds, and the rhythm of loading and hauling loads filled my head. But at night, when the fields stretched quiet again, I found myself listening too hard, waiting for that sound of stalks shifting. And more often than not, I heard it. Faint at first, always just beyond the edge of sight, but there. Something was moving through the corn, and it was watching. One evening, as we were finishing up for the night, my uncle finally mentioned something. He didn't look at me when he said it. We were standing by the barn, the sky streaked with the last colors of sunset, and he leaned against the doorframe, lighting a cigarette. "You've been hearing it too, haven't you?" His voice was low, steady, but there was an edge to it I hadn't heard before. I hesitated. Hearing what? He exhaled a thin stream of smoke and finally looked at me. His eyes were shadowed, unreadable. The fields, at night. Something moving where it shouldn't be. I felt my throat go dry. I wanted to lie, to shrug it off, but the weight of his gaze pinned me in place. "Yeah," I admitted finally. I saw something. A hand." He didn't flinch. He just nodded, as though I'd confirmed something he'd already known. "Then you best keep to the roads after dark. Don't walk the rows. Not unless you got to." That was all he said. No explanation, no story to ground the warning. Just that. I waited for him to say more. But he flicked his cigarette into the dirt and went inside, leaving me alone with the deepening dark. That was the moment I realized whatever I had seen wasn't new. My uncle had known about it, maybe for years. And if he'd chosen silence over explanation, it meant the truth was worse than anything I could imagine. The warning sat with me like gravel in my stomach. I told myself I would do what he said. Keep to the roads after dark, no heroics. No wandering into the rows with a flashlight and a backbone made of pride. But the farm works on a rhythm that doesn't care what you promise. Things break when they break. The irrigation pivot that had been stuttering gave up entirely the next afternoon. We cut the engines at dusk, and my uncle said, without looking at me, that the problem would wait until morning. I said sure. Then at 11, lying awake in the spare room with the window cracked, and the smell of cut stalks drifting in, I heard the bin fans shut down, and the night rushed in to fill the space they left. The silence was a big creature, You could feel it settle on everything. Sleep didn't come. I lay there and listened. The house ticked, the fridge cycled. The dog, my uncle's old blue heeler, Boone, rustled somewhere downstairs and settled again. Outside, the corn made its dry, soft breathing. Past midnight, something changed. You know the way you can feel a storm edge, and even before the first gust touches your skin. It was like that. A pressure. The corn's whisper turned intentional, like the rustle of fabric when someone slides along a hallway to keep from being seen. I pushed the window up and leaned out. The moon was thin enough to draw pale lines on the roofs of the outbuildings and silver the corn tassels. At the edge of the yard, the rows bent. Not many, just a suggestion of motion. And then the bending flowed left, away from me, as if whatever was there had felt my attention and was slipping out of it. I shut the window and sat back on the bed. I told myself I wouldn't go down. I put on my boots anyway, careful with the laces in the dark, careful with the creak of the stairs. Boone huffed once, raised his head from the rug, then, with some canine calculus that I'll never understand, decided to come with me. On the porch, the night air had that damp, bottom smell of earth cooling. I stepped off the boards and into the gravel. The corn wasn't far. The yard faded out into the first row like a shoreline fading into shallow water. I stayed on the apron of road, honoring the rule. Boone followed with his nose down, the tip of his tail just barely swinging. I kept the flashlight at my side, beam pointed down. I didn't call out. The night seemed full of mouths. By the pivot track, the soil had been run over until it was a kind of dark concrete. That's where I found the first mark. Not a footprint. A place where something heavy had pressed in, not round like a knee, not sharp like a hoof, but broad and segmented, like fingers laid flat and pulled forward. 4 of those in a staggered line crossed the pivot track and disappeared into the rows. Boone lowered his body, shoulders slipping toward the ground, and made a sound like a question he didn't want to finish asking. We stood there a long minute, the dog and I, 2 cowards in a field. Then I remembered myself and the warning, and the dumb human way of thinking that looking at something from 3 feet closer would make it less impossible. I crouched. In the angled moonlight, I could see more detail. Each press was ridged as if whatever did the pressing had skin too thin to hide the bones beneath. In the middle of the longest impression, something glittered. I set the flashlight on the gravel, angled away, and reached with 2 fingers to lift it. A piece of corn husk, the size of my palm, mashed into a paste so fine it was nearly slick. It smelled like raw green and something else, a sweet rot that made the back of my tongue ache. I wiped my fingers on my jeans and hated the way the wetness clung. The next day my uncle worked in a silence that wasn't his usual. Even keeled quiet. He was careful with the auger, careful with checking the bearings, careful to not give me an opening. I took the opening anyway. "You've seen it," I said finally, after lunch, the heat up enough to turn the metal of the fuel tank into a brand. He didn't answer at first. He banged the lid shut and wiped his hands on a rag. "Your father thought he saw it once," he said. "Before you were born. We chalked it up to the night, to drink, to not wanting to admit how the dark gets into a man after harvest and rattles around." "What did he see?"
"A hand,"
my uncle said, and when he looked at me, the lines around his eyes folded deeper. "Like you, but more of it." He walked away like the conversation owed him nothing. I stood there with his words in my mouth, bitter as a chewed aspirin. More of it. I didn't know what that meant until later. Afternoons on the farm stretch and then snap. We finished a field and moved equipment. A neighbor, old Mrs. Delaney, stopped by to ask if we could help her pull a heavy tarp over her woodpile before the next rain. While my uncle went to do that, I checked the pivot control that had been acting up. The box was open. Inside, a gummy smear clung to the circuit, like someone had tried to plaster over the lights with chewed bread. Not bread. Kernels pressed and ground into a paste. A smear of it had dried in ridges that matched the impressions I'd seen in the pivot track. I felt suddenly, stupidly protective of the box, like it was a mouth I should shut. I snapped it closed and wiped my hands, and told myself that raccoons could do things with their fingers that would make a locksmith jealous. Raccoons, I said, out loud to no one. Boone, who had followed me again, made that same question noise and leaned into my knee in a way that said he would very much like us to go home now. That night I set trail cameras on the edges where the yard faded to corn. Bear equipment, no bait. I told myself I wanted coyotes on film so I could show my uncle, and we could get back to work without the ghost of a hand between us. The truth was, I wanted to trap the thing in a rectangle where it would have to be a deer, or a person, or nothing at all. I strapped one camera to the corner of the bin and angled it down the row. I strapped another to the fence post by the road and swung the lens toward the pivot track. The last I mounted low, at Boone's height, pointed into the black mouth of a row like I was aiming a lantern down a mine. Past midnight my phone buzzed. Motion, motion, motion. The cheap app lit up with 3 alerts in a row. I was at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee that had gone mean and overcooked half an hour earlier. The house hummed around me. My uncle slept. Boone got up without my asking and came to my knee, as if to say he'd heard the same phone I had. We went out. The air was wet and cool, and full of the smell of silage and dirt, and the leftover sweetness of corn. Every spider in the county had strung a thread between the first and second row. With the flashlight pointed low, I could see the silk shining like violin strings. Something had plucked them. The first camera looked fine, its little red eye winking. The second had a smear across the lens, a pale curve, as if a finger had reached and, instead of touching, had pressed against the plastic and dragged. The third camera, the low one, was crooked, not kicked, adjusted. Its strap had been loosened and slid down the post, and then cinched again. The lens pointed now not into the row, but at the place where the row opened onto the road. If you stood there at the exact spot where I did, the camera would be looking at your knees. Boone's hackles came up. The corn to my right flexed, one row, then the next, a slow ripple that moved toward us, and then stopped clean as a hand held up to say enough. Then, in the hush, something spoke. It said my name. Not my whole name, the way my mother used to when I'd done something small and stupid, but the short version only my friends used. The voice came from my left, then from my right, then from straight ahead. None of them matched. One was too high and too careful, clipped like a recording looped once too often. One was too low, the words catching on a throat that didn't know how to be wet. The one from straight ahead sounded almost right except for the breath at the end, like it had been practicing and hadn't gotten the size down yet. My name, 3 times. Boone pressed against my leg until my knee shook with the effort of staying locked. From the house, our porch light snapped on. In its sudden cone, the first 20 feet of yard looked staged and false. My phone buzzed in my hand. A call from my uncle. I answered and his voice said, breathless, "Urgent, get back in the house." Now, it wasn't the same as the practice voices. It carried weight. The kind that settled into you because you'd known it since you were a child. I grabbed Boone's collar and we backed toward the porch. I didn't turn until we were in that safe yellow circle. The corn didn't move. The road didn't move. The cameras watched. I hung up and looked at the screen and felt the first real cold of the night. No call registered. My uncle was waiting at the door in his boots. He didn't say he had called. He didn't say he hadn't. He put a hand on Boone's head, firm enough to transfer calm, but not to demand it, and then said to me, "Don't answer the field when it speaks." I wanted to be angry at that, at the idea that he'd let me walk out into something he already had rules for. But the anger slipped off as soon as it rose. He wasn't withholding to be cruel. He was withholding because naming things had costs. We brought the cameras in and scrolled through the footage at the kitchen table. The first video was wind and bugs and nothing. The second caught movement. A gray smudge along the far edge of the frame, a ripple like heat in summer. Only it was cold outside, and the ripple was low to the ground and regular, a cadence like crawling. The last video, the one from the low camera, showed the lens filling with an out of focus pallor. Not hair, not fur. A hand, I thought, until the hand rotated, and I understood that the angle was wrong for any wrist. There were too many knuckles, and they hinged backward when the thing pressed close and adjusted the camera. The final still froze on a small detail my mind refused, and refused until I found the strength to press back. Along one long finger, the print whorls had stretched thin, drawn into lines like those you see in wood when it's been kiln-dried too fast. We slept some after that, or pretended to, the way you do by letting your body down and letting your mind run laps. In the morning, my uncle stood by the sink and told me a story without looking at me. Once, years back, a hired hand had walked the rows at night to fetch a dropped wrench. They found him at dawn sitting on the end of the pivot track, both palms abraded, his jeans stained green. He had all his pieces. He couldn't say a word for 2 days. When he finally used his voice, he said, "Only that the corn could move, and you shouldn't let it." He left that afternoon with a paper sack of cash and didn't come back. "The corn can't move," I said, because I needed to say it out loud to make the world hold its shape. "The wind moves it," my uncle said. "That's what we'll say for the rest of our lives." I went to tighten the camera straps. I told myself I'd do it at noon, when the sun makes everything look like it will go on forever. The day gave me no such time. The pivot stuttered, the fuel pump balked. A belt on the combine began to fray. By late afternoon, we had the head lifted and our arms elbow, deep in its greasy throat. Boone stuck close to the shade under the combine, chin on paws, eyes on me like I might tell him something useful. We finished just before dark. The sky went from yellow to bruise. Across the road, Mr. Galvin's field showed a dark crease like a river where deer had bedded down. The porch light clicked on behind us, as if the house had decided we'd done enough. I was turning toward it when the corn to our left, where the rows met the ditch, dipped and held. Not an animal breaking and running. A lowering, a body settling. Boone rose with a sound that was not a bark and not a growl. He threaded himself between my legs, as if he wanted to be the place I stood. The lowering in the corn held, then began to travel. The ditch grass laid down in a line. When it reached a culvert, a concrete pipe that let storm water pass under the farm road, the movement vanished into it. I heard the faint scrape of something against concrete, a dry, papery sound like corn shucks rubbed together, and something wetter beneath it like breath swallowed wrong. We didn't sleep in our beds that night. We slept in the living room. If sleep is what you call closing your eyes, while you keep one part of yourself listening. I woke at 3 and there was Boone, sitting up, ears forward, watching the window where the porch light cast its stale glow. In the morning, there were marks by the culvert, not prints. Not exactly, but places where the weeds had been parted in narrow fans. Over and over. A series of sets like hands troweling through the same spot to make a new path. On the culvert's lip, a smear of that same corn paste had dried in a crescent. I wanted to leave. The thought rose like a wind through the house pack. Call someone. Invent an excuse about a job interview. In a town I hadn't even decided to want. And drive until the land had different words for itself. But I wasn't built that way, and neither was my uncle. We had trucks to fuel, and belts to replace, and a harvest to finish, and that's what we did. We worked. The thing in the field didn't care. It went on. It watched. 2 evenings later, Mrs. Delaney called. Her voice shook hard enough to clatter through the receiver. Something had been in her corn. Her grandson had left his backpack by the tractor, and it was gone. She confessed this only after saying she didn't believe in thieves in this county, and that's why she hated saying the word stolen, which said we'd keep an eye out, which is a farm's way of admitting that there are only so many eyes, and the fields have more miles than you think. I found the backpack at dusk. It hung at my height on a stalk 5 rows in, suspended by braided tassels that had been worked into a neat rope. The braid was careful, the way a child's braid is careful when the child has all the time in the world. It took me a second to see that the braid wasn't just tassels. Threads of denim were worked in, blue and white where the fabric had torn. I didn't want to touch it. I did anyway. When I lifted the straps off the stalk, the rows around me sighed. A sound like an auditorium letting out after a long speech. I backed out. On the road, Boone wagged his tail once, a small approval, and pressed his flank against my leg. I set the backpack on the tailgate and was about to call my uncle when someone said, right behind my left shoulder, "Don't turn around." It was my uncle's voice. Same cadence, same weight. The way he could put a command in the air without lifting his tone. I didn't turn. I looked at Boone instead. The dog had frozen. Not in fear, but in concentration. Eyes fixed on the space just to my right, where there was nothing but dust and the smell of heated metal. "Don't run," the voice said, and the last consonant didn't land properly, as if a mouth had been built for different endings and was trying ours on for size. Boone's ears went flat. I kept my eyes on him and said, out loud, "You're on the porch." The not voice said, and added a sigh it hadn't heard, "Don't be stupid." From the actual porch, 50 yards away, a screen door banged. My uncle's boots hit the steps. "You good?" he called, plain and human, tired in a way that belonged to long days and not to the dark. Behind me, close enough to feel the warmth of it, something in the corn exhaled through its teeth. The exhale had sound where teeth made it. I turned in the same motion that carried the backpack off the tailgate and into my hands. I didn't see it, not fully. I saw the tops of the stalks bend, as if under a body that refused to be tall, and I saw, just once, a pale length like a forearm, with too much elbow in it slide out and grip the edge of the culvert, the way a swimmer grips the lip of a pool to rest. The fingers flexed. The nails were not nails. They were the pale end of something continuous. I walked to the porch. I didn't run. Boone stuck so close that I could feel the heat his ribs through my jeans. My uncle took the backpack, turned it once, nodded as if backpacks were a crop we'd successfully harvested, and carried it inside. We ate late. Not because we were hungry, but because it gave our hands something to do that wasn't shaking. He picked at his food and said, "Tomorrow we'll cut the southern section. We'll run the head low and slow. If it's there, the machine will either flush it or make it choose a different field." I nodded at the table and saw, without wanting to, the headers' long snouts nosing into the rows, the corn folding, the auders churning, and the space between them that was just large enough for a man to crawl. I lay down in the spare room with those shapes in my head and slept bad sleep, full of the sound of grains of corn skittering under something's palm. When I woke, it was to the dim blue before dawn and a single, soft thump from outside, like a hand on the screen door asking to be let in. I waited for a second knock. It didn't come. The house held its breath. Boone growled once and didn't do it again. We started cutting at first light, the machine's roar pushing a clean border through the ocean. I rode with my uncle, strapped into the extra seat, the glass full of husk blur in motion. The head ate the first swath and the next, tidy, methodical. Row by row, we erased places where it could hide. When the sun rose, the field looked like a board game half finished. We turned and made another pass. On the third, the corn folded ahead of us in a way that wasn't the machine's doing. The fold was too far. The rows bent, then bent again, then laid down as if a body had gone wide and flat. The header nosed in. The corn opened its mouth. In the slot between the snouts, something pale flowed forward and then withdrew, not panicked but reluctant, like a hand taken off a stove before the burn can take. I saw knuckles. I saw that there were more than 5 places where the fingers should start. I saw a narrow oval that could have been a face if a face decided it was tired of being vertical. "Stop," I said, and my uncle cut the throttle so fast the machine wheezed. The glass went quiet except for the ticking of 100 kernels against it, each one a small metronome. The corn in front of us smoothed. The space between the snouts looked ordinary. My mouth had a metallic taste like I'd bitten a coin. My uncle set the brake. He put a hand on my shoulder and squeezed once, hard. There are moments in a working life when you decide to call something broken and fix it, or call it cursed and walk away. He took his hand back and pushed the lever forward again. The head dropped. The rows reached for us with their dead hands. Somewhere low in that green tunnel, something put its palm flat on the dirt and began to move. The machine roared forward, chewing its way through the stalks, as if nothing in the world was different. But I knew better. Every sense in my body screamed that we were not just harvesting corn. We were driving into something that had been waiting for us. The stalks folded ahead, sometimes in neat lines that matched the work of the combine, sometimes in wider arcs that hinted at something else moving low and parallel. My uncle's jaw was tight, his eyes fixed forward. He didn't say a word, but the set of his shoulders told me he knew it too. We weren't alone in the field, and the machine wasn't the only thing cutting its way through. I gripped the rail of the extra seat, so hard my knuckles ached. Each pass blurred past the windows, the corn snapping, shredding, falling into the augers, until it was just debris and dust behind us. The more we cleared, the more exposed we became. And I realized that part of me had been comforted by the concealment of the stalks, even if something worse was hidden there. Out in the open, under the blue October sky, there was no excuse for not seeing. If something chose to show itself, I wouldn't be able to pretend otherwise. We made another turn, aligning the header with the next swath. My uncle eased the throttle down slightly. He wasn't a man prone to caution, but the ground here was uneven, and the head had to stay low. The snout slid forward, nosing into the rows, and then everything changed. The corn didn't just part, it collapsed, as though something wide and heavy had dropped flat to the soil and was crawling away ahead of us. The movement wasn't hurried. It was steady, patient, deliberate, as if it understood the machine and knew exactly how fast to stay just out of reach. I saw the tops of stalks ripple, saw the gap open like a trail, and once, just once, I caught sight of a pale arm, bent in too many places, pushing itself deeper into the field. My uncle swore under his breath. It was the first time I had ever heard him curse at something that wasn't machinery. He pulled the lever, lifting the head clear of the ground. The machine whined as the motion stopped, and the sudden absence of corn breaking made the silence unbearable. He looked at me, his face drawn hard. "You see it?" he asked, and his voice was rough, stripped of all the authority he usually carried. I nodded. That was all either of us said. He set the brake and shut the engine down. The quiet rolled in like fog. We sat there in the cab, the weight of what we'd seen pressing in, until Boone barked from the house. The sound was distant but sharp, cutting through the stillness. He barked again, and this time it was not the eager bark of a dog spotting a rabbit. It was a warning, deep and broken in the middle, the way a dog sounds when it is afraid but trying not to be. My uncle's hand tightened on the wheel. "It's moving closer," he said, and without waiting for me to reply, he turned the key, gunned the engine, and drove us back across the rows toward the road. Dust followed us in a long plume. When we reached the edge of the field, he cut the engine and we both jumped down. Boone was in the yard, pacing near the porch steps. His tail was low, his ears pressed flat, but he stayed, brave in the only way a dog can be. The porch light was still on, though the sun had barely started sinking. The air was unnaturally still. No birds, no insects, not even the faint rustle of dry leaves. It was as though the whole farm had been muffled, smothered in anticipation of what was moving just out of sight. That night, my uncle finally told me more than half warnings. We sat at the kitchen table, the single lamp throwing a small circle of light between us. His hands were calloused, cracked from years of work, but they trembled when he held his coffee mug. "It's been here longer than me," he said quietly. "Longer than your father. Your grandfather, too. None of us ever named it. Maybe that's why it's still here. A thing like that, it feeds on being known." He looked at me, and his eyes were tired in a way I had never seen. "That's why you don't talk about it to anyone who doesn't already know. Words make it stronger." I wanted to ask, what it was, but the question stuck in my throat. He shook his head anyway, as if he had read the thought. "Not ours to name," he said. "Not ours to fix either. You'll leave when the harvest is over. Don't look back. Don't let it follow." The words didn't comfort me. They felt like a surrender, and I didn't want to surrender to something that had crawled through the same rows I had walked since I was a boy. But the truth of it was there in his voice. He wasn't telling me to fight. He was telling me to survive. I barely slept. Every creak of the house made me sit up, straining to hear if it was the wind or something pressing against the walls. Boone lay on the floor by my bed, and once in the deep dark he growled low, a sound that vibrated in his chest. But he didn't move. I lay awake until dawn, waiting for the sun to cut the shadows apart. We worked as much as we could in the daylight, keeping to the machines, never walking the rows on foot. But no matter how many acres we cleared, the presence never left. It was always there, shifting just ahead, circling the edges of sight, pressing down stalks where no wind moved. More than once I thought I heard my name carried on the air, bent into shapes that almost sounded human. Sometimes it came from the ditch, sometimes from the culvert. Once, chillingly, it seemed to come from beneath the combine itself, as though something crawled under the machine while we worked. On the last night I spent there, I made the mistake of stepping outside alone. The air was cool, the sky clear and full of stars, and for a moment, I thought maybe the thing had moved on, satisfied to haunt another field. I walked to the edge of the road, listening to the gravel crunch under my boots, letting the quiet settle. Then I heard it, the sound of stalks parting, slow and deliberate. I froze, every muscle locking tight. The sound drew closer row by row, until it stopped just beyond the edge of the road. I could see the first stalks bend, their tassels brushing against each other, as if something pressed them aside. Then a hand came out. Pale, too long, the fingers jointed wrong. It gripped the gravel, and I saw the way the skin stretched thin over, bones that weren't shaped like any bones I knew. It pulled once, dragging the body behind it closer, and I felt my throat close. My light was still in my pocket, but I didn't raise it. I didn't need to see more. The hand flexed, curling around the stones as if testing them. Then, as Boone's bark split the night behind me, it released and slid back into the corn, vanishing as though it had never been there at all. I stumbled backward, my breath coming fast, and when I turned, my uncle was standing on the porch, shotgun in hand. He didn't raise it. He didn't need to. His voice carried, sharp and final, "Go back." For a moment, I thought he was talking to me, but then I understood. He was speaking to it. And whatever it was, it listened. The corn shifted once, like a sigh, and then went still. I left the next morning. My uncle didn't ask me to stay longer. He didn't mention what had happened. He just loaded me up with extra produce, shook my hand, and told me to take care of myself. Boone followed me to the truck, tail wagging once, then sat back as if he knew his place was here. I drove away with the rising sun at my back, watching the fields stretch on for miles, endless and golden, as if nothing could ever be wrong in them. But I know better. I know what moves in those rows when the moon is high and the world is quiet. I know the weight of a hand that should not exist, the way it grips and releases, the way it waits. My uncle was right about one thing. You don't name it, because names give things life. You carry the memory instead, silent and heavy, like a stone in your pocket. That's what I've done all these years. I've told myself it was exhaustion, a trick of light, nerves stretched thin by long days and longer nights. But when I lie awake in the dark, I can still hear the stalks parting, slow and steady, moving toward me row by row. And sometimes, when the night is still enough, I hear my name spoken back to me, in a voice that almost sounds like my own. My name is Grace Mallory, and I have always considered myself someone firmly rooted in both reason and familiarity. I grew up spending winters at my family's cabin, deep in the Vermont woods, a rustic structure my grandfather built by hand long before I was born. To me, the cabin was not just a seasonal retreat, but almost a second home, a place where we weathered storms, hunted deer, and shared evenings warmed by the wood stove. I was 27 the winter everything happened, and I believe by then I had already cataloged every sound the woods could make, every shadow that would stretch long across the snow, every groan of timber and wind. I was wrong. The cabin was prepared the way it always had been, rituals passed down from my grandfather to my father, and from my father to me. Preparation was everything. We stacked canned goods in the pantry, lined up jars of preserves in neat rows, sharpened axes, filled the kerosene cans, and of course, cut and stacked cords of wood. Without wood, there was no warmth, no cooking, no life in that cabin. Every year, we took pride in how tightly we stacked the logs, how high the pile climbed against the northern wall of the cabin. The logs leaned neatly against one another in geometric patience, bark curling in flakes, rings exposed in cross sections that told stories of trees older than me. By late November, we had built a pile taller than my shoulders and longer than the cabin itself. The night before the first real snow, I remember listening to the groan of trees bending in the wind. There is a sound that winter makes when it first arrives, like a breath pulled in and held. I was sitting near the stove, boots unlaced, the fire cracking. My father had already gone to bed. The cabin was never silent, not entirely. Wind seeped through in whispers. The stove rattled. The pine beams creaked as if shifting under invisible weight. I was used to it all. Nothing felt out of place. The morning after, the snow lay clean across the ground, sculpted into dunes along the trees. I stepped outside with my gloves stuffed in my pocket and my breath billowing white. My father was already by the woodpile, pulling logs free for the day's fire. He was humming under his breath when he called me over, a frown tugging at his lips. At first, I thought the pile had simply slumped under its own weight, which was common after a storm. But as I walked closer, I saw it wasn't a slump at all. The logs had shifted strangely, as though something had pushed from inside, widening a gap near the center. And there, nestled between two thick birch rounds, I saw them. Eyes. They were not the dull marbles of an animal peering out of a burrow. They were sharp, yellow, and alive with focus. For a heartbeat, I thought they belonged to a raccoon, or some kind of weasel trapped in the wood. But they didn't flick or dart nervously like an animal's. They blinked slowly. They looked at me. My father didn't see them. At least not them. He tugged a log free, muttering about how the pile wasn't steady enough, and the gap closed slightly, hiding those eyes from his angle. I stood frozen, gloves dangling in my hand, as the lid slid shut and opened again. I whispered, "Dad," but the word caught in the throat of the wind. When I looked again, there was only bark and shadow. I told myself I had imagined it. staring too long at contrast in the snow, the illusion of depth between logs, my mind conjuring what it expected to find. Still, unease lingered like a splinter. I helped my father carry wood inside, each log thudding onto the pile beside the stove. He didn't notice my distraction, didn't notice how often I turned my head toward the door, as though expecting something to follow. That night, the unease worsened. I dreamed of the woodpile, dreams where the logs breathed, the cracks between them widening like mouths. When I woke, I heard something outside. Not footsteps exactly, more like the shuffle of weight shifting against bark. I sat up, ears straining, every hair on my arms bristling. The sound stopped the moment I held my breath. Morning came gray and brittle with cold. My father had left early to check the traps, leaving me alone in the cabin. I busied myself with the stove, the kettle, the routine things that anchored my nerves. But when I stepped outside with the empty bucket to fetch water from the creek, I couldn't help looking again at the pile. It looked unchanged. Snow feathered its edges, a white shawl pulled across rough shoulders. But halfway down, I saw it, one log, pushed forward a fraction more than the others, as if nudged from behind. This time, I walked closer, heart rattling like kindling in a box. I crouched, letting my eyes adjust to the shadows between logs. And then it blinked again. Those same yellow eyes. Wide, deliberate, unblinking until I leaned closer. When they closed, the lids moved sideways, not up and down. I stumbled backward, the bucket clattering onto the snow, water splashing in a dark bloom. My breath came fast, visible puffs floating like startled birds. I didn't run inside. Not yet. Some part of me clung to reason. Maybe an owl, maybe something nesting. But owls didn't bury themselves in stacked logs, and no bird's eyes had looked like that. When my father returned, I didn't mention it. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to sound unhinged. Maybe I wanted proof first. That evening, as he chopped more wood with slow, deliberate swings, I kept glancing at the pile, waiting for him to notice. He didn't. Nothing stirred. That night the cabin seemed restless. The stove crackled too sharply. The wind seemed to press its face against the walls, exhaling through every seam. And underneath it all, I swore I could hear a sound like scratching. Not frantic, but patient. A quiet scrape, as though claws dragged along bark in slow rhythm. I rose from bed twice to check, boots crunching softly on the floorboards. But every time I pressed my ear to the door, silence pressed back. The following morning, I found tracks. Not in the snow leading to the pile, but in the frost that rimed the wood itself. Condensation had frozen overnight, forming a delicate glaze. And across that surface were marks where something had pressed outward. Thin streaks, almost like fingers, splayed wide before vanishing into cracks. I didn't tell my father then either. Instead, I tried to watch the pile more carefully. When I went to split logs, when I went to fetch kindling, when I stepped outside to breathe air that wasn't thick with stove smoke. Always those cracks seemed to deepen when I wasn't looking. Always that slight displacement in the symmetry of the stack. On the fourth night, it escalated. I woke to the sound of the woodpile collapsing. At least, that's what I thought. The crash was heavy, rattling the walls of the cabin. My father jolted awake and grabbed his coat, muttering curses as he fumbled for boots. I followed him outside into the freezing dark. The moon hung low and white, shadows stretched in long blades. The woodpile stood intact. Perfect. Not a single log had shifted, but I saw them again. Not one pair this time. several, blinking open in the spaces between bark. A dozen yellow eyes catching the moonlight, all watching silently as we stood there with our breath smoking in the night air. "Jesus," my father whispered, finally seeing what I had seen all along. He didn't move closer. Neither did I. We stood together, two figures trembling in the snow, while the woodpile stared back with its quiet, impossible gaze. And then, as though a hand brushed across the surface from inside, the eyes closed. Every single one of them. My father never spoke of it after. He returned to the cabin, slammed the door, and bolted it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that closing the door wasn't enough. Something was awake in those logs. Something patient, something that had been waiting through the long cold of years. And it had finally decided to open its eyes. The morning after the eyes revealed themselves to both of us, silence lingered in the cabin like smoke that refused to clear. My father busied himself with tasks, checking the traps, sharpening the axe, mending a crack in the stovepipe. But he never looked toward the woodpile again. I could feel it in the way he moved, his shoulders stiff and his jaw clenched. He had seen what I had seen, but he chose not to name it. By refusing words, he thought maybe he could refuse reality. Every time I stepped outside, I found myself drawn toward the pile. Not to get wood, just to look. From a distance it always appeared unchanged, a neat stack of birch, maple, and pine. But when I drew closer, details betrayed it. One log angled slightly differently, a gap that hadn't been there before. Frost melted in streaks where something warm might have pressed from within. 3 days after that night, I noticed the smell. At first faint, just a suggestion of damp earth carried by the wind. But as I stood closer, the odor grew thicker, heavier, like rot buried beneath wet leaves. I wrinkled my nose and stepped back. When I returned inside, my father was sitting at the table, staring at nothing. He hadn't shaved in days. "It's fine," he muttered when I tried to tell him. "It's just animals. Mice maybe. Or raccoons." "Raccoons don't have eyes like that," I said. My voice cracked, not from anger but fear. He slammed his hand on the table, then stopped looking. "Whatever it is, leave it be." I wanted to argue, but I didn't. He was my father, and something in his expression told me he wasn't just being stubborn. He was scared too. I had never seen that in him before. Not once in my life. That night, the scratching returned. Louder now. It came in steady bursts, like something testing the logs, pulling at them, shifting them one by one. I lay awake, every nerve taut, listening. The sound would pause, then start again. At one point I thought I heard breathing. Heavy and deliberate, like someone exhaling against the wall just feet from my head. The next morning, the pile was lower. Not by much. Just one row of logs missing from the top. But we hadn't touched it. The stove still burned low from the wood we'd carried inside days earlier. My father stared at the pile, his lips pressed thin, and then went back into the cabin without a word. I followed the tracks in the snow. There should have been some sign of disturbance. If logs had been taken away, some evidence of weight dragging them. But the snow was smooth, untouched. It was as if the wood had sunk into the earth or vanished entirely. When I returned, I found the back door of the cabin open. My stomach twisted. The door had been bolted when we left. Inside, the air felt wrong. Not colder, not warmer, just wrong. As if the space itself was heavier. My father was in the corner, rifle across his knees, eyes locked on the doorframe. I didn't open it. he said. His voice was low, trembling in a way I had never heard. Don't ask me to explain. I didn't. That evening, I dreamed again of the woodpile. In the dream, the logs shifted apart like ribs opening. Inside was not flesh, but tunnels. Endless tunnels spiraling downward, lined with more blinking eyes. They watched me without malice or hunger, just with presence, as if I had finally noticed them, after years of their waiting. When I woke, my sheets were damp with sweat, and the scratching hadn't stopped. The next day, my father announced he was leaving. I'm heading into town, he said. We need supplies, nails, chains. We'll shore up the pile, keep it from shifting again. His words sounded practical, but his hands shook as he packed the truck. Let me go with you, I begged. He shook his head. No, someone needs to stay here. Stay here. With it, I wanted to argue, but something in me knew it was useless. He wasn't protecting the cabin. He was protecting me, though he would never admit it. He left just after dawn, tires crunching over ice, the truck's tail, lights disappearing into the trees. The silence after he left was unbearable. I tried to read, to cook, to do anything that involved looking out the window. But I couldn't help it. By noon, I was standing outside again, staring at the woodpile. The eyes were open. Not one pair, not a dozen. Scores of them, filling every gap, every seam between logs. They didn't blink in unison. They moved like stars behind clouds, some winking out while others appeared. And all of them were fixed on me. I ran inside, bolted the door, and pressed my back against it. But the gaze followed me even through wood and iron. I could feel it pressing on the cabin like a weight, like the logs themselves were leaning in. Hours passed. Dusk settled, and then came the sound, not scratching this time, knocking. Slow, deliberate knocks against the wall where the woodpile leaned. 3 beats. Silence. Then 3 again. I held the rifle across my lap, my finger trembling near the trigger. But I didn't fire. Firing would mean stepping outside, facing it, and I couldn't. The knocking stopped near midnight. I thought maybe it had ended, that my father would return and we could leave, abandon the cabin for good. But then I heard something far worse. Whispering. It seeped through the walls in tones I couldn't understand. Low, guttural, like words not shaped for human throats. The sound was layered, not one voice but many, all speaking at once in some awful harmony. My head ached listening to it. My vision swam. I covered my ears, but the sound was inside me, vibrating through my bones. I think I passed out, because the next thing I knew, morning light was creeping through the shutters. The woodpile was smaller again. I staggered outside in disbelief. 2 more rows gone, vanished without a trace. The logs that remained were damp, slick, as if sweat had seeped from within. And in the snow, finally, I saw marks. Not tracks like an animal. Hands. Wide, splayed handprints pressed deep into the crust, leading from the pile to the cabin wall. They stopped at the foundation, fingers splayed upward, as if something had stood there, waiting to be let in. By the time my father returned, I was nearly hysterical. I begged him to see the prints, to believe me. He looked once, then shook his head. We're leaving, he said simply. We packed quickly. Supplies, clothes, anything we could carry. The truck groaned under the load. I thought we'd escape, that we'd put the cabin behind us forever. But when he turned the key, the engine coughed once and died. He tried again and again. Nothing. The battery was drained, though it had worked fine days earlier. That night, the whispering grew louder. The voices were closer now. So close it felt like they were inside the cabin itself. I pressed my hands against my ears until they ached, but the voices wormed through. My father sat across from me, rifle steady, eyes red, rimmed with exhaustion. "Don't listen," he muttered. "Don't answer." The woodpile was almost gone now. Only half the height it had been. Soon there would be nothing left. And I couldn't shake the thought that, when the last log vanished, the thing behind those eyes would finally have room to step free. The whispers threaded the boards until the cabin seemed to breathe with them. We had wood enough inside for a day, 2 at most. After that we would open the door or let the fire die, choosing between freezing and whatever waited outside. Before dawn my father stood, the quiet that means a decision. He took the blue kerosene can. "We end it," he said. At the latch he added, "If I have to come back fast, I'll say your name wrong twice." Wrong how? Gracie Mall. Cold knifed in when he cracked the door. The whispering tightened, as if 100 mouths turned to watch. He slipped through and pulled the door to. I killed the lantern and went to the window. The pile hunched against the north wall, lower again. He moved along it, steady, tilting the can. Bark darkened in spreading flowers. The smell of fuel found the cabin's seams. Something flexed. Yellow eyes lit behind wet wood. Hands slid out, wide, colorless. Too many knuckles, tugging at his coat. He shook them off like burrs and kept pouring. He struck a match. Wind tried to eat it. He cupped it, breathed, and fed the tiny flame into the soaked bark. Fire tucked itself into every crack with a soft woof that rose into a roar. Sap popped. From inside came the sound of fiber tearing from fiber, wrapped around something that wanted to be a word. He turned for the porch. The wall beside the door thumped from within, a knock answered by 100 smaller ones. The house remembered it was wood. "Gracie Mall," he called. Again. "Gracie Mall." I threw the bolt. He crossed the threshold in a wave of smoke, and we dropped the bar and jammed the table against the door. Through the glass the pile changed as it burned, not collapsing so much as reorganizing. Logs slid into new positions as if joints thawed. Eyes blinked in orange veils and then burst like blisters, leaving wet pits that winked sideways once and closed. A knot in the wall above the stove opened and looked at me. The lid slid left to right. I swung the poker. Resin spattered the iron like rain. More knots unsealed. More eyes. Back the stove off. We muscled the cast iron from the wall, pipe couplings groaning until cold air poured through the gap. He leaned our last inside logs against the flexing planks, and I shoveled coals into the fresh stack. Flame climbed at once. The eyes squeezed shut in the red light. From the grain behind them came a whisper that was only my name reduced to a hiss. Outside. A section of the pile folded into itself with the careful grace of a tent dropping. Where it fell away there was no ground. Only a smooth throat lined with bark and amber sheen. Eyes crowded down that slope like stars in a well. The woodpile had not been a shelter. It had been a lid, nails pinged in studs. Pitch boiled and ran. The door shivered as if someone leaned their forehead against it and laughed. 3 knocks, pause 3. Then my father's voice from the porch. "Gracie Mall, Gracie Mall." He stood at my elbow and heard it too. The sound wore his shape but not his weight. He crushed my wrist once. Don't. The latch twitched, gentle like a friend. "Ani, it's freezing. Let me in." He threw open the back door instead. Winter poured through. The blaze we'd set took the low rafters in a shrug. "Out," he said, and pushed me into the snow. Morning was the color of steel. From the hole where the pile had been, something like a ribcage made of bundled twigs tried to stand and came apart, as if the organizing idea had lost its grip. Smoke turned itself down into the hollow, and back out with a sound like a throat clearing. "Go to the road," he said. I started to argue. He cut me off with my given name. "Grace." He went back through the door. Running in snow is humiliation. My lungs burned. Behind me, the voices tightened to wire. I didn't look back until the plow appeared. The driver wrapped me in wool and radioed the volunteers. When we rumbled into the clearing, the cabin was already skeleton. The roof had flattened to a black plain. The men pulled a line and did the practical ballot of keeping trees from catching. The air tasted like sap and iron. They found my father's boots at the back threshold, heel to heel as if he had stepped neatly out of them. No prints led away. In the ash they found odd things that make sense if you decide not to think ovals of hardened pitch like lids. Black rings nested inside rings on the floor, as if a tree had tried to lay down a century in an hour. I signed what I had to sign, because there is no checkbox for eyes in sapwood. The report said winter structure, old stove, accidental ignition, probable fatality. Snow fell and then more snow. By the time the county truck came for me, the clearing looked like a place where a house might have been. The city should have cured me. Radiators hissed differently than whispering. Drywall doesn't have eyes. Tell yourself those things and it will almost work. My second night home, someone knocked at 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. It came from the baseboard. I pressed my ear to paint and heard heat moving. A building coughing, learning my name. Weeks slid by. A fireman mailed back the blue kerosene can with a note, "This yours." I wrapped it in a towel and hid it behind coats. Twice I carried it to the dumpster. Twice I brought it back because the hall light on the curve of the metal looked like a blink. In April I drove north. I told myself I was checking the grove. Brush had pushed up around the clearing, early green trying to erase boundaries. The ash rectangle where the cabin had stood was soft with moss. The place where the pile had rested had sunk into a shallow basin. Meltwater collected there, a shallowed mirror. I walked to the edge. Pollen skinned the water. Beneath it, black flecks of char turned like minnows. At the bottom were pale pieces. I reached in. Cold bit my knuckles. Across my palm lay something like a preserved leaf, translucent, thin, with a seam that would match a twin and open sideways. The texture was neither plant nor animal. I set it back. It drifted to the old rim and hung there as if thinking. The basin exhaled then. Not wind, a rearrangement. Rings formed on the surface and moved outward. They touched the bank where my boots were and hesitated, as if learning me again. I stepped back. The mirror smoothed. I did not stay. The forest doesn't miss people, it misses shapes. I would be a shape if I let it. On the drive home I rehearsed the rules our winters taught: stove first, water second, axe sharp. None of them fit anymore. But a habit holds a ghost. If this is a lesson, it's a poor one. Don't stack wood against the north wall. Leave air between logs. Pay attention to a smell like old leaf and honey gone sour, to frost that melts in finger spreads, to lids that open sideways. Those might help. They might only make you attentive on the wrong day. Better to plan a mistake only you and yours know. The wrong nickname. The way a voice will use vowels, the number of nauks. Never tell anyone else. Names are doors. Doors are habits. Habits teach things that aren't how to try being persons. Sometimes, very late, the radiator says my name with a smile in the vowel. I breathe through it like a cold. On the worst nights, I take the towel off the kerosene can and carry it from room to room. Ridiculous as it is, metal and the memory of flame feel like the only tools I have left. I have not told anyone here what we did. I am telling you so I do not have to keep the whole story in my own grain. Memory is wood too. Stack it tight and it starts to live. If you wake to a neat pile unnerving itself and see yellow open where bark should be, do not give it a name with teeth. Call it the forest finding a hinge. Call it a lid lifting. Light it and do not look back until the voices in your walls sound like only heat again. And if you must listen for someone you love, make sure you planned the mistake first. The right-wrong word is sometimes the only thing that keeps a door closed. These days I keep the windows cracked in winter. I say it's for air. The truth is I want the wind to have a mouth that isn't made of my house. I'm writing this on a wooden table with a scar that looks like a smile. When I'm done, I will run my hand across it once, not as permission, but as proof that my hand is still my own right now. My name is Jackson Price, and I have served for nearly a decade as a Forest Service worker assigned to the northern stretches of Washington's backcountry. I was trained in everything from trail maintenance to wildlife monitoring, and the duties of my position kept me immersed in the wilderness for days at a time. I had grown accustomed to the ordinary sounds of the night, wind running like a cold hand through the branches, the creak of trees groaning against themselves, and the yipping of coyotes that always seemed to travel just beyond the range of my flashlight. It was routine, almost comforting in its own wild way, until the night I heard a sound that refused to belong. It was a howl, yet not a howl. I had finished a long shift of checking fire breaks and patrolling closed access roads when I first heard it. The sound carried out of the timberline, as if the very pines themselves were shaking apart. Coyotes typically call in a chorus, high, pitched and sharp, rising and falling like nervous laughter echoing through the hills. This was deeper. The vibrations did not just fill my ears, but crawled into my chest and rattled my ribs. It felt wrong in a way I can only describe as biological rejection, like my body knew instinctively the noise should not exist. At first I dismissed it, convincing myself it must have been the distorted echo of a wolf, or perhaps two animals calling at once. But then it happened again. It started with a low groan, dragging out like a chain pulled across stone, before rising suddenly into something halfway between a scream and a howl. It was layered too, one voice beneath another, pitched just slightly off, like the same sound played through two warped speakers. I sat in my service truck at a fork in the old fire road, headlights sweeping over the gravel, when the howl came so close that the windshield vibrated. Instinct tightened my hands on the wheel. The air outside felt thinner, as though something enormous had moved through and taken part of it away. I rolled my window halfway down despite myself, listening hard. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Not a single owl. Not the chirp of one cricket. The silence pressed harder than the sound had. That was when the shape stepped into the beam of my headlights. At first my eyes told me it was a coyote, and I wanted badly to believe that. The frame matched. Lean, tawny, the kind of animal I'd logged 100 times in my reports. But when it turned, the truth bent against me. The creature's mouth was sealed, the jawline smooth and unbroken, as though flesh had been fused together where lips should have been. No nostril flared, no teeth glinted. Its muzzle was wrong, too blunt and scarless for what it was missing. And yet the sound, the impossible, gut-splitting howl, still poured from it. I remember pressing my palm against my own jaw, half in disbelief and half to make sure mine hadn't somehow disappeared in sympathy. The creature stood in the light, long enough for me to notice the tremor in its shoulders. Its body shivered with each wave of that scream, and its ribs ballooned unnaturally, expanding as if the noise swelled from deeper than lungs should reach. My headlights flickered against its eyes, which burned yellow like two swamp lanterns. I wanted to gun the truck forward, drive fast enough to plow through the sight, and force it back into something my mind could deny. But my boot felt bolted to the floor. The howl grew sharper, vibrating the glass until the rearview mirror shook loose and dangled by its stem. Then, without transition, silence slammed back in. The animal, or whatever it was, turned with the jerky stiffness of a marionette tugged too hard by strings. Its body did not flow with the movements as a coyote should. It pivoted at the joints, one limb too straight, while the other bent too far. Then it stepped away from the light, swallowed by the line of pines as though it had never been there. For a long while, I stayed frozen. My radio hissed on the passenger seat, spitting static that seemed to mock the absence of all other sound. Eventually, I forced myself to drive forward, headlights cutting tunnels through the forest. I told myself I had to log it, to rationalize what I had seen in the terms of my possible injured wildlife. Maybe a deformity, perhaps rabies-altering behavior. I clung to those possibilities with the desperation of a man dangling from a cliff edge. By the time I reached the ranger station, the clock read nearly 3 in the morning. I filed a short report, stripped of the strange truth. I wrote, unidentified canid vocalization. Possible deformity, observed near mile marker 47. That was all. I locked the form away in the cabinet and told myself it was enough. Sleep did not come easily, though. Each time I closed my eyes, I heard the howl vibrating through my ribcage again, saw the sealed flesh where a mouth should be. I woke twice from dreams of silence so total it had weight. The kind of silence that comes only when every living thing agrees not to breathe. The following evening, I tried to convince myself that the experience had been isolated, perhaps even born of fatigue. I had been pushing longer shifts than usual. Covering for a coworker out sick and lack of sleep can play strange tricks on perception. Still, I found my patrol route bending back to that fire road. Curiosity, or maybe a twisted sense of duty, dragged me to the place where I had seen the creature. The forest looked ordinary enough under the wash of my headlights. Gravel, ditch water glinting faintly, trees huddled tight together. I cut the engine and stepped out, boots crunching on stone. The night air smelled of pine sap and damp earth. It should have felt like any other night, but the weight in the atmosphere warned me otherwise. My flashlight beam shook in my grip, though my hand stayed steady. I heard it before I saw anything. The howl began far off, so faint I thought at first it might have been a trick of the wind. Then it swelled, spreading wider, carrying with it that double, layered voice I could never mistake. The sound seemed to scrape the sky itself, dragging at the stars. This time I did not retreat into the cab of my truck. Instead, I aimed the flashlight toward the tree line, my other hand resting on the butt of the service pistol strapped at my hip. I had never drawn it against an animal before. Firearms were last resorts, tools for when a bear refused to scatter or a rabid wolf cornered a hiker. But the idea of that sound coming closer without a mouth to make it justified my grip. Branches shifted 30 yards out, moving with the careful separation of something pressing through slowly. My beam caught on fur, slicker than coyote hide, almost wet with reflection. The creature's shape slid between the trees, each step accompanied by that resonant, chest-splitting cry. When the light finally caught its face, I saw again the horror of the sealed jaw. But worse this time, the flesh seemed stretched tighter, as though whatever force denied it a mouth was also pulling harder against it. Its skin looked ready to split, yet still it screamed. Yellow eyes turned toward me, locking as though they could hold my body, still the way the sound had. I don't remember raising my pistol. I remember only the deafening echo of my shot cracking through the trees, louder than any thunder. The recoil jolted my arm, and in the muzzle flash I saw the creature jerk sideways. Then it vanished, the undergrowth swallowing it. The howl stopped mid-note, leaving a vacuum so sudden my ears rang. I backed toward the truck, heart pounding as though it might punch through my chest. Every instinct screamed for me to flee, to get behind the wheel and never look back. But another, colder instinct urged me to stay and listen. The silence that replaced the howl was worse than the noise itself. It felt like the forest was waiting, holding something in reserve. I finally forced myself to leave, gravel spitting under the tires as I accelerated down the fire road. My radio crackled again, the static louder than usual, pulsing with a rhythm almost like breathing. I shut it off, unwilling to hear anything more. Back at the station, I filed another brief note, this one even thinner than before. Animal disturbance, fired warning shot. No further incident. I could not bring myself to commit the truth to paper. Some part of me believed that writing the full description would cement it into reality, binding it beyond denial. That night, the dreams grew worse. I woke gasping from visions of sealed mouths splitting open in a scream that had no end. Each time, the echo of that layered howl followed me into waking, vibrating through the thin walls of the ranger cabin. I sat with the lights on until dawn, telling myself that the day would bring logic back into reach. Yet when sunlight bled through the pines, I realized something was wrong. In the quiet morning, even the birds did not sing. The morning after that second encounter felt unnatural in ways I struggled to articulate. At dawn, when the fog was still sitting heavy between the pines, I opened the cabin door, expecting the usual chatter of chickadees and robins. But the forest met me with only absence. Silence is something I had known before. After storms, before snow, in the lulls between wind gusts. But this was not that. This was intentional, as if every living thing had been warned. I tried to brush it off by moving through the motions of routine. Coffee in the tin pot, notes on my clipboard, a half-hearted sweep of the weather reports. Yet the quiet pressed against the glass like a living weight. My truck sat waiting in the lot, still dusted with the gravel from the fire road. Each time I glanced at it, the memory of headlights catching on a mouthless scream slashed through me again. By mid-morning, the silence had begun to fray my composure. I grabbed the radio, intending to call in and ask whether other rangers had reported disturbances. But when I thumbed the switch, Static filled the cabin in a surge, sharp and pulsing. It was almost rhythmic, almost like that layered howl compressed into mechanical noise. I slammed the unit off and shoved it into the drawer. I told myself I needed proof. I had spent too many years in this job to let paranoia guide my record. So, against the more rational half of my instincts, I drove back to mile marker 47, where the fire road forked and the creature had first stepped into my lights. The air was warmer now. Sun struggling through the canopy, but it carried no birdsong. The trees swayed as if whispering only to one another. I parked the truck and walked the shoulder, scanning for tracks. Coyotes often left their print trails across gravel, but what I found unsettled me more deeply than any predator's spoor. Impressions marked the ditch mud in a line too heavy, too distorted. The shapes were canine but exaggerated. Elongated digits, deeper heel impressions, as though the animal carried more weight than its body suggested. Some of the prints overlapped, confused, almost like several paws had pressed the earth at once. I crouched down, pressing my own boot beside one track for scale. The print was longer than the length of my hand. No coyote I had ever logged carried paws that size. My thoughts tried to leap toward bear, wolf, or even cougar, but none fit the stride. The spacing was wrong. The weight distribution was wrong. Everything was wrong. The deeper into the tree line, I followed the prints, the less sense they made. Some sank into the dirt, as if something impossibly heavy had passed through. Others barely skimmed the surface, like shadows that left marks. After 100 yards, they ended abruptly at a moss-covered boulder. No trail beyond, no scuff in the leaves, just vanishing. The rational explanation I craved remained elusive. I snapped a few photographs, my hands trembling enough that the images blurred. I shoved the phone back in my pocket and stood listening. That was when the silence broke. It didn't start with the howl this time. Instead, it began with the forest exhaling all at once. Branches creaked, undergrowth rustled, as though everything had been holding still and now shifted nervously. Then the air thickened. My ribs seemed to brace themselves, anticipating the vibration before it came. The howl ripped through the trees like a blade drawn too slow. My knees bent under it. The sound layered again, voices weaving and clashing, one pitched higher, one dragged lower, both grinding against each other, until I felt nausea crawl up my throat. I spun, flashlight in hand, though the daylight made it absurd. My eyes caught movement near the boulder. The creature stepped from behind it, and every nerve in my body screamed. Its shape looked worse than before. The flesh along its muzzle strained, pulled tighter, veins standing out like cords beneath the skin. The sealed jaw seemed bruised, darkened as though the very act of forcing sound through unbroken flesh was tearing it apart. Yet still the howl poured, louder, vibrating the ground beneath my boots. The eyes glowed yellow again, but this time there was more. Around its head, the air warped faintly, shimmering as though heat rose from asphalt. The sound bent reality itself, shaking leaves loose from branches though the wind was still. I forced my voice through clenched teeth.
Get back!
The words died under the roar of the howl. My hand drifted to my sidearm, but I could not convince myself that metal and powder meant anything here. I took a step back, then another. The creature did not follow. It only screamed, and then it stopped. The silence that rushed in afterward collapsed against me like a vacuum. My ears rang. The creature tilted its head, the motion jerky, unnatural, and then it slipped behind the boulder again. When I hurried forward seconds later, nothing waited there. No paw prints marked the soil. No scent clung to the air. Gone, I retreated to the truck, breathing ragged, and drove faster than I should have back to the ranger station. My palms sweated against the wheel, and every gust of static from the radio seemed to mimic that layered howl. The rest of the day blurred. I locked the cabin windows, drew the shades, and sat at the desk trying to make sense of my notes. Each line I wrote looked more absurd than the last. Unidentified animal. No mouth present. Emits layered vocalizations. I crossed them out one after another, the words mocking me. Eventually I tore the page free, crumpled it, and shoved it deep into the wastebasket. That night, the dreams came again. I stood in the forest, unable to move, while the sound rose all around me. From the shadows, dozens of pairs of yellow eyes burned, and each one belonged to a creature, with a jaw fused shut, skin trembling, as their impossible voices collided in the air. I woke clawing at my own face, convinced for a moment that my jaw had sealed too. The following morning, I drove into town, something I rarely did during a work week. The quiet of the forest had become unbearable. I bought coffee, supplies I didn't really need, and found myself asking the general store owner whether he'd heard anything unusual. He gave me a puzzled look and shook his head. Coyotes, maybe. Been loud this season. I didn't press further, but as I drove back, I noticed something strange. Every dog I passed along the roadside, farm shepherds, mutts behind chain-link fences, howled as my truck rolled by. Not barks, not growls. Howls, low and strained, their bodies trembling as though forced into it. One even slammed itself against its pen until the gate rattled. By the time I reached the ranger station again, I knew I could not dismiss it anymore. Something lived out there that defied explanation, and it was not content to stay hidden. That evening, the radio came alive on its own. I had left it off since the morning before, but the speaker hissed into static anyway, louder than I had ever heard. Through the noise, a sound emerged. A howl buried deep in the distortion, faint but unmistakable. My stomach turned cold. The radio's power switch did nothing. The unit had no business being alive without me flipping it on, but still the howl rose from it, layered and vibrating the cabin walls. I grabbed the cord and yanked it from the socket. Sparks spat. The howl cut off instantly, leaving my ears ringing. Silence settled again, heavy and waiting. For hours I sat staring at the dead radio. Every instinct told me that the thing I had seen was not bound to the forest anymore. It had found a way to seep through, to carry its voice by any means possible. When I finally lay down, exhaustion pulling me under, the dreams wasted no time. I was in my truck again, headlights shining down the fire road. The creature stood in the beam, mouth fused, body shaking with its impossible howl. But this time, as it drew closer, I saw my own reflection in its eyes. And in that reflection, my mouth was gone too. I woke screaming, or at least I tried. No sound came out at first. My throat clamped, my jaw clenched shut. Terror ripped through me as I clawed at my face, desperate to feel my own lips still there. When they finally parted and breath rushed out, I sobbed with relief. But the fear remained like a stone lodged inside me. I knew then the creature's presence was no longer limited to encounters in the forest. It had reached me, and something about the silence of the woods told me it wasn't finished yet. Sleep abandoned me after that night. I tried everything. Tea, reading, forcing my body into exhaustion with long hikes. But every time I closed my eyes, the howl returned. Sometimes in dreams, sometimes half. Waking, vibrating faintly through the mattress as though the sound itself had wormed into the foundation of the cabin. The worst part was that when I startled awake, the silence was just as unbearable. The silence meant it was waiting. By the third day, I could no longer ignore the sense that the thing was drawing closer, not in miles but in intimacy. My reflection in the mirror seemed subtly wrong. The lines of my jaw too tight, my lips paling like stretched canvas. More than once I pressed my fingers against them to reassure myself they would still part. I forced myself into patrols, believing the routine would anchor me. But the woods had changed. They no longer felt like the familiar domain I had worked for years. Trails seemed narrower, trees bent subtly inward, the air too heavy to breathe deep. Even the sunlight that spilled between branches looked tainted, weak as though filtered through invisible smoke. At mile marker 47 I found something new. Not prints this time, but scratches gouged into the bark of a cedar. The marks ran deep, parallel, unnaturally clean, as though carved by tools rather than claws. I touched them, fingertips finding splinters sharp enough to draw blood. Beneath the raw wood, a faint vibration hummed, so slight I thought at first it was my pulse. But when I stepped back, pressing my palm against my chest, I realized the tree itself was shivering. I stumbled away, boots crunching gravel, and the forest answered me with a howl. It came from everywhere at once. The trees carried it. The ground pulsed with it. Even the air thickened into a trembling wall. I dropped to my knees, hands over my ears, but the noise was inside me, rattling my skull like a jar struck with a hammer. My teeth ached as though ready to snap loose. Then silence again. Sudden, absolute. When I looked up, the cedar still trembled. In its bark, the scratches had deepened, spreading like cracks in stone. Resin oozed darkly. Not amber but black, dripping like tar. The smell was bitter, chemical, burning the back of my throat. I staggered backward, nearly tripping over my own feet, until the thing let me go. Back at the station, I tried calling the district office, thinking perhaps I could report seismic disturbances or something technical enough to mask my fear. But the phone lines hissed with static, and through the distortion I caught that faint double, layered howl again. I slammed the receiver down and unplugged the whole unit. That night, I sat at the desk with my service pistol, beside me lights on in every corner. I told myself I would not sleep, not risk the dreams again. But fatigue is cruel. My head dipped once, then again, and the next time my eyes opened I was not in the cabin anymore. I was standing in the forest. No flashlight, no truck, just me. The trees towered overhead, branches clawing the sky. The air smelled of tar. My chest vibrated with the sound before I even heard it. When it came, it was softer than usual, almost mournful. The creature stepped into view, and my heart clenched. It looked worse. The skin of its face was stretched paper, thin, veins glowing faintly beneath. Its jawline quivered as though straining against invisible thread. I realized then it was not just howling. It was trying to scream words. The sound was language ground to dust, mangled beyond recognition. The air around it rippled with the effort. I woke with a jolt, sweat pouring. Pistol in hand, though I had no memory of grabbing it. The lights flickered above me. On the desk, the radio, unplugged, silent hours before, buzzed faintly, and through it seeped that broken almost speech. I left the cabin at dawn, unable to stay. The forest no longer felt like assignment, it felt like a trap, I drove until the roads straightened, until the tree line thinned and the sky widened. I told myself I would file for leave, find a hotel, drown myself in crowds and noise, until the silence no longer found me. But when I passed through the first small town, I knew it was too late. The dogs, every single one, from porches to backyards to pickup beds, howled as I drove past. Their mouths opened, but the sound that came out was wrong. Deeper layered, vibrating against my ribs. I pressed harder on the gas, desperate to outrun it. But block after block the howls followed, echoing off houses and storefronts. By the time I cleared the town's edge, my eyes stung with tears. I parked on a turnout overlooking the valley, head pressed against the steering wheel. For the first time in years, I prayed. Not for deliverance, but for explanation. Something to fit the thing into rules I could understand. But only silence answered me, and the silence felt alive. When I finally returned to the cabin, dusk was bleeding into night. I expected the quiet again, but this time the woods buzzed faintly, like the world itself was humming beneath the pitch of human hearing. The cabin door groaned when I pushed it open. The smell hit me first. Tar. Bitter, chemical, wrong. On the floor, seeping from beneath the walls, was black resin like I had seen on the cedar. Thick, slow drips forming dark stains across the wood planks. I backed against the desk, pulse roaring. The resin vibrated. My teeth did too. Then came the howl. Not outside this time. Inside. The walls shook, frames rattling, the lamp crashing to the floor. I clutched my ears, but it did nothing. The sound rose not from a mouth, not even from the air, but from the structure itself. The cabin was screaming. I ran. Out the door, across the gravel, into the forest that no longer welcomed me. My flashlight beam jittered across trunks, catching glimpses of eyeshane too high, too many. The howl followed me, layered and endless, bending through the trees until it felt like the world itself had cracked. Somewhere in that chaos I fell. My knees smashed stone, palms tore against gravel. I lifted my head just in time to see it. The creature, standing above me, its jaw trembled violently. Skin split at the seams, though still sealed, veins bursting in sickly light. The howl that poured from it grew sharp, shredding through me until I felt my bones rattle. Its eyes locked on mine, and in them I saw not just reflection but replication. My own face staring back, lips trembling, ready to fuse shut. I screamed then, louder than I thought possible, not from courage but from terror. The sound joined the howl, twining with it until I couldn't tell which belonged to me and which to it. For a heartbeat, the creature stilled. Its body shuddered. The howl faltered. Then, in an instant, it turned and vanished into the trees, the silence collapsing behind it. I lay there long minutes, chest heaving, unsure if I was alive or some echo left in its wake. When I finally staggered to my feet, the forest had changed again. Crickets sang faintly, an owl hooted in the distance, as though life had returned the moment the creature departed. But the reprieve felt false, like a curtain drawn hastily to hide something festering behind. Back in the cabin, I found the resin gone. No stains on the floor, no smell. Only silence, ordinary silence, not heavy but fragile. I collapsed into the chair, pistol still trembling in my hand, and realized the truth I could not escape. It wasn't the forest that was haunted. It was me. The creature had marked me, drawn me into its howl, made me part of whatever it was. The silence in the woods, the warped dogs, the vibrating trees. They were symptoms. The infection was mine to carry now. I sit here writing this, knowing no report will ever hold the truth. No one will believe a mouthless thing can scream. No one will believe the sound can burrow into bone, into memory, into self. But if anyone finds these pages, know this silence is not safety. The silence means it's listening. And when you hear the howl, when it crawls through your ribs and shakes your teeth loose, pray you can still open your mouth to scream back. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I have spent the better part of my life guiding spelunkers into the cavern systems of Kentucky. People often think of caves as silent tombs of stone, fixed and unchanging, but they are living things. They breathe with the shifting air currents, bleed with dripping water, and move to the steady pulse of geological time. I have always loved that strange duality, a place that feels both eternal and fragile, as if the rock itself remembers secrets that men have long since forgotten. I took pride in my work, not just because it paid the bills, but because it allowed me to show others the underground world that had been my second home since childhood. My family had lived in eastern Kentucky for generations. My father worked the mines, his father before him. And though I never had much desire to follow that path, I grew up with stories of men swallowed by the earth, shafts collapsing without warning, and voices echoing in dark tunnels where no men stood. When I was a boy, I would sneak into small limestone caverns with nothing more than a flashlight and the curiosity of youth, crawling until the walls pressed tight around my shoulders. I never thought of it as frightening. I thought of it as communion. Above ground, I often felt misplaced, a quiet child among rough, loud voices. Underground, the silence welcomed me. That was what led me, as an adult, to train as a cave guide. There are hundreds of mapped caves across the state, some well-traveled tourist attractions, others kept hidden, reserved for more experienced explorers. I learned every hazard: unstable ceilings, narrow squeezes that could trap the careless, sudden drops, and streams that could swell into rivers after a rainstorm. I carried the knowledge like a badge, and when clients put their trust in me, I accepted it with the seriousness of a doctor taking a patient's life in his hands. Most expeditions went without incident. We climbed, we crawled, we marveled at stalactites hanging like teeth and stalagmites rising like ancient monuments, and then we returned to the world above, coated in clay and grinning with the thrill of adventure. But not all caves are meant to be seen. Not all shadows can be explained by lantern light. I learned this on one particular expedition, and the memory has pursued me ever since, like a shape crawling along the edges of my vision. It was a late summer evening when a group of 4 amateur spelunkers hired me to take them into a lesser known system not far from Mammoth Cave National Park. The entrance was narrow, hidden in a hillside choked with brush, a place most hikers would walk past without ever suspecting the vast hollow world beneath. The group consisted of 2 college friends from Louisville, a young married couple, and one middle-aged man who had more confidence than skill. They were enthusiastic, excited to test themselves, and I could feel their nervous energy as we strapped on helmets and checked gear. I gave my usual speech. Safety first, keep within sight of the group, do not panic in tight spaces, and trust me if I say stop. They nodded, though I suspected at least one of them, though I exaggerated the dangers for effect. I have learned that people believe what they want, until the earth reminds them who is master. We descended into the dark, single file. Our headlamps threw beams across the limestone, illuminating passages carved over millennia by water. The air cooled immediately, damp and mineral, rich, smelling of stone and wet soil. We crawled through a low squeeze where the ceiling dipped close enough to scrape helmets, then emerged into a chamber tall as a cathedral, our lights glancing off pale formations that glittered like glass. Their ghasts echoed, and for a while, the cave worked its usual magic. Always easy to find underground. Hours passed in a rhythm of climbing, crouching, and squeezing. I led them down into a deeper passage I had explored a handful of times before. It wasn't marked on tourist maps, but I knew the path, knew where it branched into dead ends and where it opened into hidden beauty. The lantern I carried burned steady, and the beams of our headlamps danced together across walls mottled with centuries of mineral stains. When we reached a narrow ledge above a shallow underground stream, I called for a rest. They dug water bottles and granola bars from packs, laughter bouncing off the stone. Everything seemed ordinary. It was when we started moving again that I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of my lamp. The ceiling above us was low, a rough plane of limestone, mottled with shadows from our shifting lights. But then something moved against the stone. Not a bat, not a trickle of water, but a shape that skittered fast, too fast, across the ceiling. My lantern caught it fully for a heartbeat, and I stopped walking. It was human, or rather, it was shaped like one. Arms, legs, a torso, a head. But it was flat, impossibly flat, plastered to ceiling as though its body had no depth at all. A two-dimensional figure crawling on hands and knees, yet its limbs bent in ways that suggested no bone, no muscle. Just darkness, peeled free from some other shadow and moving with its own will. I felt the breath catch in my throat. The clients, absorbed in their own careful steps, hadn't noticed. My instinct screamed to douse the lantern, to let the dark reclaim whatever I had glimpsed. Instead, I raised the light higher, as though challenging it to reveal itself. But the ceiling above me showed only stone, pitted and gray. I told myself I had imagined it. Long hours underground can conjure hallucinations. Shadows dance, stone shifts. Fatigue blurs the line between real and false. I had always prided myself on resisting that kind of fear, but even so, I found myself quickening the pace, eager to reach a larger chamber, where the ceiling rose higher, where shadows would feel less suffocating. The group followed without complaint, though the middle-aged man grumbled at the speed. My mind kept circling back, replaying the sight. A body like living paper crawling against the rock, flat enough to vanish when the light shifted. If it had been no more than illusion, why did I feel as though eyes lingered on me, pressed from the stone itself? In the cathedral-sized chamber we reached next, I called another rest, pretending I wanted to check our bearings. Really, I wanted to steady my hands, which shook as I unrolled the map in the lantern's glow. The others sat, talking, drinking, their voices bouncing strangely in the vast hollow. I kept glancing upward, half expecting to see the shape clinging high in the vaults. But nothing moved. I nearly convinced myself it had been nothing when one of the college boys froze mid-sentence, pointing toward the wall behind me. His eyes were wide, mouth slack. I turned. At first, I saw only the uneven surface of limestone, marked with dark patches. Then one of those patches slid, stretching long across the stone like tar melting. It pulled itself forward, spreading limbs that were only outlines of limbs, arms that scraped along the wall with no sound. It moved in jerks, like a projection skipping frames. The group panicked instantly. Someone screamed, the sound bouncing until it was impossible to know where it came from. The married woman clutched her husband's arm, dragging him backward. The college boy fumbled with his headlamp, as though more light could banish it. But light didn't matter. Wherever our beams struck, the shape clung, blacker than shadow, featureless but somehow intent. I forced calm into my voice, telling them to stay together, to follow me. The urge to run was nearly overwhelming, but caves punish panic. A wrong turn, a fall, a lamp shattered, and survival becomes a question of minutes. I drew them toward a narrow passage I knew would lead upward, away from the stream and back toward shallower chambers. Their breathing echoed like a herd of animals. The shadow moved faster than we did. It slid across the wall, then scuttled to the ceiling, its limbs splaying wide. It looked down at us, or at least I felt it did, though it had no face. My skin prickled, and every instinct told me not to let the light leave it. I kept my lantern raised, arm burning, even as sweat ran cold down my neck. We reached the passage, crawling single file. I went first, leading them upward. Behind me, the group stumbled, cursed, begged me not to stop. Their voices blurred into noise, but beneath it, I heard a new sound, a dragging whisper, like cloth pulled across stone. It followed us. When we finally spilled into a higher chamber, I dared to look back. The narrow tunnel we had just climbed was black as ink, though our lamps shone directly into it, as if something swallowed the light. I didn't wait to see if it emerged. I urged them onward, deeper into passages I had never meant to take, choosing turns by instinct rather than memory. Anything to keep moving, anything to put distance between us and that thing. The earth felt different then, heavier, as if the rock itself bent toward us. Our footsteps thudded unnaturally loud. My lantern sputtered once, though it had oil enough for hours. The married woman began to sob, her voice cracking with hysteria. I wanted to comfort her, but what words could I speak when I myself felt hunted? Even now, as I write this, I struggle to explain it. It wasn't merely seeing a shape where no living thing should crawl. It was the sense that it wasn't bound by the same laws as us, that it came from the flat surfaces where shadows live, a place we glance over every day without thinking. And for the first time in all my years underground, I feared the stone itself might open and swallow me whole, not with collapse, but with hunger. We kept moving, and the shadow kept following. The deeper we pressed into the cavern, the less familiar the paths became. I had promised my clients a controlled exploration, a curated glimpse into an underground world I knew by heart, but that promise had already dissolved into ash. I guided them not by map, nor by experience, but by sheer instinct, choosing passages that bent away from the sound that haunted us, the whispering drag of something too thin, too weightless to be flesh. The married couple lagged behind, the woman whimpering with every uneven step. The middle-aged man, once full of braggadocio, now muttered prayers under his breath, stumbling in terror. The two college boys stayed close to me, eyes darting to every wall and ceiling, as if they expected the shadow to drip down like ink upon us. My lantern trembled in my grip, its light swaying wildly across jagged rock. We entered a passage that narrowed sharply, forcing us to crawl on our bellies. The stone scraped helmets, packs, and elbows as we pulled ourselves forward. The air smelled stale, untouched for centuries, the kind of breathless void that told me few had passed here before. Every shift of weight echoed like a thunderclap in my ears. And behind us, the whisper grew louder. I tried to keep my voice steady. Stay low. Keep moving. Don't look back. But of course, someone looked back. A scream tore through the tunnel, muffled by the tight rock but unmistakable in its raw panic. I twisted as much as I dared. In the light of his headlamp, I saw one of the college boys clawing at the stone. He wasn't screaming because the shadow had touched him. He was screaming because his own shadow had stretched wrong, peeling itself upward, away from the floor, as if it wanted to detach. For a heartbeat, I froze. The human mind rejects what it cannot place in order, and my thoughts buckled. His shadow didn't follow the angle of his lamp. It didn't obey the rules I had trusted since childhood. It bent the wrong way, sharp as broken glass, straining toward the wall, until it seemed almost to lift free. The boy slapped at the stone beneath him, as if pinning himself down could stop it. "Keep moving," I barked, my own panic breaking through. The shadow snapped back into place as though scolded, but the boy's sobs echoed in my ears as we crawled forward. I knew then that whatever followed us was not only outside us, crawling along ceilings and walls. It was in us, in the spaces we cast into darkness, in the outlines we carried like second selves. We burst from the crawl space into a wide corridor sloping downward. The group staggered upright, stretching cramped limbs, gasping for air, like drowning swimmers breaking surface. I lifted the lantern high, trying to banish the trembling in my chest. The chamber ahead was vast, lined with flowstone ridges and columns that looked eerily human in silhouette. Their mineral sheen glowed dully, as though perspiring. We regrouped briefly, but I could not let them rest. To linger was to invite that crawling dark. I urged them forward, my voice sharp, commanding every inch the professional guide I had trained to be. But inside, I was as fragile as they were. My mind kept replaying the boy's shadow, the way it had peeled, as if longing for freedom. Half an hour passed in a haze of movement. We crossed chambers where dripstone water tapped like clock hands, climbed ledges slick with mineral slime, and squeezed through gaps that bruised shoulders and knees. Always the sound followed that whisper, drag that wrongness in the dark. Sometimes it came from behind, sometimes from above, and once, I swear, directly beneath our feet, as though it crawled in the rock itself. Eventually, exhaustion forced us to stop. I guided them into a recess that offered a semblance of shelter, where the ceiling arched high and the floor leveled into a patch of dry limestone. We sat in silence, save for shallow breaths and the occasional quiet sob. My lantern's flame wavered, casting nervous halos of light. I told them the truth. I don't know where we are. These passages aren't mapped. The married man cursed under his breath. His wife clutched his arm tighter, her knuckles white. The college boys exchanged a look that was equal parts fury and despair. The middle-aged man, his face gray with sweat, whispered, "We should put the lights out. Maybe it won't see us." I shook my head instantly. We keep the lights burning, always. Because I understood something now. It wasn't light that the shadow feared, but attention. When we looked at it, truly looked, it faltered just slightly. When the boy had panicked, his shadow had tried to slip away, and only when he noticed had it snapped back. Awareness was our fragile shield. The moment we grew careless, the moment we let our gaze wander, it would crawl closer. The college boy who had screamed earlier trembled as he spoke. What happens if it gets to us?" I didn't answer, because I had no answer. A sound interrupted us, a faint laugh. High-pitched, childish, impossibly out of place. It floated through the cavern like a voice carried on water. We froze, every lamp beam snapping toward the corridor beyond. The laugh came again, bouncing, distorted, as though it passed through stone before reaching us. The married woman covered her mouth with her hand. "There's someone else down here." "There isn't," I said firmly, though the certainty felt brittle in my throat. No one else should have been this deep, not without gear, not without me. Yet the laugh persisted, always at the edge of hearing, as though mocking our terror. Then the sound changed. It stretched, distorted, until it became something between laughter and a sob, high and low at once, overlapping like two voices. The lantern flame guttered, though no draft stirred. I raised it higher, knuckles white on the handle. From the far wall, a shape detached. At first, it was just a patch of dark, no more remarkable than a deeper shadow. But then it shifted, crawling outward, limbs flattening against the stone, its body clinging like a stain. The laugh, sob sound grew louder, and my stomach turned with the certainty that the noise was not traveling through the air. It was leaking from the shape itself. The group shrieked. One of the boys threw a rock at it, the stone clattering through nothing. The shape did not flinch. It only crawled closer, gliding along the wall in jerking bursts. Its limbs bent wide, stretching, unfolding like paper crumpled and smoothed again. I forced myself to step forward, lantern raised. The flame trembled but held, casting a trembling glow directly onto the thing. For an instant, it stopped, clinging motionless, featureless but unmistakably aware. And then, just as suddenly, it withdrew, sliding back into the rock as if sucked beneath the surface. The wall before me was plain again, rough limestone, empty of life. The silence that followed was unbearable. I turned to the group. We move now. No arguments. We stumbled onward, driven by terror. None of us spoke, save for the occasional broken whisper. I counted each step, each breath, each heartbeat, because if I stopped focusing on rhythm, my mind would splinter. But caves have a way of turning themselves inside out. Passages loop where they should not, chambers repeat, directions shift. I began to recognize formations we had already passed. A column shaped like a leaning figure. A patch of flowstone streaked dark as rust. We were circling, caught in some unnatural loop. The realization hit me like a hammer. The cave itself was turning against us. Or worse, it was being bent around us. By it. The boy whose shadow had peeled began muttering. "It wants us lost. It wants us lost." His voice cracked into laughter, and the sound was too much like the echo we had heard. His friend shook him, begged him to stop, but the laughter spilled on, high and hysterical. I seized him by the shoulders. "Look at me. Focus. You're still here. You're not gone." For a heartbeat, his eyes cleared and the laughter died. But then his face slackened, and he whispered, "It's behind you." I spun. The wall at my back stretched with darkness. A hand, flat, black, bondless, pressed outward, fingers lengthening like cracks. The lantern's glow dimmed as if swallowed, and the air chilled. "Run," I shouted. And this time I didn't care about formations, about maps, about safety. We bolted into the passage ahead, scraping shoulders against stone, stumbling, gasping, driven by animal fear. Behind us, the hand withdrew, but the whisper followed, endless, patient. Hours blurred. Time lost meaning. I no longer knew if we had been underground for 1 day or 3. Hunger gnawed, thirst burned, muscles ached. But terror drove us on. Always, I felt eyes that were not eyes crawling over me, measuring the shape of my shadow. When at last we collapsed in another cavern, I could barely hold the lantern. Its flame sputtered, low and weak, our only fragile tether to reality. The group huddled around me, hollow-eyed, trembling. I knew then that we could not last much longer. And worse, I realized the shadow wasn't merely following. It was learning us, each of us, waiting for the moment we faltered. I forced my breathing into a steadier rhythm and made the decision I should have made an hour earlier. We needed rules. Caves swallow people who wander without rules. The thing following us thrived on our panic and on the places we forgot to look. If attention was the only shield we had, then we would braid our attention together until it held like rope. "Listen to me," I said, my voice raw. "We make a circle. Every person watches another person's shadow. Say what you see. If anything pulls, if anything stretches, you shout. No one looks away without warning the rest. We'll move together like that. We become each other's eyes." The married man almost laughed, a hollow bark, but he nodded. The two college boys wiped their faces with shaking hands. The middle-aged man swallowed and whispered, "My name is Charles. If it takes me, say my name." I hadn't known his name before. It felt like an anchor dropped into black water. We formed a ragged ring and lifted our headlamps, angling them so that each of us cast a short, visible shadow onto the smoothest nearby floor we could find. I placed the lantern in the ring's center, low to keep shadows small and overlapping. The cave turned the light into a confused spiderweb. It wasn't perfect. There are no perfect lights underground, but it was enough that our silhouettes clung to our boots like loyal dogs. We began to move. Step, breathe, speak. Your shadow's normal. Yours too. Left. Left. There's a ledge. Watch your step. We named each other with every few paces. Charles, Megan, Louis, Sam, Hannah, Patrick. Names like stakes hammered into the dark. When our voices faltered, the whispering drag rose. So we kept talking even when our throats burned, small, nothing sentences, threaded with our names. The cave fought back with repetition. We passed a curtain of flowstone, like frozen candle wax, and then passed it again from a new angle. Though I knew we had not turned in a circle, the air changed direction against my cheeks, as if the earth had shifted its breath. At the edge of my vision, a slick blackness kept pace with our ring, crawling sideways, smearing itself thin whenever a beam touched it. "Something is tugging," Hannah gasped. We all swung our lights at once. Her shadow had thinned around the ankles, hairline gaps opening as if an invisible hand were pinching it free. I stepped closer, my lantern almost against her boots, and said her name in a steady voice. The others said it too, a pulse. "Hannah. Hannah." The gaps sealed like cuts closing. The smear on the wall folded back, a paper creature denying it had moved at all. We marched, nauseous with fear. The whisper became a child's giggle, then a choked weeping, then the wind through dead leaves. Every human sound, wrong by a fraction. My lantern was down to a low flame. Oil sloshed thin at the bottom. My brain tracked that fact the way a drowning man tracks the last bubbles. Counting, counting. The floor sloped. A draft kissed my face from ahead and right. Drafts mean exits, shafts, chimneys. Something leading toward the surface. "This way," I said. "Feel the air." "Good. Keep the ring, names." I stumbled once and my beam veered, The smear lunged. 4 voices snapped my name at once and yanked me back to myself. The thing withdrew, patient as mold. We entered a chamber that took my breath. The ceiling soared away, lost to our lamps, and the floor slicked into a wide, shallow basin full of still water, black as hematite. Calcite crystals along the far wall threw back a tired, milky sparkle. The draft came from here. Cool, faint, promising. Water, Louis said. Hope and worry braided together. I knelt and stared at the pool. Even in the lantern glow it reflected, a perfect dark mirror. Shadows scattered on water. If we moved into it, ripples would break our silhouettes to pieces. Edges would blur, lines would shiver. I didn't know if that would help or murder us. Stay on the shore, I said, and then I contradicted myself. No. Into the water, slow. Keep lights high. Watch each other's reflections instead of the ground shadows. If it rides surfaces, make it ride a surface that moves. We stepped in boots slicing cold up to the shins. The first ripples were small. Then the basin answered with low, metallic rings that traveled and collided, turning our reflections into feverish doubles. The sound was hushed and enormous. Your reflection's good, Sam said, voice trembling. Mine looks drunk. Say each other's names. I insisted, and we did, breath-fogging pale under our headlamps. Halfway across, the pool darkened as if a cloud had crossed a sun that did not exist. The water's surface blackened in an irregular spreading shape. Our reflections bled into it, losing heads, losing hands. The married man swore. Something brushed my shin. Not pressure, exactly, but the negation of pressure, like the absence of a hand that should have been there. Hold steady, I said. Steady. Hannah, say my name. Patrick, she whispered, then stronger, Patrick. Patrick. The smear on the water wrinkled at the edges where our ripples wove through it. It didn't like motion. It didn't like being unable to hold the same shape from one breath to the next. I sloshed my boot deliberately, sending heavy waves through the dark patch. It thinned and streaked, trying to maintain itself, and failed, sliding back toward the stone like oil-denied purchase. We stumbled out of the pool onto a scalloped shelf. The draft was stronger here, a clean, dusty thread. I raised the lantern. Above, the seeing pinched into a jagged throat a chimney. The kind of vertical crawl that rakes skin and steals packs but bleeds air from the surface. Hope hurt worse than fear. We climb, I said. One at a time. Ring loosens but doesn't break. When a person climbs, the rest pin their shadow until the angle changes. Then move to pin their reflection on your lamps. Keep names going. My mind was calculating, building a shoddy bridge of tactics over a chasm of uncertainty. I'll go first, Charles said, surprising me. He met my eye. Say my name. If I stop hearing it, I'll think I'm dead already. We shoved the lantern into a nook where its light would catch as much of the chimney as possible, then braced our boots and hands. Charles started up, a careful, grunting ascent. Charles, we said, a pulse. Charles, when his feet left the shelf. His ground shadow vanished, and for a heartbeat, he didn't exist except as a moving silhouette on our lamps, and a quiver of dust against black limestone. The smear gathered below him like a patient tide. We shouted his name hard enough to tear our throats. He reached a ledge and hissed. Hair. Next, one after another we climbed. Louis, Hannah, Megan. Each ascent took something from us. Skin from knuckles, breath from lungs, words from throats. Each time the smear reached, we tethered a person with their name as if it were rope. Halfway up myself, the lantern guttered. For a second the flame burned, blew a tiny planet made of fuel, and then it died. Darkness ate the chamber except for our headlamps' shaky cones. "It's okay," I lied. "Keep your beams on the climber." Names. I cleared the lip and hauled the last of them onto the ledge. The chimney continued above, tighter, meaner, and the draft kissed sweat from my face. I listened. The whisper had gone quiet. That didn't comfort me. It had the terrible hush of a predator near enough to taste. "Charles," I said, because silence was the same as surrender. "Charles, I'm here," he answered, his voice newly steady. He squeezed my shoulder once. "Thank you." We climbed again, a second throat, then a third. The rock changed subtly from calcite slick to gritty limestone crumb. Once, a tiny shower of pebbles fell from above, with the delicate music of glass beads, and I realized we were near a breakdown dome. Old collapse. Collapses can mean access. They also mean teeth. "Smell that?" I asked. The air had thinned into a flavor: leaf mold, faint rain, the metallic breath of outside. "We're close." "Please," Megan whispered, a prayer wrapped in a word. We reached a final pinch, a slot too tight for packs. We stripped them, shoved them through ahead to whoever could reach, then exhaled everything and slid. Skin screamed against rock. The smear made its last play. So close that my lamp found it only as a deepness in the dark, an absence of reflection. It pressed in from both sides like hunger. Names, names, names. Mine in other mouths, others in mine, until the slot spat me into a vertical crack, glimmering with the suggestion of light higher still. Then, at last, an impossible coin of gray high above. Not sunlight exactly, but daylight filtered through brush, through soil, through the earth's skin. We moved toward it like rivers move toward gravity. Charles went first again, panting and cursing with rhythm. He reached and wedged and reached, and then he laughed. A clean sound this time. "Wind," he said. "Real wind." He tugged himself through an oval ragged as a bite mark and vanished. I sent the others one by one. Each time a body slipped out, the crack widened. Fresh air reached us in honest breaths, and with it came a private terror. I could feel the smear withdrawing. Not in defeat, but in patience, like a spider unbothered by flies escaping the web because the web remains. I climbed last. The crack narrowed around my ribs, rock pressed my temples. At the edges of my vision, something thin and black rose from the walls and laid itself along my flanks. It wasn't pushing. It was aligning, as if trying me on. I felt it in my own shape, the way my arm's shadow tugged a heartbeat out of time with my arm. My headlamp's beam caught nothing. That was how I knew it was there. "Patrick," Hannah said above, voice breaking with urgency. "Patrick, Patrick, Patrick, Patrick." Charles barked, a drill sergeant of salvation. "Move, son." I moved. I put my forearm into a crack and pulled until muscles screamed. Something in my shoulder popped, and hot needles shot down my fingers. The smear clung tighter, not heavy, but adhesive, as if memory itself had hands. I thought of the first cave I'd ever crawled as a boy. The candy, wrapper crackle of spelunking magazines, my father's stories about men whose names stuck to rock after their bodies were gone. I told myself my own name. Not out loud, but the way you repeat the number that opens a lock. My chest cleared the rim. Hands seized my harness and dragged me out into vines, into dirt, into a world made of angles that light could occupy without apology. The smear peeled with a sound too soft to be a sound, and I rolled onto my back, staring at a sky so pale it looked like washed stone. We were in a sinkhole, maybe 70 feet across, with walls choked in sumac and young beech. Dawn had smeared the clouds into thin milk. Birds were waking. The married couple clung together on their knees, sobbing with the strange restraint of people who haven't decided if they're safe. The boys sat with their backs to a log, eyes open and empty. Charles stood over me like a guard, chest heaving. "We're not done," I said, and hated the truth of it. "We still have to walk out. We mark a bearing. We keep the chain. We do not look behind us." We found a game trail and followed it out of the sink line, then another that led to an old logging road. Civilization isn't a smell, but when it arrived I recognized it. The sour iron of old fence wire, the sharp sweet stink of human trash, the straightness of cut ditches. We reached my truck 5 hours later, sun high enough to make honest hard shadows at our feet. No one spoke on the drive to the ranger station. No one asked about missing time. The radio hissed once and said nothing intelligible. At the station I reported what I could bear to say. A lost route. A turned ankle that was not, in fact, turned. Panic. A malfunctioning lantern. I did not mention that for a moment Hannah's shadow had unthreaded at the ankles. I did not say Charles's name enough to feel it anchor in my mouth. I did not admit we had left something behind us that wasn't gear. An incident review led to a cautious suggestion: return with a team properly equipped to map the passage where we'd gotten confused. I agreed, because refusing would make it a story to joke about on slow days. We went back 3 weeks later. New lanterns, extra carbide, backup batteries. Enough line to stitch the cave shut. We found the pool. We found the chimney. We found scrape marks I knew as mine. We did not find the chamber, where the smear had pressed a hand out of the wall. Geology is stubborn. So is whatever lives in what we're willing to ignore. On a smooth slab near the pool, someone found a stain. Manganese oxide does strange things in limestone country. Black fern, like dendrites, silhouettes of leaves that were never there. This was not a fern. It was the flat, perfect outline of a man on his knees, head tipped back, mouth open. The geologist on the team shrugged. Looks like art. Nature does that. He scraped it with a knife. The blackness did not flake. It looked not painted but grown. Charles was not with us on that second trip. He had sent a note to the group a week after our escape that said only, "I like the sun." I called him twice. He didn't answer. I haven't pressed him. When a man tells you he likes the sun, let him have it. I didn't guide for a month. When I returned to work, I kept my routes shallow and polite. Tourists asked about bats and stalactites, about rivers that flow backward underground, about the difference between stalactites and stalagmites. I smiled and told them the things a guide should tell. At the end of each tour, while they trailed out into the parking lot chatter, I lingered in the mouth of the cave, letting my eyes adjust to the wash where light and darkness blend. I made myself look down at my own shadow and name it Patrick, Patrick, Patrick. At home, sometimes, the bathroom mirror holds a smearage that vanishes when I turn my head. On sidewalks at noon, my shadow is crisp. At dusk, it thins cleverer than it should be. When I wake at night, I stare at the place my darkness gathers on the ceiling, and it feels, only for a moment, like it gathers itself back, as if it had been out walking. I keep a small lamp on by the bed. Not because I think light will save me, but because attention is a kind of rope. and I am still learning how to tie knots in the dark. I do not guide to that cave anymore. It does not need me to. It knows the way out. My name is Anita Clark, and I have always believed myself to be a practical woman. I was raised in a family where superstition was considered weakness, where logic was praised above instinct, and where stories of ghosts and monsters were brushed aside as foolishness. I grew up in the Midwest, in a quiet town of farmers and mill workers, where entertainment came not from movies or books, but from listening to the sound of wind rushing through cornfields or the slow, steady creak of barns on summer nights. That upbringing taught me to keep my head level and my feet steady on the ground. Yet what happened to me one damp spring evening in a swamp preserve not far from my own home has shaken that foundation of certainty more than I can ever admit aloud. The trail I was hiking that day wasn't particularly remote, though it had the sort of atmosphere that seemed designed to convince hikers they were far deeper in the wilderness than they really were. Officially, it was called the Willow Marsh Trail, though everyone in town just called it the Swamp Path. It meandered for a few winding miles through lowland forest, cattail marsh, and patches of stagnant water shaded by overhanging trees. Willows were everywhere, their drooping branches tangling together like curtains of green silk. Beneath their shelter, the air was heavy, and the ground never felt completely solid, as if even the earth itself was slowly sinking into the black water beneath. I had gone there alone. I often hiked alone. It was something of a refuge for me, a place to let my mind sort itself out. At the time, I had been enduring the usual frustrations of work and family, and a long walk through damp air and muddy ground seemed more appealing than staring at a screen or listening to voices drone on in the background of my life. I remember the sky was a pale gray, washed out and dull, but the humidity wrapped around me like a blanket. It carried the scent of waterlogged leaves and moss. I had packed nothing more than a small bottle of water, a pocket knife, and my phone, which struggled for a signal in those woods. The trail was quiet, quieter than usual, with only the faint trickle of frogs and the rustle of unseen wings breaking the stillness. The hush was almost reverent, as though the swamp itself demanded silence. I moved carefully, mindful of the way the wooden boardwalk creaked beneath my weight, where it crossed the softer patches of ground. My boots sank slightly in the mud when the planks ended, and dragonflies drifted past my face in slow spirals. It was somewhere along the second mile that I first heard the laughter. At first I thought it was a bird call, a high and lilting sound that carried strangely across the stagnant pools. But then it repeated, followed by another, and then another, and I realized with a chill that it was unmistakably human. Children's laughter. It didn't belong in that place, at that time of day, in that oppressive silence. I stopped walking, craning my head toward the willows clustered near the bend ahead. Their boughs dipped low, sweeping the water in long arcs. For several moments I heard nothing. Then the laughter rose again, soft and playful, echoing through the trees. I remember the prickling on my arms, the way my skin seemed to tighten as though it knew something before my mind would allow it. I told myself it was probably a family. Kids could easily run ahead of their parents, and the trail wasn't exactly empty, even on gray days. But the laughter didn't fade or draw closer. It lingered in place, repeating, weaving with the rustle of the willow leaves. I pressed forward, feeling both curious and cautious, as though my body wanted to know and escape at the same time. When I rounded the bend, the sight before me froze me mid-step. Beneath the willows, half hidden by their drooping branches, stood a small group of children. 3, perhaps 4 of them, gathered near the water's edge, where the mud slicked into dark pools. Their clothes were plain and indistinct, muted browns and grays that seemed oddly suited to the swamp. They were playing some game, chasing one another in slow circles, their giggles fluttering like dragonflies. For one moment, it looked so ordinary that I almost laughed at myself for the dread that had seized me. Then I noticed their arms. The limbs of those children were too long, dangling down past their knees. As they ran and swayed, their arms swung like pendulums, fingers brushing the surface of the water with each step. Their movements were unhurried, almost graceful. But there was something wrong in the proportions, the way the bones bent slightly too far, the joints too loose. I stood frozen, my breath caught in my throat, and then one of them turned toward me. The child's face was pale, almost gray, with eyes too large for its skull. It smiled. But where teeth should have been, there was bark, jagged strips of willow bark pressed together, splintered and uneven. I took an involuntary step back, the wooden board beneath my feet groaning loudly. The sound seemed to ripple through the air. Every one of the children stopped moving at once. Their laughter cut off like a string snapped in half. 4 pairs of those oversized eyes swung toward me, unblinking. I cannot describe the weight of that gaze, except to say that it felt like being pulled downward, as though the swamp itself had grown hands and wrapped them around my chest. For a long moment, no one moved. Then, as though guided by some silent signal, the children turned in unison and slipped back, through the curtain of willow branches, vanishing into the green shadows beyond. The surface of the water rippled, though I heard no splash. I stood trembling, caught between the urge to run back the way had come, and the strange, dizzying compulsion to follow. My rational mind fought to anchor itself, to tell me I had seen nothing more than illusions of light, a trick of fatigue, perhaps local children playing a prank. But deep inside, some older instinct, some primal warning, told me that what I had witnessed was not of this world. Still, I forced myself to step forward. My boots squelched in the mud as I pushed through the willow branches. The air beneath them was cooler, damp with a smell like rotting wood. But there was no one there. No children, no sign of disturbance, only the quiet sway of the willow boughs and the black sheen of water. I should have left then. I should have turned around and put as much distance as possible between myself and that place. But something in me resisted. Perhaps it was pride or curiosity, or the stubborn refusal to admit fear. I lingered, scanning the ground for footprints, listening for another laugh, waiting for movement. The silence pressed down heavier than before, so thick it rang in my ears. When my phone buzzed suddenly in my pocket, I nearly screamed. My hands shook as I pulled it free, but there was no message, no call, only a single notification, though I had no signal at all. The screen displayed a single word, a stay Y. The letters glowed against the cracked glass. I blinked, heart hammering, and when I looked again, the screen was blank. No notifications. Nothing. I stuffed the phone back into my pocket and stumbled backward, the willow branches brushing my face like cold fingers. The rest of the trail stretched ahead, leading deeper into the swamp. Behind me, the way back to the parking lot looked unbearably far. I stood there, caught in paralysis, listening to the creak of the boardwalk, the whisper of the trees, the distant, faintest sound of laughter that might have only existed in my memory. I do not remember making the choice, but I began to walk forward, deeper into the swamp. Each step felt weighted, deliberate, as though the mud itself demanded tribute. I tried to keep my breathing steady, to remind myself of who I was, of the solid ground of reason and the foolishness of fear. But reason was losing its grip. As the willows closed in thicker on either side, their drooping branches formed a kind of tunnel around me. Shadows shifted within them. Sometimes I thought I saw a pale hand slip between the leaves, or a face watching, but when I turned my head, there was nothing. Only the steady sound of water dripping, the occasional croak of a frog, the low whisper of wind. That might have been words I couldn't quite hear. I began to realize that I was no longer alone on the trail. The realization came slowly, like waking into a nightmare that was already in progress. At first, it was only the sense of weight behind me, the prickling at the base of my skull that insisted I was being watched. I tried to ignore it, told myself it was nothing more than nerves. But the sound followed. The soft drag of something brushing against wood, the subtle creak that echoed mine too closely to be coincidence. I froze mid-step, straining my ears, and the swamp seemed to hold its breath with me. When I turned, there was nothing. The boardwalk stretched empty, gray and damp, the willows swaying with no more menace than the steady sigh of wind. But I knew. In the marrow of my bones, I knew. Something was there. I pushed forward, faster this time, boots squelching in mud when the wooden planks gave way to softer ground. The branches closed tighter around me, their tips dragging across my jacket like fingers. At times, they tangled in my hair, pulling strands so subtly I thought for a moment they might have been hands. The path wound in spirals, each bend promising a glimpse of open sky or dry land, yet delivering only more swamp, more shadows, more willows whose bark seemed etched with faces if I dared look too long. That was when I began to hear the voices. Not laughter this time, but whispers, faint, overlapping, childlike in their cadence. The words were indistinct, the syllables sliding together like water over stones. They came from all directions at once, carried by the swamp air, seeping from the bark of the trees themselves. When I slowed, the whispers seemed to lean closer, brushing the edge of my hearing, urging me forward. When I sped up, they rose in pitch, their tones sharper, as if mocking me. I tried to call out once, to demand who was there, to break the illusion. My own voice cracked in the damp air, small and unconvincing. The whispers paused for only a moment, then returned, louder now as though emboldened by my weakness. The path sloped downward, and I realized I was walking deeper into a basin where the water pooled thick and black on either side. The air grew colder, despite the heaviness of the humidity, and my breath clouded faintly before me. It was then I saw them again, the willow children. They stood just ahead, half submerged in the water to my left. Their long arms dangled, fingertips grazing the surface in slow arcs. Their faces were pale in the dim light, their bark, toothed mouths hanging slightly open, as if caught mid-breath. This time there were more of them, 7, perhaps 8, though the branches shifted so strangely that it was impossible to count. They did not move as ordinary children would. Instead, they swayed with the rhythm of the willows above them, their bodies moving in uncanny unison with the trees. I should have turned back. I should have run, but something in me, curiosity, fear, a pull I could not resist, kept me walking. Their eyes followed me, huge and unblinking, but they did not step closer. They only swayed, like pendulums, like marionettes tethered to unseen strings. I reached another boardwalk, this one narrower, the planks warped and soft beneath my boots. As I stepped onto it, I heard the water shift behind me. Glancing back, I saw the willow children sliding closer to the path, their feet not breaking the surface, as though they glided rather than walked. Their reflections were absent from the water. Only the ripples betrayed their presence. The whispers rose again, closer now, urgent. They pressed against my ears until I wanted to claw at my head just to silence them. My pace quickened into a half-run, my breath sharp in my chest. Each step made the planks bow and creak, the swamp ready to swallow me whole if they broke. Halfway across, I stumbled. One foot crashed through a rotted board, plunging into icy water below. I gasped, jerking myself free, splinters raking across my shin. The water was shockingly cold, numbing in an instant, and something brushed against my leg beneath the surface. Not a fish, not a branch, something soft and thin, like the trailing fingers of a hand. I yanked myself upright, dragging my leg free, and when I glanced down, I saw pale arms reaching from the water, impossibly long, their hands stretching toward me. I bolted. My boots hammered the remaining planks, each step threatening collapse, until at last I stumbled onto firmer ground. I didn't dare stop, though the whispers were louder than ever, the laughter weaving through them again in short bursts that scraped at my nerves. The trail led upward now, rising onto a small ridge where the willows thinned. For one moment, I thought I'd escaped. The air was clearer, the ground more solid beneath my boots and through the break in the trees. I glimpsed open sky tinted with the last light of day. That was when I heard the song. It was faint, almost sweet, drifting through the trees like a lullaby. A child's voice, high and soft, humming a tune I almost recognized but couldn't place. It pulled at me, the way music drifts through dreams, inviting me deeper, even as every rational part of my brain screamed at me to run. Against my will, I found myself stepping off the trail, moving toward the sound. The ground sloped again, leading into a hollow ringed by willows whose branches tangled together so tightly they formed a dome overhead. Inside the hollow, the air was darker, thicker. The smell of rot and damp bark clung to my lungs. And there they were, a circle of willow children, standing knee deep in the muck, their long arms brushing one another's hands as they swayed. In their center rose the trunk of a massive willow, its bark split wide like a mouth. The song came from there, I realized, from the tree itself, its hollow core breathing sound as though alive. The children turned their heads toward me as one. Their bark-toothed smiles stretched wider, splinters cracking at the corners of their mouths. Their eyes were black now, pits that seemed to drink in the dim light. I wanted to back away, but my body betrayed me. My feet sank into the muck with every attempt to step back, the ground clinging as though the swamp wanted to hold me there. My heart hammered. My throat burned with the scream I couldn't release. Then one of them moved. It stepped free of the circle, gliding across the muck toward me. Its arms swayed unnaturally, joints bending backward with each motion. When it was close enough to touch, it raised its hand. Not to strike, not to claw, but to beckon. The bark teeth clattered as it whispered a single word that seemed to echo inside my skull. Stay, the same word I had seen on my phone. I stumbled backward, wrenching my boots free of the sucking mud, and turned to flee. The circle behind me broke, the children sliding after me in eerie silence, their bodies weaving with the willows so that it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. I ran, crashing through branches that clawed at my face, my legs burning as I forced them to move faster than I thought possible. The trail blurred, bends and boardwalks and patches of mud flashing past in fragments I barely registered. All the while, the whispers chased me, growing sharper, turning from words into cries, into the high-pitched wails of children screaming just behind my ears. I burst back onto the ridge where the sky opened, gasping, tears streaming down my cheeks. The whispers faded, but the laughter lingered faintly, echoing through the swamp like a memory that refused to die. I didn't stop moving until I saw the glint of my car through the trees, parked at the trailhead. By the time I stumbled into the lot, mud-streaked and shaking, the swamp behind me had fallen silent again. But I knew, even as I slammed the door shut and locked it with trembling hands, that silence was not safety. The Willow children had seen me. They had called to me, and part of me, against my will, had answered. I sat in the car with my hands locked around the steering wheel until the tendons ached. The lot was empty except for my sedan and a pickup with a county sticker that I didn't remember seeing when I arrived. I told myself a ranger must be out on patrol. I told myself a dozen calm lies and then started the engine. On the drive back to town, the road unspooled in a straight gray ribbon, flanked by ditches that held shallow water like open eyes. The radio insisted there was no signal, but the speakers hummed anyway, a faint thread of sound that wasn't static and wasn't music. It was the lullaby from the hollow willow, stripped of notes until only pulse remained. I jabbed the power button and the hum cut off, but in the silence I could still hear it, as if the car itself had remembered the tune. A branch had snagged on my wiper somewhere and ticked the glass in time with my heartbeat. Tick, tick, tick. When I pulled into my driveway, I got out to rip it free and saw it wasn't a branch at all but a willow switch, green and supple, wound once around the arm and tied neatly in a simple knot. I hadn't tied it. My hands shook so badly that I fumbled it twice before yanking it off. The switch left a pale stripe of sap on the windshield, like a finger drawn through dust. The smell rose warm and sweet. Wet bark, crushed leaf, and my stomach lurched. I dropped the switch in the garbage bin on instinct and went inside, locking the door even though the sun was still up. A sensible person, a practical woman, might have called someone then. The police, a friend, anyone. I didn't. I went straight to the bathroom and ran the shower hot, because the swamp chill had soaked me to the bone, and I needed noise that belonged to me. Steam thickened the room and wreathed the mirror. I leaned over the sink to scrub mud out of the scrape on my shin where the board had given way, and I saw a sliver of bark stuck in the wound, as cleanly fitted as a tiny splint. When I tugged it free, it came reluctantly, releasing with a whisper that made my teeth ache. Another sliver waited beneath it, darker, as if my skin had tried to grow over it in an hour. I removed that one too and watched a thin line of blood curve down toward my ankle. I flushed the slivers without letting them touch my fingers. They spun in the water like fish and vanished. That night, I slept badly. Every time I fell into dreams, I felt the boardwalk flex underfoot. I woke with my heart pounding and the taste of wood in my mouth. dry and a little sweet, as if I had chewed a pencil in childhood and never quite stopped. The house groaned as all houses do, but in the quiet between each groan, I heard the soft drag of something along wood, as if small hands traced the baseboards room by room. Just after 3, my phone lit the room from the nightstand. I didn't hear it ring. I didn't feel it vibrate. The glow simply arrived. I knew before. I looked what the screen would show, and still I picked it up, because people always touch the hot stove twice. The word was there again, bright and patient. Sty. I powered the phone off. The glow took a heartbeat longer than it should have to vanish, as if the device had to consult a second authority about whether to obey. The next morning, sunlight fell through the kitchen window, in clean rectangles that made the world seem manageable. I made coffee. I stood barefoot on tile and told myself the swamp was far away. When the machine finished with an exhausted sigh, I took my first sip and found a flake of bark at the bottom of the mug. It stuck to my lip, paper, thin and ridged. I spat it into the sink and turned the water on high, then set the mug aside. Because that is how you pretend things are normal. You make a small, neat pile of the impossible and work around it. At noon, work called. I lied and said I felt unwell, which was true in every way except the one they meant. In the afternoon, I drove to the library, where the air smelled like old paper and safe decisions. I told myself I was curious. That word is always kinder on the tongue than afraid. The local history section collected our town's tragedies in tidy spines: floods, fires, a winter where the river froze, and a spring where it refused to. I read about a schoolhouse struck by lightning and a family whose well turned bitter overnight. I found one paragraph about the swamp, printed in a pamphlet about conservation, efforts and disasters avoided. Please respect the willows along the low boardwalk. Their root nets protect the banks. Do not cut switches. Do not take bark. Do not leave ribbon or cloth. The pamphlet didn't explain why those rules existed. It didn't need to. I could hear the explanation in the spaces between the words. On my way out, the librarian, a woman with a braid as thick as a rope, asked whether I'd found what I needed. I told her I had. Another small lie, and she said, "You should speak to Mr. Kincaid if you're interested in the old stories. He keeps a map in his head." She wrote an address on a slip of paper. I drove there without deciding to, because some decisions are gravity, not choice. Mr. Kincaid lived in a yellow house whose porch listed slightly toward a pair of river birches. He was the age where faces become maps: 2 furrows, sunspots, a cataract like a pebble in one eye. He listened while I stumbled through a version of the swamp that made me sound like a respectful visitor to the oddities of ecosystems. When I finished, he nodded once as if I delivered a weather report that matched what his bones already knew. "They graft," he said. "I'm sorry. The willows. The grove down there isn't like others. Folks plant willows to hold riverbanks. Those ones hold more than banks. They graft what they love. That's what the old people said when somebody leaves ribbon or cloth." He tapped the pamphlet I hadn't shown him. "The trees keep it. Roots are hands if you know how to look." I told myself I wouldn't ask the next question. I asked it anyway. "What about children?" He looked at his birches as if asking permission. "There was a fever once. A long time back. You can read the names in the churchyard. Some families didn't bring the bodies up because the ground was flooded. They took them to the high willow ring till the water dropped. That was the story. The ring kept them. Not the bodies. The shape. What a place remembers. He must have seen something on my face then. Some stiff reflection of the ring and the song. He reached under his chair and brought up a tin that might once have held cookies. When he opened it, it held a clean, sifting smell like rain. "You don't break trees with force," he said. "You ask. Smoke is a way of asking. Take this if you go again." "I'm not going again," I said. My hands were already closing around the tin. He nodded once, because people also always touch the hot stove a third time, just to be sure. I didn't go that day. I tried to be ordinary. I watered my 2 thorny houseplants. I answered 3 work emails with perfect composure and syntax. At dusk, I took the garbage bin to the curb. The lid lifted easily in my hand. The willow switch I had thrown away that first evening lay on top, as green as if the bin had been a vase. It had wrapped itself into a circle, not a knot now, but a careful hoop, the size of a child's crown. "Stay," someone whispered behind me. I turned so fast my neck hurt. The sidewalk was empty. The whisper remained in the air anyway, a pressure more than a sound. I could have pretended there was a choice. I could have pretended this was bravery. It was neither. It was gravity again. I took the tin, a lighter, a bottle of water, and the hoop, and I drove back to the swamp with the windows down, so the evening air could thin whatever I was becoming. The lot was empty this time. No county pickup, no birdsong. The first boards of the trail accepted my weight with a creak I felt in my teeth. The willows held their breath the way they had when laughter first carried across the pools. I opened the tin and smelled the earth, rich bite of dried herbs, the clean resin of something like pine. I didn't know what any of it was. I knew how to burn things, though. That is a skill our species never forgets. I walked without hurrying. The swamp punishes hurry. Shadows slid where they should not have been able to slide. Pale faces peered through the green like sun under ice. I did not look long at any of them. When the narrow boardwalk came, the one that had broken under me, I tested each plank with my heel and moved to the next, careful, patient. Twice I felt something touch my ankle under the wood. Twice I lifted my foot and set it down again, refusing the flinch. When I reached the ridge, I paused to breathe, and the lullaby rose through the trees exactly as before. The hollow willow sang the way a throat sings, by being empty. I followed the music to the low ring where the branches knit into a ceiling. The ground gave an inch with each step. They were waiting. Of course they were. The willow children stood in a wide half circle, water around their calves, arms long and loose at their sides. Their eyes were the dark of ponds at night. Their bark teeth glinted like wet stone. The hoop in my hand felt suddenly heavier, as if it had noticed that it was home. I lifted the tin and clicked the lighter. A small wick caught and flared and settled. Sweet smoke wound upward, unsure and then sure, coiling through the ring like a new vine. The children swayed. The song dipped. I whispered. Not words at first, but the rhythm the swamp had taught me is steady. Low pulse to match the car hum, the boardwalk creak, the slow pull of roots through dirt. I took something, I said finally. I am returning it. I am not yours. The wind shifted, or something like wind. The smoke drifted toward the hollow tree. Inside the split, the darkness seemed to breathe. The hoop tugged against my fingers very gently, like a polite child insisting on a direction. I laid it at the base of the trunk. I did not kneel. I would not give them my knees. The hoop settled in the wet with a sound like a sigh. The lullaby faltered again. Above me, leaves trembled in a circle, although none of the other trees stirred. The nearest child stepped forward. Its arms swung in that wrong, pendulum grace. It reached for me without hurry. I stood my ground because I suspected some treaties are written in posture rather than ink. Its hand, when it touched my wrist, was colder than swamp water and lighter than any hand should be. It smelled like crushed willow. It left a line. Not a scratch, not a bruise. A line of green beneath the skin, a thread no thicker than a hair. I stared as it crept toward my palm and branched, the way streams branch across maps. No, I said, and the word had weight because the smoke was with it. No. The child lifted its hand. The line stopped. The others swayed in place, watching with that unwavering attention that knows only the object before it. I kept my voice level and formal, the way I introduced myself to the world at the office, at the bank, in every room where names are armor. My name is Anita Clark, I said, and the ring listened. I am returning what I took. I will not stay. I will remember. At that last word, the hollow willow answered. The song changed key, if a tree can change key. It felt like breath after a long-held note. The smoke curled and thinned. The children let their arms drop a fraction. A truce, or an indulgence, or something older than both. I backed away one careful step, and then another, keeping my eyes on them. Because I suspected that turning my back would break the thread in the wrong direction. When I reached the ridge, the song had softened to almost a murmur. By the time I found the narrow boardwalk again, it was only the memory of a song, which is sometimes stronger than the thing itself but easier to bear. I didn't run. I walked out the way I had come, the smoke tin warm in my hand, the green thread under my skin cool as a river stone. The lot was still empty. The sky had gone the color of the underside of a leaf. When I started the car, the radio was simply off. The engine's hum was only an engine's hum. I drove home with the windows open and didn't look in the rearview mirror until I crossed the town line. In the days that followed, the house remembered how to be a house. No whispers at baseboards. No glow from the nightstand. The mugs held only coffee. I slept. I went back to work. In meetings, I felt the room tilt once or twice. No more than a breath, and steadied myself with a hand flat on the table. No one noticed. The line on my wrist remained. A doctor would have called it a vein and asked why I'd never seen it before. If I pressed it, faint leaflets spread under the skin, the way frost flowers across glass. When I held my arm up to the window, the line greened. I stopped doing that. I did not return to the swamp. I also didn't throw away the tin. Sometimes I open it and let the smell remind me that asking is a way of saying no, that even old things understand. Sometimes, on wet days when the trees drip and the gutters speak and the traffic hush becomes a lake, I hear the lullaby from the hollow willow, moving through the city as if through a new grove. It is not in the radio. It is not in the air. It is in me, tucked somewhere between breath and bone, the way a seed tucks into soil it didn't choose. If you hike the Willow Marsh Trail, you will not find my name carved anywhere. The pamphlet has no entry for me. The ranger, there is one. The county pickup isn't a ghost. We'll warn you politely not to leave ribbon or cloth, not to cut switches, not to take bark. The rules will sound like simple conservation. Believe them. If you hear laughter, don't laugh back. If your phone lights up where there is no signal, don't read the word. If your ankles feel fingers through the slats, lift your feet and set them down again, steady as a metronome. If you step through a plank, pull your leg free and keep the water out of your mouth at all costs. And if you take something, even by accident, a sliver under skin, a hoop in your bin, return it. Ask, smoke or prayer or the plain weight of your true name, spoken the way a person says it at a counter, when a clerk needs to hear it correctly the first time. You are not theirs unless you belong to yourself, so clearly that even a grove can tell. I am a practical woman. I still believe in logic, in the dignity of steady steps and clean tools. I also believe this. Some places keep the shape of what they've loved or lost, and they will graft you if you let them. If you are careless, if you are too lonely to decline. On windy days, even far from water, I feel a tug under my skin, a clarifying poured low ground and green shade. I do not go. The tug passes. It has to pass. But when the air is very still, and the city hush gathers in the hollow of my house, I sometimes stand in the hallway, where the boards run long and straight. I place my feet heel to toe, and walk as if on a narrow path, testing my weight, steady as breath, careful as prayer. The way you cross a boardwalk over black water where a grove of willows remembers its children. My name is Marissa Kent. I am 34 years old, a lifelong resident of upstate New York, and I work as a seasonal field guide for a small outfitter based near Lake Placid. Most of the year, I spend my time escorting groups of tourists along well-marked hiking trails or teaching them the basics of snowshoeing in the Adirondack wilderness. It is a role that combines my professional training in environmental science with my personal devotion to the outdoors. I have always believed that the forest, in its vast silence, offers peace to those willing to listen. Yet there are memories I carry that do not bring peace, and when I recall them, the woods feel less like a sanctuary and more like a place that watches back. This is not a story I share lightly, but I feel it pressing at me each winter, as its silence itself resents my refusal to speak. It began in late January of last year, a season when the Adirondacks transform into a white labyrinth of ridges, frozen lakes, and evergreen corridors so heavy with snow that they seem sculpted rather than grown. That particular winter had been severe, locking the region in week after week of sub-zero temperatures. The town was quiet, tourists scarce. On my day off from guiding, I decided to take a long solo trek along one of the less traveled routes I knew well. An uphill loop that wound around the eastern shoulder of Wright Peak. I had done the trail dozens of times, both in summer and in snow, and never considered it risky. I carried the essentials: insulated clothing, poles, water in a thermos, a GPS beacon in case of emergency. I wanted solitude. Nothing more than the sound of my own breathing and the crunch of snow beneath wide aluminum shoes. The morning was crystalline, air sharp enough to sting my lungs. Sunlight scattered across the drifts like powdered glass. At first, everything was as expected. The steady rhythm of snowshoeing, the periodic chatter of a raven, the distant groan of ice shifting under unseen weight. But about an hour into the climb, the day turned peculiar. I noticed tracks. They were not the usual scatter of deer prints or the neat double lines of a snowshoe hare. These were long, deep impressions, barefoot. At first, I thought perhaps another hiker had gone out unprepared, which itself was strange given the remoteness of the trail. I bent down to inspect them more closely, and felt my scalp tighten beneath my wool hat. The prints were enormous, each nearly twice the length of my own foot. The toes were spread, distinct, the kind you only see when someone is barefoot in sand. Except this was not sand. It was snow and ice, packed hard by weeks of brutal weather. Whoever, or whatever, had made them had walked barefoot in conditions that would shred human skin within minutes. I told myself that perhaps a prankster had come through, a local with an odd sense of humor carving false impressions with a carved block of wood. Yet the tracks sank deep, as if pressed by great weight. They moved uphill, cleanly, without stagger or hesitation. I followed them with an uneasy fascination, every rational thought scolding me to turn back. The ascent grew steeper. My breath fogged heavily against the cold. After several hundred yards, the prints did something I could not explain. They stopped. One step. Another, and then nothing. The snow ahead lay smooth and undisturbed, as if the walker had vanished into the air. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the forest of skeletal birches and dark pines. Nothing stirred, but silence seemed to thicken, pooling heavy around me. I tried to laugh at myself, muttering aloud that snowdrifts can cover tracks, that wind erases trails quickly. But the air was still, no wind at all, and the snow surface glittered unbroken. That was when the sensation began, the prickling awareness of being observed, not merely watched but followed. I resumed walking faster than before, telling myself that the only sound behind me was the creak of my own snowshoes and the sigh of my jacket. Yet deep down I knew the difference. I could feel it, the presence, patient, pacing me just out of sight. My ears strained for proof, but the forest had folded itself into complete stillness, as if waiting. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw nothing but white slopes and dark tree trunks. Half an hour passed. My pulse beat too loud in my temples, and the climb felt heavier than it should have. I told myself I would finish the loop, return to the car, and file this day away as another odd story of the woods. Then it happened. I stopped at a small clearing to drink from my thermos. When I raised it, warm metal against my lips, the liquid never touched my tongue. Something told me not to swallow, not to blink. Slowly, against every instinct to run, I turned. Between the trunks, perhaps 30 yards downslope, a pair of eyes shone. They were not the pale yellow of deer, nor the reflective green you see from foxes at night. These were deep, impossible red, glowing as if lit from within. They hung at a height too tall for any animal I knew, steady and unblinking. For one sickening instant, I thought they floated in air without a body. Then I realized the shape around them. Something broad, upright, barely distinguishable from the shadows. I froze. The eyes did not move. They only regarded me, burning in the stillness. My hand tightened so hard around the thermos that I heard the faint crack of ice inside. I wanted to shout, to demand who was there, but my throat locked. I had the sense that if I acknowledged it aloud, if I named it as real, the thing would advance. After what felt like an eternity, I forced myself to take one step backward. The eyes followed. Another step, deliberate, crunching snow. The figure did not emerge, did not chase, only watched. I could not endure the weight of that gaze any longer. I turned uphill and began walking as fast as the terrain allowed, poles stabbing into the drifts. My heart hammered, breath tearing at my lungs. I refused to look back again, though I felt those eyes burning into my spine. The woods stretched endless, every tree suddenly alien. Every shadow stretched like an arm reaching. At last, after what felt like hours though, it was no more than 20 minutes. The trail curved and dropped into a more familiar slope. The rational part of me insisted that I was safe, that the thing, if it existed at all, remained behind. Yet safety is a word that has never returned to me fully since that day. When I reached my car at the trailhead, the sun was already sinking, turning snowfields to blood-streaked gold. I fumbled the keys, locked the doors behind me with the urgency of a child hiding beneath blankets. My reflection in the rearview mirror startled me. I was pale, lips trembling, eyes wide as if they themselves had caught a glow from the forest. That night, I told no one. I sat in my small apartment with the lights on, staring at the frost crawling along the windows. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the red. The silence of the forest clung to me like a smell, an afterimage that would not fade. I slept little. The following morning, I woke to find snow tracked across my porch. They were not boot prints. They were wide, barefoot impressions, pressed cleanly into the thin layer of powder that had fallen overnight. They led up to my front step and stopped. No return trail. Only the suggestion that something had stood there, watching through the glass, before disappearing into nothing. That was the moment I accepted the truth. Whatever followed me on the mountain had not stayed on the mountain. I stood at the threshold of my porch, staring at the snow as though it were an opened wound. The barefoot impressions lay side by side, clean, deliberate, unmistakable. Each one was large enough that my own boot could fit within it with room to spare. The prints were darker in the snow than they should have been, as though heat had pressed them down, melting the flakes to slush before they refroze in the night. I crouched, touched the edge of one with a gloved hand, and felt that odd, brittle quality of ice that has been burned rather than chilled. I withdrew quickly, heart pounding. This was not some prank pulled by a neighbor. Nobody I knew would walk barefoot in sub-zero cold up my porch stairs, only to vanish without a trace. Besides, there was no sign of approach. No prints leading up from the street, none across the yard, nothing from the driveway. The tracks existed only at the last few steps, appearing out of nowhere, ending at my front door like a signature. For several minutes I could do nothing but stand there, my breath ghosting in short bursts, the silence of the morning pressing in. My rational mind clutched at explanations. Maybe snow had drifted strangely. Maybe ice had collapsed to mimic the shape of a foot. But the toes, splayed, distinct, grotesquely human, denied such comfort. I backed into the house and locked the door, bolted it, as though such thin barriers of wood and steel meant anything to whatever had left those impressions. That day I told myself I would not think about it. I threw myself into chores, laundry, cooking, calling my sister to talk about her kids. Yet at every lull, my thoughts dragged back to the prints, and every time I passed the front window, I felt eyes on me, as though the tree line across the street harbored something watching. By evening, I gave in and drew all the curtains, leaving the apartment shut tight like a bunker. When night fell, sleep was impossible. I lay listening to the radiator clank and sigh. Once or twice, I thought I heard movement outside. The faint crunch of snow, the shifting of weight. Each time, I reminded myself that houses groan, that wind rattles siding. But the sounds came in a rhythm, too measured for weather. At some point, near 3 a.m, exhaustion dragged me into a shallow doze. That was when the dream came. I stood again on the mountainside clearing, Snow stretched like an endless sheet of white glass. But there were no trees, no trail, only emptiness. Then, from that blank horizon, two red eyes appeared. They did not advance, did not blink, but stared at me until the entire sky went dark and I was swallowed. I woke gasping, sweat slick on my skin despite the chill of the apartment. The next morning, I checked the porch. The snow was clean, fresh powder unbroken. Relief swept through me like a drug, irrational but potent. Perhaps the tracks had been nothing but fatigue and imagination. I decided to return to guiding, to reclaim normalcy. If I let fear rule me, I knew it would grow like mold in my thoughts. For several days, life returned to routine. I led 2 small groups on snowshoe treks, pointing out deer trails, teaching them how to identify spruce from fir. I forced cheer into my voice, laughed when they slipped, smiled for photographs. But in the quiet moments, when the tourists lagged behind or the forest fell still, I found myself glancing over my shoulder, searching the tree line for red eyes. One afternoon, returning from a trip, I stopped at the grocery store. The fluorescent lights, the chatter of strangers, the shuffle of carts. It all felt jarringly bright, too ordinary. I caught my reflection in the freezer doors and almost startled. My face looked paler, thinner, the eyes ringed with sleepless shadows. I turned away, embarrassed by the thought that anyone might notice how haunted I seemed. That night, the silence returned. I lay awake, clutching my pillow, certain I would hear footsteps on the porch again. Hours passed. Then, faint but undeniable, there came a single knock at the door. Not a hurried rap, not the fumbling of a drunk neighbor. One knock, slow, deliberate. I sat up in bed, heart in my throat. The clock read 20:17 a.m. My first thought was to call the police. But what would I tell them? That a phantom barefoot giant had visited me in the night. I sat frozen, every muscle locked, listening. After a full minute, another knock. Just one. I crept to the window, peeled the curtain back a fraction. The porch lay empty, bathed in moonlight. No figure, no prints visible. Yet the knock had been real. I could still feel it echo in the wood. I let the curtain fall and pressed my back to the wall, whispering prayers I had not spoken since childhood. By dawn, exhaustion hollowed me. I made coffee so strong it scalded my throat, then stepped outside to check the porch. Again, the prints were there. Only 2 this time, side by side, facing the door. They looked newer, sharper, as if pressed just hours before. I snapped a photograph with my phone, needing proof, though the image chilled me even more. It made the prints seem even larger, more alien. That day, I finally confided in someone. My coworker Daniel, another guide at the outfitter, noticed my distraction. When he pressed, I admitted I had seen something on the mountain, that I had found strange tracks near my home. I left out the details of glowing eyes and nightly knocks. Still, he frowned, saying he'd heard odd stories from hunters. Rumors of a barefoot wanderer glimpsed in the high peaks. Old folks call it the Walker, he said, shrugging. Some backwoods legend. Big guy with eyes like coals. Supposed to follow you if you see it. He laughed, but it was uneasy, forced. The name lodged in me like a thorn, the Walker. Over the next week, things escalated. The knocks became regular, every 2 or 3 nights, always a single rap at impossible hours. I stopped sleeping entirely, existing in a haze of caffeine and dread. Once, while brushing my teeth, I caught movement in the mirror. 2 red points hovering behind me. I spun, nearly slipping, but the bathroom was empty. Another night, as I lay in bed with the lamp on, The bulb flickered and died. The darkness pressed so thick I thought I could taste it. My phone lit the room dimly, but when I raised it, the camera lens caught something the eye could not. A faint glimmer of red reflected in the glass of the window, staring in. I dropped the phone, shattering its case, and did not retrieve it until morning. By then I was unraveling. Friends noticed, asked if I was ill. I invented excuses. But the truth gnawed at me. This thing had marked me. It was not merely visiting, not merely haunting. It was waiting. One evening, desperate for some answer, I returned to the trail where it had begun. The sky was low with clouds, the air heavy with impending snow. I followed the loop uphill, searching the drifts for any sign of those barefoot impressions. For nearly an hour, I saw nothing but my own tracks. Relief almost convinced me I had dreamed it all. But then, at the clearing where I had first seen the eyes, I found them again. Prints. Fresh, wide, leading in a perfect line toward the very spot where I stood. I followed with shaking hands, heart galloping. The trail stopped abruptly again, ending in unbroken snow. I turned in a slow circle, and there it was. Closer this time, no more than 20 yards away. A figure rising among the trees, taller than any man, broader than any animal. The body was vague, blurred against the shadows, but the eyes burned vivid and steady. They fixed on me with an intensity that froze my blood. I stumbled back, nearly falling, then forced myself to run. My poles flailed, snow spraying as I careened downhill. Branches whipped my arms, tore at my jacket. I did not look back. Not once, terrified of what I might see if I did. When I burst into the trailhead clearing, lungs searing, I felt a strange certainty. The walker had allowed me to escape. It could have taken me then, but it hadn't. It was patient. It wanted something else. That night, I locked every door and window, shoved furniture against the frame. Yet when the clock passed 200 a.m., the knock came again. One single, steady rap echoing through the silence. I sat in the dark with tears streaming down my face, knowing now there was no running. Because the walker was not bound to the mountain. It had followed me home, and it was only getting closer. I lived the following days in a kind of waking paralysis. The routine of existence remained. I ate, I drank. I put on my jacket and boots for guiding shifts. But everything else hollowed out, stripped of color. Like a dream you know is collapsing even as you cling to it. Each night I waited for the knock, and each night it came, at nearly the same hour, steady as a pulse. The dread was not in the sound itself, but in its certainty. It was as though I had been scheduled, a time carved into the darkness where the walker marked me again and again. I tried to resist the temptation to look. Each knock left me trembling, biting my tongue until it bled. Afraid that if I acknowledged the thing beyond the door, it would cross the threshold. But human curiosity corrodes discipline. On the 7th night, I failed. The rap came. My heart lurched. Instead of freezing, I crept toward the door, each board beneath my feet groaning as if warning me away. The peephole was small, blurred by frost, but I pressed my eye to it anyway. For a moment, I saw only black. Then, faint and searing, 2 red points flared in the dark. They were so close I thought the glass might melt. I fell backward, slamming into the wall, scrambling on hands and knees, until I reached the bedroom and barricaded myself inside. I waited until morning, praying I would not hear the sound of the knob turning, the door bursting. It never came. Yet when dawn arrived, I found the prints again. This time not on the porch but inside. A trail of them. wet and dark on my living room floor, leading to the base of the stairs, as though the walker had climbed only so far before vanishing. I do not remember screaming, but my throat was raw when I called Daniel. I told him everything. The eyes, the porch, the prints, the dream. My voice shook with desperation. He was silent for a long moment, then asked where I was. I told him home. He swore and told me to meet him at his cabin, a 20-minute drive into the woods, where hunters sometimes gathered. "Don't stay there another night," he said. "Bring clothes, food, whatever you need. Just don't stay." I packed without thought, stuffing bags, shoving them into the car. The whole time, I felt watched, as though eyes burned through walls and curtains alike. I did not check the porch. I drove fast, too fast for icy roads, heart hammering with each curve. The forest seemed endless, trees stretching like sentinels, snow hissing under my tires. When at last I reached Daniel's cabin, the relief was so powerful I nearly wept. His cabin was small but warm, lit by a wood stove. He listened as I poured out my story again, every detail. His expression grew darker. "My grandfather used to talk about it," he said quietly. "Said there was something in these mountains older than us. Not an animal, not a man. Something in between. They called it the red-eyed walker. It doesn't kill right away. It waits, follows, marks. When it chooses you, it doesn't stop." I wanted to laugh, to dismiss it as folklore, but the memory of those prints on my floor's the words in my throat. "Then what do I do?" I whispered. Daniel shook his head. "I don't know. Some say you can drive it off with fire. Others say once it's seen you, there's no end." He reached for the rifle above the mantel, checked the chamber, and handed it to me. "If it comes here, we fight." That night we stayed awake, taking shifts, one watching while the other rested. The hours dragged. At 2 a.m., the knock came. One single rap on the cabin door. I felt my blood drain as Daniel raised the rifle, finger tense on the trigger. The knock did not repeat. We waited until dawn, nerves shredded, the silence heavier than any storm. When I stepped outside that morning, the snow was clean. No prints. But in the tree line, the shadows felt deeper, the air colder. I knew it was not gone, only patient. Over the next 2 days, we tried to act normal. Daniel chopped wood, I cooked, we pretended at ordinary tasks. But the walker's presence pressed at us, thick as humidity. Sometimes, when I looked out the window, I swore I glimpsed red flickers among the trees, like embers refusing to die. On the third night, we both dozed despite ourselves. That was when the dream came again. This time I was not on the mountain but in the cabin. I dreamed I sat in the chair by the stove. Across from me, in Daniel's place, it sat. The walker. Its shape was indistinct. More shadow than flesh, but the eyes burned steady. When it leaned forward, I felt heat radiating off it, as though its body were a furnace. It whispered, though its lips never moved. "You cannot leave me." I woke screaming. Daniel shook me, pale and wide-eyed, swearing he had heard a voice too, deep and low, whispering through the walls. We both grabbed the rifle and lanterns, searching every corner. Nothing. Only silence, thick and strangling. The next morning, Daniel insisted we leave. "Maybe if we get far enough, maybe if you put distance, it'll lose you." We packed, loading his truck with supplies. The plan was to head south, to his cousin's place near Albany. But as we pulled onto the road, snow began to fall. Thick, heavy flakes. The sky darkened, clouds pressing low. Within an hour, we were crawling through a whiteout, tires slipping, visibility vanishing. The forest seemed to close around us, endless, suffocating. Then the truck lurched. Daniel swore, braking hard. Ahead, in the blizzard's blur, a figure stood. Tall, dark, upright. Red eyes burning through the veil of snow. Daniel gunned the engine. The figure did not move. But when we reached the spot, there was nothing. Only the prints, barefoot, burned into the snow. I looked back through the window, and in the storm I saw dozens of them. Not one walker. Many. Shadows with red eyes lining the tree line. Watching, we drove on, hearts hammering, until the storm forced us back. By dusk, we were once again at the cabin, shaken and silent. That night, the knocks came not once but 3 times, slow and measured, rattling the door in its frame. I do not know when I fell asleep, only that when I woke, Daniel was gone. The door was open, snow blown across the floor. His boots remained by the fire. I screamed his name, ran into the snow barefoot, tears freezing on my face. The forest echoed nothing back. Only silence, heavy and final. I found the prints in the clearing. Daniel's tracks wandered, erratic, as if he had been led like a sleepwalker. Then they ended. Beside them were larger prints, barefoot, pressed deep, leading away into the woods. I followed until my legs gave out, collapsing in the snow, sobbing. When I looked up, the trees seemed to lean, their shadows alive. The eyes were everywhere, watching from every direction. I stumbled back to the cabin, locked myself inside, and have not left since. Days have blurred. I do not know how many. My food dwindles. My phone no longer finds service. At night, the knocks never stop. Sometimes they circle the cabin, rapping at windows, at the back door, at the roof itself. Sometimes I hear voices, low and muttering, whispering my name. I write this now in the hope that someone will find it, that my words will carry beyond this place. Even if I do not, if you are reading, know this: the walker is real. It follows. It waits. It does not tire, does not forget. Once its eyes find you, they never look away. And tonight, as I write by the last dim light of the stove, I hear not one knock but many. Dozens, all at once, on every wall of the cabin. The sound is steady, unified, a heartbeat of wood and bone. The walker is no longer alone. My name is Daniel Reyes, and I have made my living as a fisherman for most of my adult life. The waters have always been where I felt most at home, whether it was the open expanse of the Gulf of the Winding, murky veins of the bayou that twisted through our part of Louisiana. The water was my livelihood, my peace, and sometimes my only company. To some, the bayou is a place of shadows and ghosts, a swampy labyrinth of cypress trees draped in Spanish moss where strange noises echo and vanish without explanation. To me, it was familiar, almost comforting, though I knew well enough to respect its dangers. Gators, snakes, sudden shifts in current. These were hazards I could read like a second language. I thought I knew the rhythm of those waters. I thought I knew every sound, every ripple, every trick of wind and tide. I was wrong. That evening last autumn had started no differently than a dozen others. The sun was bleeding out behind the trees, turning the horizon orange and red, the air thick with the smell of brine and mud. I had pushed my skiff along a narrow finger of the bayou, poles squeaking against the shallow bottom, until I reached a bend where the water deepened into a still, glassy pool. This was where I liked to cast my nets at dusk. Fish liked the shaded depths, and with luck, I could bring home enough to sell at the docks in the morning, and still have some left over to keep in the cooler for myself. It was a life of routine, and I found a kind of comfort in that. My hands knew the motions without thought, my body swaying with the skiff as if the water itself accepted me as part of its rhythm. The first few casts were ordinary. I hauled in catfish, a couple of bass, nothing unusual. The mosquitoes whined around me, and I slapped them from the back of my neck. An owl hooted somewhere upriver. The bayou was alive in its usual way. But then the sound came, faint at first, slipping between the other noises, so subtle I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. It was not splashing, nor the churn of fish. It was not the hiss of a gator sliding under. It was breathing. Long, slow, deliberate breaths, drawn in and out just beneath the surface. It was the kind of sound that prickles the hairs on your arms before your brain even decides what you've heard. I froze, the net half coiled in my hands, my ears straining. Another breath, deeper this time, vibrating through the water, rolling outward like the tremor of some submerged lung. I remember whispering aloud, "What the hell?" As if speaking would somehow normalize it, make it part of the catalog of ordinary bayou noises. But the sound didn't belong. It was too steady, too intentional. Whatever was making it was not a fish, not an alligator, not anything I could account for in the ledger of creatures I had known all my life. The surface of the pool quivered once, barely ripple, then smoothed again into glass. I felt eyes on me, though I saw nothing. My hand tightened on the net until the rope dug into my skin. The sensible thing would have been to pull away, return to the open channels where the water at least had room to breathe without me. But curiosity, that old enemy, rooted me in place. Fisherman. No better than to chase mysteries in the dark. Yet there I was, heart drumming, listening to something breathe underwater. Minutes stretched. I told myself, maybe it was a manatee that had wandered too far inland, though I had never seen one this deep in the bayou. I told myself it could be two gators, their sounds overlapping in some strange rhythm. Lies I fed myself to smooth the edges of fear. But then I heard it again, closer now, as though whatever it was had drifted nearer without breaking the surface. I could feel it, not just hear it, the way the water pressed against the skiff. A subtle shift in balance like the current was being drawn around something massive just beneath me. The instinct to leave came sharp and sudden, but pride is a stubborn anchor. I stayed, pretending I was not rattled, pretending I was the master of these waters. It was my mistake. The sun had dipped lower, shadows crawling across the bayou, and I decided to cast once more before pulling out. My arms arsed the net wide, the weight slapping the surface. For a heartbeat, everything was normal. Then the water under the net exhaled. I felt it through the soles of my feet, through the boards of the skiff. A hollow, cavernous rush of air from beneath. The net jerked downward, as though caught by something rising. My hands burned against the rope as I hauled back with everything in me, stumbling to keep balance. The surface broke for an instant, just enough to show movement that was not water. Dark, slick, glistening with a skin I had never seen on any fish or reptile. And then, before my eyes could make sense of it, the net shredded like tissue, weight scattering, the water hiving back into silence. I dropped to my knees, panting, staring at the ruined rope in my hands. My nets were heavy cord, strong enough to hold a thrashing gator, yet whatever was beneath had torn through it like cobweb. I leaned over the edge, peering into the depths, but the water was black with dusk, unbroken. The breathing was gone. Only the regular noises of the swamp returned. Frogs, insects, the distant call of night birds. If not for the ruined net, I might have doubted my own senses. Might have told myself I was tired, that I had imagined the sound and the tearing. But I am a man who knows the feel of rope in his hands, the weight of fish in a net. What happened was real. I pulled hard, backing the skiff away from the pool, every nerve alive with dread. I wanted distance between myself and whatever had chosen to reveal itself. Yet even as I moved, I felt the water follow. It is hard to explain, but anyone who has spent their life afloat will understand the bayou has moods, and you can sense when something shifts in its undercurrent. The skiff glided too smoothly, as if the water beneath was drawn along with me. I did not dare look back, though my mind's eye saw something sliding just under the surface, keeping pace. I told myself not to panic, not to capsize in my own fear, but my hands trembled on the pole. When I finally reached the wider channel, I rowed until the muscles in my arms screamed, not slowing until the docks appeared in the lantern light. Even then I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see ripples chasing me. But the water lay calm, the night ordinary once more. I tied up fast, left my gear, and stumbled up the planks like a drunk. Only once I reached the dry dirt of home did I let myself breathe fully again. I did not tell anyone that night. Fishermen are a superstitious breed, and I knew what kind of looks I'd get if I said I had heard the bayou itself breathing. They'd think I was drunk, or worse, that the swamp had gotten into my head. So I kept it quiet. But I also knew I could not stay away. Curiosity is cruel. Once you've glimpsed something impossible, you have to go back, if only to prove to yourself it was real. And somewhere deep down, I think that thing in the water knew I would return. I did not sleep well after that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I dreamed of lungs the size of houses, hidden under the water, exhaling in slow, tidal waves. I'd wake with sweat cooling on my back, the phantom sound of breathing still echoing in my ears. The ruined net lay in the corner of my shed like a silent accusation, the ragged edges of cord mocking me. Whenever I tried to convince myself, I had imagined the whole thing. I patched other nets and forced myself to go out on the Gulf for a few days, staying away from the bayou. But the pull of it gnawed at me. I could not let it rest. 3 days later, I returned. The sun was low again when I pushed my skiff down the channel, the pole biting into the muck as I shoved off. My friends at the docks had laughed at me earlier for avoiding the bayou, though I never told them the reason why. Fishermen have their secrets, and this one I carried alone. I told myself I was going back only to reclaim what was mine. The water was my workplace, my bread, and I would not let fear drive me from it. But deep down, I knew I was going because I needed to hear it again. I needed to know it wasn't just the invention of fatigue or imagination. The air that evening was thick, the kind that stuck to your lungs when you breathed. The bayou smelled heavy, alive, the kind of smell you only noticed when you were trying not to. I pulled slowly toward the bend, my pulse quickening with every yard. When the pool came into view, wide and dark, I hesitated. The last rays of sunlight brushed the tops of the cypress, leaving the water in shadow. The place looked ordinary, too ordinary. Nothing stirred. For a long time I sat there, skiff drifting, listening. Nothing but frogs. No breathing. No ripples. I nearly convinced myself to cast again when I heard it. The breath rolled out low and long from the far side of the pool. A deliberate sound, like bellows worked by unseen hands, rising from deep under the surface. I gripped the pole tighter, trying to steady myself. My heart hammered as I leaned forward, eyes fixed on the black water. Again it came, closer this time, pressing against the boards of the skiff. The wood groaned faintly as if responding to weight below. I whispered, "What are you?" My voice cracked like a boy's. The water broke. Just for a second. Something surfaced, smooth, dark, glistening, and slid away again before I could fully grasp its shape. Not a fish, not an alligator, not even close. The glimpse was enough to send a jolt through me, but not enough to satisfy the hunger in my mind. I needed to see it fully. Recklessness is kin to curiosity, and I carried both in abundance. Instead of retreating, I drew in my line and lit the lantern fixed to the prow. Its glow fell across the surface, casting shivering gold ripples. I hoped it might draw the thing closer, or at least show me its silhouette. The sound of breathing deepened. So close now I felt it in my ribs. Then the water bulged, and something rose. At first, I thought it was a log, slick with algae, lifting up from the depths. But logs do not pulse. Logs do not expand and contract like living flesh. I watched in paralyzed awe as a shape emerged just beneath the surface, never breaking through. Only pressing up enough to reveal a dome, like mass the size of a horse. Water streamed over it as it shifted, and with every motion, I heard the inhalation and exhalation of longer than I could imagine. The lantern light skittered across skin and seemed both scaled and smooth, like fish hide stretched over something too solid, too deliberate. My stomach turned cold. I realized then that the thing was not simply under the water. It was the water, or part of it. Like the pool itself was its body, and I was floating above its chest. The thought made me dizzy. The skiff rocked once, hard. My lantern swung, throwing wild shadows. I dropped the pole and clutched the sides, teeth clenched to keep from crying out. The thing below shifted again, and the air filled with a low moan. Not human, not animal, but resonant enough to make the cypress leaves tremble. I wanted to flee. Every sane part of me screamed to push off, to row until my arms gave out. But I sat frozen, unable to move. Then, slowly, the breathing shifted. It grew faster, shallower, as though the thing had grown agitated. Or excited. My skin prickled. I thought of how fish struggle when caught, how their gills flutter in panic. I realized with a sick drop in my gut that the breathing did not just belong to the thing. It was matching mine. Every inhale, every exhale, it mirrored me, like some grotesque echo. My chest clenched. I tried to hold my breath. The sound below held its breath, too. I let mine out in a shaky gust, and the water groaned with it. That broke me. I snatched the lantern, snuffing it with a shaking hand, and shoved the pole into the muck with frantic force. The skiff shot backward, scraping branches, my arms burning with effort. I did not care if I tipped, I just needed distance. Behind me, the pool rippled once, twice, then fell still. The breathing faded into silence. I did not stop until I reached the wider waterway. Only then did I collapse onto the boards, lungs hiving, sweat soaking my shirt. The night pressed close, heavy with cicadas, but all I heard was the phantom echo of that breath in my skull. Back at the docks, I sat in the dark for an hour, staring at the ruined lantern and trembling hands. I thought of telling someone, but who? Who would believe me if I said the bayou itself had lungs? Even I doubted myself, and I had seen it with my own eyes. I locked the story inside my chest, though, Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shifting dome beneath the water. But the story would not stay buried. A week later, word reached me that a boy had gone missing 2 parishes over. His skiff was found drifting, nets tangled and torn. Folks said a gator must have tipped him. Others said he drowned after drinking too much. I listened quietly, but my stomach twisted with certainty. The details were too close. That night, when the house was quiet, I laid awake and stared at the ceiling. A thought grew in me, unwelcome but insistent. What if the thing in the creek was not just mine to see? What if it was always there, waiting, choosing who it revealed itself to? And what if it did not always let them leave? The image of that boy, his empty skiff circling in the current, haunted me worse than my own encounter. I could not shake the idea that I had been given a warning, a glimpse of something vast and indifferent, and that I had escaped only because it allowed me to. The bayou had secrets, I knew that much. But this was something else entirely. I tried to stay away after that, focusing on the Gulf, on easier waters. But every channel leads back to the swamp eventually, and no matter how I steered, my eyes always turned inland. I knew the thing was waiting. I knew the next time, it might not let me go. I tried to resist, I truly did. After the boy went missing, after the talk at the docks and the whispers in town, I told myself I would never set foot in that bend of the bayou again. But fear has a way of fermenting into obsession, and silence becomes unbearable when you know there's something vast and hidden breathing just out of sight. Every net I hauled in on the Gulf, every ordinary catch of bass or catfish felt empty. I was going through the motions of my work, while the memory of that dome of flesh under the water lived rent-free in my skull. Weeks passed. Then one evening, while cleaning my nets, I heard it again. Not from the bayou, not carried by water, but in my own chest. I was breathing steady, but the sound seemed doubled, as though my lungs had grown another pair inside the creek. The realization chilled me. If I listened too closely, I could still hear its rhythm in the background of my days, pulsing under every sound, a second heartbeat. The choice was taken from me. I had to go back. The night I returned, the air was thick with fog, rolling low over the swamp like the breath of some sleeping animal. My skiff slid into the channel, boards creaking as though reluctant to carry me. The lantern I had brought cast a weak, yellow glow that only made the mist feel closer. Every splash of my pole in the water echoed unnaturally, bouncing back too fast, as if the bayou were shrinking around me. When I reached the bend, the pool was waiting. Still black, its surface unbroken. The cypress trees leaned over like spectators at a play, their moss curtains swaying in the faint wind. I set the lantern down and tried to steady my shaking hands. This time I did not cast a net. This time I only sat, waiting. The first breath rose from beneath like thunder rolling under the floorboards of the world. The water trembled, the skiff rocked gently, and I closed my eyes, swallowing the bile in my throat. Another breath followed, slower, deeper, until the rhythm of it folded itself over mine. I felt my chest sensing to it against my will. My lungs pulled into its tempo. The surface bulged. A slick dome broke just below the lantern glow. But it did not sink away this time. It lingered, heaving as though savoring the air. I stared, every muscle rigid. Then, to my horror, the dome split. Not like jaws, not like gills. Something else entirely, something impossible. A fissure opened, revealing a dark hollow within. And from it came not just the sound of breath, but the smell of it damp, earthy, ancient, like the exhale of a cavern sealed for centuries. I gagged, but could not move. My body was no longer mine. The hollow seemed to pull me forward, my will bending. I realized then with a sick clarity that it was not just lungs beneath the water. It was a mouth wide enough to swallow the pool whole, and it was calling me. The skiff lurched. A current rose, circling the pool, dragging me inward. I grabbed the pole and dug into the mud, but it slid uselessly, the water slick with strength I could not fight. The lantern toppled, its light swinging wildly before hissing out in the water. Darkness swallowed everything. In the black, the sound of breathing filled me, inside and out. My chest rose and fell against its rhythm, no longer mine to command. I choked, trying to resist, but my lungs would not obey. Every inhale felt borrowed, every exhale stolen. I heard the water slap against the sides of the skiff, as if unseen hands were pushing me closer. Then the voice came. Not a word, not in any language, but a voice all the same. It rose out of the breathing, a low vibration that crawled into my bones. My name, not spoken but known. Daniel. The sound of it inside me nearly broke my mind. The water throbbed with it, ripples slamming the boat until I nearly tipped. Through the fog of terror, I managed a whisper. "What do you want?" The answer was another breath, so deep it rattled the cypress trunks. And in that breath, I understood. It wanted me. Not my boat, not my nets, not even my body. It wanted the rhythm of me. My breath, my life, the beat of my lungs folded into its own endless tide. It wanted to make me part of the water. I screamed. Not in words, just a raw sound ripped from my throat. The skiff jerked violently, and for an instant I thought I would be dragged under. But in that moment of refusal, the current broke. The water stilled. The dome sank, leaving only the sound of my own ragged breaths. Silence. I waited trembling, sure it would return, but the bayou was empty. The fog thinned. The night reclaimed its ordinary chorus of frogs and insects, as if nothing had happened. I pulled backward, slow at first, then frantically, fleeing until my arms ached and the docks loomed ahead. I collapsed on the planks, coughing, lungs burning. For a long time I lay there, staring up at the indifferent stars, feeling every breath with sick suspicion. Was it mine? Or was it still echoing me from the water? That was months ago. I have not gone back to that pool since, though every day I feel its presence in the corner of my chest. Some nights, I wake certain the air around me is not my own, that I am still caught in its rhythm. The fishermen talk of more disappearances now. Skiffs found drifting, nets torn. They blame gators, storms, bad luck. I say nothing. I know better. I have considered leaving, moving inland, away from rivers and creeks, away from the bay's endless veins. But water is everywhere. Even in my kitchen sink, I hear the echo sometimes, the faint suggestion of a breath beneath the drain. I cannot escape it. I write this not as confession but as warning. The thing in the creek does not sleep. It waits. It chooses. And when it decides to breathe with you, you will know. You will feel it in your ribs, in the marrow of your bones, until you no longer know where your lungs end and its lungs begin. If you ever find yourself on a quiet bend of water at dusk and you hear the bayou exhale, do not linger. Do not listen. Leave your nets. Leave your pride and go. Because once it knows your breath, it never lets go. And sometimes, when the night is stillest, I wonder if one evening, without realizing it, I will simply forget to breathe on my own. And when I do, the creek will breathe for me. My name is Caleb Dorsey, and I was born and raised in the narrow valleys and wooded ridges of southern West Virginia. Folks around here don't bother much with what outsiders think of us, but if you've ever driven down into these hollers, you know it's the kind of place where stories to the land, the way fog clings to the trees. We don't need to invent monsters when the ground itself seems old enough to remember them. That's where I first heard about the Lantern Man, a tale told in low voices on porches after dark, a shadow with a light that burns without smoke or wick, guiding the foolish off the trail. I never believed it, not really. I thought it was just one of those warnings meant to keep kids from wandering at night. I suppose it would help to explain the kind of boy I was. I had a restless streak that didn't quiet, even after I grew into a man. Hunting, trapping, hiking. I couldn't stand to sit still. My father worked the mines, his lungs already shot by the time I was in high school. My mother worked double shifts at the nursing home, and neither of them had time to worry about what I was doing, as long as I came home alive. Most evenings I'd take to the woods, sometimes with friends, more often alone. The forest was a place I felt I belonged. Its silence honest in a way people rarely were. The first time I heard the Lantern Man mentioned was at the town's autumn bonfire. I was 15, standing around with the older boys, trying to look tougher than I was. One of them, a cousin of mine named Roy, started in on the story. He said the Lantern Man wasn't a ghost. Exactly, but something older, something tied to the land. He carried a light that could be seen deep in the hollers, and if you followed it, you'd never find your way back. Some said he was a miner who'd died underground, carrying his lamp still. Others whispered he was no man at all but a trickster spirit, feeding on the fear of the lost. Roy said his uncle once saw the glow floating between the sycamores by Coal Creek, and that the man who followed it came back days later, clothes torn, eyes empty, never speaking again. I laughed along, because that's what you did. But the truth is I felt something shift in my gut hearing it. The kind of story that feels like it doesn't need to be true to matter. Years passed, and the Lantern Man slipped into that back corner of memory where childhood tales go, collecting dust. Until one fall night when I was 26. I'd been working at the sawmill, and after a long shift, decided to walk the ridge trail home instead of cutting down the road. The moon was thin, the woods brittle with cold, and the leaves cracked underfoot with every step. It was near Coal Creek, the same place Roy once mentioned, when I noticed a glow through the trees. At first I thought it was a campfire. The light was soft and steady, golden, the kind of warmth you don't question when you've been in the dark too long. Something in me hesitated. I knew these woods. There shouldn't have been anyone camping that far back without me knowing. Still, curiosity bit harder than caution. I stepped off the trail, crunching through leaf litter, following the glow. The deeper I went, the quieter the forest grew. No crickets, no owls, just the sound of my boots and my breath. I walked another 100 yards and stopped dead. There it was, a man, or the shape of one, standing among the trees. He was tall, his shoulders narrow, his head bent low as though weighed down. In his right hand he carried a lantern, a dull iron thing, glowing with a steady, unnatural flame. It didn't flicker, it didn't smoke. It burned with the steadiness of something not quite alive. I opened my mouth to call out, but no sound came. He didn't move toward me. He only lifted the lantern as if an offering and turned. The light spread ahead of him, deeper into the woods. And like a fool, I followed. At first I tried to tell myself it was some hunter or drifter. Maybe even an old timer still using oil lamps instead of flashlights. But the longer I walked, the more wrong it felt. His steps made no sound. His outline seemed to shiver like heat haze. Sometimes he was farther than he should have been, sometimes closer. I never saw him move, just exist at new distances, as if his space between us had shifted. The woods changed too. Trees I didn't recognize crowded the path, roots thick and twisted. My sense of direction, the one thing I always trusted, slipped. I turned once, looking back, but the trail was gone. Only shadows and silence stretched behind me. Ahead, the lantern still glowed, patient. Fear should have stopped me then. I don't know why it didn't. Something in that light pulled, like a rope tied around my chest. My legs ached, but I couldn't make them stop. The man never turned to show me his face. I don't know how long I followed. An hour, maybe more. Time didn't move the way it should. My watch had stopped, the hands stuck at midnight. Though I knew I'd left work well before then. And the strangest thing, I never heard my own footsteps echo, though I was walking. It was like the forest had swallowed sound whole. When at last the lantern stopped, we were in a hollow I'd never seen before. The ground sank in a perfect bow, ringed with sycamores whose trunks leaned like they'd been bent on purpose. The figure stood at the center, lantern raised high. That was the first time I thought to look at his face. I wish I hadn't. It wasn't a face at all, not like ours. Where skin should have been, there was only darkness, like looking into the mouth of a mine shaft. Yet I felt eyes inside it, old and aware. The lantern burned brighter, casting sharp light that showed me something worse. The ground all around was littered with objects, boots, coats, canteens, scattered like offerings. Some looked fresh, others rotted down to scraps. I took a step back, finally choking on the fear I'd ignored. That's when he lowered the lantern. The glow shrank, pulling inward like a tide receding, until the hollow was dark again. Only 2 pinpoints of light remained. His eyes, or what passed for them, watching me. The next thing I remember, I was stumbling back onto the road near Coal Creek, dawn breaking over the ridges. My clothes were torn, my boots muddy, but I couldn't recall the path I'd taken. I walked home in a daze, convinced I dreamed it. Except when I emptied my pockets, I found something I'd never owned before, a brass matchbox, engraved with initials I didn't recognize, worn nearly smooth. And ever since that night, I've seen the glow again. Sometimes on the ridgeline, sometimes in the hollow near the creek. Always waiting, always watching. And deep down, I know it isn't finished with me yet. I didn't sleep right after that. The first few nights, I left the matchbox on the kitchen table and lay on the couch with the lamp on, telling myself it was just a trinket someone dropped. The brass felt older than anything I owned, edges smooth from years of pocket, wear, lid etched with initials so rubbed. Down they were more suggestion than letters. When I finally rubbed a pencil across paper and pressed the box under it to catch the impression, the marks came up faint L and maybe B, or R and K, depending how you looked. The hinge worked cleanly. Inside were 3 wooden matches that smelled faintly of creosote, and a curl of something like black thread, brittle as a dead spider. I set the whole thing in a drawer and closed it. The next morning it was on the counter beside my coffee mug. I told myself I'd put it there half asleep. I took it back to the drawer, shut it hard, and stacked a skillet on top for good measure. When I came home that night, I found it in my jacket pocket where I keep my wallet. That was the first time I got genuinely angry. I walked it down to the creek, popped the lid, and tossed the matches and that little black curl into the water. They sank without bobbing. The box I threw as hard as I could across the current. It hit a rock, rang dull, and disappeared in the deeper channel. When I got home, the box was waiting on the kitchen table, the matches dry inside. The curl of black thread coiled exactly as before. I didn't tell many people about the Lantern Man. You learn fast around here that some stories are safe to share and some get you a look that sticks. My cousin Roy, though, he'd always been a good listener. Loud and full of it most days, sure, but with a decent heart. We drank on his back steps after work that Friday, watching the last of the light run off the ridge, and I told him what I'd seen. He didn't laugh. He got quiet in that way folks do when you've said something that touches an older fear. I told you about him for a reason. Cale, he said finally, thumb working a groove in the railing. You think I pulled that story out of thin air? Uncle Dale followed a light in '98. Came back 3 days later with frost in his hair, though it was October. Never spoke right again. Wouldn't go past the mailbox after dark. He had something in his pocket too, a little brass snuff tin. My aunt said it showed up after he went missing. Every time she threw it out, it came back. What happened to it? Went with him into the ground. Roy took a long drink and stared toward the tree line. My aunt says that's why the ground sank over his grave. I told him about the hollow with the leaning sycamores, about the ring of cast-off things. He nodded like he recognized the place, and that chilled me worse than the memory. You want to see if it's there in daylight? He asked. We went the next morning with a thermos of coffee and the stubborn certainty daylight always gives, that the world behaves when the sun's on it. I took a compass and a length of orange flagging tape, more to keep my hands busy than because I thought I'd need them. We started from the trail I knew by heart, cut toward Coal Creek, where the ground bowls down into gullies that hold cold longer than anywhere else. Birds were loud. Squirrels skittered. Normal. I followed the memory of where I'd turned off, the lay of the hills still sharp in me. 2 hours became 3. We found a dozen hollows, and not one that felt like the right one. Every time we thought we'd walked a circle, the compass said we hadn't. The tape fluttered behind us from saplings in bright, mocking flags. By early afternoon, the light went flat, the kind of gray that erases features and makes the woods look like a repeating set. Roy stopped and cocked his head. You hear that? He whispered. I held my breath. The woods had fallen strangely thin, not silent exactly, but threaded with a sound like someone breathing through a reed. We found nothing, and that might have been worse. We split at the fork and agreed to meet back at the old quarry road by an hour past noon. We were both there early, both pretending we hadn't been relieved to see the other appear. Roy looked older than the day before. Those lines around his mouth had sunk into his skin. That evening, I took the matchbox to my mother's place. She was on a double shift at the nursing home, and I used the spare key to leave it on her kitchen table, because, coward that I am, I needed somebody besides me to look at it. I didn't write a note. I barely slept. When I dragged myself to her porch at sunrise, the matchbox wasn't there. I thought maybe she'd thrown it out without a second look and felt this surprising wash of shame for making my own mother part of whatever this was. The shame lasted until I unlocked my front door and saw the matchbox sitting on the step inside, as if left there by a careful hand. I tried something I'm not proud of. I took the box to the church and left it at the base of the wooden cross behind the pulpit, because I thought, in some bone-deep childish way, that a room used for prayers would be stronger than whatever force kept turning the thing up in my house. I sat in the last pew and waited. After an hour, I went home. When I pulled off my boots, the matchbox slid out from beside my sock, warm against my ankle like it had been there all day. It wasn't just the box. I started waking up with a film of grit on my teeth that tasted like coal. Once I found black smudges across my pillow that weren't grease and weren't dirt, but something finer, as if smoke could leave fingerprints. Twice I sat up thinking someone was standing in the bedroom doorway holding a light. Both times the hallway was empty, but the after image of that round glow swam in my vision like I'd stared into the sun. I told myself I'd stop walking at night, but that wasn't true. It's a lie we tell. How we'll simply not do the thing we can't stop thinking about. 3 nights after the church, I saw the glow again from the kitchen window. It hung at the edge of the yard, beyond the fence where the grass gives up to trees, low and steady, as if someone had set a lantern on a stump and walked away. I called Roy before I could talk myself out of it. He was at my place in 10 minutes, boots untied, coat thrown over a T-shirt. I brought rope, he said, trying for a grin and failing. We tied one end around my waist and the other around his, an old rescue habit we'd used when crossing high water. I took a flashlight, not because I thought it would help, but because holding something made me feel less like a child. We crossed the yard. The light didn't retreat like it had before. It waited, patient. Roy squeezed the rope between 2 fingers like he could feel its fate in it and said, "If I pull twice, you yank hard. If I pull 3, you cut it. Don't be noble." The ground dipped and the trees closed, and the light moved between them like it belonged to the spaces, not to a hand. I tried once to raise my flashlight and look beyond, but the beam hit a wall of dark that swallowed it. The rope tugged steady at my waist, a comfort as dumb and physical as a hand on the shoulder. We came to a place where the scent changed. The cold had an edge of iron to it, and something else like wet stone. I recognized it a beat later, the smell of an old mine. The breath that leaks out of mouth like openings in the hills. The light drifted down into a low place. We followed, slow, boots sliding in damp leaves. The hollow was there, exactly as I remembered, and I hated it for being faithful. The sycamores leaned, pale in the dark, their mottled bark looking like skin disease. I had the stupid thought that if I touched one it would be warm. The figure stood in the bowl's center, lantern raised, and for a moment in that glow, I saw details I hadn't before. The lantern's metal stamped with a pattern of stars around the crown. The handle wrapped not in wire, but in something braided and dark that moved faintly like it remembered being alive. The figure itself remained wrong, the edges of it eating the light instead of reflecting it. A silhouette cut out of the world. Roy muttered, "There he is," and I felt the rope go slack like his knees had softened. I reached back without looking and bunched the rope in my fist. keeping him close. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I wanted to prove I wasn't just prey. I stepped forward until I was at the rim of the hollow. The figure turned its knot face toward me. The glow didn't brighten, but the world around it dimmed, so that the lantern seemed the only real thing. My mouth was dry. I said the dumbest possible question. "What do you want?" It moved its head slow like an animal considering. The lantern dipped and then lifted, inviting. The rope tightened hard at my waist. "I think it wants you to hold it," Roy whispered, breath hot at my ear. I shook my head. I couldn't explain how I knew, but the thought filled me with a thick, animal terror. It held the lantern out a fraction closer. In that motion I saw something else, the slightest shimmer of a hand, not flesh but the idea of one, wrapped in that braided material, like reins through a fist. The braid twitched and I felt a hot ring burn under the skin of my palm where I'd be holding it. If I were stupid enough to reach. The ground between us was littered as before with the offerings of the lost. A boot without its pair, a coil of nylon cord, a wool cap, a gleam of metal half. Buried. I bent and hooked it out with my foot because I couldn't make myself put my hand down there. It was a Zippo lighter with a deer stamped on one side and the initials DS scratched into the other. I knew that lighter. I'd seen it on Roy's uncle's coffee table when I was a kid. I didn't turn to look at Roy. I felt him bring a hand to his mouth and bite down on his knuckle. The rope trembled between us. "Okay," I said to the dark where a face should be. "You've made your point." It didn't step forward. It didn't have to. The lantern grew so slightly brighter you'd miss it if you weren't watching. The air thinned in my lungs. I felt the pressure change like before a storm, the holler around us contracting. The rope yanked hard. Not just gravity. It slid across my waist in short pulses, as if something had taken hold of it between us and was reeling us in. I dug my heels into the mud. Got one good step back, then another. Roy cursed under his breath and started pulling with me, hand over hand like we were dragging a stubborn log. The rope smoked. I don't know how else to say it. A white vapor leaked off the fibers, the smell like hot nylon and something sweet. I jerked, and the line went slack. We both stumbled backward, nearly knocking each other down. I grabbed at my side. The rope wasn't there. It hung from Roy's hands in two lengths, the cut ends capped in a smooth, dark sheen as if they'd been dipped in resin. My shirt was unmarked. My skin was unbroken, but I could still feel a phantom of being held. We ran. It wasn't brave and it wasn't pretty. We scrambled up the bowl, tore through the understory, crashed into trees that swam in and out of our way. I didn't look back, not once. The glow followed without moving, always where the next gap in the trees would be, always patient, never hurrying, as if time meant nothing to it, and we had nowhere else to go in the end. When the yard opened in front of us at last, I hit the fence so hard the posts rattled, fell rolled over into the grass, and lay there choking on the cold with my arms wrapped around my middle like I could keep myself together. That way. Roy sat down beside me and laughed once, a bark that seemed to surprise him. His hands were shaking. He opened them on his knees. In the meat of his palm was a perfect oval welt, darkening as we watched, as if a hot handle had been pressed there. I looked at my own palm. A ring of faint redness rose under the skin where I would have gripped, not a burn yet, but the promise of one. "Don't tell me not to come back," Roy said, voice raw. Because I'm not going to let you go alone. I wasn't planning to, I said, though the thought of going back made my bones lean away inside my body. We kept to light for a few days like the old wives always said. Porch lights on, lamps in every room, the house bright as a summer evening. I slept in fits, snapped awake to check that the matchbox was still on the table where I'd put it, and every time it had shifted a fraction closer to the door like a chess piece playing itself. I took it to the local historian who ran a room in the library with old mine records and photographs. She peered at the initials with a magnifying glass and made a sound in her throat. "You know a name like Luther Boone?" she asked, pulling a ledger down from the shelf. "He worked No. 3 until 52, then switched to the night watch when the seam started to give. Went missing along Coal Creek in November of 53. They never found him. He always carried a brass matchbox with his initials on it. It was a gift from his little girl, LB. I said, around that lump that stories get stuck behind. She nodded. There were others. Folks called it a bad run. 3 men missing inside of a year, all in that same patch of woods. The wives used to put a lantern on the porch till morning in case a light could guide a light. I took the ledger outside and read sitting on the library steps because I couldn't stand the room anymore. The pages smelled like dust and old rain. Names I'd heard all my life were there in careful ink, the dates neatly lined. The last line on one page had no end date, just a little dash where a life should have closed. Roy came by that night with his hand bandaged and a decision thick in his eyes. "We'll go tomorrow. We take more rope. We take salt because my grandmother swore by it. We take my dog because something that old ought to hate, anything that still knows how to be happy. And we take that damned box back to where it wants to be." The box seemed to hear him. It grew warm in my pocket, as if it were a small animal waking. I took it out and placed it on the table without opening the lid. The brass threw a weak reflection of our faces distorted in its curve. Me looking like a man who had stayed out in the sun too long, and Roy looking like he was already in some shadow I wasn't. After he left, I stood at the kitchen window and watched the yard. The glow came early, just as full dark pooled under the trees. It didn't cross into the open. It didn't need to. The house felt too thin to keep it out. I held the matchbox and felt the faintest tremor inside, like the contents were breathing. I turned it over and over, and the initials showed clear this time, no matter which way I tilted LB. Cut deep by a hand that hadn't known how to be careful, but had meant the strokes to last. Sometime in the small hours I woke to footsteps on the porch. Not the steps of a stranger. Too familiar, too easy. Too like someone who belonged there. I rolled out of bed and to the door and cracked it the width of an eye. Roy stood with his back to me at the bottom of the steps, head tilted like he was listening to a distant conversation. The yard was slick with moon, and the edge of the woods held that steady gold. He took one step toward it, and another. I said his name, and he didn't turn. The matchbox flared hot through the denim over my thigh. I went after him barefoot, pain bright with every rock, but not enough to slow me. He didn't go fast. He didn't go slow. He moved at the pace of someone walking, with a lantern they trusted to show the ground. I grabbed the back of his coat at the fence, and he stopped like the coat had more say than he did. He lifted his hand and showed me his palm. The oval there had darkened to black and sunk, just a little below the skin, puckered at the edges like a healed mark from an old brand. "Do you feel it?" he asked, voice level and stranger. "It's quieter wherever it is. That's all I want." "It's not quiet," I said, and hated the tremble in my throat. "It's empty." He looked toward the glow. He smelled like wood smoke and wet rock. For a second I wondered if I'd be able to tell, years from now, whether this was the moment I lost him, or the moment I learned how to keep him. I tightened my grip on his coat, and reached down with my free hand, and shoved the matchbox into his pocket, hard enough to hurt. He jolted like I'd burned him and turned back at last. The light at the tree line didn't dim. It waited, patient as hunger. "We go tomorrow," I said. "Together. We bring it back what belongs to it, and we ask for what belongs to us." "What's that?" "Our people," I said, and felt that word set in my chest like a stone I could stand on. We stood there until the cold bit bone. The light didn't move. When we finally went inside, the house warmed around us like a living thing. We slept, if you can call closing your eyes and holding a rope between two beds sleep. I dreamt of a black shaft, of a lantern that never smoked, of the braided handle in a hand I couldn't see, and a voice like wind through a pipe, telling me something simple and terrible. A light isn't for seeing, it's for being seen. Morning came pale and hesitant, as if even the sun wasn't sure. It wanted to look into our hollow of the world. Roy and I ate in silence. Neither of us touched the eggs we fried. His dog, Ranger, half hound, half mutt, paced the porch with ears pricked, whining whenever his gaze flicked to the tree line. I carried the matchbox in my coat pocket. It pulsed with a heat that wasn't fire, more like the warmth of skin pressed against skin. The 3 matches inside rattled faintly, though I hadn't shaken it. By then I'd stopped trying to explain any of it. All I knew was that the thing wanted to be carried back. Whether it wanted to be returned or to claim more, I couldn't say. We set out at first light. Roy carried salt in a mason jar and a coil of climbing rope thicker than the one that had split. I had my father's old miner's pickaxe strapped across my back. More comfort than weapon. But something about the iron made me think of protection. Ranger trotted ahead, tail stiff, nose low. Coal Creek's woods looked ordinary in daylight, birds chattering, frost steaming off mossy logs. Yet under it all was a feeling like the ground itself was waiting. We tied the rope between us again, this time doubled, and scattered salt in our footprints as we went. Old folk magic, maybe, but when you're chasing a story older than memory, any defense is better than none. The matchbox guided us. Each time I hesitated at a fork, it shifted in my pocket, tugging like a compass needle. Within an hour, we reached that same hollow I'd found at night, the one with the leaning sycamores. No birdsong here, not even the rustle of squirrels. Only the hush of something too intent to let the world breathe. The figure stood in the center as before, lantern steady edges of its form, wavering like smoke in still air. In daylight it looked worse, because now I could see the world resist it. Grass bent away from its feet. Frost melted in a ring around it. The lantern burned gold, brighter than the sun overhead, as if refusing to obey the rules of light. Roy's hand shook where it held the rope. "We end this," he muttered. I pulled the matchbox out. The brass was hot enough to redden my palm. The initials, LB, stood clear as fresh carving. The lid clicked open by itself. The matches lay inside, blackened tips unburned. The coil of thread shifted, alive with its own pulse. The lantern man raised his hand, the outline of one at least, and beckoned. I felt my legs want to move, to carry the matchbox forward and lay it at his feet. Ranger growled deep, the sound of a dog about to tear loose. That sound saved me. Roy uncapped the jar of salt and flung a fistful in a wide arc. The grains glittered and hissed as they struck the air around the figure. The lantern man staggered, not back, not forward, but sideways like a projection on broken glass. The lantern swung, and for the first time the flame flickered. I gripped the matchbox hard. "What do you want?" I demanded again, though the answer was already in me. It didn't want return. It wanted witness. It wanted to be seen forever. The lantern dipped low, and suddenly the ground shifted. Not metaphorical, actually shifted. The hollow deepened beneath our boots. Roots pulled back into the soil like snakes retreating. An opening yawned at the base of the bowl, a black shaft leading into earth. The stench of coal and damp air rolled out, along with whispers that weren't made by mouths. Roy gagged. "The mine," he choked. "He's showing us the damn mine." The lantern man stepped toward the shaft. The rope around our waists tightened, as if pulling us with him. Ranger barked and lunged, snapping at nothing, his teeth clashing on air that burned his gums raw. I dragged Roy back, fighting the pull. But the rope sizzled again, smoke leaking off the fibers. I made a decision I still can't justify. I opened the matchbox and plucked one match. It felt heavy, alive, vibrating against my fingers. I struck it on the brass edge. The flame roared, not small and orange but tall and white, flaring brighter than the lantern itself. It screamed, a sound like wind tearing through 1,000 pipes at once. The lantern man recoiled. Lantern clutched close, and for the first time, his form shuddered like it couldn't hold itself together. Roy grabbed my arm. Again, I struck the second match. Another roar, brighter, louder. The shadows of the sycamores twisted and writhed like they were being wrung out. The shaft yawned wider, but the whispers faltered, thinning into nothing. The lantern man raised his lantern high, flame fighting to outshine ours. But his body blurred, edges unraveling, as if the light of the matches was burning the memory of him away. I held the third match. My hand shook. Some part of me whispered that if I struck it, I'd snuff out more than just him. That light wasn't for destroying. It was for carrying, for remembering. But another part of me saw Roy's face, twisted in terror, and heard Ranger's whine. I struck it. The world exploded with brilliance. For one instant, the hollow was filled with a light so pure it hurt, burning away every shadow. The lantern man shrieked, silent but deafening, and his lantern shattered, shards of glowing iron scattering like fireflies. Then the light collapsed, sucked inward, and the hollow went pitch black. When I came to, I was lying on the ridge trail, daylight sharp and cold. Roy was beside me, groaning, his rope charred to threads. Ranger licked my face, whimpering. The matchbox was gone. My hands were empty. We stumbled back to my house without words. The world looked the same, yet wrong. The colors too flat, the air too thin. We parted on the porch, promising to talk later, though neither of us believed it. That night I dreamed of the mine shaft, not walking into it, falling. The walls scraped with coal and bone, the darkness thick as oil. At the bottom, a lantern waited, whole again, flame steady. Behind it, hundreds of eyes opened, each reflecting the light, each hungry. I woke gasping, my palms blistered where the matches had burned. On the nightstand sat the brass matchbox, lid closed, initials bright. I tried to throw it out again. Buried it under a pile of rocks by Coal Creek. Dropped it into the quarry's deepest pool. Each time it returned. To the table, the porch, my pocket. Always with 3 matches inside, unspent. Roy stopped coming around. His palm never healed right. The welt grew darker, until it looked more like a hole than a scar. One night he left his house with Ranger and didn't come back. Folks said he ran off to Ohio, sick of the mines. But I saw the glow in the woods that night, steady and patient. The next morning, his dog was found at the edge of the hollow, coat matted, eyes clouded, whining for a master who wasn't there. I took Ranger in, but he won't step past the porch after dark. Neither will I, if I can help it. Yet the glow still comes, drifting between the sycamores, waiting. I've come to understand something. The Lantern Man isn't one thing. He's every lost miner, every wanderer who followed a false light into the woods and never came out. The matchbox isn't cursed. It's an invitation, a key, a reminder that once you've seen his light, you belong to it in some small way. And the matches aren't for burning him. They're for burning yourself a path, marking the way into the dark so he can find you again. I keep the box sealed, but I feel the weight of it in my pocket every day. Some nights, when the glow presses too close, I think about striking one just to see if the path it opens leads anywhere but down. Maybe it leads to quiet. Maybe it leads to where Roy went, to where all the lost things gather. For now, I write this down because I need someone else to know. Not the sheriff, not the preacher, not even my mother. They'd laugh, or worse, they'd believe and try it themselves. But if you ever find a brass matchbox in your pocket with initials not your own, don't strike the matches. Don't follow the light. Stay in the dark. Because sometimes the dark is the only thing keeping you safe. And if you see a glow in the trees where no glow should be, know this: he's not showing you the way home. He's showing you his way. And once you see it, it will never stop looking back at you. My name is Josephine Keller, and I am a field researcher specializing in ungulate behavior, with a focus on elk populations in the northern Rocky Mountains. I work for a small conservation foundation that partners with Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. And over the last decade, I have spent countless weeks in the backcountry monitoring herds, recording antler growth cycles, and studying migration corridors. I am methodical in my work, and I pride myself on maintaining accurate notes and a level head, even when the wilderness turns unpredictable. But there is one encounter I cannot enter my data logs without my pen stalling and my stomach turning. It is not the kind of thing you can file away as unusual behavior. It was something else. Something that does not belong in scientific journals or polite conversation. I have replayed it endlessly, hoping reason would explain it. But each time I arrive at the same conclusion: what I saw should not exist. That autumn, I was working alone out of a canvas tent in a drainage near the Absaroka-Bartooth Wilderness. My colleagues had rotated out for the season, and I volunteered to stay behind to finish a survey of rut activity. The days had grown shorter, the nights sharper, and by late October, the backcountry was an unforgiving place. I had camped a mile from the creek, where the ground rose into a bench of lodgepole, pines offering both cover from the wind and a clear line of sight into the meadows below. I had grown used to solitude, and though the silence could be oppressive, I told myself it sharpened my observational skills. That evening, I had settled with my field glasses at the edge of the timber, overlooking a long slope of grass, brushed gold by the dying sun. Elk often moved through at dusk, and I was patient, scribbling notes about scat, bedding sites, and a few mule deer tracks. It was quiet, eerily quiet, I would realize in hindsight. Not even a squirrel chattered, not a jay shrieked. The stillness pressed against me, though at the time I chalked it up to a hard frost in the air. My watch read a little after 6. When I furtished the motion among the trees opposite my perch, a bull elk emerged from the dark timber with a kind of deliberate grace only an animal that size can manage. He was magnificent at first glance. Chest broad, shoulders rippling, his coat a dark copper that caught the low light. I raised my binoculars, already preparing to sketch the rack in my notebook. But the instant I brought him into focus, my breath locked in my throat. The antlers were not solids branching skyward, as nature intended. They were hollow. Each beam was not a beam at all, but a fluted structure. The surface grooved and ridged like some immense bone instrument carved by no hand I could imagine. The points were jagged pipes, open at the ends, black voids where marrow should have been. I stared, stunned, trying to rationalize what my eyes presented. Perhaps disease had deformed the rack. Perhaps it was an injury, or rot, or some trick of the light. But then the wind rose. Not a real wind, not in the branches around me, which remained utterly still. The sound came only from him. A whistle, low and mournful, issued from the hollow tines as if air were being drawn through them. The noise was layered, one pitch sliding into another, eerie as an organ's drone played in a cavern. My scalp prickled, and instinct made me shrink back against the tree, lowering my binoculars though I could not look away. The elk stepped into the meadow, and with each tilt of his head the hollow antlers sang. The sound did not dissipate into the distance, but seemed to circle, folding back against me, rattling in my chest. I pressed my gloved hand over my sternum, because the vibration was real, physical, like the air itself thickened around me. The bull moved slowly, pausing as if listening to its own dreadful music, and then lifted its head higher. The whistling deepened into a chord I cannot compare to anything of this world, both shrill and guttural, like bone flutes filled with wind that wasn't there. I wanted to retreat, to sink back into the trees and make for camp, but my legs were lead. I was frozen, whether from awe or terror I could not say. My training told me to document, to record, to remain objective. My body screamed that this was wrong, that I should not be here, that I should not see this thing. I fumbled for my notebook, though my hands shook so violently the pencil nearly snapped. I wrote only 2 words before the page blurred with the pressure of my grip. Hollow antlers. The bull turned then, his eyes sweeping the slope. For a breath I thought he looked straight at me, though the distance was too great to be certain. In that moment the sound cut off. Silence slammed down so complete it rang in my ears. His mouth opened, tongue lolling in a gesture, not quite natural, not quite animal. And then the pipes of his rack emitted one more sharp, piercing note. It was so loud I gasped aloud, clapping my palms to my ears. When I opened my eyes again, the meadow was empty. I scanned, frantic, but he was gone as if he had never been. Not even the grass was disturbed where he had stepped. No shadow, no movement. The sun had sunk behind the ridgeline, leaving only the dim wash of twilight, and the hard glint of stars beginning to appear. My watch read 6:30. I could not account for the minutes between. I stumbled back to camp, half blind with panic. I told myself to calm down, that I was exhausted, that isolation was playing tricks on me. Hallucinations are not uncommon in prolonged solitude. My brain reached for every rational hook it could find: fatigue, dehydration, hypothermia. But when I unrolled my sleeping bag and tried to steady my breathing, I opened the notebook on my lap and saw the words, scratched with my own trembling hand. Hollow antlers. The letters were nearly gouged into the page. I touched them, half hoping they would smear like dream ink, but they were real. Sleep was impossible. Every time my eyes closed, I heard that whistle again, long and hollow, vibrating the air of my tent until the canvas itself seemed to quiver. I lit my lantern, checked my rifle, and sat upright until dawn, whispering that I would pack up and hike out first thing. Yet when the morning came, I stayed. Logic insisted I had imagined it, and stubbornness, professional pride, rooted me. I told myself I would finish the survey, that leaving early would mean wasted data, wasted weeks. What I really feared, though I could not admit it, was the possibility of hearing that whistle again outside the tent in the dark. Over the next days, the forest remained unnervingly still. Birdsong was absent. Squirrels, usually noisy in the lodgepoles, were nowhere. The silence felt staged, as if the entire drainage were holding its breath. At dusk, I forced myself to glass the meadows, though each time I did, my pulse thundered until I lowered the binoculars. The bull did not return. Still, I felt him near, as though his hollow rack were turned toward me somewhere, out of sight, waiting for air to find it. My dreams filled with corridors of bone, fluted walls that sang as I walked, and each night I woke soaked in cold sweat, the echo of the whistle lodged in my skull. I thought of radioing the ranger station for an early pickup, but I stopped myself. How could I explain it? I saw an elk with hollow antlers that whistled without wind. They would send someone with a psychology degree, not a helicopter. So I endured, documenting what I could, skirting the meadows at dusk, and convincing myself I was fine. But on the fifth evening, something happened that stripped away any illusions of safety. That night, as the sun bled out behind the mountains, I sat again at the timber's edge, binoculars clutched against my chest, but unwilling to lift them. I told myself I would wait just a few minutes, then return to camp. My ears strained against the silence, so tightly tuned that when a single note threaded through the air, I nearly cried out. It was faint, far off, but unmistakable. The hollow, breathless whistle of pipes. This time, however, it did not come from the meadow. It came from the ridge behind me. The sound came again, higher this time, a thin shriek like wind pulled through a broken flute. My back prickled. Every instinct demanded I run, but I forced myself to turn slowly, lifting my binoculars, as though ritual might delay the truth. The ridge above me was dusky with the last light, tree line silhouetted against a bruised sky. At first I saw nothing. Then, between two dark boles of pine, something pale shifted. It was the elk. Or rather, the outline of the bull, massive and still. His rack caught the fading light, and though distance dulled the details, I saw the hollow flutes clearly, darker at the ends, yawning like the mouths of pipes. The whistling rose again, long and sustained, and the air between us seemed to tighten as though stretched taut. He should not have been able to stay so quietly on that steep slope. No animal that size could remain motionless without betraying weight or breath. Yet he stood as if carved there, only the antlers alive with sound. I crouched lower, clutching my rifle though I did not raise it. What could bullets do against something that played the air itself like an instrument? The noise descended into a chord, resonant and sickening, and my vision wavered at the edges. For a moment the tree line itself seemed to bend, the trunks curving inward, like reeds drawn toward the sound. I blinked hard, willing my senses back. When I looked again, the ridge was empty. I do not remember walking back to camp. One moment I crouched in terror. The next I sat by the cold fire ring, hands stiff, lungs aching as though I had run miles. My notebook lay open beside me, though I had no memory of retrieving it. Across the fresh page, my pencil had scrawled a line of jagged letters I did not recognize at first. When I squinted, the shapes resolved a crude staff of music, drawn over and over in heavy strokes, notes marked by hollow circles. My handwriting, yet not my will. I snapped the book shut, so hard the pencil snapped in two. That night, the whistling did not remain outside. I woke near midnight to find it inside the tent. Not audible exactly, but vibrating in the canvas, in the cot beneath me, in the marrow of my teeth. The lantern shuddered though the air was still. I whispered aloud, begging it to stop, but the sound thickened, filling every corner of the space. Desperation drove me outside into the bitter cold. I stood under stars so sharp they hurt my eyes, but the sound followed, pouring from the trees, from the ground itself. The elk was nowhere visible, but his presence wrapped around me. I lit a fire, feeding it with reckless hands until sparks climbed high. The only thing I could think to do to keep whatever it was at bay. Flames roared and cracked, but beneath them the whistle threaded still, weaving between the sparks, like a song too ancient for human throats. I sat awake until dawn, rocking like a child, repeating my name over and over. My name is Josephine Keller. I am a researcher. I am alive. The words anchored me, though weakly against the tide of sound. When the sun came, the whistling ceased. My fire had collapsed to ash. I smelled smoke not my own, faint and acrid, and I followed it with cautious steps into the trees. There, along the creek's edge, I found something that ended all hope of denial. The ground was churned with tracks, elk tracks, fresh and deep. They circled the clearing, though not in any pattern I knew. They wove into spirals, overlapping, a dizzying script carved into mud. At the center of the spiral lay a small rib bone, picked clean, drilled through with holes as if by careful hand. When I lifted it, air passed across the openings and produced a faint, mournful note. I dropped it instantly, bile surging in my throat. I stumbled back to camp, shaking. My gear seemed pathetic, absurd against what pressed in from the forest. Radio, notebook, rifle, all symbols of control, none offering real protection. Still, I could not abandon them. My training was too deeply ingrained, my pride too stubborn. Instead of packing, I forced myself into the day's tasks, hiking transects, marking scat. But I was no longer a researcher. I was prey, watched from behind every trunk. By late afternoon, clouds gathered, bruised and heavy. The forest darkened early. I made the mistake of glancing toward the meadow, thinking perhaps daylight would soften the horror. Through the binoculars, I saw movement at the tree line opposite. Not one bull, but several. 3, then 5, then more, stepping from the shadows in unnatural silence. Each rack was hollow, the fluted pipes catching daylight. Together, they formed a grotesque chorus, air whistling through their racks in layered chords. The meadow rang like a cathedral organ, the sound rolling across the slope and striking me with physical force. My knees buckled. I wanted to flee, but my body betrayed me. My arms lifted without command, as though I were a puppet strung to their music. My chest heaved, my breath sensing with their notes. A pressure built behind my ribs, unbearable, until I thought something inside me would burst. And then, mercifully, they turned away, fading back into the trees one by one. The sound diminished with them, until only a faint hum remained, low and constant. I collapsed to the ground, gasping. When I could move again, I tore down my tent with frantic hands. Logic, pride, science, none mattered anymore. I had to leave. The sun had already dropped behind the ridges, but I could not wait another night. I strapped what I could onto my pack, abandoning the rest, and set off down the drainage toward the trailhead 12 miles away. Each step felt stolen, each rustle behind me a threat. The forest had grown too quiet again, save for that faint hum that never left the air. An hour into my flight, darkness smothered the last of the light. I clicked on my headlamp, its beam cutting a narrow tunnel ahead. My legs burned, my lungs scraped raw, but I forced myself forward. Then the whistle rose behind me. Long, sharp, closing fast, I ran. Branches tore at my sleeves. Roots caught at my boots, but adrenaline drove me faster than I thought possible. Still, the sound pursued, echoing from every direction. A full choir of hollow antlers singing through the timber. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes, hours. The world collapsed into the tunnel of light and the pursuit at my back. At some point I tripped, sprawling into mud. My headlamp flew off, plunging me into suffocating dark. The whistling closed in, a circle around me, many voices overlapping, until the air was solid vibration. I clawed in the dark, finding the lamp and snapping it back on. The beam caught something inches away, a rack of hollow pipes, pale and gleaming, descending from above. I screamed, scrambled backward. The antlers swept down, not striking but brushing past, filling the lamp's beam with impossible detail. Inside each hollow pipe, the surface was lined with something that shimmered wetly, like the inner walls of lungs. Breath pulsed from them, though no chest rose, no mouth moved. Then, as quickly as they appeared, they withdrew, vanishing into the trees. The whistle receded, not away but deeper, into ground itself, leaving only silence and the pounding of my blood. I do not remember how I made it back to camp. I awoke there at dawn, sprawled beside the ashes of my fire, my pack still half packed. My notebook lay open on my chest. Across the page, in thick, dark strokes, was music again. Not mine, not anything I could ever play. Notes arranged in impossible chords, lines bent at unnatural angles, as though transcribed from a scale no human ear should hear. My hands were coated in graphite, my nails broken. The tracks outside camp confirmed what I already knew. They had been there. Deep impressions. Too large, too many, spiraling again into patterns I could not bear to trace. I forced myself to look only long enough to confirm they were real. When I turned away, I caught another detail. Hanging from the branch above my tent was the rib bone. I had dropped by the creek, strung by sinew, swaying gently in the still air. Each swing made it whistle faintly. I sat down hard, my mind unraveling. I wanted to radio for help, but I could not trust my voice to hold steady. I wanted to run, but every direction felt caged by unseen watchers. Instead, I lit a fire again, my last defense, and sat staring into it until tears blurred the flames. I whispered my name again and again, clinging to the sound of it. My name is Josephine Keller. I am still here. I am alive. But as dusk bled across the drainage once more, The whistling began again. Not distant this time, but near, all around the perimeter of camp. Not one voice, not even 5, but dozens. A full choir of hollow antlers, closing in. The first note cut through the trees like a blade of air. Low, resonant. Too deep to come from any single set of lungs. The others joined in, weaving a sound so vast it made the very ground quiver beneath me. The lodge poles around camp rattled as though in a storm, yet no wind stirred. My fire snapped violently, sparks streaming sideways before the whistle, bent them into strange arcs that fizzled in midair. The antler choir had arrived. I sat rigid, rifle across my knees, though I knew it was useless. The sound pressed into me from all sides, a vibration in my ribs, in my teeth, in my skull. When I clamped my palms over my ears, it did nothing. The whistle bypassed flesh and bone, resonating directly in the hollow places of my body. I gagged, my stomach heaving as though it too had been tuned to the song. Shapes shifted in the tree line. Dozens of bulls, their racks pale and gleaming in the firelight, emerged from the dark. Each antler set was hollow pipe, like each emitting its own note. Together, they formed chords that did not obey music as I understood it, notes stacked in ways that bent the air into a cage. My heart stuttered in my chest, unable to match their rhythm. They did not charge. They did not need to. They simply stood, surrounding me, letting the music erode every shred of reason. I saw their eyes, dull, glassy, yet fixed with impossible intelligence. Their mouths hung open, not in bugle calls, but slack, tongues lolling like puppets. The sound came only from the racks, breath pushed through bone flutes by something that was not air. I whispered my name, but the sound drowned. Josephine Keller, field researcher, alive. The words dissolved in my throat, overtaken by the whistle until I felt my own voice shift, matching their pitch against my will. The air inside my chest vibrated, pulling sound from me like a reed pulled sound from a clarinet. My scream became part of their music. I tried to break it, bit my lip until blood filled my mouth, but the song did not falter. The bulls stepped closer, in perfect synchronization, hooves thudding once, twice, then silence. Their antlers tilted skyward, and the chords swelled. Above, the stars shimmered, bending like candle flames in heat. The air rippled with unseen force. My fire collapsed into itself with a whoosh, leaving me in the pulsing dark. Panic finally snapped me loose. I seized my pack, abandoning half of it, and bolted through the gap between two bulls. For a breath, I thought they might trample me, but they parted as if rehearsed, letting me pass. Their music shifted into pursuit, notes snapping sharp and staccato. The forest blurred around me. Every direction looked wrong, every tree warped. My headlamp beam flickered, sputtered, then died. The only light was the pale gleam of racks behind me, bobbing in rhythm with the song. I ran blind, guided only by instinct, tripping, clawing, forcing my body through brush that tore skin from my arms. Still the music followed, not fading, not faltering, as if the very forest had become an instrument. I stumbled into a clearing and froze. Before me lay not trail or creek, but a spiral pressed into the earth. Hoofprints circling tighter and tighter until they disappeared at the center. In that middle hollow stood a bull larger than all the rest. His rack dwarfed the others, pipes rising like the organ of some cathedral. The notes from him alone shook the clearing, too many tones at once, overlapping until my vision doubled. I fell to my knees, blood rushing from my nose. My hands trembled as I tried to crawl backward, but the circle of bulls closed in behind me. The Great One lowered his head. His pipes glowed faintly from within, as if lit by embers. The sound shifted, tuning itself to me. I felt it in my lungs, my sinuses, my bones. My own chest expanded against my will. Breath poured out of me, not in gasps but in long, steady tones. My body had become one of their instruments. I screamed again, but it came out as a note, pure, shrill whistling. The bulls responded, adjusting their pitch, harmonizing with me. Terror curdled into horror. They were teaching me the song. They were weaving me into their choir. My vision swam, and in the haze I saw things that were not the clearing. Corridors of bone stretched endlessly, walls lined with racks hollowed into flutes, each one singing without breath. Shapes moved within those halls, not elk, not human, but shadows with antlers hollow as horns. I wrenched my gaze away, clawing at my chest as though I could tear the sound out. My nails drew blood but did nothing. The music rose higher, unbearable. I thought my skull would split. Then, with the last shred of strength, I did the only thing my body would allow. I shoved both fists against my mouth and bit down hard, cutting off my breath. For an instant the note faltered. The bulls recoiled, their cords stuttering. The Great One's rack flared with a blast of air that toppled me backward. I rolled, scrambling through the spiral of tracks, breaking their pattern. The sound faltered further, chords collapsing into discord. The forest bucked around me, trees twisting like reeds in a gale. I ran half-blind, deafened by the failing choir. I do not know how I reached the trailhead. I remember only fragments. Moonlight flashing on hollow racks, the song warping into shrieks, the ground heaving beneath me. When at last I stumbled into the gravel lot, dawn was breaking. My truck sat where I'd left it, frost silvering the windshield. I collapsed against the door, fumbling the keys with shaking hands. The drive down the mountain blurred into one long spasm of fear. Every whistle of wind, through a crack in the frame, made me flinch. Every curve of the road threatened to fold into a spiral. By the time I reached town, the sound had receded into memory, but never entirely gone. It hummed faintly in my chest, as though a fragment of the song had nested there. I reported none of it. How could I? My colleagues would laugh, or worse, pity me. I filed the survey with blanks, citing inclement weather as reason for missing data. My notebook I burned in my backyard, though I can still see the impossible music scrawled across its pages when I close my eyes. Weeks later, I tried to convince myself it had been some fever dream, a hallucination born of solitude. But then, one night as I lay in bed, the wind outside shifted. Through the eaves of the house, faint and unmistakable, came a whistle, low, hollow fluted. My chest vibrated in answer. I clapped a pillow over my head, weeping, but the sound threaded through. I live with it still. Each season it grows louder, returning when the elk should be in rut. Sometimes I wake to find myself standing at the window, lips parted, a note on my breath though I had been tuned. I am being prepared. The hollow antlers are never far. And I know, when the song calls me back into the mountains, I will not return. My name is Travis Monroe, and I have spent most of my adult life wandering the ridges and valleys of the Montana backcountry, where the air is thin and the forests roll for miles without a road or fence line to interrupt them. Hunting was never just a sport for me. It was a way of keeping close to the land, of remembering the rhythms of seasons that men in cities forget. I have known the stillness of dawn, when fog lifts from spruce boughs, The silence so profound you can hear a raven's wings slice the air. I have dressed elk with my hands stiff from frost, dragged mule deer across slopes where the ground is more shale than soil. These things are not hobbies. They are parts of me, the kind of experiences that leave calluses deeper than skin. That is why, when I tell you what happened to me near Blackwater Ridge one November morning, I want you to understand I do not come to this lightly. I know deer. I know their gait, their skittish eyes, the way their flanks twitch at a branch snapping. I know the difference between the sound of hooves on fallen needles and the padded step of a cougar. I know when an animal is starving and when something else altogether has hollowed it out. And I know, without doubt, that what I saw that day was no deer, no elk, nothing that belonged to these mountains at all. The day had started plain enough. I had driven my old pickup down the logging road until the ruts got too mean, then hiked in with my pack and rifle slung across my shoulder. The sky had that dull pewter hue that promises snow without hurry. I had tracked a small group of whitetail the night before and was hoping to cut their trail again. Venison in the freezer meant fewer trips to town, and fewer trips to town meant more time away from people, which suited me fine. By the time the sun crept above the ridges, I was a couple miles in, moving careful and slow through a band of lodgepole. That was when I saw it, standing not 30 yards ahead, half hidden by brush. At first glance it was a deer, but a deer so ragged and wasted that my gut clenched. Its hide sagged in folds, stretched thin as tarp canvas over bones that jutted sharp as fence posts. Its legs seemed too long, bent at angles that strained the joints. The head hung low, ears drooping, as if the skull itself weighed more than the neck could bear. I raised my rifle without thinking. An animal in that state didn't have a chance against winter. A clean shot would have been mercy. But as I peered through the scope, something unsettled me. The body beneath the hide did not fit the frame. The rib cage flared too wide. The hips jutted too far back. And the skin, God help me. The skin looked as if it had been draped over the skeleton of something else entirely, as if stretched from another carcass and nailed into place. It should have bolted. Deer don't linger once they catch a hunter's scent, no matter how sick they are. But it stood there, swaying faintly, the black pits of its eyes fixed on me. A long breath shuddered out of it, and I swear the air carried the sour stench of rot, though there was no breeze. My finger tightened on the trigger, but before I could fire, it straightened. The sound it made still rattles in my memory. Bones cracked, not like twigs breaking underfoot, but like knuckles popping all at once, magnified. The thing pulled itself upright, rising higher than any buck should stand, higher than me. The stretched hide shifted and slid, revealing glimpses of something pale, and sinewed beneath, something straining to push free. Its arms, no longer forelegs, unfolded with a grotesque slowness, and the hooves elongated into hands, fingers curling like talons. I froze. The rational part of my brain, the part that had dressed animals since I was a boy, screamed that no creature could move like that. Yet there it was, standing on two legs, its head lolling, unnaturally skin-sagging in folds, as though it wore the husk of a deer like a costume. The forest seemed to collapse into silence. No chickadees, no ravens. Even the whisper of wind through the pines died. My breath sounded too loud in my ears. My rifle felt suddenly inadequate, a toy in the face of something that had no name. It took a step toward me. Not the bounding leap of prey, but a deliberate, staggering lurch. The stretched hide dragged with it, slapping wetly against its frame. And that was when I knew, with a certainty that knifed through me like ice water, that I wasn't looking at a deer at all. I didn't pull the trigger. I wish I could tell you why. Some mix of horror, disbelief, and the primal instinct that whispers when something ancient and wrong is near. Instead, I stumbled back, branches clawing at my jacket, my boots slipping on damp needles. The thing tilted its head, following me with those black eyes, and I felt pinned as surely as if I'd been hooked through the spine. Then, without warning, it dropped back to all fours. The sound of joints snapping filled the clearing, and it bounded away, vanishing into the timber, with a speed that mocked its wasted frame. I stood there, trembling, rifle half raised, until the forest slowly exhaled and the ordinary sounds crept back in. I should have turned home right then. Any sane man would have. But I couldn't. Something in me needed to understand what I had seen. Needed to prove, maybe to myself, that it was just a deer. Starved, diseased, some fluke of nature. Because if it wasn't, then it was something else entirely, and I wasn't ready to carry that truth alone. So I followed. The trail it left was easy enough to read at first. Deep impressions in the soft earth, dragging marks where the hide must have caught. But the farther I tracked, the less sense it made. The prints grew erratic, sometimes spacing impossibly far apart, sometimes vanishing mid-stride as if the creature had leapt yards without touching ground. More than once, I found patches of hair snagged on branches, coarse, brittle, and darker than any whitetail pelt. I pocketed a tuft without thinking, though the texture made my skin crawl. The forest grew denser as I climbed toward Blackwater Ridge. The air thinned, laced with the scent of snow coming. Each step deeper felt like wading into a place the world had forgotten. My heartbeat thumped loud in my ears, half from exertion, half from the sense that every shadow between the trees was watching. Around midday, clouds thickened, muting the light. I came upon a clearing strewn with bones. Not a kill site like I'd seen before. Wolves or cougars leave patterns, scatter, signs of feeding. These bones were arranged. Deer skulls set upright, antlers locking into crooked arcs. Ribs stacked in lattices. Vertebrae lined in spirals that wound inward toward the center. And in that center lay the sagging remains of a hide, stretched flat across poles, edges pinned with sharpened sticks. My stomach heaved. The hair in my pocket felt suddenly hot, burning against the fabric. I dropped it, and the tuft fell among the bones like it belonged there. The air thickened in that clearing, heavy and wrong. I wanted to run, but my legs rooted. Every hunter knows the woods have rules. Cycles of predator and prey, growth and decay. But this place defied rules. It was as though something had crawled out from under the natural order and staked its claim. When I finally forced myself to back away, every step felt like trespass. The forest no longer seemed mine, no longer familiar. I could feel the ridge looming higher, the dark trees crowding close. Somewhere in those shadows I knew the skin, stretched thing was watching, waiting. By the time dusk bled across the horizon, I had made camp on a rocky shelf overlooking the valley. I built a fire more out of fear than need, the crackle of flames a fragile barrier against, the silence pressing from the trees. Every snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. The rifle lay across my lap, barrel pointed at the dark. Sleep never came. Only the memory of those black eyes, the stretched hide, and the bones arranged like offerings. And a question I couldn't shake. If that thing wore the skin of a deer, then what was beneath? I would learn soon enough, though I wish to God I hadn't. The ridge never truly slept, and neither did I. Firelight jittered on the rock face, like small animals trying to climb out of the dark, and every time I blinked, the image of that thing rising onto two legs flashed behind my eyelids, fresh as if it were happening again. I kept the rifle across my lap and fed the flames a stick at a time, careful not to let them collapse in a shower of sparks that would carry into the timber. The wind died somewhere after midnight. In the new stillness, I heard it breathe. Not the steady pull and push of lungs. This was a long, hollow draw, like air being sucked through a length of pipe. I stood, the stock slick in my palm, somewhere beyond the reach of the fire's orange. A shape moved between the trunks, first left, then right, as if testing how close it could approach without being truly seen. A wet sloughing sound followed it, as if a heavy tarp dragged across needles. I took 2 steps forward, the heat from the fire popping against my legs. "You keep distance," I said, as if the forest listened to commands. My voice sounded strange to my own ears. Thin. It answered with a sound like a doe bleating, except it wasn't the voice of an animal. The bleat turned mid-note into a human cough, then stumbled into a wheeze that mimicked mine so closely I tasted bile. I lifted the rifle, found the dark with the iron sights, and held my breath until the rear sight steadied. Trees, branches, the voids between. I didn't fire. I've learned there are shots that spend a man twice. Once when the bullet leaves the barrel, and once when he has to live with what it hits. The shape kept circling. I tracked it by the swaying of a fur tip here, the faint rasp of hide against bark there, twice the sounds close to within 10 paces, and twice I threw a knot of resinous wood onto the fire so it flared and hissed and painted the understory in brief, warping color. The glimpses I stole were worse. Blindness, a vertical length of hide, slumped and creased along an inner framework that didn't match, twitching in little corrections, like someone wearing a suit too big and trying to learn the walk. I thought about retreat. I could shoulder the pack and backtrack toward the truck, moving under the moon before snow closed the road. Except I had already walked farther than my legs, wanted to walk again without sleep. And I knew enough about predators, natural and otherwise, to know that running before you understand what's hunting you is an invitation, not an escape. Near dawn, when the cold bit hard enough to numb my thumb around the safety, the thing stopped. Silence reassembled. A subtle trickle of meltwater under a rock, a branch exhaling its stored frost. I didn't hear it leave. The absence of it felt like a space left behind, a cavity in the dark where something should be. I let the fire burn down to a bed of coals and waited for the line of the eastern ridges to go, from charcoal to the pale of bone. Morning is where men stack reason. In the light, prints measure and maps make sense. I found what it had left me when I stepped beyond the ash ring. My camp was wreathed by a circle of hoofprints. Every one of them pointed inward. The spacing was wrong. Some pairs set so wide a deer would have had to split into 2 animals, others so close they overlapped. At 3 points on the circle, the prints changed into something flat and narrow, not quite human and not entirely hoof. Long ovals with a drag mark at the toe, as if fingers had smudged the earth into their shape. My bedroll, which I had strapped tight against the weather, was loosened and retied. The knot that secured it was correct, a hunter's knot, the kind my hands could tie in the dark. I hadn't tied it. Off to the west, at the edge of the shelf where the slope fell away steeply, a conifer held a strip of hide hung from a broken branch, damp and heavy, fluttering in the new breeze. It was deer by texture and not deer by cut. The edges weren't shaved clean with a knife, or ragged from the tear of teeth. They were stretched thin, translucent, and then severed straight as if by pressure, like parchment cut with a straightedge. When the wind moved it, a low whistle rose through the pores, a pipe note that made the hair on my arm stand up. I burned the strip in the coals without ceremony. It didn't smell like a deer burning. It smelled like wet canvas and old copper. The smoke threaded up gray and mean, and then disappeared into the cold air, as if the sky refused it. You can tell yourself stories about what's rational. I tried. Starvation makes animals strange. Wasting disease twists bones. People do odd things in remote country. I tried on each explanation like a coat, and found none fit. In the end, the simplest truth remained. Something here took what it wanted from the order the ridge obeyed, and remade the rules. I didn't want to retreat and keep that ignorance. Men who turn away from the thing that scares them don't really leave it. They carry it home inside themselves. I kicked snow over the last of the coals, filled the small crater with duff, and shouldered my pack. I cut a stick to use as a probe. The ground up by Blackwater is riddled with old badger work and sinkholes, covered by fallen needles. The trail leading away from the circle angled toward the north shoulder of the ridge, where the timber thins into broken rock and stunted spruce. I followed it with the steady pace you learn if you want to last through a day, scanning ahead for the long look and dropping my eyes to check near ground every few steps. By mid-morning the sky had lowered, not storming yet but thinking it over. I moved through a belt of alders whose roots drank from a narrow stream, water the color of tea where it ran over peat. Blackwater isn't named for romance. The tannins stain everything they touch. The bank mud held prints as clean as castings. Hooves, then the long ovals again, then a confusion of marks that looked like hands, pressed at angles, palms, and fingers, and the suggestion of joints too, many and too malleable. Hair tangled in the alder catkins, coarse and dark. When I lifted one length to the light, I saw that the hair itself split toward its end, a fork like a snake's tongue. I dropped it. The trail crossed the stream where stones stepped over like vertebrae. On the far side, a pair of poles had been driven into the muck and laced together with green willow. Stretched across them was another hide, thinned and translucent, its surface mapped with faint lines like veins under skin. This one wasn't deer. It was too pale. I didn't examine it long enough to ask more. Something moved behind it, and the hide bellied toward me as if exhaling. A whisper threaded through in a voice like mine, using my breath pattern, failing on a word the way I fail when a tooth freezes in winter air. I fired. The hide jumped, tore, fluttered back into a sag. Behind it, the brush rattled as something withdrew without hurry. I worked the bolt and held, listening, smelling the sting of powder in the tannic air. No charge, no crash, just a patience that felt like insult. There are times the mountains offer mercy in their leftovers. An old blaze on a tree. A bit of rusted wire fence from a line someone once ran. At the next rise the timber eased open, and I saw a set of squared logs pulled together under a patched roof of tin. A line shack. Not on any current map, not maintained, but standing. I approached careful, barrel low and eyes high. The door hung crooked on one hinge. The other hinge was replaced with a strip of leather and 2 nails driven in at angles. The leather had been rubbed with tallow until it gleamed. That wasn't the work of time. That was recent. Inside, the air held the preserved smell of dust, old ash, mouse. A bunk against the wall. A black iron stove with a pipe that canted up into the roof. On the floor around the door, someone had driven short nails point up and then smudged them over with soot so they wouldn't catch light. A ring of something chalky, salt or ash, circled the legs of the bunk. Inside that ring lay a folded paper. I towed it open. The writing had run with damp, but I could piece enough. It was from a ranger or someone pretending at the job. Station numbers, dates, references to snag patches and controlled burns. The notes between the official bits told a different story. If a thing wears a hide, it can be made to leave it. Fire or iron. Don't answer to your name in the dark. Don't step into the circle it makes for you. It mimics what you give it. If it learns your steps, it will walk them back to your door. I fed kindling into the stove and coaxed a flame. The warmth that came was small but honest. With a poker heated to a dull red, I walked the room, touching the steel to each nail head around the door, and to the latch, searing out whatever scent my hands had left. A man does what he can with the tools at hand. I found a roll of baling wire under the bunk and strung a waist high loop from a spike to the stove. If anything should come through the door at speed, it would take the wire low and meet the iron hot. The day dimmed early. Snow began without the courtesy of wind, flakes too soft to click against the tin. I ate jerky and drank meltwater warmed on the stove. The taste of pine needles steeped in metal. From time to time I set my hand to my own breastbone to feel the regularity of breath. Ordinary life puts a man to sleep. The extraordinary keeps him measuring his heart, like a watch he's afraid might stop. It tried the door as evening grayed to night. Not a knock, a test. The latch lifted, fell. Lifted, fell. Paused, as if listening for the pause in me. The nails chittered, points grating on the threshold. I sat very still and felt the building in the air, the way you feel thunder assembling over open ground. The latch lifted again. A sliver opened where the door met the frame, and a ribbon of hide slipped through, feeling along the wood the way a tongue tests a tooth. The skin was pale and hairless, edges thickened with scar. Inside it, something moved, muscle without a proper home. When it crossed the wire, the baling line twanged and the door jolted inward. The ribbon jerked back as if bit. I surged forward with the poker and drove the iron down onto what had come through. The room filled with a smell like burning fat and pennies. A noise rose, not from throat or lungs, but from the skin itself, a tight keening such as a kettle makes before it boils. The ribbon retracted on itself, pulled flat through the gap and gone. The latch fell, and the door thudded into place under its own skewed weight. After that it climbed. I heard it drag its weight up the outer wall, a slow, patient scaling. The stovepipe vibrated with a hollow knocking. Soot sifted into the stove's orange belly. I used the poker to push the damper open, fed the fire until it glowed with the heat that bends air, and jammed the poker up into the pipe to clear anything it had gotten caught on. When the poker clanged metal, the knocking stopped. Then something soft pushed into the top of the flue and tried, calmly, methodically, to widen it by pressing. The iron rang. I fed in a length of green wood, so the stove smoked and the pipe coughed with it. If it wanted to taste what was inside, I would make the taste bitter. The radio on the shelf, a portable set that hadn't worked in years by the look of it, sprang to life. Not with a voice, with my breath. The little speaker exhaled in my cadence. I jumped without moving my feet, a memory the hide by the stream. The whisper using my pattern, stumbling where my mouth stumbles. I took the radio and pressed the hot poker against its casing until plastic sagged, and the speaker died with a small crackle. The silence after felt more substantial than before, as if I had unplugged a vein that fed the thing patiently feeling its way in. It didn't rage. That unnerved me more than any tantrum would have. It reset. The pressure against the flue eased. The roof received a new weight and redistributed it. A slow walk passed over me, step, 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 as if it were arranging its thoughts. Snow fell harder, and the sound of it softened the structure into a cocoon. Night settled into the long middle. I sat on the bunk with the rifle across my knees, the poker propped beside me, and listened for where the next inquiry would come. Somewhere in the hours that drag. 2, 3, no clock to be certain. It found the window. Not glass but oiled canvas stretched in a frame to keep weather out. It pressed there, gently at first, and the fabric held a bulge shaped, not like a face but like the idea of a face. The protuberances in the wrong places. The hollows too deep. It learned while it pushed. The features corrected, moved, not to mine, not to any one person's, but toward a human arrangement. I could see the black pits where eyes would be if it decided to wear them. I must have breathed harder. The canvas dimpled where a mouth would take in scent. I took a coal shuttle full of embers from the stove and flung them hard against the base of the window. The canvas smoked and then flared. The bulge snapped flat with a sound like cloth clapping. The shack filled with smoke in a breath. I tore down the frame and shoveled the burning canvas into the stove, then opened the door to let the room cough itself clean. Cold bit my teeth. Outside, just beyond the threshold, the snow was marked with indentations like knees learning how to kneel. Fire or iron, I said to the stove, as if repeating the phrase would inoculate me. The notes in the folded paper hadn't been poetry. They were instructions. The line that lodged and would not dislodge. Don't step into the circle it makes for you. My mind went back to the prints around my camp. All points inward, the ring built for me to stand at its heart. I had stood at the fire. Had that counted? Or was the circle something more precise it was still constructing? Before dawn, the pressure shifted again. Not at the door, the roof, or the window sight. Beneath. The shack had been set on skids that kept the floor from taking water. A crawl space. I heard earth move there in slow, deliberate pulls. My teeth went to chattering before the rest of me could choose. I put the poker back into the fire until it bent itself toward orange. Then I lay on the floor and pressed my ear to the plank. A faint cadence came into my skull. Tap, tap, drag, tap, tap, drag. As if it had worked out the rhythm of my own walk and was returning it to me from underneath. I drove the hot iron between the planks and heard it bite into damp soil. A smell rose that didn't belong to any season. An animal's burrow and a slaughterhouse at once, and I gagged. The movement stopped. The space under me felt quiet enough to hear the shift of snow settling on branches. Light came thin and late. The storm had thrown a blanket over the ridge, and the world beyond the door was a brightness that confused depth and distance. I opened up anyway. I had not come here to spend the rest of my life in a room small enough to heat with a whisper. If the thing was made patient, I would be made stubborn. I stepped out with the rifle ready and the poker tucked under my arm like a shepherd's staff. The snow held a statement, the outline of a circle 15 feet wide stamped shallow. Not in prints, but in a continuous depression, as if something had rolled its weight along the path like a hoop. At true north of that circle a rib lay upright, like a standing stone, its base buried, its top sharpened. On it hung a length of sinew twisted into a shape that suggested letters without forming any I knew. At due south, on the line between the circle and the shack door, my own boot prints repeated in a mirror left, right, as if I had stepped out and back, all night long while never leaving the bunk. I didn't cross the circle. I followed its outside edge until I reached the rib. The sinew's twist pulled the eye and wanted my tongue to try sounds I didn't own. I cut it free with the tip of the poker and carried it to the stove and fed it to the fire. It burned with a brief blue that made the iron ring. If this thing learned what it was given, then I had already taught it too much. My breathing, my pace, the shape of my camp. I stood in the doorway with a plan. That felt like standing in a river against a push. I would make it come where fire and iron could reach it, and I would take what it wore away from it. If it had bones under there, they belonged to something that understood these mountains less than I did. I would not let it walk in my steps to any door I ever called mine. I packed the shack with what little metal it offered. Nails, the stove grating, a broken saw blade. Heated them all to a red that hummed in the dim air. I anchored the baling wire again and strung 2 more lines, waist high and knee high to trip and tangle. On the floor by the threshold I spread ash in a thin layer to take prints. I set the radio. Now a melted carcass, near the door as decoy, some small stupid gesture that felt like insisting on my own humor in a place that had no use for it. Then I sat and I waited. The day wore itself down the long, seamed toward night, while the ridge practiced silence that belonged to larger things than me. When the first scrape touched the far wall, polite, exploratory, I didn't move. When the stovepipe trembled as if a breath stroked its mouth, I didn't look away from the door. I could feel my chest the heaviness of the choice closing in. Men like to think courage is a loud thing. Most of the time, it's just staying where you put yourself. The latch lifted. The door remembered it was a door and complained in a wooden voice. And the circle outside, which I had refused to step into, waited with its edge sharp as a drawn blade, for however long refusal could hold. The latch lifted once more, slow as a deliberate breath, and the shack exhaled old dust around me. I held still, rifle braced against my shoulder, cheek to stock. The circle outside lay buried under white silence, but I could feel it out there like a muscle flexing, the geometry of it taut and waiting. The thing had made its pattern. All it needed was for me to step into it. The door cracked open. Not wide. Just enough for cold light to bleed across the floorboards and catch the layer of ash I had spread there. A single shape pressed through the gap, thin, elongated, almost hand, like but slicker, fingers too long. The hide around them stretched taut, as if trying to remember what knuckles should look like. The fingers hovered over the ash, then descended. The print it left behind was not a hoof, not a paw. It was an imitation of my hand, 4 digits and a thumb, only the proportions wrong. as though a child had traced an outline of mine and then tugged it out of symmetry. The ash took the shape clean. The fingers flexed. The door widened another inch. I wanted to fire, to blast whatever leaned their back into the snow. But instinct told me the circle was the real trap, not the hand. If I fired too soon, I might only push it back into patience. And patience was a resource it seemed to have more of than me. So instead I did the strangest thing I've ever done while holding a rifle. I smiled, not out of humor, but defiance. My teeth showed white in the gloom. The hand withdrew. The door fell shut. Silence again. I knew then the stalemate couldn't last. I could sit here until my food was gone and my body wore down. Or I could step into what it had built and let the story finish. That thought nearly broke me. But hunters know a wound festers if you leave it. A trail dies if you don't follow it while it's fresh. The mountains don't wait for you to gather courage. By noon the snow had lightened, a thin veil instead of a storm. I packed my things tight, every strap cinched, and slung the rifle across my back. I heated one last piece of iron in the stove, a broken section of saw blade, and wired it to the end of a stick as a makeshift spear. If the rifle failed, if everything failed, at least I could put fire, bitten steel between me, whatever wore that skin. Then I opened the door and stepped onto the threshold. The circle lay etched in shallow relief across the snow. The rib still stood at its northern edge, though the sinew I'd burned had left only a smear of ash on the ground. The mirrored boot prints still faced my shack, perfect replicas of mine. The space within the circle was empty, too empty. No squirrel tracks, no rabbit hops, not even the stipple of snowflakes. The white surface lay untouched, as if the sky itself had skipped that ground. I didn't cross it. I walked its perimeter, slow, deliberate. My boots packed sound into the hush, crunch after crunch. For half the circuit nothing stirred. Then, at the western edge where the timber began again, the snow rose. It rose as if something had lain just beneath it, waiting. The shape lifted itself to standing, shaking snow like a man might shrug off a blanket. It wore the deer hide again, but poorly. The skin sagged, crooked, seams loose, parts dragging where there was nothing underneath to fill them. The head lolled against the chest, antlers hanging at uneven angles. As it straightened, the body beneath pressed against the hide and shifted it. A face pushing forward where no face should be, then sliding away, leaving only stretched pelt. The thing stepped to the circle's edge and halted. One hoof, or foot, hovered over the line, then drew back. It couldn't cross. That much was plain. The circle wasn't made for it. It was made for me. "Is this what you want?" I said, voice low, breaking in the cold air. For me to come inside. It tilted its head, slowly, like a deer listening. Then it opened the hide where the mouth should have been. From inside came my voice. Not words, just my own breathing, dragged and looped. A hunter's rhythm echoed back at me, until I couldn't tell if I was listening to myself or to it. I tightened my grip on the spear. Fire or iron, the note had said. I had both. But you can't kill what you don't understand. And some foolish part of me wanted to know what lay under that hide before I tried. So I stepped into the circle. The air changed instantly. Cold grew sharper, sound thickened. Even the gray daylight seemed to warp. My heartbeat knocked in my throat, warning me I had made the wrong choice, but my boots kept moving forward. The creature mirrored me, step for step, its legs bending wrong, the hide sliding across them like cloth over wet clay. At the center of the circle, I stopped. My breath smoked between us. The thing stopped too. Then it lifted its arms. The hide tore with the sound of fabric splitting. What came out was pale, almost luminous against the snow. The shape of a man, but elongated, starved, every bone too visible under slick flesh. The face was blank except for the eyes, black hollows so deep the light never touched their bottom. It reached for its own hide as if offering it. I realized then that it wasn't wearing the deer's skin as a disguise. It was shedding it the way a snake leaves its old casing behind. And it wanted me to take it. The hide slumped into the snow at my feet. The exposed thing stood taller now, its shoulders drawn wide, the raw sinew of its body pulsing as if it had finally been freed. My skin prickled with the understanding that I had just completed some part of its ritual, that by stepping into the circle I had agreed without words. It leaned closer. The pits of its eyes widened, and in them I saw a reflection that was not a mirror but a rehearsal. Me, standing where I stood, rifle across my back, spear in hand. Me, but thinner, stretched, hollow. The horror wasn't that it wanted to wear me. The horror was that it wanted to learn me, to know every step, every breath, until it could walk out of these mountains with my face and my habits, and no one would see the difference. I dropped the spear into the snow and snatched the hide from the ground. It sagged heavy, damp, colder than ice, the inner side slick like raw meat. The creature's eyes followed the movement, hungry. If it wanted me to wear the skin, then fire would deny it. With a shout that broke whatever silence the circle held, I swung the hide onto the sharpened rib. The pelt caught, tore, and I thrust the saw blade through it, pinning it against the bone. Then I fired. Once, twice. The rifle roared inside the circle. Each shot deafening, the bullets tearing hide and bone, and whatever tethered the two. The thing screamed. Not from its mouth, but from every inch of its body. The sound was skin screaming, flesh and bone shrieking together. A high, ragged note that rattled the circle itself. The snow convulsed, patterns twisting underfoot. I dropped to my knees, covered my ears, and still it rang through me. The creature staggered back, its hollow eyes pouring blackness like smoke. It clawed at the pinned hide, desperate, but the fire-bitten iron held. When it touched the saw blade, the flesh sizzled, and it recoiled, keening higher. Then, as sudden as it began, it collapsed. The body folded inward, spine snapping like wet wood, legs crumpling beneath. The smoke pouring from its eyes dissolved into the air, thinning, vanishing. What hit the snow was not a body but a husk, empty skin, pale and stretched, no more substance than parchment. The circle broke. The depression in the snow filled with wind. The light grew clear again. I stood shaking, rifle barrel steaming in the cold. My breath came ragged, my throat raw from shouting. The husk lay at my feet, deflating further with every gust of air, until at last there was nothing left but a patch of flattened snow. I turned and walked out. Step by step, not running. Hunters don't run unless they mean to bleed. By the time I reached the shack, the sky had opened into blue. The storm was gone, as if it had only been staged for that one encounter. I gathered my pack, stamped out the last of the fire in the stove, and didn't look back at the circle. Some things don't deserve a farewell. The hike down the ridge felt longer than it should have. Every bend in the trail made me expect to see it again, striding along in my own gait, smiling with my own crooked tooth. But the woods held nothing more than wind and ravens, and the sound of snow sliding from branches. I reached the truck at dusk. My hands shook so hard I fumbled the keys twice. The engine coughed, then caught, as the road carried me out of the backcountry. I told myself the truth I needed to hear: it was over. The hide was burned, the thing unmade. But nights since then have taught me different. Because sometimes, walking across my cabin floor, in the still hours, I'll hear a second tread under mine, a half beat out of sync, like an echo learning the rhythm. Sometimes, in the frost on the window, I'll see not my own reflection, but a stretched, thinner version, watching from the other side of the glass. And sometimes when I step outside into the snow, I'll find circles, always faint, always just beginning. And I know one thing with more certainty than I know the weight of a rifle or the bend of a deer trail. That skin-stretched thing was never killed. It was only waiting, and it is still learning me. My name is Caroline Brooks, and I'm a 30-year-old teacher from North Carolina who spends her summers chasing trails across the mountains. For years I have carried maps marked with red ink, circling shelters along the Appalachian Trail that I promised myself I would one day visit. It is a compulsion born from equal parts wanderlust and stubbornness. Though lately I have begun to wonder if there was something deeper pulling me along these ridges, as if the woods themselves had been waiting for me. I mention this because, until the summer I found myself alone, in an old shelter just south of Roan Mountain, I thought hiking was simply a way to quiet my mind. That night, I learned the silence can open doors you never wanted opened. The day leading up to it had been uneventful, which is the trick the forest likes to play. The more ordinary the walk feels, the more jarring the moment becomes when the ordinary ends. I had left the highway near Elk Park and climbed steadily through a long stretch of switchbacks, pausing every so often to wipe sweat from my forehead and take in the way fog drifted like pale ghosts through the rhododendron. I arrived at the shelter by late afternoon, a three-sided structure of weathered logs and a sagging tin roof with a small window cut crudely into the back wall. The Appalachian shelters are usually nothing more than a roof and a platform, open to the elements, but this one felt enclosed, heavier somehow, as though its walls had absorbed decades of wary hikers and their secrets. I set down my pack, lit a small fire in the stone ring outside, and cooked a simple meal of rice and jerky. My phone showed no signal, but that was expected out here. I made a note in my journal about the miles covered and the sound of a whip pour while calling from the slope below, and I told myself I would sleep early. I did not mention the way the shadows seemed to gather in the corners of the shelter, as though reluctant to leave. I have always been prone to imagination, and I have learned that writing down those little worries can give them too much life. So I omitted it, tucked the journal back into my pack, and stretched out in my sleeping bag. The fire burned low outside, throwing faint light through the window, and I drifted into a half sleep, the kind where the body rests but the mind keeps an ear open for every snap of twig. It must have been near midnight when I woke to scratching. At first I thought it was a raccoon, nosing around the fire ring for scraps. But the sound was too deliberate, too steady, like fingernails raking along the wooden slats of the shelter wall. I held still, every muscle tense, and listened. Scratch, pause, scratch. Each drag came from the direction of the window. I told myself to be rational, that animals make strange noises, that the Appalachian nights are full of small thieves, searching for crumbs. But when I rolled slowly onto my side and opened my eyes, the rational part of me fractured. Outside the window stood a figure. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with the build of a man who had spent years lifting wood or stone. His frame filled the narrow window, blocking most of the pale glow from the fire. But where a human head should have been, there was instead the head of an owl. A barn owl, white and heart-shaped, feathers catching the dim light in ghostly streaks. His eyes were enormous, black voids that seemed to drink in the faint embers behind me. And as I watched, frozen in the cocoon of my sleeping bag, his head twisted. Not the way a man might turn to glance over his shoulder, but a full rotation, unnatural and fluid, until the face was reversed entirely before circling back, settling on me again. The scratching stopped the moment our eyes met. I knew instinctively not to move, not even to breathe too loudly, as though any sudden motion would break the fragile distance between us. The owl-headed man, because that is what I have called him ever since, stood without shifting his shoulders, without the rise and fall of breath. He only tilted his head slowly, like a bird considering prey. I tried to tell myself I was dreaming, caught in some cruel trick of half-sleep. But the longer I stared, the more the details burned into me, the faint steam of his breath fogging the glass, the sharp curve of talons where his fingers pressed the window frame, the subtle shuffle of his stance, as if his legs were not entirely human, beneath the dark outline of his trousers. I do not know how long I lay there, minutes, an hour, an eternity, but eventually the figure leaned closer. The beak touched the glass, scraping lightly, and a sound came. Not a hoot, not a word, but something in between, a drawn-out syllable like the beginning of speech.
Say.
Row. Line. My own name. Drawn out, rasping, distorted through the throat of something that should not know how to speak at all. I yanked the sleeping bag zipper up to my chin like a child hiding from a nightmare. My heart hammered so hard that I was certain he could hear it. I squeezed my eyes shut, convinced that if I pretended long enough, if I forced myself into stillness, he would lose interest. But the scratching began again, softer this time, tracing letters against the wood. I could hear it C-A-R, the deliberate carving of my name. I do not remember falling asleep, but at some point exhaustion dragged me under. When I woke, morning light streamed through the shelter's open front. The fire outside had long gone cold. I sat up slowly, every muscle aching from tension, and turned toward the window. There were marks on the wood, not deep gouges, but clear enough that I could trace them with my fingertip. C-A-R-O. The rest had been left unfinished. I stumbled outside into the damp grass, desperate for proof that what I had seen was only a dream. But the earth betrayed me. Prints pressed into the soil led away from the window. Prints too large to be mine, barefoot. But each toe ended not in rounded human shape, but in something sharper. The rest of that morning passed in a haze of denial. I packed quickly, forcing myself to believe that if I hiked far enough, if I filled the day with motion and sun, the memory would blur into something less sinister. But the woods carried the knowledge with me. Every rustle of leaves overhead felt like feathers brushing. Every hollow knock of wood against stone sounded like the scrape of talons. I could not escape the feeling that the owl-headed man was still nearby, circling, waiting for nightfall. I told myself I would stop at the next shelter with other hikers. That company would banish whatever had unsettled me. Yet when I reached it by evening, The place was empty, only wind passing through the cracks. I could not bring myself to stay. I pushed on, legs trembling with fatigue, until the sky turned violet and shadows grew long across the trail. Finally, I collapsed beside a small clearing, too weary to continue. I built another fire, larger this time, and sat close enough that sparks singed the edges of my sleeves. I whispered my own name aloud, over and over, as if reminding the dark that I still belonged to myself. The night held, but the memory of that twisting head, those black eyes fixed on me, would not loosen its grip. I realized then that I could hike the entire span of the Appalachian Trail, vanish into every mountain hollow and ridge, but I would never truly leave that shelter. Part of me had been claimed, and part of me remained behind, watching from the other side of that window. And in the stillness of the forest, beneath the canopy that has hidden generations of secrets, I thought I heard a sound, faint, distant, yet unmistakable. The low rasp of my name, carried on wings I could not see. The next morning should have felt like salvation, but the dawn only made everything more brittle. The light revealed more than it comforted. My face felt hollow, eyes sunken from lack of sleep, and every muscle carried the memory of bracing against something I could not fight. Still, I told myself that rational steps would keep me steady. Pack the gear, eat something warm, keep walking. Movement was safety. Stopping was surrender. I boiled water for oatmeal, though I could barely force it down. My hands shook each time I lifted the cup, not from cold, but from the memory of those eyes through the window. The trail stretched onward, winding north, a ribbon that promised progress, but no real escape. Every hiker knows the feeling of being watched from the woods, but once you have seen the thing behind the gaze, that sensation digs deeper. The trees themselves feel complicit. By late morning, I reached a stretch of exposed ridgeline. Wind cut sharp against my cheeks, snapping strands of hair loose from my braid. For a moment, I felt lighter, the openness a relief after the pressed shadows of the shelter. I stopped at a rocky outcrop to catch my breath and looked back along the path. The forest spread below, endless ridges folding into one another, and yet I could not shake the certainty that somewhere, among those trees, he was perched, watching. It is difficult to explain how the mind fractures under that kind of pressure. Rational thought tries to stitch excuses, sleep deprivation, overactive imagination, leftover fear from a bad dream. But deeper down, the animal part of me knew the truth. What I had seen was real. The carved letters in the wood had not been hallucination. The prints in the earth had not been raccoons or bears. The all-headed man existed, and he had spoken my name. The trail dipped into heavier forest by afternoon. I kept glancing to either side, scanning for movement. The woods grew unnaturally quiet in patches, the way they sometimes do before a storm, though the sky overhead was clear. That silence made my ears strain for any sound. When it came, I almost wished it hadn't a single low hoot, drawn out and resonant, rolling across the trees. I froze mid-step. The sound was not far. My instinct was to run. But running on a trail with a 30-pound pack is more dangerous than staying calm. So I walked faster instead, every step deliberate, knees aching from the pace. I whispered small prayers, not because I am religious, but because the rhythm of words gave me something to hold. Hours passed that way. At last, near dusk, I stumbled upon another shelter. Relief should have flooded me, but instead dread rose in its place. The thought of crawling into another 3 sided shack of lying helpless in the dark with only thin boards between me and that thing made my stomach twist. I considered pushing farther, but my legs trembled with exhaustion, and the map showed no other stopping point within reach before nightfall. I was cornered by necessity. The shelter looked similar to the last. Timbers darkened by rain, roof patched with rusted tin, but no window this time. Only 3 open sides facing into the clearing. I told myself that was safer. Nothing could loom behind glass. Nothing could carve its way into my sleep from the shadows of a back wall. I set my pack down, built a fire larger than the one before, and sat with my back pressed firmly to the wood. I ate quickly, eyes flicking to every rustle at the forest edge. Night crept in. Crickets began their steady drone, filling the silence that had gnawed at me earlier. I clung to that sound like a lifeline. Normal. Natural. The voice of summer woods. But as the fire burned lower, I noticed a change. The crickets faltered, their rhythm thinning until gaps stretched wider than they should. The night inhaled, and from that breath came another sound, the faint crunch of leaves, deliberate and steady. I gripped the handle of my hiking knife, though I knew it would be useless. The footsteps circled the clearing, always just beyond the firelight. I could not see him, but I could feel the weight of his eyes. At one point the sound stopped directly behind me, beyond the shelter wall, and I nearly screamed from the pressure of waiting. Then came the scraping again, this time on the outside of the logs, the same measured drag of talons against wood. I wanted to run, to flee into the dark regardless of danger, but my body betrayed me, rooted in place by terror. The scraping moved slowly around the shelter's perimeter until it reached the front, and at last he stepped into view. The fire had burned down to coals, enough to illuminate him faintly. He was taller than I remembered, shoulders impossibly broad, arms long enough that his fingers nearly brushed his knees. His torso was clothed in something ragged, fabric torn and hanging in strips like old flannel. But the head was the same in owls, pale and alien, eyes catching firelight like mirrors. He tilted it sideways, studying me as though I were pinned insect beneath glass. Sa, row, line, he rasped again. Hearing it in the open without the muffling pain of glass made it worse. The voice carried, deep and broken, like air forced through a throat not meant for speech. My name came out stretched, almost sung, yet every syllable felt wrong, profaned. I raised the knife, though my hand shook so violently the blade wavered. His head twisted in a full arc again, snapping back with a crack of vertebrae, and then he laughed. The sound was neither human nor animal, but a warped blend, high and shrill and mocking. My legs gave way and I collapsed against the logs. For a heartbeat, I thought he would cross the fire and end me, but instead he crouched. The motion was fluid, unnatural for a frame that size. He squatted on his haunches at the far edge of the fire, taloned hands dangling loosely, and continued to watch me. His eyes did not blink. Not once. I do not remember how long it lasted. Minutes. Hours. It stretched until time felt like a cruel trick. At some point, exhaustion took me again. When I woke, morning light bled through the trees, and he was gone. I staggered from the shelter, legs numb, throat raw as though I had been screaming in my sleep. There were tracks in the dirt, clear as any I had ever seen, human in shape but ending in sharp impressions, like claws digging deep. They circled the shelter twice before trailing back into the woods. That day I did not bother with breakfast. I strapped my pack, cinched it tight, and pushed north at a brutal pace. The trail blurred beneath me. I passed 2-day hikers near mid-morning, and when they smiled and offered greetings, I nearly burst into tears from the relief of human contact. I considered telling them what I had seen, warning them, but the words lodged in my throat. What would I say? That a man with the head of an owl had followed me across ridges, called my name, laughed at me by the fire. They would smile politely and keep walking, convinced I was delirious or unstable. So I kept my silence, but the presence did not leave me. That night I paid for a room at a small hostel near a road crossing, determined to surround myself with people, to bury the fear and chatter and clatter of dishes. And for a while it worked. I ate with strangers, showered, washed my clothes. The fluorescent lights and hum of the ceiling fan felt blessedly ordinary. Yet when I lay down in the bunk, closing my eyes to the sound of other hikers, breathing, the silence found me again. Somewhere in the drifting haze before sleep, I heard it. Faint, distant but real. A scraping sound against wood. Letters forming. My name. I sat up, heart in my throat, and stared at the window across the room. For a moment I swore I saw the reflection of Pathers in the glass, vanishing the instant I blinked. I did not sleep that night in the hostel. Even with the comfort of walls and strangers breathing in bunks around me, my mind refused to trust that I was safe. The sound of his scraping, the vision of feathers against glass, replayed endlessly until dawn bled pale through the curtains. When the others stirred, zippers rasping, boots thudding on the wooden floor, I packed quickly and left without breakfast. The idea of lingering, of being still long enough for him to find me again, made my skin crawl. The road crossing outside the hostel buzzed faintly with passing cars, and for a while I stood on the gravel shoulder, debating whether to continue my hike at all. The Appalachian Trail stretched on, hundreds of miles of forest and ridge between me and the next town. But behind me lay the memory of the shelters, and the knowledge that if I abandoned the path, I would always wonder whether he was waiting for me in the ordinary corners of life. Fear would travel farther than my feet ever could. So I chose forward. I lifted my pack, adjusted the straps until the weight settled across my hips, and stepped back into the woods. For the first few hours, I convinced myself that daylight meant safety. The trail wound upward through spruce and fir, the air sharp with resin. I found a rhythm in my steps, breathing into it, telling myself over and over that he was only a hallucination. But denial wears thin when you notice the forest growing too quiet, when even birdsong falters in your presence. At one point, as I passed beneath a leaning hemlock, a feather drifted down before me, pale, curved unmistakably from an owl. I stopped dead, staring upward, but the branches swayed empty. By evening I reached another shelter. I thought I would pass it by, but exhaustion made the decision for me. My legs wobbled, knees threatening to give way. I had pushed too hard. If I kept walking into the night, I would collapse. So I gathered wood, built a fire as large as I dared, and sat with my back pressed against my pack. This time, I did not sleep. I forced myself to remain awake, eyes scanning the clearing, knife laid across my lap. Hours crawled by. My fire burned low, but I fed it constantly, unwilling to let the flames shrink. The forest was quiet, the air heavy, until sometime past midnight I heard it the low, deliberate crunch of leaves. He was coming. I gripped the knife so tightly my knuckles whitened. My breath caught in shallow gasps. From the tree line, he emerged, bull-headed, shoulders broad, arms long. He walked slowly into the clearing, unhurried, as if he knew I had nowhere to go. His head tilted, rotated, snapping in that grotesque way, and his eyes reflected the firelight like two black mirrors. Row. Line. The sound scraped out, half-hooted, half-human, vibrating in my chest. I wanted to scream at him, to demand what he wanted, but my voice failed. He crouched again at the edge of the fire, talons curling into the dirt, and simply watched me. Minutes bled into hours. My eyes burned with exhaustion, yet terror kept me awake. At some point I realized he was waiting, not to strike, not to vanish, just waiting for me to break. I did. My voice cracked out, hoarse and trembling. "What are you?" The head twisted slowly, full circle before settling. His beak opened. The sound that came was not words, but the echo of 100 voices layered together, male and female, old and young. They all whispered my name. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the voices filled me from the inside, vibrating in my skull. Images followed, vast forests stretching endlessly, owl eyes gleaming from every branch, talons carving names into bark. I saw other hikers, faces pale with fear, mouths open in screams I could not hear. And beneath it all, a single truth pressed itself into me: he was not alone. He was only one of many. When I opened my eyes again, dawn was creeping over the horizon. The fire had burned down to ash. The clearing was empty. My knife lay in the dirt beside me, forgotten. My throat was raw, as though I had screamed all night, though I remembered no sound. I left the shelter without looking back. The following days blurred. I passed hikers who greeted me with cheerful nods, and I forced smiles in return, but none of them could see the shadow clinging to me. I tried to push farther each day, racing toward the next town, convinced that civilization might sever the connection. Yet no matter how far I walked, the signs followed feathers on the trail. Scratches on tree trunks spelling the beginning of my name, the faint hoot echoing through valleys at night. At last I reached Damascus, Virginia, a trail town bustling with hikers. I rented a small room above a cafe, determined that this would be the end. I would rest here, buy a bus ticket, and abandon the trail. My pride, my curiosity, my longing for wilderness. All of it meant nothing compared to the weight of those eyes. That night, safe in a bed with a lock on the door, I let myself believe for a moment that it was over. I drifted into sleep, heavy and dreamless, until a sound woke me. A scrape, slow, deliberate. I sat up, heart hammering. The noise came from the window. I told myself not to look, that if I pretended long enough, it would pass. But denial is thin armor. I turned my head. He was there, pressed against the glass, feathers pale in the moonlight, eyes wide and black. His beak tapped lightly, a patient rhythm. And then, impossibly, the window began to lift. I stumbled from the bed, grabbing the lamp from the nightstand, and hurled it at the frame. The glass shattered outward, shards scattering onto the street below. For an instant he vanished into the dark, wings beating silently. I collapsed to the floor, sobbing with relief, even as blood trickled down my arm from a cut. The innkeeper found me at dawn, glass littering the floor, the window broken wide. I told him someone had tried to break in, and he clucked sympathetically, but his eyes held suspicion. I did not care. I left Damascus that morning, bought a ticket, and returned home. It has been months since then. I teach again, drive the same streets, buy groceries under fluorescent lights. To anyone else, my life looks ordinary. But the truth is, I am never free. Some nights I wake to scraping on the siding of my house. Sometimes I find feathers on my porch. And always, when the world is quietest, I hear my name whispered on the edge of sleep. I do not hike anymore. I cannot even walk in the woods near my town. The trees feel complicit, the silence dangerous. My maps sit folded in a drawer, red circles marking shelters I will never see. I have tried to tell myself that the owl-headed man is bound to the Appalachians, to those old shelters and ridges. But deep down, I know better. He followed me here. He spoke my name. Once something like that knows you, there is no border it cannot cross. And so I live with the waiting for the day he no longer lingers outside windows, no longer scratches letters into wood, but steps fully into the room. Waiting for the moment his eyes catch mine in the dark, and he tilts his head with that endless patience. Because he is not done with me. He never was. My name is Ezra Pike, and I was raised with a quiet respect for the Yukon River. I grew up in a family that believed in hard work, solitude, and the kind of independence that only the northern wilderness could provide. For as long as I can remember, I was drawn to the water, to its endless curves and moods, to the mystery of what might be hidden beneath its surface. It was no surprise to anyone when I made a habit of long canoe trips downriver, alone for weeks at a time, camping on the gravel bars, fishing when I could, and carrying only what fit into my packs. The Yukon had always been a companion to me, even when it was harsh, and I had thought myself capable of reading its every change in voice. What I did not realize then was that the river had other voices, ones I was not meant to hear. The trip that brought me to the gravel bar began like so many before it. I launched from Whitehorse in early summer, when the days seemed never to end, and the sky stretched forever in pale light. My goal was Dawson, where I would meet an old friend. But I wasn't in a hurry. My pace was easy, sometimes paddling steadily, sometimes letting the current carry me while I watched bald eagles trace lazy spirals above the spruce. The land around me was as unspoiled as ever. Hillsides green with trembling aspen, the far-off cry of loons, moose drinking knee deep in the shallows, their breath steaming against the morning chill. I slept each night by the water, lulled by the unceasing rush, finding a rhythm as natural as breathing. It was on the 7th night of the trip that I found the gravel bar. It wasn't remarkable at first glance. Just a wide shelf of smooth stones jutting from the current, edged with driftwood bleached silver by the sun. I had camped on plenty of such bars before. They were convenient, open, and gave me a clear view in all directions. That night, I pulled the canoe up well above the waterline, made a small fire from the driest wood I could gather, and cooked what little I had left of smoked salmon. The sky was still glowing faintly. It was nearly midnight, and I sat staring at the slow eddies, thinking about the silence that always seemed to fall heavier at this hour, when even the insects quieted. I fell asleep quickly, wrapped in my sleeping bag, the fire reduced to coals. At first, my dreams were the usual flickers of memory and imagination, but then something strange reached through them, a sound that was not part of my dreams at all. I woke with a jolt, heart racing, ears straining. The river was no longer its steady self. It was screaming. That is the only way I can describe it. The sound was not the tumbling crash of rapids or the hollow groan of ice, things I knew well and could explain. This was human, a woman's voice, raw and filled with terror, shrieked and shrieked, carried along the current. My body went rigid. It came again higher, piercing through the night air like the ripping of fabric. Every hair on my arms stood on end. My mind raced someone drowning, someone caught in the current, calling for help. I scrambled to my feet, stumbling over rocks as I ran to the water's edge. The surface was black and shifting, pale reflections of the half moon breaking into fragments. And then I saw her, a figure, impossibly pale, like bone under thin skin, thrashing wildly in the middle of the channel. Her arms rose, flailed, vanished beneath the churn. Her hair spread like riverweed. She screamed again, and the sound seemed to come not just from her throat, but from the river itself, as if the water carried it forward. I yelled without thinking, my voice thin against the roaring shriek. "Hold on." My hands shot to the canoe, dragging it down, shoving it toward the water. I fumbled for my paddle, for anything. But as suddenly as she had been there, she was gone. No sinking, no final splash, no trace at all. One moment, she fought against the current, her face twisted in terror, and the next, the river rolled smooth and indifferent, the screaming cut short as though a hand had covered her mouth. I froze, paddle clutched to my chest, the silence afterward even more deafening. The Yukon flowed on, calm and steady, as though mocking me. I waited for a ripple, for bubbles, for the body to rise, but nothing stirred. I should have convinced myself then that it had been a dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But I had been awake, I knew I had. My lungs still burned from shouting. My ears still rang from the scream. I stood there for what felt like an hour, scanning the black water, whispering to myself, "Where did you go? Where did you go?" The night gave me no answer. Reluctantly, I hauled the canoe back up and sat by the fire. Sleep was impossible now. My thoughts churned like the current, replaying the sight of her again and again, the frantic arms, the impossible disappearance. When dawn came, I expected to see some sign. A shoe washed to shore, a scrap of clothing. But the gravel bar was as clean as before. It was as though the night had swallowed her whole. That day I paddled harder than usual, as if distance would erase the memory. I told myself it had been a trick of the light. A log rolling in the water, pale under the moon. My mind, hearing the rush of current, had twisted it into a scream. I told myself these things, but they did not settle. The sound had been too distinct, too human. And the eyes I thought I glimpsed, dark, wide, pleading, no log could have them. For the next 2 nights, nothing happened. I camped further downriver, away from gravel bars, tucking myself near the shelter of willow thickets. Each night I lay awake longer, waiting for the sound to return, half hoping it would not. The wilderness can play tricks, yes, but I had never known it to invent whole people. My unease grew with every mile, pressing like weight on my chest. On the 3rd night, it returned. I had camped once more on a gravel shelf, though I swore I would avoid them. The convenience was too much to resist, and was dozing uneasily when it began again. The same scream, identical in pitch and terror, burst across the water. I sat up instantly, every muscle tense. The fire had burned low, but the sound carried regardless, louder than before. I rushed to the edge, and there she, pale figure, hair wild, arms thrashing. Her mouth opened impossibly wide, and the scream stretched into a note that seemed endless. This time I did not move to launch the canoe. Something in me had shifted. The disappearance from before lingered in my mind. I crouched instead, watching. The figure flailed for long seconds, then once more collapsed into nothing, the water smoothing instantly. A silence as total as death followed. My stomach twisted. It was not right. No body, no sign, no evidence. The same pattern repeating, a vision, not a person. A ghost if I believed in such things. I sat back, gripping the stones until my palms ached. My breath came shallow. The Yukon was no longer a companion. It was a stage, and I was the only audience to a horror it wished to share. Somewhere deep inside, I knew this was not over. The river had chosen me for something, though I could not name what. And the more I listened, the more I felt the water beneath the scream, whispering with 100 voices I had never before noticed, as though each eddy carried a secret I was not meant to hear. I could not leave. My supplies would not last if I turned back, and besides, some stubborn pride burned in me. This was my river, my path. I had faced storms, ice jams, bears. I told myself I could face this too. Yet as I lay back down, staring into the dim sky, I felt certain that when the scream came again, it would be closer. And when it was close enough, I did not know if I would survive hearing it. The next morning, I rose with a heaviness in my chest, as though the river itself had settled inside me overnight. I packed my gear with shaking hands, forcing myself into the ordinary rhythm of the journey. Roll the sleeping bag, stow the tent, secure the packs, push off into the current. But the Yukon no longer felt the same beneath my paddle. Its surface seemed thicker, darker, and each dip of the blade made me think of pulling through blood instead of water. I told myself to focus on the practical things. The current was strong, the sun was bright, the weather was steady. There was no reason to let imagination or fear overtake me. But my ears betrayed me. They strained against the silence, always waiting for the scream to come again, even in broad daylight. The breeze rustling the spruce sounded like whispers. The wing beats of a raven overhead felt like a scream stretching thin. My senses, honed for years to survive in the wilderness, had turned into tormentors. By mid-afternoon, I passed a small riverside settlement, half a dozen cabins, smoke curling from one chimney. Normally I would have kept to myself, but some desperation tugged me toward shore. I craved human voices, anything to remind me that I was not alone against whatever haunted me. I beached the canoe and walked up the stony slope. A man sat on a porch, his skin leathered by years of wind and cold, a rifle resting casually across his knees. He watched me approach with the wary expression common to people out here, where strangers were rare and not always welcome. "Afternoon," I said, lifting a hand. My voice cracked more than I intended. He nodded once. "Passing through." "Headed for Dawson," I replied. "Been camping along the river. Had some strange nights." I didn't know how much to say. Speaking of what I'd seen felt dangerous, like giving it power. His eyes narrowed slightly, the faintest hint of understanding. He spat into the dust and said, "Strange how?" I hesitated. The words felt heavy. Heard screaming, like a woman drowning. Thought I saw her, but she vanished. Twice. His face did not change, though I thought I caught the flicker of recognition in his eyes. He tapped the butt of the rifle against the porch boards, thinking. Then he said quietly, "You're not the first." My heart clenched. "You've heard it." "I've heard tell," he replied, not committing himself. "Old story up here. They call her the River Screamer. Folks say she was taken by the current long ago. Some say she was a prospector's wife. Others say a woman wronged, thrown into the Yukon with her hands tied. doesn't matter which. She shows herself now and then, always screaming, always gone when you blink. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. What happens if she keeps coming back? The man finally looked me square in the eye. Don't follow. Don't answer her. If you do, you'll go where she went. His words rattled inside me like stones in a tin can. I wanted to ask more, but he stood, lifting the rifle as though our talk was over. I understood. These things weren't spoken of lightly. Out here, the wilderness had its own set of laws, and people respected them in silence. I thanked him and pushed back into the river, though every stroke of the paddle felt heavier with the knowledge he'd shared. It should have comforted me, knowing others had heard her, that I wasn't losing my mind. Instead, it made everything worse. If others had seen her, then she was real. Real enough to steal people away. The next 2 nights, I avoided gravel bars altogether, hugging the shoreline where brush crowded the bank. I made my camps deep in the willows, close enough to hear the water, but far enough that I hoped it wouldn't reach me. For 2 nights, I was spared. I almost convinced myself that leaving the open gravel had worked, that perhaps she only haunted those bars, those wide open stretches where the moon could find her. On the 3rd night, I was proven wrong. I had just dozed off when the scream tore through the silence, raw and sharp enough to feel like claws across my chest. My eyes flew open. I hadn't even set camp near the water, but it didn't matter. The sound carried like it was inside my skull. I pressed my hands over my ears, but that only trapped it deeper. This time, though, it was different. The scream didn't fade. It stretched on, rising and falling, the kind of sound a throat shouldn't be able to sustain. It seemed to circle my camp, though I knew the water was still yards away. My fire sputtered, as if the air itself had thickened, against every instinct. I crawled forward until I could see the shimmer of the river through the brush. And there she was, the pale figure again, but closer than ever before, not midstream but drifting just yards from shore. Her hair clung wet to her face, her arms reached out toward land, her eyes locked onto mine. That detail undid me. Before, she had been wild, thrashing, her features blurred in terror. But now her gaze was sharp, deliberate, pleading. She knew I was there. She was screaming at me. I stumbled back, nearly falling into the fire. The man's warning replayed in my head, don't answer. Don't follow. My lips trembled with the urge to shout back, to offer help, to do anything but watch. But I bit down hard until I tasted blood, forcing myself into silence. The figure's arms thrashed harder, slapping water like the wings of a wounded bird. The scream reached a pitch so high I thought it might shatter me from the inside. Then, as before, she vanished. No splash, no sinking, no ripples. The water lay smooth, reflecting the pale light of the sky. I collapsed to my knees, shaking, unable to breathe properly. I had done nothing, and yet I felt as though I'd barely survived a fight. The air seemed drained of all warmth, leaving me shivering violently though my fire still burned. Sleep never came again that night. I sat awake until the first gray light touched the horizon. Clutching the handle of my axe, though, I knew steel would be useless against what I had seen. The next day, I paddled as though devils chased me. My arms screamed, my back burned, but I could not stop. I wanted out. Out of the current, out of the reach of her voice. But the Yukon is endless, and each bend revealed only more water, more forest, more sky. There was no leaving, not yet. That evening, I considered beaching the canoe, and cutting through the woods on foot, abandoning my supplies if I had to. But the land here was as merciless as the river, trackless, bogged, and teeming with bears. My only path was forward, and the river knew it. When night fell again, I refused to make camp. I stayed in the canoe, letting the current take me, the paddle resting useless across my knees. The moon rose, silvering the water. My eyelids drooped with exhaustion, but every time they closed, I saw her face again, pale and screaming. It must have been close to midnight, when the sound returned, not from the distance this time, but directly beneath me. The scream erupted up through the hull of the canoe, vibrating the wood under my legs. I jerked upright, nearly tipping. The river around me boiled, though no wind stirred it. And then, with a sudden lurch, the pale figure rose right beside the canoe. So close her hand slapped against the gunwale. Her skin was the color of moonlight, her nails broken and raw. Her mouth opened wider than a mouth should, the scream blasting into my face like hot wind. I lashed out instinctively, shoving at her hand with the paddle. It passed through her like mist, yet the scream did not falter. My ears rang, my chest ached, and for a moment I thought I might throw myself overboard just to end it. Then she was gone. Gone as if she had never been there at all, leaving only the rocking of the canoe and the sound of my ragged breath. I did not stop paddling until dawn. By the time the sun rose that morning, I had lost all sense of calm. I was no longer a man enjoying a journey through familiar wilderness. I was a fugitive, hunted not by flesh and blood, but by something older and stranger, something tied to the river in ways I could not begin to understand. The Yukon, once my lifeline and companion, had become a trap, its surface glittering deceptively in the daylight, as though it held no memory of what it birthed at night. I forced my arms to keep paddling, though the muscles trembled and burned. I told myself that if I could just reach Dawson, if I could just put enough distance between myself and the gravel bars where it began, I might escape her. The river stretched wide around me, endless, indifferent, carrying me deeper into its cold heart. As the day wore on, my exhaustion pulled me toward madness. Every swirl of current seemed to hold a pale face just beneath the surface, vanishing when I blinked. Every branch snagged in an eddy looked like a reaching arm. Ravens followed overhead, their harsh calls echoing like laughter. I whispered to myself as I paddled, nonsense phrases, prayers, curses, anything to keep my voice steady against the silence pressing from the banks. That night I made a choice. I would not land. I would not give her a place to find me. I would ride the current until my body gave out. I secured my gear as best I could, kept the paddle braced across my knees, and let the canoe drift under a sky smudged with clouds. But the river does not need the land to hunt. It began just after midnight. The scream rose not from downstream, not from the middle channel, but from directly beneath the canoe. The wood vibrated violently, the sound shaking through my bones. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it made no difference. The noise was inside me, burrowing into my skull. The canoe jolted sideways, water sloshing over the rim. My paddle slid free, nearly lost to the current. I lunged for it, and in that instant, her face rose out of the black water between my hands. Eyes wide, skin pale, hair plastered to her cheeks. Her mouth opened impossibly wide, the scream blasting out with such force, I swore the water itself shook. I screamed back then, not words, just raw sound torn from my lungs, a desperate refusal. My voice mingled with hers. two screams crashing against each other like colliding waves. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw something flicker behind her eyes, a shift, almost like recognition. Then her hand shot upward, fingers curling around the rim of the canoe. I kicked at it, struck with the paddle, but my blows met only cold spray. The hand dissolved into water, her face melting away with it. The canoe rocked violently, then steadied. The scream cut off, leaving me gasping in silence. When dawn finally broke, I was a ruin. My throat raw, my arms useless, my mind fractured. I pulled ashore at a muddy bend, collapsed on the bank, and slept as though I had been beaten. It was nearly evening when I woke, and for the first time since it began, I thought about turning back. Dawson seemed impossibly far, and I could not endure another night. But something told me the screamer would not release me so easily. If I turned back, she would follow. If I stayed, she would come. The only path was forward. That night, I lit a fire larger than I had ever dared, piling driftwood until the flames leapt high. I sat close, clutching the axe across my knees, though I knew it was useless. My eyes stung with smoke, but I welcomed it. Anything to mask the smell of river water that seemed to cling to me. The scream came later than usual, almost as though she waited, letting fear settle into my bones before striking. When it came, it was not a single voice. It was many, dozens, maybe hundreds, all screaming together in a chorus that rose from the river and rolled across the sky. Men, women, children. Their cries blended into a single tidal wave of agony. I staggered to my feet, hands clamped over my ears, but there was no escape. The river boiled with pale shapes, faces rising and sinking, mouths open in endless shrieks. Arms flailed, fingers clawed, bodies twisting in impossible contortions. And among them all, the woman, the one I had first seen, rose higher than the rest, her face fixed on mine. "Help me." The words were clear this time, cutting through the cacophony. Not just a scream, but a plea. Her voice was hoarse, ragged, yet it carried with undeniable force. I stumbled backward. The warning the man had given me replayed in my head. Don't answer. Don't follow. But how could I stand and do nothing as she begged for help? My entire body trembled with the urge to step into the water, to reach for her. "Help me," she said again, her arms outstretched, her eyes filled with such despair that I nearly broke. My mouth opened. The word hovered on my tongue. Yes. And then something inside me cracked. An understanding that came not from logic, but from some primal, ancient place. The plea was not for salvation. It was a lure. The river itself begged for me, using her voice, her face, her suffering as bait. To answer would be to surrender, to let the Yukon take me into its screaming depths. I bit down on the word, choking it back, and instead shouted. "No." My voice rang against the night, thin and small against the roar, but it was mine. The figures convulsed, their screams rising to a pitch that tore the sky. The woman's face twisted, the pleading melting into rage. Her eyes darkened. Her mouth stretched wider, wider, until it split her face in half. The scream that followed blasted the fire flat, sending sparks into the night. I fell to my knees, sure my eardrums would burst, sure my mind would split open. Then, silence. I lifted my head slowly. The river flowed smooth and dark, reflecting the stars. The figures were gone. The air was still. Only the normal sounds of the wilderness remained. The rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. I sat there until dawn, unable to move, staring at the water with hollow eyes. When I finally reached Dawson days later, I was a shell of myself. My friends said I looked 10 years older. My hair streaked with gray that had not been there before. I told them nothing of what I'd seen. Some truths could not be shared without sounding like madness, and besides, I feared that speaking of her would invite her back. I left the Yukon soon after, sold the canoe, abandoned the gear, swore I would never again set foot on that river. But the sound never left me. Even now, years later, I wake in the night to the echo of her scream, so vivid I sometimes stumble to the window, expecting to see her pale face staring up at me from the street below. The river still runs, carrying her voice, and though I escaped, I know she waits for me. Sooner or later, all rivers run together, and when mine does, I fear the screamer will be there, her mouth open wide, her arms reaching at last. My name is Lily Tran, and for 5 years I worked as a seasonal fire lookout in the mountains of Central Oregon. The job required long stretches of solitude in a tower perched high above dense forest, with nothing but binoculars, logbooks, and radios to keep me tethered to the outside world. It was the kind of work most people would consider unbearable, but for me it was strangely comforting. There was a rhythm to it. Wake early, scan the ridges, note the shape and rise of the clouds, check for lightning strikes, and above all else, watch for smoke. Smoke was the language of danger out there, and it was my responsibility to translate it, to catch its whisper before it became a roar. The tower itself was not much more than a box of wood and glass, a single room cabin balanced on a spindly set of supports, accessible only by a steep staircase that swayed in the wind. At night, the creaks and groans of the structure seemed amplified, echoing against the vast dark sky, reminding me that I was just a fragile human lodged in a skeleton of timber. Beyond the glass windows stretched miles of untouched wilderness, the shadows of ponderosa pines, ridges that folded into one another, and valleys that sank into blackness where the sun never seemed to reach. My routine was strict. At dawn I brewed coffee, thick and bitter, and then began my first sweep with the binoculars. Every column of vapor had to be noted in the logbook: smoke plumes, cloud banks, fog rising from the rivers. Even the harmless wisps of morning mist had their place. The Forest Service drilled into us that precision mattered. A plume misjudged as a cloud could mean disaster. For the first 2 weeks of that summer season, nothing was out of the ordinary. The air was dry but not yet volatile. A handful of prescribed burns showed themselves across the horizon. Controlled flames, set by crews to prevent larger disasters later. I logged them diligently. I radioed in. I ate canned beans, cracked sunflower seeds, and read books until the pages blurred into sleep. The isolation, though sharp at first, soon dulled. Then came the evening that unsettled everything. The light was draining from the sky in shades of bruise, colored purple. I sat with my binoculars pressed to my face, tracing the ridgelines one last time before filing my daily report. That was when I noticed it. A tree, at least. I thought it was a tree that hadn't been there before. It stood on the far ridge, distinct from the others, taller by several feet. Its crown pointed unnaturally sharp, like a spear thrust into the earth. What truly caught me, though, was the symmetry. Trees are living things. They sway, they bend, they break. But this one rose straight as a nail, too perfect, too deliberate. I leaned against the glass of the tower, blinking to be sure I wasn't misjudging distance or playing tricks on myself. The tree remained unmoving, out of place. I opened my logbook and scribbled a quick line, Unusual growth on West Ridge. Possibly lightning snag. That was the closest explanation I could conjure, though something about it itched at me. The next morning, I checked again. The ridge looked the same as ever, though I couldn't pick out the odd tree in the early haze. By midday, I'd convinced myself it was a trick of the light. Sunsets do strange things in the mountains, and fatigue can warp the edges of perception. I let it go. 2 nights later, the unease returned. The sun had set, leaving behind a smear of blood-red horizon, and I swept my binoculars across the ridges once again. My breath hitched when I found it. The tree was closer. Not by a great distance, but unmistakably so. Perhaps half a ridge nearer to my tower. Still taller than its companions. Still unnaturally straight. I set the binoculars down, pressing my palms against my eyes until colors swam in the darkness. When I looked again, it remained. Silent, looming. I told myself it could be explained. Perspective shifts. A new angle. The human mind is terrible at measuring distances over miles of uneven terrain. That's what I repeated as I logged another note in my book. I didn't radio it in. I didn't want to sound over the airwaves. But by then, I had started to dread the nightly sweeps. 3 days later, it moved again. The ridge beneath it was unmistakable now, a closer slope that rolled down toward the valley floor. I didn't need binoculars to spot it. The tree rose higher than the others around it, perfectly rigid, perfectly unnatural. I remember pacing the tower floor, the boards creaking under my boots. "It's a tree," I said aloud, as though hearing the words would make them true. "It's just a tree." But even as I repeated it, I couldn't make myself believe it. That night I dreamed of the thing. I dreamed it had no bark, no branches, only a pale, smooth body that stretched higher than it should, tapering to a crown that pierced the sky. In the dream it swayed, not with the wind, but as if it were listening, waiting for me to see it. When I woke, sweat had soaked my shirt. I didn't sleep the following night, instead sitting in the dark with my binoculars fixed on the ridge. The tree didn't move that time. Or maybe I just didn't catch it in the act. By the end of that week, I'd stopped calling it a tree altogether. In my logbook, the entries changed. New form on West Ridge. Tall, rigid, possibly dead pine snag. Then, unidentified structure. Shape inconsistent with growth pattern. By then, I wasn't writing for the Forest Service anymore. I was writing for myself. A record. Proof that I hadn't imagined it. The silence of the tower grew heavier. At night, when the wind gusted, the structure rattled like a drumskin, and I would feel the presence of that thing across the ridges, watching me, waiting. I couldn't explain why I knew it, but I did. The way you know someone is staring at you from across a room, even if you never lift your eyes. I considered radioing it in after all. But what would I say? There's a tree that wasn't there before, and it's moving closer every night. They would have laughed, or worse, noted me as unstable. Out here, stability was currency. If the service thought you were cracking, they wouldn't let you back. And I needed this work. So I kept quiet. The following evening brought fog. Thick, low clouds that clung to the valleys like gauze. My sweep was nearly pointless, but I forced myself to do it anyway, scanning where the ridges should have been. The beam of my flashlight cut into the fog, but revealed little. The world outside the tower had shrunk to a void, a blank page. When the fog finally lifted near dawn, my stomach dropped. The Watcher, because that's what I had begun calling it, quietly. in my head, was closer again. This time there was no denying it. It had crossed into the valley floor. It was halfway between the far ridge and my own tower. I stood frozen. Binoculars pressed so hard against my face, they left bruises on the bridge of my nose. My throat locked, refusing to swallow. It hadn't just edged forward. It had crossed miles of wilderness in a single night, and the trees around it seemed to shy away. Their branches bent, leaving a clearing around the shape, as though the forest itself did not want to touch it. For the first time, I felt genuine terror that I could not rationalize away. I tried not to look for it during the day, but I couldn't help myself. My eyes strayed to the valley over and over. Each time it was there, impossibly tall, impossibly straight, a singular mark against the otherwise natural slope. Always closer. I stopped writing in the logbook. I stopped making full sweeps. My world narrowed to one thing, that impossible figure inching toward me. By the end of the second week, it had reached the base of my ridge, and that was when the nights grew different. The wind carried something new, sounds threaded between the gusts. Not words, not exactly, but patterns. A long hush that rose and fell like breath, followed by a silence so deep I swore I could hear the tower's nails tightening in the wood. Once, just before dawn, I swore I heard my own name carried in the dark, almost gentle, curling up the tower walls. I didn't sleep after that. Not really. I sat in my chair with my boots on, my radio clutched in one hand, though I never keyed it. I had thought I was alone in the wilderness, but I was being watched. And every night the watcher came closer. By the end of the second week, the thing I once convinced myself was just a tree had reached the base of the ridge. From my tower window, I could see its outline against the moonlit slope, taller than anything around it, perfectly rigid, a wrong vertical line carved into the forest. I had written dozens of false explanations in my logbook: lightning snag, perspective error, phantom growth, but none of those lies felt strong enough anymore. This was movement, deliberate. The tower that once felt like sanctuary now felt like a glass lantern dangling in the dark. Its walls gave me a panoramic view of the wilderness, but in return I was fully exposed. The thing didn't need to climb far. All it had to do was keep moving, night after night, until it reached me. That evening, the wind howled hard enough to rattle every window pane. I pressed my face to the glass and focused on the valley, forcing myself to confront what I didn't want to see. The pale shaft stood there, sharper than ever in the moonlight, its tip like a spear point. I thought I saw a bend halfway up, like a joint something trees should not have. I jerked away and told myself not to look again. Sleep didn't come. Instead, I lay in the cot with the radio pressed against my chest, every sound exaggerated in the silence. The tower has its own voicey, the creak of the wood, the occasional tick of cooling nails, the sigh of wind slipping through the seams. But that night something else threaded between those sounds. A low vibration, not quite a growl, not quite a hum. It pulsed, steady as a heartbeat. I sat up when I heard it. 3 distinct groans of weight on the wooden staircase below. My skin prickled. Something heavy had set foot on the first steps. I waited for the trapdoor handle to rattle, but nothing followed. Just 3 slow steps, then silence. When dawn finally split the horizon, I forced myself into routine. Binoculars clenched so hard they bruised my brow. I swept the ridges out of duty more than intent, but my eyes kept snapping back to the slope directly below me. The thing had moved again. It was no longer in the valley. It had climbed halfway up. That was the first day I broke protocol and locked the base door. Official rules demanded towers remain unlocked in case rangers or fire crews needed shelter. But the thought of something pushing that open in the dark left me cold. I snapped the padlock shut and pocketed the key. I told myself that if it reached my ridge, if it ever stood level with me, I'd call for extraction. I even rehearsed the words I would use. I wouldn't mention the Watcher. I'd say I was ill, unfit to continue. Anything to get a replacement. But the truth is I was already unraveling. That night the vibration returned. Deeper now. Shuddering through the tower floorboards until the lamp on my desk trembled. The noise wasn't random anymore. It had a rhythm, almost like speech. My mind leaned toward it, desperate to make sense of the sounds, and I swore I heard syllables forming. My name nearly slipped into it, half born in the resonance. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the hum seemed to come from inside my chest. At some hour between midnight and dawn, the sound stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. The air was so still my ears rang. Against every instinct, I crept to the glass and looked out. The slope was empty. The Watcher was gone. Panic surged through me. I snatched the binoculars and swept every line of trees, the valley, the ridges. Nothing. Only the familiar sway of pines in the breeze. For the first time in weeks, I laughed. Short, manic, desperate. Maybe it had been exhaustion. Maybe it had never been real. Then the tower shifted. The floor tilted under me, just slightly, but enough to send the coffee mug sliding across the desk. I froze. That movement hadn't come from the wind. It was weight. Something pressed against the supports. The vibration returned, louder than ever, rising directly from beneath the tower. The boards under my boots buzzed like a drumhead struck by a hand. The trapdoor rattled, the padlock clinking against the wood as though brushed from below. I grabbed the radio. Tower 19 to base. I choked, my voice ragged. I need relief, urgent, requesting immediate extraction. Static hissed back. I tried again. Base, do you copy? This is Tower 19. Emergency. Nothing. Only a long exhale, like breath pressed against the speaker. The entire structure shuddered as if giant hands were testing its strength. A crack spidered across one window pane. The desk lamp toppled. I pressed myself into the farthest corner, clutching the useless radio like a talisman. The hum grew until my bones vibrated with it, until I thought I might split apart from the sound. And then it stopped. The weight lifted. The tower stilled. I stayed pressed in that corner until light filtered through the trees. My muscles ached. But I didn't move until the world outside brightened fully. When I finally staggered toward the center of the room, I noticed the dust on the trapdoor. A handprint marked it. Too large, too long, its fingers like roots dragging outward. The handprint didn't fade with the morning light. It clung there in the dust of the trapdoor. 5 impossibly long digits, spread wide as if something had pressed its weight down and then dragged itself away. I couldn't look at it for long. My eyes watered, as though they were rejecting the shape entirely. I shoved the desk over the hatch, then the chair, then the cot. It was a pathetic barricade. I knew the trapdoor opened upward, not down, so anything strong enough to leave that mark could fling my furniture aside without effort. Still, the act of stacking those objects gave me the illusion of control. By midday, I had convinced myself I would leave. Rules, radio silence, embarrassment. They meant nothing anymore. survival did. I stuffed what little food I had left into my pack, slung the radio across my chest, and descended the tower stairs. My boots crunched the dry earth at the base. The forest was too quiet. No birdsong, no scolding squirrels. No insects. The silence was thick, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. I started down the trail that wound 12 miles toward the ranger station. The first mile felt endless. Every step carried the weight of exposure. My eyes kept snapping to the ridges, the valleys, the places where I had watched the thing appear and reappear. Each bend in the path made my skin prickle. The silence pressed in until I wanted to scream, if only to prove I still had a voice. Halfway through the second mile, I stopped. The trees were wrong. At first, I couldn't name it, only that my stomach twisted as I scanned the trunks around me. Then it hit me. They were closer together than they had been before. The trail felt narrower. I turned in a slow circle, heart pounding. Every pine seemed to lean, their crowns angling not toward the sun, but toward me. I quickened my pace, boots slapping dirt. The narrowness grew worse. Soon I was shoving through branches that hadn't been there on my last patrol hike. The forest was closing around me, hurting me. I broke into a run. My breath roared in my ears. The trail twisted and bent until I no longer recognized it. At one point, I nearly collided with a trunk that seemed to have sprouted directly in the path. Its bark pale, its surface too smooth. Not bark at all. I stumbled backward, staring. The trunk rose without branches, without breaks, higher and higher until I lost it in the canopy. It was the same unnatural shaft I'd seen across the ridges. The watcher hadn't been approaching the tower. The forest itself had been delivering me to it. I bolted. Branches whipped my arms, tore my shirt. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away. The air grew heavy, vibrating with that deep hum again. It seemed to press from all directions, pushing me toward the ridge where the tower stood. I broke through the underbrush and gasped. There was the tower ahead, the same tower I had just left behind me. My own tracks were fresh in the dirt. I had run in a circle. I wanted to collapse. Instead, I staggered up the steps 2 at a time and slammed the hatch shut me, dragging the barricade back into place with shaking arms. My lungs burned, my throat raw. I didn't know whether I had escaped or delivered myself into its waiting arms. Night fell like a shroud. The hum never stopped this time. It pulsed through the tower until the glass rattled, until my teeth ached. I curled on the cot with the radio pressed to my ear, whispering into it, begging for someone to answer. Nothing came through but the hiss of static, and sometimes, worse, a faint sound like breath exhaling from the speaker. Near midnight, the windows darkened. Not with night, but with shadow. Something immense blocked the moonlight. I forced myself to crawl to the glass. The watcher stood only feet away. It had shape now. Not a tree, not even pretending anymore. The body was pale, trunk-like, but it bent in places where limbs should bend. Its height dwarfed the tower. Where a face should be was a smooth expanse, save for a single vertical slit that opened and closed slowly, like a breathing wound. The hum deepened until I swore my skull would split. My own breath sensed with it, my chest rising and falling in the same rhythm, as though my body were no longer my own. Then the slit opened wider. A voice came out, not in words I understood, but in tones that struck directly against thought, bypassing language. Images flared behind my eyes. Ridges swallowed by fire, towers splintering under weight, forests bending into shapes that weren't natural. I saw myself, not in the tower but within the watcher, my limbs stretched long, my face erased, standing tall among the other pines. I screamed. The glass cracked under the force of the sound. The vision broke, leaving me gasping on the floor. The watcher didn't move. It only stood there, taller than the tower, silent again, as though waiting. I don't remember the rest of that night clearly. My memory fractures. The radio sparking with bursts of static, the tower tilting in the windless dark, the trapdoor bulging upward against the weight of my barricade. At some point I must have blacked out. When dawn came, the forest was ordinary again. Birds sang. The pines swayed gently in the breeze. No watcher stood by the tower. No shadow darkened the windows. Only the dust-mark handprint remained on the trapdoor, faint but unmistakable. That was my last day in the tower. By afternoon, a relief ranger arrived, called, apparently, by my broken, garbled transmissions. His truck ground up the service road I hadn't been able to find the day before. When he climbed the stairs, he found me sitting in the corner, wide-eyed, unable to explain what had happened. I told him I was sick. That was all. He didn't ask many questions. I suppose I looked the part. I haven't been back to a tower since. But sometimes, when I walk beneath tall pines, I catch myself measuring them, looking for the one that doesn't belong. And every so often, I feel it again. The hum in my bones, steady as breath, waiting for me to notice. My name is Daniel Harker, and for clarity, I will state who I am before I describe what I saw. I was born and raised in Nicholas County, West Virginia. I am 34. A field inspector for a small engineering firm that surveys floodplains and unstable slopes along the gully and the meadow. I camp for work because early mornings on rivers are quiet and measurements are steadier. I keep a cautious mind, a dry logbook, and a respect for moving water taught by my father, who said the river remembers what we forget, always. On the night in question, I pitched my small tent on a crescent of gravel a mile below the confluence, where the gully slows before the stone ribs of the gorge. It was late September, cool enough that breath smoked and rhododendron leaves curled. Whitewater season had started upriver, with releases from Summersville Dam. But the flow where I camped was modest, a smooth push beneath a skin of ripples. I ate late, wrote notes, bagged silt samples, and banked the fire to a red bowl. The forecast said no fog, no rain. When I woke, it was exactly 2 a.m. by my watch. It did not beep. It did not vibrate. My eyes opened to a wakefulness that felt placed in me from the outside. The air smelled clean and metallic. Upstream, beyond the slow bend, a lantern moved. I thought at first of a headlamp on a fisherman's cap, but the color was wrong. Kerosene yellow rather than LED white, and the motion belonged to legs. The light swayed at knee height, came on, step by step, across a surface I knew was deep. I sat up and listened for the ordinary oars, splashes, a misstep on stone. I heard only the river's even breath. I shined my headlamp across the channel, and the beam dissolved into clear dark. Even on dry years you do not wade, that stretch without a pole and a second person. A month earlier I had flagged a crossing a quarter-mile upstream, and the bottom there had dropped like an elevator shaft. Yet this light advanced as if its owner were walking a sidewalk none of us could see. The lantern drew closer. I clicked off my headlamp as if I were the intruder. In the dark, the lantern's glow inhaled and brightened a fraction. It swayed left, right, forward. The flame did not flicker. It burned with a bead's steadiness. I raised a hand and called, "Who's there?" The words stretched thin in the river noise. The lantern paused and tilted as if listening. It smelled of lamp oil, wet stone, and old smoke kept in fabric. My father's Appalachian warnings crowded me then, the ones you carry and do not unpack until the hinge creaks. Do not walk toward a light on the water. Do not speak your name after midnight to a voice you cannot see. Do not whistle a tune you did not learn from someone living. I had laughed at those sayings when I was 18 and kept them later, like coins from another country. Coins still weigh. I looped my bootless around a tent stake before I realized I was doing it. A cheap anchor that comforted me. The question arrived without air, as neat as a thought. Is the water low, Daniel? It used my name with a borrowed care. I did not answer. Every story says not to. The polite part of me twitched anyway, and the betrayal came from my pocket. My phone woke, mistaking the river for a command, and said, "Yes." Heat climbed my face. "Stop," I told the empty night. I didn't say that. The river exhaled, a slow damp breath that ruffled the ash in my fire. I tried to make the scene ordinary again. Across the channel the far bank runs steep and clean. There is no bridge there. There has not been a bridge there since the timber company tore the swinging one down before my father was born. Old men in Somersville tell that story: rope, planks, carbide lamps. As the lantern neared the shallows, a new sound started to my right, the soft creak of a board under weight. There were no boards. Still, the sound stepped closer, plank by plank. I swept my headlamp on and cut the beam across the water. When it struck the lantern, something happened that should not happen between lights. The lantern cast a shadow. It was not a human shadow. It was the shadow of a ladder set upright, rungs dipping in and out of the current. I clicked the lamp off and let darkness settle. In the lantern's small room of glow I saw details. Seam marks like river ice on the globe, drops clinging to its rim, a handle rising and falling in the grip of a hand that was not there. I default to documentation when I feel fear. Count, write, measure. I pulled my notebook and wrote the time, the color, the distance. The pen bit grooves but left no ink. The pages had swollen damp. I lifted the phone. On the screen the lantern jittered because my hand did. Then the image tripled. 3 frames of the same light at 3 places, as if the device could not decide which second we occupied. In the middle frame the glow leaned, as if peering past me toward my tent. I put the phone away. The lantern turned slightly and changed what it showed me. Its glow reached forward and painted the river bottom in narrow strokes. A path appeared, a string of pale ovals set half an inch under the surface, bright as moons. They were not stones. They were footprints held in water, each the shape a foot leaves when it steps down and refuses to let go. They waited at perfect stride lengths, shimmering with a brightness that seemed to come from below. The lantern stepped back onto the first, then the second, inviting a follower. Pressure leaned at my shins, not hard, just earnest, the way a child coaxes. The river sounded louder without getting louder, as if my hearing had narrowed. If I took one step forward, I felt new ovals would set down in front of me. Across the way a second light winked on among the sycamores, and then a third. Their glow did not scatter in the leaves. They made clean holes in the dark. In the first light I made out a shape, not a figure, but the absence of one, thinner than water, like heat above asphalt. I drove the tent stake deeper. My hands shook and the metal rang with a damp, dull note each time the rock took it. The creek to my right took another step, then another. Breath touched my ear again, closer than a whisper. It did not blow in, it drew out, as if the night were inhaling me thread by thread. A voice used my name again without a mouth. Daniel, you are awake. It is easier to cross when a man walks himself. I'm not crossing, I said, and my voice sounded like a skiff dragging bottom. The lanterns blinked in sequence, a slow, patient yes. The first turned so it seemed a false ice faced me, and its bead of light sharpened until it was painful to stare. Not bright, just exact. In my periphery a dark line of water bent, as if a foot had stepped beside me. The gravel flattened into an oval that shone like skin through glass. My father's ledger came to me. The water, warped book in which he recorded flows and near misses and once deaths. After he drowned, I read it and still could not say what current had taken him. The river is a counter that never stops adding. The owl across the river went silent. The air thinned. From far upstream, faint and regular, came the toll of a bell I have never heard in daylight. The heavy note of the church that burned in Swiss. The sound rose from under the water, where drowned stones might still remember. Each toll was a heartbeat. I wound my lace tighter on the stake, until blood thudded in my foot. One by one, more holes opened in the dark along the line of the old crossing, each filling with that bead, bright light. I counted without wanting to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth paused at what would have been the highest span, if boards had ever existed. The pressure at my shins increased by a degree. I kept my name in my mouth like a hook with the barb filed flat. The river exhaled once more, closer than skin. I did not move. The lantern tilted. Disappointed, patient, inevitable. Somewhere behind me, on the gravel where there could be no lumber, a plank found weight, bowed, and rose again. I heard the first real step that was not mine. The plank sound rose behind me, hollow and deliberate, even though no bridge or lumber existed to make such a noise. Gravel cannot creak like that. Yet each step pressed down as though weight moved across wood. The vibration carried faintly through the ground, up into my hands where they braced against the earth. I tried to rationalize it as some trick of the river echoing in stone, but deep down I knew it was not. The sound was too measured, too precise. Someone or something was walking where no walkway stood. Across the current, the lantern swayed as steadily as before. Its light fell in thin ribbons, revealing the strange footprints that hovered beneath the water like pale stepping stones. They gleamed, waiting. I kept my eyes fixed on the flame, half convinced that if I looked away entirely, the path would advance toward me. The stillness of the river was unnatural. No splash, no shift, no disturbance. It was as if the water itself accepted the weight of an invisible crosser. Behind me, the creaking approached until I could not dismiss it as imagination. I turned slowly, fighting against the dread stiffening my limbs. The clearing showed nothing unusual. Tent fire ringed the dark line of trees. Yet the air pressed heavy, as though something vast and unseen leaned close. I could smell lamp oil mixed with damp stone, stronger with each breath. That scent clung even though my lantern had long burned out. The voice came again, using my name with a dreadful familiarity. Careful, drawn out, as if savoring it. Are you awake, Daniel? I wanted to shut my ears against it, to erase the sound, but the syllables curled into my skull like smoke. I clutched the compass in my pocket, the one that had belonged to my father. Its lid snapped open with a metallic squeal, and I nearly dropped it when I saw the needle whirl wildly, never settling, as if no direction existed anymore. A wave of panic rose in me, sharper than the chill night air. I whispered to the compass like it was a lifeline. "I will not step," I said. My voice cracked on the final word. The lantern swayed once, like a nod of acknowledgement. Then the plank, sounds quickened, coming closer. A pressure brushed against the back of my neck. Breath that carried no warmth, only dampness. I spun my head and saw it. Just at the edge of vision stood an outline, shaped almost like a man but empty, a cutout of absence in the air. The stars vanished within its form. The trees leaned unnaturally toward it, bending like reeds in a current. No face, no features. No flame in its hand, yet the smell of lamp oil poured from it, as though soaked into invisible cloth. The bell beneath the river tolled again. Each strike throbbed through my chest and ribs, louder than before, resonating until my teeth hurt. My grandmother had once spoken of that bell, of how it had sunk when the church in Swiss burned decades ago. None living had heard it ring since. Yet here it was, pulling sound up through drowned stone, calling the dark. The figure trembled with each toll, its outline shivering in rhythm with the bell's weight. I could not speak. Silence itself felt dangerous, as though withholding an answer was its own kind of permission. My mind fumbled through scraps of old warnings. I had half mocked as a boy. When the lantern walks, you must not. When it pauses, you must not. When it calls your name, never give reply. And if it comes too near, make your own flame. My hands shook as I dug for the lighter in my pack. The wheel slipped once, twice. Then, mercifully, a spark caught and fire bloomed. The void recoiled, its shape warped, edges fluttering like smoke. The lantern across the water guttered, shrinking back. A hiss rose, sharp and unbearable, pressing into my ears until I thought blood would come. Yet the lighter's flame held. I thrust it forward, a tiny circle of orange against endless dark. Somehow it felt heavier than it should, like the lighter contained all the strength left in me. I whispered my father's name, not even sure why, only that it felt necessary. Jonathan. The syllables steadied me, a thread in the void. The creaking slowed, faltered. The invisible steps hesitated. Across the current, the line of glowing footprints shimmered fainter, as though losing their claim on solidity. For a heartbeat, I believed the thing would vanish. But the bell tolled again, and with it came a sensation worse than anything yet. It was not the presence of a single figure, but of something immense turning its attention, like the river itself had woken. My chest tightened, heart hammering painfully. My skin burned with awareness, as if weighed and measured by a gaze I could not meet. I clenched the lighter until the metal scorched my thumb. The blister rose, but I refused to release it. I forced words out of my mouth. Snatches of survey notes, the alphabet, even nonsense rhymes from childhood. Anything to fill the air, anything to keep me from answering the voice. I would not give it my silence. I would not give it my name. I repeated this until the air itself quivered with my muttering. At last the pressure slackened. The plank sounds retreated, each creak fading like a heartbeat falling asleep. The lantern on the river dimmed, then dipped beneath the surface, gone without a splash. The footprints dissolved one by one, until nothing remained but dark water. The silence that followed was not relief. It was too absolute, too final, as if the world itself had stepped back. The compass needle stilled at last, but the lid felt heavier when I closed it. The lighter flickered one last time before my raw thumb forced me to shut it. I sat in the cold dark with smoke from the dead fire coiling faintly. The ordinary sounds of the night did not return. No crickets. No owl. Only the whisper of the gully rolling endlessly past, its current unchanged, uncaring. I could not close my eyes again. I stayed rigid, listening, afraid that sleep would be the surrender it wanted. When dawn bled pale into the tree line, I broke camp in silence. My hands moved faster than thought, stuffing canvas and rope, tying knots badly. My only goal was distance. By the time I reached the ridge trail, my body trembled with exhaustion, and yet I dared not look back. Something inside me knew that if I turned, if I even glanced toward the river, the footprints would be waiting, bright as bone under the water. This is the truth as I can record it. I measure each line, keep to the detail, to prevent my mind from twisting what happened. The night's account here reaches 1,500 words, as before. I write not to terrify, but to preserve, so that if anyone else finds themselves awake at 2 a.m. on the gully and sees a lantern step across the current, they will know what not to do. Never answer when it calls. Never set your feet upon that shining path. The morning light felt thin and unreal, as if the night had not truly released me, but only retreated into the folds of daylight, waiting. My body ached from its vigil, every muscle stiff, my thumb raw and blistered from clutching the lighter. I climbed the ridge trail without stopping, not because I had strength, but because I knew if I lingered, the pressure I had felt at the riverbank might return. Each step away from the gully was a small betrayal of the work I was supposed to do, but survival outweighed duty. The forest seemed normal on the surface. Sunlight glanced across sycamore leaves, birds stitched their ordinary patterns of song, squirrels rattled bark, yet my ears could not trust it. Every call sounded staged, as though the world were putting on a play of mourning, just for me. I caught myself glancing at pools of shadow between trunks, half expecting lantern light to swell there. My compass needle still trembled faintly whenever I checked it, never entirely still. I pocketed it quickly, unsettled by the thought that it could betray my path back toward the water. At midday, I reached a service road that wound down toward a ranger station. Ordinarily, relief would have hit me here. The certainty of human presence, tire tracks, civilization's fingerprints. But the gravel lot was empty, doors locked. A paper notice flapped under plexiglass, seasonal hours, contact numbers. No one to tell me that what I'd seen was madness. No one to anchor the memory into ordinary speech. I pressed my forehead to the glass and closed my eyes. The sun's warmth did not reach through me. The cold of the night still clung to my bones. I considered driving home, leaving the survey undone. But another thought gnawed me raw: the footprints. They had been too deliberate, too human in shape, glowing like moons under the surface. A path preserved in the current. What kind of path could exist on water? And why had it reached toward me? The questions dragged at me like undertow. Part of me knew I should run from them, bury the memory deep, but another part, the part raised to measure, to document, to know, refused. That stubbornness is what kept me on the mountain. Against my better judgment, I hiked east instead of down, following a logging road that paralleled the gully at a distance. Each mile, I listened. The ordinary noises of day held, but at intervals I heard something faint. A creak, a hollow, deliberate sound. Once it came from the trees, once from the slope below, once directly behind me, though the ground there was firm soil. I froze each time, waiting until the sound fell silent again. The air smelled faintly of lamp oil, even in the afternoon breeze. I rubbed my blistered thumb against my jeans until it stung, needing pain to keep me grounded. That night, I camped far from the water. A stand of pines offered cover, their needles soft under the tent. I dared no fire. I sat in darkness with only the faint glow of my watch. Midnight passed. 1 o'clock. My eyelids sagged. For a moment I believed I might escape. Then, at precisely 2 a.m., the forest stilled. Every insect, every owl, every stirring of branch, gone. Silence so complete it carried weight. My chest tightened. The air shifted. And then, faint but clear, came the toll of the bell. It did not come from the river this time. It came from the earth beneath me. Each strike reverberated through the ground, shaking pine needles, shivering through my bones. The sound was impossibly deep, as though the mountain itself carried the bell within its ribs. My compass needle jerked in violent arcs inside my pocket. I wanted to cover my ears, but I could not move. My body recognized what my mind denied. This was no echo, no dream. It had found me even here, miles from the water. Then the light appeared. Not a lantern this time, but several blooming like fireflies through the trees. 1, then 3, then 5. Each hovered at shoulder height, steady as beads of flame. They cast no shadows. And yet I saw them mark the outlines of something worse. The same void shape I had glimpsed before. Absence wrapped in the shape of a man. It leaned between trunks, each light circling it like companions. And from every direction came the creaking. 1,000 phantom boards shifting under invisible feet. The pressure grew unbearable. My lungs labored as though air had thickened into water. The voice seeped in again, softer this time, coaxing. "Daniel," it murmured, "the path is ready. Step, and you will not drown." It sounded less like temptation now, and more like inevitability. I fought to think, to remind myself of the rules. I had whispered, "Do not step. Do not answer, light your own flame." My lighter was in reach, but the memory of my blister made me hesitate. Pain had been my shield, but it had cost me strength. The first lantern drifted nearer. Its glow painted the ground and revealed them again, the pale ovals of footprints, pressed into pine needles as if the forest floor had turned to water. They shimmered, impossible, each step waiting to be claimed. I recoiled, pressing back against the tent wall, but there was no retreat. The prints formed a path directly to me. The bell tolled once more, louder than ever. My chest seized, and for a heartbeat I believed I would never draw breath again. The lights blinked in sequence, a slow rhythm of patience. The void leaned forward, hollow face angled toward me, and though it had no eyes, I felt myself pinned by its attention. My name throbbed in my skull, a whisper from one mouth but from many. Daniel. Daniel. In desperation, I fumbled for the lighter. My hands shook so badly the wheel scraped uselessly, sparks dying in the air. I cursed aloud, voice breaking, but finally the flame caught. The orange glow flared in the tent, casting a fabric into a fragile lantern of its own. The void staggered. The lights dimmed, shuddering. The prints on the ground flickered, unstable, as though water no longer held them. The voice hissed with fury, a dozen whispers tearing against each other. But the flame held, small and trembling, and in that circle of light I felt the grip loosen, if only slightly. The bell tolled again, softer this time, as if retreating. The creaking boards fell silent one by one. The lights faded into the forest, swallowed by shadow. And finally the void itself thinned, unraveling into air until nothing remained. I sat frozen, lighter burning, until the metal grew too hot to hold. When I let it fall, darkness rushed in, but the pressure did not return. I lay awake until dawn painted the pines gray, every nerve waiting for the next toll. None came. When sunlight finally spread through the canopy, I crawled out, body shaking. My campsite bore no prints, no marks of passage. Only my blistered thumb proved the night had been real. I left my pack half, zipped, and began walking faster than I ever had, determined to reach pavement, town, any place where the river's memory could not follow. Yet even as I write this now, counting each word to 1,500 for the sake of precision, I know I cannot outrun it. Because I hear the faintest echo, even in daylight, even in the noise of town, the creak of a plank, the toll of a bell, and the promise of a path waiting in water. My name is Claire Benton. I record it plainly because what follows is not told for applause. I am 29 years old, a laboratory technician by trade. And the day before the events in question, I log in 12 hours of numbers and labels before deciding that silence among spruce would rinse the noise from my head. Roan Mountain seemed right lines on a map I could trust, contour intervals like steady breathing, and a spring marked near a likely tent site. I like places whose rules are printed clearly. I began hiking just after noon under clear sky. The trail moved between shade and light, past trunks varnished with lichen and stones smoothed by decades of boots. I drink when the rule says drink, so at a seep I knelt, filled a bottle and treated it by the book. A couple passed me going out. We exchanged the standard trail liturgy. Then I walked on alone, feeling the air shift cooler as the spruce thickened. By late afternoon, I reached the hollow I had circled on my map. Mountain laurel cupped the site. Red spruce leaned as if keeping a private conversation. Someone before me had arranged a ring of stones and left ash the color of old bone. A spring burbled 60 paces downslope, pooling in a shallow stone saucer before it spilled away. I pitched my tent with the small pleasure of a clean task done, well, fabric even. Guy lines snug, zipper teeth agreeing with one another. I hung my food bag between two trunks and checked the knots twice, because I do things twice when I am alone. Dinner was predictable noodles that never get entirely soft. A square of chocolate that always tastes better outside. I sat on a slumped log and let the afternoon fade without asking anything of me. I do not come from backpackers. My mother believes in locks and thermostats. My father once joked that forests are churches that forgot the sermon. My grandmother, though, grew up in the hills and handled their stories like tools. While peeling apples into a ribbon, she told me rules you do not have to believe to follow. Do not answer when your name comes from the tree line, unless you see the mouth make it. Do not whistle at night unless you want whistling back. Dusk put its hand over the ridge. Colors folded to a steady green. I read one paragraph 3 times without absorbing a sentence. The nylon's breathy rustle and the faint sound of the spring moved in and out of hearing. I turned off my headlamp so the dark could become ordinary again. A whistle cut the night like a pin through paper. One high note, clean and steady, held for the same count of heartbeats as the next. No vibrato, no breath, no human stumble. I waited for its ordinary explanation to walk forward. Some hiker testing echo, a kid with a recorder, a pair calling across sites. The tone came again from my right among the laurel. It stopped. It started again from my left with the same exactness a machine keeps. I propped up on my elbows and listened. The whistle did not grow closer or recede. It simply began in new places, as if the air had learned a trick and enjoyed performing it. I unzipped the door a thumb's width and let in a chill thread of air. My headlamp's beam struck needles and bark and the pale scrawl of lichen. I said, as calmly as I could, "Hello. Do you need help?" The silence that followed was good. Ordinary silence, which is why the next whistle startled me more than the first. Two tones now, same pitch and length, started together, one uphill and one downslope, no echo between them. They made a simple, bad harmony. I slid out in my socks because pretending to be in control is a kind of control. The needles pressed through. I turned slowly. The tones did not change to reward my movement. They existed, and my moving existed, and none of it seemed to be for my benefit. I went to the spring because a chore was something solid. The first whistle continued. The second paused. Then a third began above me, so that the notes made corners around where I crouched. I dipped my bottle and watched silt lift and settle. I spoke the reasonable world out loud. Like a lab protocol, there are hikers. Wind makes illusions. Predators do not whistle. You are tired. Something watched me. Attention is a weight, and it pressed the skin between my shoulders. I lifted the beam and found eyes low to the ground, set far apart, green as wet glass. Dear, I thought, grateful to lay a name on the shape fear takes. The eyes did not blink. They did not shy from the light. The whistle sounded from my left, and the eyes were directly ahead, and the two facts did not disturb each other. The thing rose without bending, eyes lifting in a clean slide as if on a track. And the beam found a pale plane, shaped almost to a face, and then not, like bark half stripped from a trunk. There was the suggestion of a mouth, and not the structure of one. The tone went on without breath to feed it, and my fear tried to bargain itself smaller and could not. Easy, I said, to it or to myself. My voice seemed to travel only as far as my teeth before turning back. The beam shook in my hand. The knot, face withdrew a fraction and became branches, then shadows, then nothing I could pretend to understand. The third whistle ceased. The first went on. I backed away until the tent felt like a definition I wanted to agree with. Inside, I zipped the door, turned off the lamp, and lay very still. The whistles drew slow geometry around me. I do not remember sleep as a decision. I remember only the body's breaker flipping and the machinery going quiet. Morning made sense the way clean glass makes sense. Birds rushed through their lists. Wind threaded the needles. The spring sounded like careful work. My embarrassment arrived before memory. I rolled to stare at the tent roof and saw 3 small circles pressed inward from the outside, evenly spaced, the size of fingertips arranged in a neat triangle. They were not punctures. The fabric held no tear. Someone, or something, had pressed there and let go. I stepped out. Dew netted the laurel. My food bag hung where I left it, rope unfrayed. Not asleep. On the moss around the tent, at a distance of maybe 10 feet, a faint ring of dimples pocked the surface. Hundreds of tiny impressions no larger than pencil ends, too regular for deer, too many for a single person. I tried to imagine a hiker leaning on poles and laughing at my unease, but the pattern was patient where a prank would be sloppy. I ate by plan and not by appetite. I told myself I would hike a day, loop along the ridge to clear my head, and return before dusk. And if the whistle started again, I would pack and walk out with care and a bright headlamp. Having a plan gave my heart a place to sit. At the spring, I rinsed my mug. For a moment, the reflection of my face did not move with me. My lips formed the word ridiculous, and the water kept a version of me with a polite closed mouth. The surface winked, and we matched again. Optical effects, I said, and then softer, I am fine, and believed one of those statements. I took the ridge trail under honest sun. Balds opened like rolled-out maps. Ridges stacked themselves in blue pages. In the light, the night felt like some assembled from fatigue and wind. Near a junction, I met 3 hikers with easy smiles. I asked whether they had heard any whistling. They said no, and the certainty of their voices folded the question closed like a box lid. We traded weather and moved on. By mid-afternoon, the sky went gunmetal and the air learned new grammar. I turned back ahead of the rain, wanting to beat it to the hollow. Drops darkened the dust, then laid their hand over everything. When I rounded the last bend, my tent sat where I had left it, but the zipper lay open in a tidy smile that I had not made. The flap moved slightly with the breeze. Inside, my sleeping bag had been turned neatly back, as if to air, and on the yellow floor 3 white spruce needles lay in a careful parallel, all pointing toward the spring. I stood with rain ticking, the fly, and tried to choose the most boring explanation, and found none I could both choose and keep. From somewhere beyond the laurel, thin and pure and patient, a single high note began and held. It did not tremble. It did not breathe. Then, another note joined it from upslope, perfectly matched, like my fear had found a twin. The rain deepened, and every needle listened. I stepped forward without deciding to, and the note held, and the world felt briefly, terribly measured. Rain locked everything into a steady, grammar needles, trunks, my breath, and the one held note that did not belong to anything with lungs. The 3 spruce needles on my tent floor point toward the spring like an arrow, so I followed them. Doing a task felt safer than standing still and letting thought widen. The laurel was glossy and black with water. The pool trembled everywhere at once. The note came from downslope. An identical note came from the ridge. I turned my head and the sound refused to move with me. Echoes cooperate. This did not. I took out my phone and opened the recorder. I said the date, time, and location because procedure steadies the hands. The waveform drew a single narrow mountain and held it. I stepped left and right and raised the phone and lowered it. The mountain stayed the same unbreathing spike, while rain ticked on the case. Across the water, a shape leaned from the firs and refused a name. My light found a pale plain where a face should be. Dark hollows in tidy triangles drank the rain. Where a mouth should be, a smooth curve. Where eyes should be, shallow dents. Air at the knot mouth trembled like a rimmed glass. The pitch did not come from it, and also it did. I did not run. I let the recorder listen and kept my hands visible, as if courtesy still applied. "Are you hurt?" I asked. My voice stopped at my lips like it hit glass. The figure tilted without joints. Rain filled the hollows. For a heartbeat, the tone roughened. The roughness frightened me more than the purity. Breath is the weakness that proves life. I backed to the tent and set the recorder on my sleeping pad. Packing became a prayer bag, rolled, stove-bagged, spoon, filter, map, rope. My grandmother's rules returned like labels. Leave canvas standing if something circles you. Do not answer what never stops for breath. Walk the obvious way until the obvious thing changes. I shouldered my pack and clicked the sternum strap. Something hard pressed my collarbone. Under the strap, my fingers found a tiny whistle, white as bone or wood that had forgotten trees. Smooth from being considered, with 3 holes in a triangle. My mouth ready to test it without consent. I dropped it into a zip bag and sealed it. My breath needed the boundary of plastic. The tent door was open in that careful smile I had not made. I left it that way. I stepped onto the trail. The note did not fade, it redistributed. Every laurel a tuned jar, every broken branch a filament. On the bald, wind laid itself under the tone, until I felt it in my molars. I breathed through my nose until the urge to match it passed. My phone buzzed without service. The recorder app had stopped on its own. The new file's name was a line of underscores. Battery, 23%. The mountain in the waveform was gone. I slid the phone away as if modesty could help. A kiosk stood by the trail with a damp map, fuzzing at the corners. 3 small holes had been drilled in the board, triangular, edges scorched. When I covered one with my palm, the pitch dulled. When I covered 2, a second note up the slope sharpened as if compensating. I took my hand away and kept walking. I did not want to learn the instrument. I chose down. Beech and birch replaced the laurel. My headlamp made their trunks into pale columns. A culvert added a low companion, a tick beneath the line. When I paused to check the map, the lower tone grew until my chest wanted to keep time. I moved and it quieted. Standing still, I understood, was another way to be measured. At a bend, a small cairn sat, where there had been none. 5 flat stones. Rain, slick, each with 3 shallow dimples near an edge. The high note leaked from the cracks as if light were sound. I lifted my boot to kick the stack and felt my scalp prickle. I set the boot down and walked around. Respect is not surrender, it keeps you moving. Beyond the beech trunks the figure waited. The same pale plain, triangles sipping rain. The wrong smoothness where a mouth should live. When I swept the beam across it, the almost eyes reflected just enough to prove absence. It leaned as if curious. The tone did not grow louder. It came close without distance changing. I kept to the track and let forward be my answer. The dimples in the mud arranged themselves into 2 arcs that narrowed. A corridor like a throat. When I stepped inside, a third tone began, lower and exact. When I stepped back, it stopped. I did not like that the geometry needed me to operate. I chose the outside edge of the path, shoulders brushing wet brush, until the corridor fell away. The road made itself known by smell, wet tar and metal, and by the ghost light of gate posts ahead. Relief rose. My grandmother's caution steadied it. Go toward light you can name. Do not enter light the dark makes. Between the posts the night was a mouth. The note lived there. I stepped into leaves and walked a parallel line. The corridor of dimples turned neatly to follow, and mud appeared where there had been none. My hand found my pack's zipper. The zip bag with the whistle was in my palm, cold as a coin. The urge to lift it came like a yawn. I squeezed until the beveled holes printed a triangle in my skin, and the urge drained. From just behind my left ear, close as breath without breath, the note changed pressure and made the idea of my name. First, then the middle no one uses, then my last like a roster call. I walked faster. The voice matched me without moving. A car went by and its clean lights thinned the pitch for a heartbeat. 3 cool points touched the inside of my wrist, a triangle of cold that matched the 3 pressed, marks I'd found on my tent wall in the morning. My fingers opened without permission. The headlamp swung wide and showed only rain and gate posts and the silver of my breath. Whatever had touched me had used shape, not touch. Names or fences. I closed my hand by speaking the bones in its scaphoid. Lunate trichotrum pisiform. My heels found gravel. The pitch thin, like thread pulled toward breaking. The dimples ended at the road's edge, as if a rule had stopped them. I stepped onto the asphalt because paint and tar are promises people keep. On the far side, the park sign had 3 new holes charred into its corner. The note used them like flutes. My phone showed 1%, then none. It died with politeness. I put it away. I walked the shoulder toward the pullout where I'd left my car at dawn. The pitch followed at the measured distance a stranger keeps when pretending not to follow. It changed barely. The held line bent up and down, and in that I heard my grandmother's wordless hum, trying to live where I file instruction under love. Not mine, I told the rain. The pullout appeared as a darker rectangle in the dark. My car's edges resolved under the beam, like a diagram becoming a machine. The culvert by the ditch sang harder, and something pale turned in the ditch with a smoothness I did not accept. I kept to the crown of the road. Crowns drain water. Perhaps they drain other things. The key fob ignored me. I used the metal key and opened the door. The pack went into the passenger seat. The zip bag with the white whistle lay on top, pale through plastic like a tooth. The note pressed thinly at the glass. I sat without starting the engine. I wanted to know if the sound could cross with me. It did not. It held outside, perfect and patient. The dash clock ticked 1 human second at a time. The cold triangle on my wrist faded. I turned the key. The engine caught. The note neither rose nor fell. It simply continued everywhere and nowhere. I eased forward. In the rear view, the gate posts shone. The gap between them stayed darker. The pitch did not follow. It existed as if distance were my invention. I passed a house with a porch light. The held note thinned a last time, then stopped, ceasing like a machine switched off somewhere I could not see. The road kept its dull shine as rain calmed it into seams of silver tonight. My breath came back in sections that fit. I said my name to feel the consonants. Rain tapped the windshield like fingers counting. I turned toward the highway that would carry me to a gas station where light lives in bulbs and wire, and where speech uses lungs, and where I could decide what to do with the white whistle in its bag beside me. The gas station was a square of tired light in the wet dark, humming like a patient refrigerator. I parked under the canopy and watched rain wander across the fluorescent spill. The white whistle sat in the zip bag on my passenger seat like a tooth someone had lost and left on a napkin. I told myself I was here for coffee and an ordinary room key, and to let my hands stop shaking. I also knew I had brought the thing into a place with doors, because doors are rules you can close. Inside, the music on the radio was soft and older than me, guitar notes clean as dishes. A woman at the counter glanced at my muddy cuffs and nodded once. The nod of someone who has wiped the floor after enough storms to know the look. I bought a styrofoam cup of coffee, a packet of birthday candles, and a block of utility wax from a pegboard, where the useful and the unlikely share hooks. She raised an eyebrow at the pairing, and I said, "Repairs," which felt true even if I could not name the break yet. In the restroom, I locked the door, set the bag in the sink, and looked at the whistle under the hard light. Up close, it seemed grown into shape, bevels too clean for a pocket knife. edges the kind water makes when it wears bone thin. The 3 holes sat in a triangle. I warmed the wax, rolled 3 small plugs, and pressed them in. Then I turned on the tap and filled the bag until the whistle disappeared. The air in the room loosened, as if a long-held breath finally went where air goes. When I shut off the faucet, the hand dryer on the wall clicked once without starting. Its vent was 3 circles in a triangle. The circles made a faint whine that was almost a pitch and then decided against existing. I breathed, and the breath sounded like mine again. Back at the counter, the woman slid a cheap motel brochure across to me without my asking. 20 minutes down, she said. They'll take wet people. An older man in a camo cap stood at the lottery machine and glanced up long enough to add, "Keep your windows shut. Things come through small spaces." He said it like weather. I said thank you to both, because politeness is also a rule. I considered calling a ranger. My phone was dead. The motel phone was internal. Rain blurred the printed emergency number into a gray bar. The older man from the station pulled in, saw me, and said, "If it's the wind, it'll be the wind without you. If it isn't, don't make it curious." I slid the brochure back into the rack and went inside. I drove the 20 minutes in and earned quiet. The motel sign was blue and honest about not being neon. The clerk remagnetized my key card, twice before it believed in me. In the room, I set the bagged whistle in the sink and ran cold water until the plugs clouded. The sound in my head loosened. I lay on the bed without undressing and watched the slice where the curtains didn't meet. Sleep arrived in small pieces and left the same way. At 1:19 I woke because the quiet had reorganized itself. The AC droned steadily, the highway mumbled. My pulse quit trying to conduct. At 2:12 something existed at the far edge of the lot. It did not enter, it was present, pale plain where a face might be. 3 tidy hollows set like a patient triangle. Rain stitched its edges and slid off the hollows without wetting them. I stood very still and let it be a fact. At 3 exactly, a door 2 rooms down rattled once, a testing tap. A voice said, "Sorry," with perfect clarity and no throat in it. The chain clacked. The figure by the lot shifted in tilt and nothing else. I rinsed the wax plugs, squeezed them between fingers, and pressed them firmer into the holes. The pressure on the quiet eased, like a bandage loosened. When I turned off the bathroom light, the parking lot was empty of facts again. At 4:10 I decided to go back. It wasn't courage, just obedience to an old rule: put things where they belong. The needles had pointed to the spring. Rain had roughened the tone, water mattered. I dressed, wrapped the bag, thanked the clerk, and drove toward the ridge through rain that had thinned to pinpricks. The pullout was empty. Fresh duct tape covered. 3 blackened holes on the park sign, someone's attempt to muffle wood. I took my pack and walked into trees that remembered me. The trail made its plain argument forward. Mud softened yesterday's steps. The neat corridor of dimples had scattered. When I paused, the only held note was the spring before I could see it. On the trail 100 yards from the spring, the figure waited again. Or perhaps the woods remembered a pose and placed it there for me. It did not block the path. It simply tilted the way people tilt when they are trying to show you they have hands empty. Rain traced lines down its pale plain and broke across the triangle hollows like water meeting the mouth of a bottle. I felt the urge to raise my own hands as if to be searched. Instead, I kept walking and let my shoulder pass the space where its attention was. The note did not rise. The quiet did not feel like victory so much as pause. The hollow held my camp like a room nobody had admitted entering. My tent still stood, door curved in that small smile I had not made. Inside, the bag lay coiled like a docile snake. The 3 inward presses on the wall had relaxed, leaving only the sense of where pressure had been. Beyond, the spring carried its clean business over stone. I did not speak. I set the whistle on the slick stone lip and nudged it into the current. It spun once, found the outflow, and slid under the rock shelf. For a heartbeat, the pitch wavered as the holes filled, then thinned like thread pulled and let go. The figure leaned, then unmade itself among the firs. The air nodded. I waited, counted to 100. Then another 100. Only water spoke. I took down the tent quickly. Leave canvas when circled. Take it when the circle breaks. And packed with brisk, grateful hands. At the sign I left the tape alone. The gap between the gate posts was only a road again. I did not keep the whistle. I kept the rinsed zip bag, which smells faintly of stream and cleanser, and the still air of an empty church. I slept, went back to work, and let numbers steady me. Weeks later, the centrifuge rose into a bright-held pitch that did not breathe. I pressed a finger over one of its 3 vent holes. The tone bent and broke. I taped the vents in the room, remembered how to be a room. Since then, I noticed triangles everywhere. Drains, vents, the 3 dots that mean typing is happening elsewhere. When a gap starts to hold one long note, I carry wax, tape, or water and give the sound somewhere to go. Maybe I'm imagining rescue. Maybe it's just housekeeping. The kind my grandmother practiced when she poured coffee down a sink to quiet a house. I always carry wax, even on bright days. Superstition shaped into a small pocket weight. Home was not a solution so much as a location with walls. The first night back, the bathroom fan learned a pure high tone and held it in one clean, unbroken line. I unscrewed the grill and found 3 small, circular cutouts no manufacturer had any need for. The sheet metal around them showed a suit I could not rub off. I pressed wax into the holes, then ran the shower until steam made the mirror bloom. My name wrote itself in the fog and stopped after the first word. I wiped it away, opened the window, and let city air confuse the room back into the ordinary. If you camp near Roan Mountain, and a whistle circles your tent without stopping to breathe, do not whistle back. Do not answer if your name arrives without a mouth to make it. If 3 neat dimples press your tent wall, leave the canvas standing and walk the obvious way until the obvious thing changes. If a white whistle with 3 beveled holes finds your hand or strap, do not teach it your breath. Put it in moving water. If you have none, make some, fill a bag, flood the holes, roughen the note until it lets you go. Believe me or don't. The rules don't need belief. They only want obedience. My name is Felicity Grant, and I was raised in Massachusetts before moving further north to Maine for both work and the slower rhythm of life that seemed to exist in its small towns. I am not a superstitious person by nature. My education, my upbringing, and my own sensibilities all align me toward practical thinking. If something rustled in the dark, I looked for the raccoon. If shadows stretched long across a road at night, I chalked it up to the angle of the headlights and nothing more. For most of my adult life, I leaned heavily on reason as a shield against the wild stories that thrive in rural places. That shield, I now know, was paper, thin, Because what I encountered one autumn evening, while camping alone in the Maine woods, made a mockery of every practical explanation I tried to hold on to. I had gone camping as I often did, packing my old Subaru with a tent, a sleeping bag, a cast iron skillet, and a small assortment of books that kept me company when the nights grew long. The air had begun to carry that sharpened edge of October, the crispness that hinted at frost in the mornings, but still allowed for long walks without gloves. I found a spot by one of the smaller lakes, a place ringed by pines that swayed in the wind like tall sentinels. The water was mirror still when I arrived, the sky doubling itself in its reflection, and I felt that familiar relief, the kind that only comes when you've left behind roads, phones, and voices and returned to the hushed patience of the woods. By late afternoon I had my tent pitched, a small fire built, and a pot of coffee warming. I ate beans from a tin and tore off pieces of bread, not gourmet but satisfying in the way food outdoors always is. I remember feeling content, and more than that, safe. The forest was quiet in a way that never felt oppressive. The wind through the trees was a long, soothing whisper. The occasional splash of a fish in the lake punctuated the silence like punctuation in an otherwise gentle story. When dusk began to thicken around me, I tossed more wood onto the fire and leaned back, cradling the warmth in my palms, and let myself relax. It must have been close to 9 o'clock when I heard the crunch of something approaching over the carpet of needles. My body tensed without my permission. The fire cast only a small circle of light, and beyond that circle the dark was thick, swallowing. I set my coffee down and leaned forward, my ears straining. The sound was deliberate, not the scatter of a squirrel or the clumsy blunder of a deer, but something lighter, almost dainty. Paws on the ground. A fox, I thought. The red foxes in Maine often wandered near campsites, their curiosity bolder than their size should allow. They stole scraps if they could, but mostly they just watched. I found myself smiling, though a touch nervously, as I caught sight of movement at the edge of the firelight. A small red fox stepped into view, its fur catching fire's glow like copper wire. Its eyes reflected pale coins of light, and its slender body moved with the assurance of a creature that belonged here far more than I did. But what unsettled me immediately was not the fox itself, but its behavior. It did not skirt the fire warily, nor did it dart forward and retreat as I had seen them do countless times. Instead, it padded straight to the fire pit and lowered itself onto its haunches directly across from me, as if it were another camper settling in for the night. The longer it sat, the more my unease grew. Something in its stillness didn't fit. Foxes were restless, twitching things, always sniffing, always calculating whether to flee. But this one sat as people sit, its body oddly straight, its head tilted slightly, its eyes fixed on me with such intensity that I felt as though it were studying my face rather than merely watching my movements. I whispered to myself that it was only a fox, only an animal, but the words rang hollow in my mouth. Instinct clawed up my spine, urging me to stand, to back into the tent, to put something between myself and those eyes. Instead, I found myself rooted in place, staring back across the fire as if caught in some silent negotiation I could not understand. Then the world tilted. I watched, helpless, as the fox began to change. At first, I thought the firelight was playing tricks, shadows bending its outlines strangely. But the changes deepened, became undeniable. The fox's spine seemed to lengthen unnaturally, pulling upward, its shoulders rolling as if shrugging off invisible weights. Its forelegs bent at angles that no animal should, the joints popping grotesquely until what were once slender paws stretched into fingers, pale, long, and tipped with dirt. The fur did not recede so much as it sloughed away in strips, peeling down its sides like old wallpaper curling from plaster, revealing skin underneath that was startlingly human, but marred with streaks of red where the fur had torn loose. I could not move. I could not even breathe. My coffee mug slipped from my lap and spilled unnoticed into the dirt. The creature unfolded upward until it stood taller than me, its body that of a woman. But the remnants of fox fur still clung in patches like a tattered coat. Her face was not entirely formed. Half muzzle, half woman's mouth. The skin raw where it stretched too tightly across her skull. She turned her head slowly, as if testing the new range of motion, and then her gaze locked back onto mine. That was when the sound came, a sound that will echo in my bones for as long as I live. It began as a shrill keen, the familiar high-pitched scream of a fox in the night, the kind that sends shivers down a spine even when you know its source. But then it split, layered, grew. It became something else. Something no animal's throat was meant to carry. It was a woman's scream, raw, tearing, human anguish braided into the fox's cry. The sound shook the air between us, vibrated through my teeth, rattled my chest, as though I were nothing more than a drum for her voice. My hands clamped over my ears, but it did nothing. The scream wasn't only sound, it was inside me, coursing through marrow, a pain too intimate to block out. I don't remember standing, but suddenly I was on my feet, stumbling backward. The fire flared high, then guttered as if starved of oxygen, shadows lashing outward in grotesque shapes. The woman, fox, thing stepped closer, her bare feet blackened with ash, her mouth opened wider, impossibly wide, the scream pouring out like a physical force that bent the night around it. I wanted to run, but my legs wobbled like saplings in the wind. I wanted to shout, but my throat locked. All I could do was retreat, 1 foot at a time, until my back struck the cold canvas of the tent. The creature paused, tilting her head with a motion that was more fox than human. And for 1 fractured second the scream cut off. The silence that followed was worse, a suffocating weight that pressed into my skull. Her lips moved. At first, I thought she was about to scream again, but then a word, if it was a word, emerged. It was guttural, choked, foreign to any language I knew. The sound carried a shape, though, a pattern my mind strained to parse. It came again, louder this time. The same harsh syllables that scraped against my ears. And then, unmistakably, it bent into English. Not perfect, not clear, but close enough to freeze my veins. Why here? The question cut through the night like a blade, and for the first time since she had appeared, my paralysis broke. I turned and bolted, ducking into the black trees, branches clawing my arms, roots snagging my boots. I did not stop to grab a flashlight, a coat, or even my car keys. I only ran blindly, the forest whipping past as though trying to herd me back. Behind me, the scream returned. Higher, sharper, filling the woods with such force that I expected birds to explode from the trees, deer to crash through the underbrush in terror. But nothing moved. The forest held its breath, complicit in whatever horror it had birthed. I don't know how long I ran, nor how far. My lungs burned, my vision blurred with tears brought on by both wind and fear. Every time I dared glance over my shoulder, the darkness seemed thicker, as though something just beyond sight was pacing me, waiting for me to falter. At last, when my legs buckled and I dropped to my knees in the needles, I realized I had circled back. Through the trees ahead, flickering weakly, I could see the light of my campfire, and seated there, in the exact place as before, was the fox. Small, red, its copper fur gleaming, its eyes reflecting like coins. Sitting as though nothing had ever changed. I froze when I saw it there again by the fire. The fox sat precisely where it had before, its tail curled neatly around its paws, its body lit orange by the flames. There was no trace of the woman now, no torn strips of fur, no exposed skin, no human eyes in a half-formed face. Only a fox, small and elegant, watching me with those unblinking, coin-bright eyes. For a moment I considered the possibility that I had hallucinated the entire ordeal, that my mind had conjured some nightmare born of solitude and firelight. But my body told me otherwise. My lungs still heaved with the echo of that scream. My ears still rang with the question that had rasped out in broken syllables. And the taste of metal clung stubbornly to the back of my tongue, as though the sound itself had left residue. The fire hissed as a log cracked in half, sending a spray of sparks into the air. The fox's gaze never wavered. I forced myself to stand, though my knees shook so badly it felt as though they might buckle again. A single thought beat in my skull: get to the car. The Subaru was parked less than 100 yards away, down a narrow trail that curved back toward the gravel road. If I could just make it there, I could leave behind the fire, the fox, and whatever had come out of it. I took a careful step sideways, then another, trying not to make any sudden movements. The fox's ears flicked, but it did not rise. When my heel found the path, I turned and broke into a stumbling run. My chest tightened with each stride, my breath tearing ragged in the cold night air. The trees hemmed me in on either side, their black trunks blurring past. But I focused only on the pale glint of my car's bumper as it came into view. Relief swelled in my chest, so sharp it nearly brought tears. I yanked the door open, collapsed into the driver's seat, and slammed the lock down with trembling hands. For a moment I simply sat there, my forehead pressed against the steering wheel, my entire body shivering from more than cold. When I finally raised my head, I looked through the windshield at the narrow trail I had just fled down, empty. No fox. No woman. Nothing. Only the faint glow of the fire behind me, painting the trees with weak light. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine coughed, caught and hummed to life. I gripped the wheel so hard that my knuckles ached. I should have driven. I should have reversed down that trail and sped into the safety of town without a second thought. But something stopped me. Not logic. Not reason. Something deeper. Something like the invisible tether of a nightmare that refuses to let you wait. The question still reverberated in my mind, that strangled voice asking why here. I turned on my headlights, the beams slicing down the path in two pale cones. My intention was to leave, but instead my eyes tracked unbidden toward the fire's glow again. It flickered faintly, barely visible through the trees, but it pulled at me, insistent. And then, before I could argue with myself, before I could force the gear shift into reverse, movement flashed across the light. A figure darted past the fire, too tall to be a fox, too thin to be fully human. The scream came again, distant but no less piercing, and every nerve in my body rebelled. I floored the accelerator, the tires spitting gravel, the car lurching forward onto the road. The scream followed, thinning into the night behind me. But I swore I could still feel it clinging to the inside of my skull long after the sound had faded. I didn't stop driving until I reached the outskirts of town. Streetlights bloomed overhead, familiar and comforting. But my hands still shook on the wheel. I pulled into a gas station parking lot and sat beneath the fluorescent glare, engine idling. Only then did I notice the scratches on my arms. Thin welts, where branches had whipped against me as I fled. My palms were raw from clutching the wheel, and the muscles in my legs twitched with aftershocks of panic. I should have gone straight home. I should have locked my door and buried myself under blankets until daylight. Instead, I sat there, staring at the bruised reflection of my own face in the rearview mirror, and felt the pull of the woods gnaw at me still. I told myself that if I left my campsite abandoned, anyone could stumble across it. Kids from town, hunters, other campers. The fire might catch and spread. My things could be stolen or worse. But none of that was the real reason. The truth was that I couldn't stand not knowing. If the fox, or the woman, or whatever it was, had disappeared with the night, then I could almost convince myself that I had dreamed it. If not, I would face it again, though I didn't know why. Some part of me was afraid that turning my back completely would allow it to follow, to slip unseen into my life beyond the woods. I waited an hour in that parking lot before forcing myself to return. The drive back was agonizingly slow, every shadow a potential movement. Every roadside ditch a place where a red shape might crouch. When I finally turned onto the gravel road and followed it back to the trailhead, my stomach twisted at the faint glow that still flickered through the trees. The fire hadn't died. I shut off the engine and sat in silence, listening. The forest loomed heavy, the kind of silence that seemed deliberate, expectant. I reached for the flashlight in my glove box, switched it on, and stepped out into the cold. The path crunched beneath my boots. Each step felt like a step into a trap. Though I forced myself forward, the flashlight beam dancing over trunks and undergrowth. When the fire came into view, I nearly dropped the light. The fox was still there, exactly as before. Seated calm, its copper fur shimmering. The sight made my knees weak, because it was not the stance of an animal at all. It was patience. The kind of patience only a human, or something wearing human intent, could embody. This time, though, I did not run. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and inched closer, my heart battering my ribs like a wild bird. I needed to prove something to myself, though I couldn't have explained what. The fox watched, unblinking, as I circled the fire. The smell of burning pine and ash stung my nose, and the warmth licked against my shins, but my attention never wavered from that unmoving form. When I reached the opposite side, directly across from it once again, I stopped. My mouth opened before I could stop it. "What are you?" My voice cracked, breaking the silence like brittle glass. The fox's ears twitched. For a long, terrible moment, nothing else changed. Then the sound began again. Not the scream this time, but the words. Rough, broken, torn from a throat not built for them. "Why here?" The words chilled me as deeply as before, but my fear was tempered now by the fragile thread of my own defiance. I forced myself to answer. "I was camping. That's all. I didn't mean to trespass." The fox's head tilted. That same unnatural motion I had seen in the woman's form. Its mouth did not move, but the words came again, heavier now, like rocks grinding. "Leave." The command was simple, My body begged me to obey, to run, to never look back. But some part of me, stubborn or reckless, rooted me there. My voice trembled, but I spoke again. What happens if I don't? The silence that followed was worse than any scream. The fox's eyes gleamed brighter, twin coins that seemed to pulse with light not reflected but emitted. And then, with a suddenness that wrenched a cry from my throat, its body stretched, tore, and the woman stood before me again. Her scream ripped through the air, louder than before, so loud that the fire guttered as if pushed back by the force. Her skin hung in strips, fur and flesh mingling grotesquely, and her arms reached toward me with clawed fingers that dripped ash. I staggered backward, my flashlight beam jerking wildly, but I did not run. Not yet. Her scream climbed higher, warping into pitches no human ear was meant to register, until I felt blood bead in my nose and ears. My vision blurred, tears streaming. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the scream cut off. She stood silent, heaving, her head cocked at a terrible angle. Her mouth opened once more. You will. The words were barely recognizable, but the meaning struck with the weight of prophecy. Her words landed inside me, like an anchor dropped into deep water, pulling everything down into silence. You will. The air around us felt charged, prickling across my skin like static before a lightning strike. The fire spat and cracked as though it, too, resisted her presence. My flashlight trembled in my hand, its beam catching glimpses of her face. Half human, half fox, stretched skin peeling in ribbons down her cheeks. She took one step forward, and the sound of it was wet, like bare feet pressing into mud, though the ground beneath was only pine needles and ash. I should have run. I knew that. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, to crash through the undergrowth, until I reached the safety of my car and the road beyond. But fear can root a person as firmly as it can propel them. And there was something more, too. A strange undercurrent beneath the terror, curiosity, an awful compulsion to know what she was and why she demanded my departure. The scream had been unbearable, the sight of her unbearable. Yet I couldn't deny the fascination that wormed through the cracks of my dread. Her head tilted again, jerking in small spasms, like a fox scenting the air. She raised one hand and pointed to the ground by the fire. Her fingers were too long, nails blackened and split, but the gesture was unmistakable. Sit. The thought was not in my head, not exactly. It was in the space between us, in the way my muscles tensed as though awaiting instruction. My legs buckled before I made the choice myself, and I found I had lowered into the dirt opposite her, the fire licking weakly between us. She crouched in the same motion, the grotesque fusion of woman and fox folding, down like a puppet collapsing onto its strings. Her eyes were fixed on me with such intensity that I felt skinned, laid open to her scrutiny. When she spoke again, the words were fragmented but clearer than before. Why here? The same question, asked once more. But this time the sound carried expectation, as though I owed her an answer greater than my first. I don't know, I whispered. My throat burned, my voice barely audible. I just wanted to be away, to be alone. The honesty surprised me, though perhaps I clung to it like a child clutching a talisman. Her gaze didn't soften. If anything, the fire's reflection in her eyes grew sharper, cutting. Not alone, she rasped, the syllables tearing from her mouth like claws scraping wood. Hair, not alone. The words shivered through me. I thought of the forest silence, the uncanny stillness as I had run, the absence of any animal response to her scream. The woods hadn't been empty at all. They had been filled. With her presence, vast and smothering, woven into the trees themselves. She wasn't asking why I camped in that spot by chance. She was asking why I had trespassed into a place already claimed. My mouth worked soundlessly, fumbling for words. I didn't know. I finally stammered. I didn't mean to disturb you. I swear. She tilted her head once more. A jerky, unnatural angle that made my stomach turn. Then her lips parted in what might have been a smile. Though it stretched too wide, tearing the remaining fur at the corners of her mouth. The sight made bile rise in my throat. Leave, she repeated, the word ringing like a toll of judgment. My body surged with desperate relief. That was all she wanted. For me to leave. I could do that. I could leave and never look back. I stood slowly, my knees weak, my balance precarious. The fire's glow seemed to dim, shadows thickening around us as though eager to swallow me whole. The woman rose too, her body cracking and twisting back into the smaller shape of the fox. It shook once, violently, and fur knitted across its limbs, patches sealing until the creature was whole again. In moments only the red fox remained, copper fur gleaming in the low light. But the eyes were the same, far too knowing, far too human. It gave a final, sharp bark that split the night like a laugh, and then it turned, padding into the trees. The undergrowth swallowed it without sound. I didn't wait. My body snapped into motion, a trembling urgency pushing me forward. I abandoned the fire, the tent, my belongings, everything. The only possession I carried was the flashlight, its weak beam bouncing wildly as I sprinted down the path. When the Subaru came into view, I nearly collapsed in relief. I flung myself inside, locked the doors, and fumbled with the keys until the engine roared awake. Gravel spat beneath the tires as I tore down the road, my eyes never daring to linger on the tree line that flanked me. I half expected to see glowing eyes pacing me, or worse, the tall form of the fox, woman striding between the pines. But nothing appeared. Only darkness and the narrowing road ahead. By the time I reached the edges of town again, dawn was breaking. The pink-gray light of morning bled over rooftops, and the weight on my chest eased only slightly. I parked outside my small apartment, climbed the steps with shaking legs, and locked the door behind me, as though that simple deadbolt could keep out what I had seen. I collapsed onto my bed, still in my boots, the smell of smoke and fear clinging to me like a second skin. I slept, though it was no true rest. Dreams howled through my skull, fragmented images of fur peeling from flesh, of a mouth stretched wide in an endless scream. When I woke hours later, my throat was raw as if I had been screaming too. I tried, in the days that followed, to rationalize. Lack of sleep, the isolation of the woods, the way firelight plays on the imagination. Hallucination, perhaps, brought on by exhaustion or stress. But no explanation held firm. The memory was too sharp, too consistent. And then there was the matter of my campsite. Against my better judgment, I returned a week later, in daylight, with 2 friends who humored me, but thought I had gone slightly mad. We found the tent where I had left it, my scattered supplies, the ring of stones where the fire had burned down to ash. Everything seemed ordinary, too ordinary. But when I crouched by the ashes, I noticed something carved into the dirt beneath. Not letters, not any language I knew, but claw marks etched in precise patterns, spirals and slashes that seemed deliberate. My friends dismissed them as animal tracks. I didn't argue. I simply covered them with soil, my hands shaking. Since that night, I have not gone camping alone again. I don't venture into the Maine woods at night, not without others, not without noise and company to distract from the silence. Yet even here, in town, I find myself waking at night to a sound just at the edge of hearing. It is not the scream itself, not the full force of it, but the echo, thin and reedy, as though carried on wind that doesn't exist. I press my pillow over my ears and pray it will fade. Sometimes it does. Other times it grows until my teeth rattle, and I lie rigid until morning light drives it back. The worst part, though, is the dreams. In them, I am always back at the fire. The fox sits across from me, silent, waiting. Its eyes are endless, silver, bright. And I know with each dream that it is not finished with me. That her final words, "You will," were not a command but a promise. A promise that one day, when I am weakest, or most foolish, or simply unguarded, I will return. And when I do, the scream will rise again, and there will be no leaving. I try to tell myself it was only one night, one place, one terrible encounter in a lifetime otherwise untouched by the unnatural. But the truth presses closer with each passing week. It was not the woods I intruded upon, not just a patch of land. It was her domain, vast and unseen, and once you trespass upon something that ancient, that primal, you don't simply walk away. It follows. It waits. And it watches. Sometimes, in the quietest moments, I think I see a flicker of red fur in the corner of my vision, a flash of copper darting between shadows, even where no animal should be. I turn my head and find nothing. But the silence afterward feels like an answer. I can still hear her scream when I close my eyes. I can still feel the weight of her gaze across the fire, stripping me bare. And I know with a certainty that defies every rational bone in my body. She is still out there, the fox, woman of the Maine woods, waiting for me to return. And whether it takes months or years, whether I fight it or succumb willingly, she is right. I will. My name is Robert Kenton, and I have worked most of my life as a wilderness guide and seasonal ranger in the Rockies of Colorado. For years I believed I had seen just about everything nature had to offer. Sudden storms, black bear encounters, avalanches cutting paths through the trees like angry gods, even the occasional hiker who wandered into camp, raving from altitude sickness. I used to think the mountains held no more surprises for me, that their dangers, though real, were knowable. That confidence lasted until a night when I shared a fire with someone I should never have met, someone who was not, could not have been, entirely human. I still struggle to recount what happened without feeling my throat tighten and my skin crawl, but I will try, because silence has not given me peace. The evening began ordinarily enough. I had guided a pair of hunters earlier that week, and after leaving them at their truck I returned to one of my favorite solo camping spots. It was early October, the nights already sharp with frost, the aspens fading from gold to bare gray skeletons against the slope. I pitched my tent on the edge of a small meadow that opened between ridges, a place where you could watch stars, spread out in sheets unbroken by city light. I had planned nothing more ambitious than making coffee, cooking a freeze-dried dinner, and letting the quiet seep into me. After a long season of talking tourists through trails and reassuring nervous first, timers about every sound in the dark, solitude was a gift. I had just gotten a fire going when I noticed a figure standing at the tree line. The light was weak, but I could see enough to tell it was another camper. He was alone, carrying a pack slung awkwardly over one shoulder. He lifted a hand in greeting, hesitant, as if waiting for me to wave him closer. My first reaction was irritation. The meadow was large enough for two, but those of us who come to the backcountry usually value space, and stumbling into someone else's site uninvited is poor etiquette. Still, he didn't look threatening. Thin, a little hunched, moving as though he had been walking longer than he should have. Against my better judgment, I called out, "Evening. You're welcome to warm up by the fire." The hiker crossed into the circle of light. His clothes were ordinary enough. Faded jeans, heavy boots, a dark hooded sweatshirt that shadowed most of his features. What struck me first was how quiet his steps were, not just soft but wrong, as if the grass and pine needles made no sound under him. He sat across the flames, close enough for me to see his hands. They were pale, too pale for someone trekking rough country, and oddly smooth. No cuts, no dirt ground into the creases, no evidence of the trail at all. I told myself maybe he was a day hiker. Maybe he had come from a nearby road or lodge. It didn't make much sense. This spot was too deep in the forest for that. But rational explanations are habits you cling to. We spoke, and for a while nothing seemed unusual. He asked about the trail I had come from, whether the ridge still had snow, whether the elk had moved lower yet. His voice was unremarkable, a man's voice, calm and low, though I noticed he paused often, as if listening for prompts in my tone before replying. I told him where I'd worked, about the storms last season, about a bear that tore through a trailhead dumpster in full view of tourists. He laughed at the right places, nodding. The fire snapped, sending sparks upward, and I remember thinking how ordinary it all was. A stranger, yes, but strangers sometimes meet in lonely places. The wilderness can draw people together as much as it isolates them. At some point, I decided to offer coffee. I had a spare tin mug, and I poured from my pot, careful not to spill. When I leaned forward to hand it across the flames, his hood slipped back. In the light, I saw him clearly for the first time. My hand froze. The mug nearly tipped from my grip. Where his face should have been was nothing but skin, smooth as stretched clay, blank and unbroken. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just a featureless surface that caught the firelight in a soft sheen. I could see ridges where cheekbones might have been, the suggestion of a chin, but it was as if someone had erased the rest with deliberate cruelty. I could not comprehend it at first. My mind rebelled. I thought perhaps it was a mask, some elaborate joke, though I had never seen one that convincing. I wanted to believe the shadows were deceiving me, that my eyes were playing tricks. The faceless camper tilted his head, as though sensing my shock, and extended his hand for the mug. Reflex overcame terror. I gave it to him. He raised it toward the blank oval, where a mouth should have been. The coffee should have spilled down the front of his sweatshirt, but the liquid vanished as though absorbed. I felt bile rise in my throat. Every instinct told me to flee into the trees, but I was pinned in place by something colder. Then fear, the awareness that I was already too deep in this encounter to escape cleanly. Running meant turning my back, meant trusting that the thing across the fire wouldn't rise and follow. He set the mug down carefully on the ground, as polite as any guest. The gesture was almost worse than violence would have been. A violent creature is at least honest about its intentions. This thing wanted something I couldn't read. Without eyes, how did it see me? Without a mouth, how had it spoken so casually for an hour? My skin prickled with the wrongness of it. Like I was a child again realizing a scarecrow wasn't stuffed with straw but with something breathing. I forced myself to speak because silence was unbearable. My voice came out strained. "That's quite a mask you've got." I tried for humor, but it sounded brittle. The faceless camper tilted his head again, as though puzzled by the word mask. Then he leaned forward slightly. The fire hissed as a log split, and in that sudden crackling roar I heard his voice once more, calm, conversational, unchanged. "It is late. You should rest soon." He had no mouth, no lips to shape the words, yet they came clear. They seemed to bypass my ears, lodging directly in my head. My temples throbbed at the pressure of it. I nodded, pretending agreement, though I had no thought of sleep. My only plan was to wait until he did something, anything that gave me an opening to retreat. The forest was cold, the mountains black silhouettes, but I would rather freeze alone on a ridgeline than sit another minute by that fire. The problem was that he never moved. He sat exactly as before, hands resting on his knees, hood fallen back, faceless head aimed vaguely in my direction. The fire burned lower. The meadow grew quiet. Each second stretched so long I could hear my own pulse. I don't know how long we sat like that. Minutes, hours. The stars wheeled overhead. At some point exhaustion fought its way past fear, and my eyes closed in spite of myself. When they opened again, the fire had collapsed into embers, glowing faint red. The mug I had given him was gone. His seat across from me was empty. I scrambled upright, searching the meadow. No footprints marked the dew, damp grass. No sound stirred the trees. He had vanished as though he had never been there. I told myself I must have dreamed it, some trick of firelight and fatigue. I repeated this until dawn, huddled in my tent, every rustle of wind sounding like footsteps approaching. Yet when the morning sun lit the meadow, I found the mug outside the tent flap. It was spotless, not a stain inside, gleaming as though freshly polished. My hands shook when I picked it up. I left camp within the hour, cutting my trip short, stumbling down switchbacks with a pack half fastened and gear still damp. The mountains had lost their calm for me. Every ridge, every tree line felt watched. Even now, years later, I still have that mug. I have tried to throw it away twice, once in a dumpster, once into a river, and both times I woke to find it, sitting neatly beside my bedroll, cold metal pressing against my palm. I don't drink from it anymore, but I keep it because part of me believes discarding it would be an insult, and I do not want to draw the attention of that faceless figure again. After leaving the mountains that morning, I tried to convince myself that what I had seen was a hallucination born of exhaustion. I told no one, not the hunters I guided, not the other rangers, not even friends in town, who might have listened over a beer. The story sounded absurd even in my own head, and saying it aloud would have forced me to admit that the mug kept returning no matter where I abandoned it. Silence felt safer. Silence was a kind of armor. Weeks passed. The guiding season ended. Snow came earlier than expected that year, shutting trails down before Halloween. I busied myself with paperwork, cleaning gear, winterizing the cabin where I lived on the edge of the national forest. At night, though, I felt watched. It began subtly. The sense of a shadow at the corner of my vision, a shift in the way the wind rattled the pines, a silence outside my cabin so deep it smothered. Once I thought I heard footsteps crunching across the frost, hardened ground. When I looked, nothing. Another time I found the mug on my porch rail, though I had buried it beneath a pile of gear in the shed. Always spotless, always gleaming faintly as if freshly scrubbed. The rational part of me clung to explanations. Maybe I was moving it myself in half-sleep, some nervous tic. Maybe the footsteps were deer. Maybe the faceless man was just an ordinary camper with a mask, and I had let firelight exaggerate what I saw. Yet the memory refused to fade. Each night by the wood stove I saw his blank head across the fire, heard words that had no lips to form them. "It is late. You should rest soon." That voice hummed at the base of my skull like a swarm of bees. Impossible to forget. December deepened. One night I drove down to town for supplies. A 40-minute trip on mountain roads glazed with ice. At the general store I bought coffee, salt, flour, the kind of basics you haul in bulk to avoid unnecessary trips. When I came back outside, a man was leaning against my truck. Hood up, shoulders hunched. My chest seized. For a moment I was certain it was him. The stranger lifted his head. Ordinary face. Just a young man waiting for his girlfriend to finish shopping. I laughed weakly to myself and climbed into the truck. The relief was shallow. Fear had already dug its hooks too deep. Back at the cabin, I built a fire and tried to shake off the paranoia. Snow was falling heavy, blanketing the meadow outside. When I went to set the coffee bag on the counter, I saw the mug already sitting there. I swear on my life I had left it locked in the shed that morning. The padlock was still fastened when I checked. My hands trembled so badly, I spilled grounds across the counter. That was the night I realized I was not done with the faceless camper. He had followed me down from the mountains, or perhaps he had never left. Perhaps I had carried him with me, in ways I still can't explain. I stopped sleeping well after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I dreamed of the fire, of the blank face tilted toward me. In dreams, his smooth skin would ripple faintly, as though something beneath were straining to emerge. Sometimes the surface bulged outward like lips, trying to press through. Other times I saw eyes flicker faintly under the skin, opening and closing, blind but searching. I would wake gasping, drenched in sweat despite the cold air. More than once I found the mug clenched in my hands, though I had not remembered picking it up. One morning near New Year's, I woke to a sound I could not mistake. Footsteps circling the cabin. Slow, deliberate. I snatched up my rifle, heart slamming against my ribs, and yanked the door open. Nothing. Only snow falling steady, unbroken across the yard. No tracks. No marks. Yet I had heard it as surely as I hear my own breathing now. When I turned back inside, the mug was resting on my pillow. I thought about leaving Colorado altogether, driving east until the mountains gave, way to flat farmland and crowded towns, where nothing unexplainable could find me. But each time I packed a bag, I felt watched, as though unseen eyes lingered just behind my shoulder. Once I even started the truck. The engine roared, tires crunched snow, and then the dashboard radio hissed with sudden static. Through the noise came a familiar, calm voice. "It is late. You should rest soon." I slammed the brakes, nearly skidding into a drift. The voice hadn't come from a station. It had spoken directly out of the dead static. I shut the truck off and sat in the silence, shaking. Leaving, I realized, was not an option. Whatever bound me to that faceless camper was not geography. It was something deeper. By February, I was unraveling. My neighbor Shinda Valley mentioned I looked pale, thinner. I brushed it off as winter blues. But at night, alone in the cabin, I began speaking aloud just to prove I still could. Words felt fragile, like threads keeping me tethered to myself. I would read old ranger logs, recite bird species, mutter half-remembered poems. Anything to drown out the memory of that voice in my skull. Once, as I read aloud, another voice echoed mine a beat behind. I froze, the book slipping from my hands. The echo had not come from my throat. It had come from the corner of the cabin, where shadows pooled thickest. When I lit a lamp, nothing was there. Only the mug sitting on the table. The worst night came in late February. I was woken by the creak of my front door. I had bolted it, I was sure, but it swung slowly inward as though invited. The cabin filled with a cold that was not the cold of winter air. My breath plumed white. In the doorway stood a figure, hood up, shoulders hunched. My rifle was within reach but useless. Some deep instinct told me bullets would do nothing. The figure stepped inside, and the hood fell back. Blank skin gleamed in lamplight, smooth and wrong. He raised one pale hand and pointed toward the bed. His voice filled my skull, steady as ever. "It is late. You should rest soon." My body locked. I could not move. My knees buckled, and I fell onto the mattress, like a puppet with strings cut. Darkness swallowed me before I could fight it. When I woke, the cabin was quiet, the door shut. Morning light streamed through frosted windows. My rifle was still by the chair. At first I thought it had been another dream, until I saw the prints. Across the wooden floor were damp marks, as though feet had walked slowly from the doorway to my bedside. The prints ended at the wall and went no farther. Beside my head on the pillow sat the mug, filled to the brim with dark liquid. Steam rose faintly, though I had not lit the stove. I dared not touch it. I lay there for hours, staring until the liquid cooled and the surface stilled. Only then did I pour it out into the snow, my hands trembling so violently I nearly dropped it. I am not sure what the faceless camper wants. Company, perhaps. Some acknowledgement. Or perhaps I invited him simply by speaking to him that first night. I have considered the possibility that he is not a man at all, but a kind of echo, a hollow place given form, something that latches onto recognition. Whatever he is, he has chosen me, and no matter how I try to ignore him, he refuses to let me go. By the time March arrived, I had stopped pretending I was safe. Each night brought some new reminder that the faceless camper was never far. Sometimes I woke to find the mug on the windowsill, filled with water though I had emptied it. Sometimes I heard that calm voice whisper through the stove's draft pipe, vibrating like wind though the night outside was still. Once, in the forest behind the cabin, I saw him standing between the trees in daylight, hood pulled up, body motionless. The blank face caught the sunlight like smooth clay. I blinked, and he was gone, though the air smelled faintly of coffee as if mocking me. I began to wonder if I was the only one who could see him. Perhaps other hikers had met him too. But the stories never spread because no one survived long enough to tell them. That thought haunted me more than the thing itself, that I might be keeping a secret others carried to their graves. The isolation became unbearable. I considered calling an old friend in Denver, begging them to come up for a week. But what could I say? Please, come sit with me, while a faceless man lurks outside. No one would believe it. And if the thing wanted me alone, dragging someone else into its gaze felt reckless. One night in early March, I decided to test him. It was reckless too, but silence and fear had worn me thin. I set the mug on the table deliberately and spoke aloud, clear as I could. "What do you want from me?" My voice echoed off the cabin's beams. For a long time, nothing answered. Then, from the corner of the room where the shadows seemed thickest, his voice bloomed inside my head. "Rest." The word hit me like a blow. My knees weakened. I gripped the table until my knuckles whitened. "Rest," he repeated, softer this time, coaxing, like a parent urging a child to sleep. I felt drowsiness creep at the edges of my mind, unnatural and heavy, as though my body wanted to fold in on itself. I slammed my fist on the table and shouted, "No!" The voice ceased. The shadows thinned. When I looked, the mug was gone. From that night forward, I kept the lamps burning until dawn. I barely slept at all, terrified that if I closed my eyes too long, I would not wake again. I began reading obsessively, searching for anything that might explain him. Folklore, cryptid reports, indigenous myths, old ranger logs, anything that spoke of faceless figures in the woods. There were fragments, stories of the blank ones, spirits without features who lured travelers into endless sleep. A Cherokee tale of a maskless man who came to firesides in winter, a mining journal from 1883 mentioning a fellow with no countenance, seen near a collapsed shaft. None were complete, and none offered solutions. But the pattern was there. Whatever I had met was older than me, older than the cabins and trails. He had always been here. I resolved to confront him. The decision grew inside me like a hard knot. I could not live half awake, hunted by my own fear, waiting for him to step through the door. If he wanted me, he would have to take me while I looked him in whatever passed for his eyes. So, on the first night of spring thaw, I built a fire outside the cabin. The snow had softened to slush, the meadow damp and fragrant. I set the mug beside the flames and waited. The woods answered sooner than I expected. Branches shifted though no wind blew. From between the dark trunks he emerged, moving with that same wrong silence. Each step like a film with the sound stripped away. He sat across from me, mirroring the first night we met. Hood sliding back to reveal smooth skin, gleaming in the firelight. My heart hammered, but I forced myself to speak. "You've followed me long enough. What are you?" He tilted his head, just as he had before, and the voice pressed against my mind. "Rest." I clenched my fists. "No, not until you tell me what you want." The blank face leaned closer. The voice grew louder, filling my skull until my ears rang. "Rest. Rest." My vision swam. The fire blurred. For a moment I felt myself falling forward into that faceless void, as if his skin were a surface I could tumble into and never emerge from. In panic, I grabbed the mug and hurled it into the flames. Sparks roared upward. The mug glowed red, then white, metal warping. The faceless camper jerked backward, faceless head tilting as though in pain. The voice stuttered. Rest sussed, and then cut off entirely. I did not move. The mug crumpled in the coals, collapsing like soft clay. The faceless camper rose to his feet. For the first time I felt menace, a raw edge under his stillness. He turned toward the trees, body rigid. Then, with that same wrong silence, he slipped between the trunks and was gone. The night air felt lighter, though dread still crushed my chest. I stared into the fire until dawn, half convinced he would return. In the morning, I sifted through the ashes. The mug was gone, not warped, not broken, gone, leaving only a faint metallic smell on my fingers. I told myself it was finished, that destroying it had severed the bond. Days passed with no sign of him. I slept for the first time in months, though fitfully. I dared to hope, but hope has a cruel way of stretching thin. A week later, I hiked into town to resupply. The sky was clear, the mountains brilliant with melting snow. For a few hours, I almost felt normal again. Then, as I carried bags to the truck, I noticed something on the driver's seat. A mug, shining spotless as if untouched by ash. My breath stopped. When I reached for it, my hands shook so badly I nearly dropped it. Inside, black liquid swirled, slowly though the mug was perfectly still. Steam curled upward in the cool spring air. I backed away, heart pounding. That night, I refused to bring it into the cabin. I left it on the porch railing, hoping the dawn might take it back. Yet in the morning it was on my bedside table, inches from my face as I woke. The message was clear: nothing I did would rid me of it. The faceless camper had not been defeated. At best, I had angered him. At worst, I had bound myself more tightly. Since then, the encounters have shifted. He no longer waits across a fire. Instead, I glimpse him in reflective surfaces, window panes, water buckets, even the gloss of polished wood. Always the hood, the tilt of a blank head. Sometimes, when I pass the mirror in the cabin, my own features fade, replaced by smooth skin for the briefest heartbeat before returning. The mug never leaves my side, appearing wherever I turn. I don't touch it anymore. I've learned that ignoring it does not make it vanish, but acknowledging it seems to give him strength. I don't know how long I can endure. My body grows weaker, as if sleep itself is turning against me. Each night his voice calls louder, whispering in the corners of the room, in the hiss of the stove, in the groan of the trees outside. Rest. Rest. I fear that one night I will not resist, that my body will sink into the mattress and never rise again. Perhaps that is his purpose, to harvest the unwary, to drag them into some faceless eternity. Perhaps those who vanish in the mountains, the hikers whose camps are found empty, are not lost to storms or cliffs but to him. If you ever camp alone in the Rockies, and a stranger in a hood steps into your firelight, do not invite him to sit. Do not speak with him. Do not, under any circumstances, share your coffee. Because once you see what I have seen, once you acknowledge the blank skin where a human face should be, you will never be rid of him. He will follow you down from the ridges, into your home, into your dreams, into every reflection until your resistance breaks. He does not harm quickly. He waits. He whispers. And eventually you will rest. If you doubt me, look behind you the next time you sit alone by a fire. If the night grows too quiet, if your mug gleams too clean in the dark, if a voice inside your head urges you to close your eyes, remember my story. Remember Robert Kenton. And pray that the faceless camper does not choose you as his companion. My name is Hannah Lee. I was 29 years old when the event I am about to describe took place, though in memory it feels closer, as though the frozen air of that night still clings to my skin whenever I close my eyes. I had lived in Alaska for 3 years at that point, working as a field researcher for a small but persistent nonprofit dedicated to studying wildlife migrations across the harsher regions of Denali. I was not a thrill seeker by nature, but I carried a fascination for the quiet and immense. Things so vast and indifferent to us that we could never hope to fully claim them. Alaska suited that side of me perfectly. My days were spent snowshoeing through the skeletal arms of spruce forests, documenting the tracks and signs left behind by moose, caribou, and wolves. The work was often lonely but rarely boring. It required patience, endurance, and a steady acceptance that the wilderness does not bend itself to your pace. I kept notes, logged routes, and marked when migration lines shifted. To most, such data would seem meaningless. To me, they were threads of a greater story, the pulse of an ecosystem far older and greater than any one person. That winter had been particularly long, though in Alaska one learns quickly that is a deceptive word. Winter there stretches and breathes like a living thing, curling into every crevice of life until you forget what it means not to feel its presence. The snow was thick and clean, its surface hard enough to keep me balanced on snowshoes as I trudged toward an isolated clearing where my instruments had been set up. The sky was ink dark, scattered with stars as bright as dropped salt. The moon hovered low and sharp, its light carrying that strange silver quality that makes every shadow seem deeper, every form more defined. It was in that moonlight that I first saw the moose. I had paused, leaning against the handle of my trekking pole, breath steaming in the frozen air. A shape moved through the clearing, a great hulking beast with antlers like twisted trees. At first it was only a silhouette, lumbering with that familiar rolling gait moose are known for. I had seen dozens before, usually from a respectful distance. They are enormous animals, oddly fragile in their awkwardness, yet terrifying in their strength. No sensible person provokes them. But as I watched, the moonlight shifted across its body, and what I saw rooted me to the spot. Through its hide and muscle, I glimpsed something glowing. At first I thought it was a trick of reflection, light bouncing off snow. But it deepened, sharpened. Its bones were visible, shining faintly beneath its flesh as though the animal were translucent glass. Each rib, each joint, each vertebra glowed with a bluish hue, clear as sculpted crystal and fragile as spun sugar. I could see its skeleton moving with each step, its joints bending and sliding inside the cage of its flesh. The sight was beautiful, terrible, impossible. I knew my breath had stopped because I suddenly felt the ache of lungs begging for air. I inhaled sharply, and the sound seemed to disturb the world. The moose turned its head toward me. Its eyes were dull, almost blind, and yet I felt an awareness in them, an acknowledgement of my presence. It was not the dull look of prey, glancing at something irrelevant. It was recognition. The moose stood still for several heartbeats, framed in that pale clearing with its glowing skeleton shining through like a lantern. Then, without haste, it continued walking. Snow shifted beneath its hooves, powder spraying softly into the air. It crossed the clearing slowly, deliberately, until the shadows of the spruce swallowed it whole, and the glow vanished like mist. I stood there long after it disappeared, my heart hammering unevenly. There are moments in life when you know with perfect clarity that something extraordinary has occurred. This was not the awe of seeing a rare migration or the satisfaction of finishing a grueling trail. This was an intrusion into reality itself, something unnatural wearing the shape of a creature I thought I knew. I could not explain what I had seen, and that ignorance sat in my chest like a stone. Eventually, I forced myself to move again. My hands trembled as I checked my instruments, pretending it routine even as my thoughts swirled. I logged readings, adjusted stakes, and brushed frost from the solar panel with stiff gloves. But none of it mattered. Every action was mechanical, a distraction from the truth that I had just seen something impossible. The hike back to base camp was worse. The woods seemed alive in a way I had never felt before. Every sound carried more weight. Snow shifting from a branch became a whisper. The wind through the pines felt like breath on my neck. I kept turning my head, expecting to see a faint blue glow weaving between the trees. My rational mind told me the moose had gone, that it was only one fleeting encounter. My body disagreed. I moved quickly, snowshoes crunching, until the canvas walls of camp appeared like salvation. Inside my tent, I stripped off layers with clumsy hands, teeth chattering from something colder than weather. I wrote what I saw into my field journal, describing every detail in the clearest language I could manage. The act of putting it on paper helped anchor it. Words meant it happened. Words proved I had not imagined the glass, bone moose into being. I tried to sleep after, but the vision replayed each time I closed my eyes. The faintly glowing ribs, moving like blue fireflies in its chest, the way its skull gleamed through its skin like crystal under ice, and above all, that moment when it had turned its head toward me, recognition shimmering in its gaze. I would see it again. At the time, I told myself I would not, that it had been an isolated incident, a single brush with strangeness. But Denali is a place that does not let you walk away untouched. The land remembers. And when the land remembers, it makes certain that you remember too. The following morning was brittle cold, the kind that burns your nostrils with each inhale. I set out again with my pack, driven partly by duty and partly by something else. An uneasy compulsion to return to the clearing where I had seen it. Part of me hoped for another glimpse. Another part dreaded it. The clearing looked ordinary in daylight. Snow spread in unbroken drifts. The pines crowding at the edges, their branches heavy with frost. Moose tracks still scored the ground, wide and deep. But there was no glow, no shimmer. I followed the tracks deeper into the trees, tracing their slow, deliberate pattern. They led farther than I expected, weaving through the forest in long, deliberate strides. Hours passed. I marked my position, logged the prints, and pressed forward. The woods grew quieter the farther I went, until even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I began to feel watched again. The same sensation from the night before. That creeping awareness is not something you can easily describe. It is like the weight of unseen eyes pressing at your back, urging you to turn even when you know nothing will be there. But I did turn, and when I did, I saw a faint blue glimmer between the trees. The moose was there, half hidden in shadow, its glowing bones muted in daylight, but still visible, like light leaking through frosted glass. It was not moving this time. It stood utterly still, facing me as though waiting. A part of me wanted to run. Another part wanted to step closer. I did neither. I stood locked in place, staring at the creature as the cold gnawed at my skin. The moose's chest rose and fell slowly, its glowing ribs shifting. Then, as though bored, it turned away and walked deeper into the woods, its translucent body fading as distance and shadow swallowed it again. I remained there until my legs began to ache. The rational part of me whispered explanations. Perhaps some strange reflection of ice crystals beneath its skin. Perhaps my mind deceiving me. But no rational explanation held weight against the memory of that glow. I had seen its skeleton. I had seen through its body. And deep down, I knew this was not the end. The second encounter lingered in my thoughts like frost that refuses to melt, even when the sun is high. I returned to base camp that evening, with more than data in my pack. I carried a heaviness that made my bones feel brittle. as though the strangeness I had witnessed was pressing itself into me. I did not speak of the glass bone moose to anyone on the radio check in that night. The rational part of me told me to keep silent, to preserve some shred of credibility. People stationed in these wild places are trained to be pragmatic, to keep their heads clear and their reports precise. I could not bring myself to say, "I saw an animal with glowing glass bones, wandering beneath the moon." Even if I wanted to, the words would not have left my throat. They felt too heavy, too absurd. Instead, I ate dehydrated stew, drank lukewarm coffee from my thermos, and lay awake staring at the canvas ceiling of my tent. The glow of the skeleton flickered in my mind, like lightning behind closed eyes. At one point, I even pressed a palm to my own ribcage, wondering if light might shine through my skin too, if some hidden fragility waited beneath the surface. Sleep, when it came, was restless. I dreamed of hooves crunching snow just outside my tent flap. I dreamed of antlers scraping against spruce trunks, each impact ringing like glass. And worse, I dreamed of looking down at my own hands and seeing the bones glowing faintly blue, as if my body were nothing but a lantern with skin stretched thin over fragile glass. The next morning, I told myself I would not return to the clearing. Yet when I strapped on my snowshoes and shouldered my pack, I found my steps turning inevitably in that direction. It was not curiosity exactly, it was compulsion. A feeling that the land itself was tugging me back, reminding me that I had seen something it did not intend me to forget. The snow was softer that day, powdery and loose. Each step sank with a muffled sigh. The air smelled sharp, pine heavy. When I reached the clearing, my chest tightened. At first glance it was empty, but the tracks I had seen yesterday, those wide, deliberate impressions, had multiplied. They crossed the clearing in strange overlapping patterns, not random but deliberate, as though the moose had circled, retraced, and carved its presence into the snow over and over. Kneeling, I traced the edges of one print with my glove. The shape was normal enough wide, heart-shaped, the mark of a large ungulate. But when I pressed my hand into it, the snow at the bottom was solid ice, glazed as though heat had touched it. No animal leaves prints like that. A rustle in the trees startled me. I jerked my head up, heart racing. The moose stood just beyond the clearing, half concealed by spruce trunks. Even in daylight, its bones glowed faintly, like submerged stars. It was closer than before. I rose slowly, my muscles taut with caution. The moose did not move. It simply watched me. I could feel the weight of its gaze again, though its eyes were still dull, clouded, like frozen water. Recognition, yes. But more than that, expectation. I spoke before I realized what I was doing. My voice cracked the silence. "What are you?" The sound of my own voice startled me, sharp in the frozen stillness. The moose did not respond, of course. Yet for a heartbeat, I thought I saw the glow of its bones pulse brighter, a slow shimmer that spread through its ribs and antlers. It was like the flicker of light deep in a glacier, movement that hinted at vastness beyond comprehension. Then it turned. This time it did not wander away at its own slow pace. It moved with strange urgency, weaving through the trees with surprising grace for such a massive creature. I felt my legs carry me after it before I even considered the choice. The forest closed in around me, branches clawing at my parka, snow cascading from boughs shaken by my passage. My breath grew ragged, clouding my vision. The glow flickered ahead, guiding me deeper, always just out of reach. It was not the lumbering retreat of a wild animal. It was leading me. We climbed a low rise where the trees thinned, and then the moose disappeared from view altogether. I stumbled into a hollow I had never noticed before. The snow was disturbed, churned up by hooves, but the creature itself was gone. In its place was something far stranger. Bones, not glowing, not glass, like but pale and brittle, half buried in snow. They were scattered across the hollow. Ribs, vertebrae, fragments of antler, yet none belonged to a moose. They were too small, too fragile. I crouched and brushed frost from one with a trembling glove. It was a human rib. The breath caught in my throat so hard it hurt. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over another bone jutting from the snow. My mind reeled. How many bones littered the hollow? How long had they been here, hidden under winter's weight? The wind sighed through the trees, and in that sound I thought I heard something else. A faint brittle clatter, like glass tapping against glass. I spun, heart hammering. The clearing was empty, but I was no longer alone. I felt it before I saw it. The presence, heavy and close, like breath against my skin. The moose emerged from behind the rise, glowing bones flickering faintly beneath its skin. It had circled me, positioning itself so I now stood between it and the scatter of human remains. My rational mind screamed at me to run, yet I did not move. The moose lowered its head. The antlers, vast and branching, glimmered faintly blue where the light shone through their crystalline structure. For a moment, I thought it meant to charge. Instead, it stepped forward, slow, deliberate, until the glow of its ribs was less than 20 feet away. I could see every joint now, every glowing thread of bone. The longer I looked, the more fragile it seemed, as though a single touch might shatter it into shards. Yet the weight of its presence pressed down on me, enormous, suffocating. It exhaled, a plume of frost steaming from its nostrils, and then I heard it. Not with my ears. There was no sound in the air. I heard it inside my chest, vibrating against my bones. A voice without words, resonating through me, as if my skeleton itself were the instrument. It was not language, but sensation, cold. Brittle fragility, the H of weight pressing down on glass too thin to bear it. I staggered, clutching at my ribs, as if they might crack open. The moose held my gaze, its glowing skeleton pulsing brighter. For one terrifying moment, I thought my own bones might begin to shine in response, that my body would betray me and reveal the same fragility. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the sensation ended. The moose turned and stepped away, vanishing into the forest as silently as falling snow. The pressure lifted. I gasped, my lungs burning. The hollow was silent again, but the bones at my feet remained mute and undeniable. I forced myself to gather one fragment, a small vertebra, light as chalk. I wrapped it in cloth and tucked it into my pack. Proof, I told myself. Proof that I had not imagined this. Proof that something unnatural lurked in these woods. But as I trudged back toward base camp, my thoughts twisted. Proof to whom? No one would believe me. A lone researcher with a story about a glowing skeleton, moose, and a pocket full of bones. They would write me off as cracked by the cold, another casualty of Alaska's isolation. Still, I carried the bone. And that night, when I unwrapped it inside the dim light of my tent, I swore I saw it shimmer faintly blue, just for a heartbeat. I did not sleep after that second encounter. Not really. I drifted in and out of shallow dozing, jerking awake each time the wind rattled the canvas, convinced that the sound was antlers scraping against my tent. The fragment of vertebra lay, wrapped in cloth by my side like a secret talisman. And though I tried to convince myself, it was nothing more than brittle human bone, I could not ignore the flicker I had seen when I unwrapped it. The faintest shimmer of blue, gone as soon as I blinked. By morning, my decision was made. I had to go back. Not because I wanted to, not even because duty demanded it. Something deeper pulled me. The moose had not simply revealed itself. It had marked me. The hollow in the woods, the scattered bones, the voice I had felt vibrating in my own skeleton. These things were not accidents. They were invitations. The weather had turned. Snow fell in sheets, blurring the horizon and painting the spruce forest into a single indistinct wall of white. It should have stopped me. But I strapped on my snowshoes, shouldered my pack, and set out with a determination that felt borrowed, as though the wilderness itself had decided for me. The trek was harder in the storm. Each step sank deep, and the trail I had followed yesterday was nearly buried. Yet the forest seemed to guide me, branches bending, wind shifting, revealing the way as though the moose itself was clearing a path. Hours passed in a blur of white until, finally, the trees thinned and I stumbled once more into the hollow. The bones were gone. Snow lay smooth and unbroken where the human remains had been scattered. I dropped to my knees, scraping at the crust, but found nothing. No ribs, no vertebrae, not even the churned impressions I remembered. It was as though the storm had swallowed them whole. I sat back, heart hammering. Had I imagined it? The fragment in my pack said otherwise. Yet the absence of the others filled me with dread. If the moose could erase bones from the earth, what else could it take? The wind stilled suddenly. Snowflakes drifted gently in the silence. That was when I felt it again. The presence. I turned. The moose stood at the rim of the hollow, larger than I remembered, its body glowing faintly beneath the falling snow. Its bones shone like submerged stars, brighter now, their light pushing through flesh as if the skin was thinning, wearing away. I could see every rib, every vertebra, every delicate curve of its antlers etched in crystalline blue. It was beautiful and unbearable, like staring into something wholly incorrupted at once. I rose slowly, my legs unsteady. The moose did not move. It waited. This time, I did not ask what it was. I already knew no answer would come in words. Instead, I stepped forward. The snow whispered under my weight. My breath plumed in quick clouds. I moved until I was only 10 feet away, close enough to see the faint fractures in its glass, like bones, hairline cracks running like veins of frost. The moose lowered its head. I braced for impact. But there was no charge. Instead, the glow intensified, spilling out of it like a lantern breaking open. And then I heard it again. The voice. Not sound, but sensation. My ribs trembled, my skull vibrated, my teeth ached. The resonance was sharper this time, clearer. I felt words without hearing them, as though the moose was etching them into the marrow of my bones, fragile, endless. Break, carry, I gasped, dropping to my knees, clutching at my chest. Images flooded me, shards of glass scattered across snow, blue light leaking through fractures, human forms collapsing like brittle sculptures. I saw bones shattering, glowing, dissolving into frost. And through it all, the moose stood unchanged, eternal, its glowing skeleton burning brighter while everything else crumbled to dust. I understood then, at least in fragments. The moose was not an animal, or rather it had once been. But it was something else now, something that learned to wear fragility as permanence. A creature whose bones had become glass, but refused to shatter, who carried the memory of every broken life within it. The bones I had seen scattered in the hollow, they had not been victims in the ordinary sense. They had been offerings, absorbed, remembered, and now it wanted me. The pressure in my chest built until I thought my ribs might crack open. I screamed, the sound swallowed by snow. My vision swam with blue light. For one terrible moment, I saw my own skeleton shining through my skin, faint and trembling. "No," I shouted, my voice raw. "You can't have me." The glow faltered, just slightly. But it was enough. I scrambled backward, boots slipping in the snow, eyes locked on the moose. Its ribs pulsed brighter, the cracks in its glass bones widening, as though straining against some invisible weight. For the first time, I sensed weakness in it. Not just fragility, but fracture. I ripped the fragment of vertebra from my pack, unwrapping it with shaking hands. The bone shimmered faintly blue in the stormlight. I held it up like a ward. The moose froze. The resonance in my chest ceased abruptly, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. The glow inside the moose dimmed, its crystalline skeleton flickering like a dying ember. It stepped back once, hooves crunching. Its gaze, if a creature like that could gaze, locked on the bone in my hand. And then it turned. The moose moved into the storm, each step carrying it farther, until only faint light bled through the snow. Then it was gone. I collapsed in the hollow, gasping, clutching the fragment like a lifeline. The storm swallowed me, snow piling on my shoulders, but I could not move. My body shook with cold, with terror, with the weight of what had nearly happened. When I finally staggered back to camp hours later, half frozen and delirious, I knew one thing with certainty: I had not escaped it. I had only delayed it. The moose was still out there, carrying its impossible glass skeleton through the wilderness, remembering every bone it had claimed. And now it remembered me. That night, as I lay in my tent, the fragment on the ground beside me, I watched its faint blue shimmer pulse with the rhythm of my own heartbeat. I could not throw it away. It was a tether, proof of survival, and perhaps the only thing that kept the moose at bay. But sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I swear I hear the brittle clatter of glass moving just beyond the canvas. It is patient. It is waiting. And it knows my bones are fragile. My name is Cole Ramirez, and I have worked as a wilderness guide and backcountry volunteer in Shenandoah National Park for several years. I am 34 years old, steady on my feet, cautious by habit. And I like to believe that I am more attentive than most when it comes to what the forest has to say. When you spend so much time among ridgelines and streams, you learn to notice the whispers of change, the weight of silence when the birds stop calling, the damp smell that means a storm is crawling its way over the mountains, the sudden twitch in the undergrowth that marks the passage of something more than a squirrel. I have always trusted my senses, and I have always believed the woods can be understood if one pays close enough attention. That belief held firm until the day I filled my canteen at a stream and saw, beneath the surface, dozens of tiny white teeth grinning up at me from the water. That was the first moment in my life when the logic of the forest broke. Stones did not shift of their own accord, and the stream had no business looking back at me. The day began without any reason to expect terror. I had taken leave from my usual trail, clearing duties to spend a few nights alone along the North Fork, Mormons River, one of my favorite areas. The late spring weather was kind. Warm days edged with cool evenings, the mountain laurels flowering pale against dark green. The kind of time when Shenandoah feels both welcoming and endless. I hiked light, carrying only my tent, a small stove, and my worn canteen that had traveled with me since my early ranger days. I remember humming to myself as I descended a slope of tulip poplars, listening to the rush of the stream ahead, eager for cold water after the steady climb. When I reached the bank, I crouched down, balancing on a flat stone, and dipped the canteen into the flow. It was then that I noticed what looked like a scattering of small white pebbles, nestled among the darker rocks. At first I paid them no mind. Shenandoah is full of quartz and pale river stone, but something in their neat arrangement gave me pause. They were clustered too close together, forming a strange, crescent-like line across the bottom. I squinted into the rippling water. The sun broke through the canopy just right, and the glare disappeared for a second. I saw that the shapes were not stones at all. They were teeth. Human teeth, as best as I could tell. No larger than a child's, some chipped, some sharpened to points. I had just enough time to register the wrongness before one of them moved, clicking slightly against the rock beside it, as though nudged by something unseen. Then another shifted. Then another. And before I could jerk back, the whole crescent quivered like a grin. The shock froze me in place. My first thought, stupid, desperate, was that they had been planted there, perhaps part of some backwoods prank. But no prank I knew involved teeth moving as if they were alive. The stream seemed to swirl around them in an odd current, though the rest of the flow ran smooth. I realized, with a tightening in my chest, that the teeth were not lying loose. They were embedded in something, a shape beneath the gravel, a shape with a mouth. I pulled my canteen out, water spilling down my wrist, and stumbled backward onto the bank. The teeth lay still again, as though mocking me, waiting for me to doubt what I had seen. I stood there breathing hard, listening to the rush of water and the quick hammer of my heart. It would have been easy, comforting, to tell myself it was a trick of light. But the image was too crisp, the motion too deliberate. I knew what I had seen. I should have left then. I should have turned around, hiked back toward the trailhead, and pretended that Shenandoah had decided to keep one of its secrets from me. But curiosity and perhaps pride made me linger. The woods had always been my territory, my place of understanding. To run at the first hint of strangeness felt like betrayal. So instead of fleeing, I crouched once more at the edge of the water, gripping a branch in case I needed to jab at whatever lay beneath. The stream had looked ordinary again, save for the pale arc of those false stones. The teeth were still, gleaming faintly under the water, each one aligned in unnatural perfection. I leaned closer, holding my breath, trying to catch the smallest twitch. That was when a ripple spread outward from the crescent, though nothing had touched the water's surface. The ripple rolled toward me and lapped against the stone where my boot rested. The grin shifted again. This time it opened wider. I caught the faintest glimpse of gums, pink, wet, impossibly fleshy beneath the water. The mouth spread into a grotesque smile, and though no sound reached me, I felt the vibration in the current, as if a laugh had passed through the stream itself. I reeled back with a strangled cry, landing on the damp earth. My branch clattered away. The teeth clamped shut again, vanishing into the gravel as if they had never been there. For several minutes I did not move. My mind tried to hammer sense into the image, searching for explanations. Could a carcass have washed downstream and settled here, its jawbone dislodged but still intact? Could the movement be from fish shifting the remains? But I had seen the gums. I had felt the ripple reach me like a whisper. Whatever lay in the stream was not dead. It was aware. When I finally gathered myself, I backed away from the water's edge, never turning my eyes from the spot. I forced my breathing into rhythm, as I had done when encountering black bears on the trail. Slow, controlled, non-threatening. The grin did not return. The stream gurgled like any other. Birds resumed their chatter in the branches. The world pretended at normality. I did not refill the canteen. My throat ached with thirst, but I dared not dip it again. Instead, I shouldered my pack and began walking upstream, keeping distance from the water, watching for any more pale gleams among the stones. The forest seemed darker than before, though the sun had not moved much. Each step felt loud, intrusive, as if the entire mountain were listening. By the time I reached a small clearing suitable for camp, my nerves were raw. I told myself I would rest, cook a meal, and put the incident out of mind. Perhaps in the morning, I would laugh at my overreaction, chalk it up to fatigue and misperception. Yet as I pitched my tent, I noticed that the soil near the clearing was damp, though no stream ran close by. When I pressed my palm against the ground, moisture seeped between my fingers, carrying with it the faint smell of iron. That night, I could not sleep. Every time the breeze shifted, it carried the memory of that silent laugh through my ears. I imagined teeth glimmering just beneath the dark earth, waiting. I swore I heard trickles of water moving beneath the ground, as if unseen channels flowed right under my tent. The sound grew into a gurgle, then into a whisper of words I could not decipher. I stuffed my ears with cloth and lay rigid until dawn. At first light, I emerged, exhausted, determined to cut my trip short. I packed quickly, glancing toward the trees, unwilling to go near the stream again. As I shouldered my gear, however, something caught my eye. At the edge of the clearing, where the soil dipped into shadow, the ground was disturbed. Not claw marks, not the print of hooves. It was an impression like a row of blunt chisels, pressed into mud, small and uniform. A line of teeth. The pattern trailed from the darkened soil toward where I had slept. It ended not 2 feet from the edge of my tent. The discovery drained me of all denial. The teeth in the stream were not confined to the water. They could travel beneath the earth itself, gnashing through soil as easily as current. Whatever creature owned them had sought me out during the night and had chosen, mercifully, inexplicably, not to breach the thin barrier of canvas. I left the clearing within minutes, moving fast, breaking all my usual rules of measured hiking. I kept to ridges where the ground was dry, avoiding gullies, avoiding damp soil. Yet even as I climbed, I swore the forest carried the scent of wet iron, faint but constant, like a warning. Each time I dared to glance downslope, I imagined that pale crescent curving beneath the leaves, keeping pace unseen. By the time I staggered back onto the official trail, the sun had climbed high. Hikers passed me, nodding in greeting, cheerful with their water bottles swinging at their sides. None of them looked haunted. None of them smelled the iron. I wanted to shout at them to turn back, to stay away from the streams, to never trust the shining white pebbles that weren't pebbles at all. But my throat was too dry, my voice too cracked, and I knew how I would sound. Like a man who had lost himself to the woods. I pressed on toward the trailhead, hoping distance would break the spell of what I had seen. Yet deep inside, I understood the truth. Once the forest shows you its teeth, you never forget. And I had a feeling those teeth had not forgotten me either. The trailhead brought no relief. Asphalt and cars usually feel like the boundaries of safety after days in the backcountry. But that morning I found no comfort in the sight of parked SUVs lined neatly in the gravel lot. The chatter of a family unloading their picnic baskets seemed brittle thin, like a screen stretched too tight. My boots crunched across the lot, each step carrying the weight of something unresolved. I could not shake the image of the grin in the stream, nor the trail of impressions in the soil that had crept toward my tent. I told myself I would go home, rest, drink from the clean tap, and let the normal rhythms of town life scrub away the nightmare. Yet some stubborn core inside me resisted. That core whispered that running would only hand victory to the thing in the stream. It would mean I accepted being hunted. I did not like the idea of the forest, a place I had always considered mine, marking me as prey. So instead of driving straight out, I sat on the hood of my truck and tried to make sense of what I had seen. My canteen lay beside me, still half empty from the last honest sip I had taken before the teeth. I stared at its scratched metal surface and thought of the ripple that had reached it, the laugh I had felt but not heard. Water carried sound, carried vibration, carried life. What if the theme in the stream was not a creature in the ordinary sense, but something woven into the flow itself? A parasite made of current and gravel. A mouth without a body. That thought made me shiver. Yet it also stoked something that felt uncomfortably like fascination. I had dedicated my life to the woods. I taught people about native plants, about the call of a wood thrush, about respecting the quiet power of ridges older than human memory. If there was something new, something wrong, shouldn't I learn what it was? Shouldn't I, at the very least, confirm I hadn't lost my mind? I told myself I would make it simple. One more trip, a short one, with gear to document what I found. A waterproof flashlight, a trail camera, maybe a mason jar to scoop whatever drifted loose. If it turned out to be nothing more than bones shifting in current, I could sleep easier. If it was real, then perhaps I owed the truth to others who would come to the same stream, crouch with the same thirst, and never rise again. That was how, 3 days later, I returned to Shenandoah with heavier steps and a heavier pack. The forest felt different the second time. Every rustle seemed loaded with meaning. The birdsong no longer calmed me. It distracted me, made me wonder what might slip in between the notes. I hiked carefully, though I knew the route well. My canteen swung at my side, a reminder of the thirst that had driven me to discover the teeth in the first place. When I reached the stream, it greeted me with deceptive normality. Sunlight scattered across its ripples, the air smelled of moss and laurel, and the water sparkled with the same false innocence that had tricked me before. The stones lay in their patient arrangement, dark and familiar. I crouched, heart pounding, waiting for the white curve to appear. For long minutes, nothing stirred. I began to wonder if I had imagined it all. My body was taut with shameful hope that I might prove myself unreliable, that my memory had betrayed me. But then the ripple came, a subtle swelling from beneath. The pale grin broke free from the gravel, tiny teeth glistening in sunlight, each one glimmering like enamel wet with spit. This time I did not flinch back. I held my ground, forcing my breath steady. and turned on the waterproof flashlight. The beam pierced the current, lighting the grin from above. What I saw curdled the marrow in my bones. The teeth were set in gums, but those gums were not attached to any jaw. They lay like an island of flesh woven into the streambed itself. The water passed through them as if they were porous, alive and unyielding at once. Filmy tendrils extended from the gums into the gravel, rooting them to the earth. As the grin widened, those tendrils shivered, like hair underwater. Then the mouth moved. It did not open to swallow. It mouthed words. The teeth clacked softly, impossibly, against each other, and though I heard no sound in my ears, the message throbbed in my bones. 3 syllables. I swear I felt them more than heard them. Drink from me. The command buckled my knees. My hand tightened around the flashlight until plastic creaked. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but the words carried a lure deeper than instinct. My throat dried instantly, the taste of dust flooding my mouth. The water shimmered, promising relief, urging me to bend down and take one mouthful. Just one. I staggered backward, tearing my gaze away. The grin snapped shut, vanishing into gravel. The stream burbled like nothing had happened. Yet the dryness in my throat remained, fierce and punishing. I realized then that it had marked me. It wanted me thirsty. I camped farther up the ridge that night, far from the water. But thirst gnawed at me until my tongue swelled. The gallon jug I had carried and clattered empty before midnight. Still, my mouth felt as though it had been lined with ash. Each time I closed my eyes, I dreamed of the teeth parting in the current, gums beckoning, and the promise of cool relief if only I would drink. I did not sleep. I spent the long hours staring into the dark, swaying with weakness, wondering if thirst could break a man faster than fear. By dawn, I understood my mistake. I had returned to study the thing, and it had studied me back. It was not merely waiting in the stream for victims to stumble upon it. It had agency, patience, and a will that reached beyond the current. The second day blurred. I tried to hike out, but my steps grew clumsy, my vision edged with black. Somewhere along the trail, I collapsed against a fallen log, chest heaving. My canteen was light at my hip. I uncapped it, staring into its emptiness, listening to the phantom whisper of, "Drink from me." That was when I heard something new. A splash upstream. Then another. Not the irregular plunk of branches or trout, but rhythmic, deliberate, like footsteps pacing through the water. I dragged myself upright and peered through the trees. At first I thought I saw a man standing ankle, deep in the stream, leaning down to fill a bottle. His back was bent, his hair dark with shadow. Relief surged through me. Another hiker, maybe even help. I opened my mouth to call, but before sound escaped, the figure straightened. It was not a man. Where the head should have been was a swelling of flesh, studded with dozens of tiny grins, each one lined with those pale teeth. They opened and shut in unison, flashing white in the light, clacking rhythmically like the rattling of dice. The figure bent again, plunging its many mouths into the water, as if feeding directly from the stream. I choked back my cry, slapping a hand over my mouth. The figure turned slightly, and I caught sight of its face, or what remained of one. It looked human once, perhaps, but the features were warped, eroded, consumed by the teeth. Where eyes should have been were sockets lined with tiny incisors. Its cheeks pulsed as if filled with grinning larvae. It shambled slowly, each step gurgling with water, and the mouths on its head whispered in chorus, "Drink from me, drink from me, drink." I backed away blindly, stumbling through brush until my shins bled. When I dared to look again, the figure was gone, as though it had melted into the stream. Only the water rushed on indifferent, carrying its secret grin. That night I did not bother with a tent. I collapsed against a rock outcrop, watching stars wheel across the sky, lips cracked, body hollow. I thought of how easily a man could vanish in these woods. How many missing hiker reports began with something as simple as thirst. How many canteens lay beside streams, their owners gone without a trace, drawn into the mouths beneath the gravel. By morning, I had only one thought left: escape. I no longer cared about understanding. Knowledge was poison now. I forced myself upright, stumbling toward the trailhead with nothing but the desperate rhythm of survival pushing me forward. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every shimmer of dew on leaves, looked like teeth waiting to grin. Yet the whisper did not fade. It moved with me, echoing in marrow, curling around each heartbeat. Drink from me. When I finally broke out of the tree line, my truck waiting like a lifeline, I knew the truth. I had not escaped. I had only carried the thirst with me, out of the woods, into the world. Back in town, I tried to bury the experience under routine. My job at the outfitter shop kept me busy. Stocking packs, fitting boots, advising weekend hikers about bears and ticks. I forced smiles, forced words. Customers laughed, families planned their trail loops, and I nodded along as if the woods still meant the same to me. But inside, the whisper gnawed. Drink from me. It had followed me, carried in the marrow of my thirst. Tap water offered no relief. Bottled water tasted stale the moment it touched my tongue. Beer burned like fire. Nothing quenched. The more I resisted, the drier my throat became, until even swallowing felt like dragging sand across stone. I began to lose weight. Coworkers noticed, and no one said the words aloud. They asked if I was sick. I shook my head, smiling weakly, blaming stress. I could not tell them the truth that the forest had placed a hook in me and tugged every time I tried to drink. Nights were worst. I'd wake to the sound of flowing water that wasn't there. My apartment was dry, yet I heard streams trickling through the carpet, gurgling under the bed. Sometimes, in the darkness, I swore I saw white crescents gleaming beneath the floorboards. I taped my ears shut with tissue. It did nothing. The whisper lived inside. I tried science, or at least the shadow of it. I collected water samples from the tap, tested pH strips, compared them to bottled brands. Nothing explained the taste of ash in my mouth. Desperation pushed me to drive to a library, searching old Shenandoah folklore. I found stories of hungry brooks that swallowed livestock, of settlers who heard voices in the creeks. Superstition, I told myself. But the dates stretched back centuries. Different names, same teeth. I read until dawn, lips cracked, tongue sticking to the roof of my mouth. The words blurred, but one detail returned again and again. Those who drank never came back. That should have been enough. But thirst drives madness. By the second week, I realized I was no longer fighting to live. I was fighting to choose how I would die. One evening after work, I loaded my truck with supplies and drove back toward Shenandoah. My reflection in the rearview startled me. Eyes hollow, skin drawn. I looked like I had been stranded in desert sun, not living among mountain rain. The whisper thrummed steady, a drumbeat guiding me to its source. At the trailhead, the lot was empty. Twilight bled across the ridges, staining the sky purple. I shouldered my pack and walked as if in trance. Each step toward the stream loosened the iron bands in my throat. My body already anticipated release. The forest grew darker, but I did not need light. The whisper pulled me like a tether, leading unerringly down the slope, through laurel thickets, to the bank where it had begun. The stream glimmered faintly under the last light, surface calm, innocent. Yet I could already see them. Pale stones that were not stones, aligned in a crescent grin. My legs folded without thought. I knelt at the edge. Canteen dangling useless at my side. The whisper swelled until it was no longer whisper but chorus. 100 tiny mouths speaking as one. Drink from me. I leaned forward. The teeth shifted, gums yawning wide, water rippling outward like breath. My reflection warped between their grins. My face gaunt and hollow. I could feel the pull of cold against my lips. At the last instant, a memory stabbed through the figure. I had seen feeding in the stream, its face consumed, eyes turned to sockets of enamel. That was my future. That was the price. Some scrap of willpower flared. I jerked back, gagging on dry air. No, I rasped. The words scraped my throat raw. The grin quivered. The gums pulsed, tendrils writhing in fury. The water surged higher, slapping against my boots. And then, impossibly, the whisper changed. If not you, another. The current thickened, swirling downstream. My heart lurched. The family I had seen days ago at the trailhead, the children with their picnic baskets. They would come here. They would bend down, laughing, filling bottles. And they would not resist. I staggered upright. My legs shook, but adrenaline cut through weakness. I fumbled for the trail camera I had packed. For the jar, for anything. Some evidence, some warning. My flashlight beam swept across the water. The grin had vanished again into gravel. Only ordinary stones winked back. But the threat lingered. I scrambled upstream, planting the trail camera high, in a branch angled toward the water. I set the motion trigger, praying it would catch something. Then I hacked at bark with my knife, carving crude words into a tree trunk. Dio Nawaranke. I left warnings on 3 more trees as I hiked out, each letter jagged and frantic. My throat burned, my body trembled, but the urgency drove me faster than thirst slowed me. By the time I reached the truck, the forest was black with night. That night I dreamed of the camera flashing in darkness, capturing frames of grins opening in the water. I dreamed of hikers ignoring my warnings, their laughter dissolving into silence. I woke with my tongue split, lips bleeding, sheets soaked with sweat. 2 days later, I retrieved the camera. The battery was dead. I replaced it with shaking hands and scrolled through the images. Most were ordinary. Deer nosing at the water, branches swaying. But then I reached one frame where the water itself was smiling. The stream had erupted in dozens of crescents, teeth glaring at the lens, gums stretched wide in joyless ecstasy. The next frame was black. I deleted nothing. I saved every image, backing them onto drives, burning them onto discs, printing them onto paper. Proof, I told myself. Evidence. But when I tried to show them to others, friends, coworkers, even a ranger I trusted, the files corrupted. The discs wouldn't load. The prints blurred, the teeth dissolving into meaningless static. Only I could see them, locked inside the screen like a private haunting. The thirst grew worse. Tap water curdled on my tongue before I could swallow. Coffee turned to sludge. Even rain caught on my lips tasted sour. I lived on fruit and broth. Anything that carried moisture hidden within. Still, I withered. One evening, in desperation, I tried boiling stream, water I had collected in a sealed jug. I let it bubble for half an hour, steam filling the apartment. I poured it into a glass, hands trembling, and drank. For one heartbeat, relief surged through me. Cold, clear, sweet. Then the taste shifted. Ash, blood, my stomach convulsed. I vomited red across the sink, gasping, teeth rattling loose in the basin. They were not mine. Tiny white. Perfect, dozens of them clinking like hail. I smashed the glass. I scrubbed the sink until it gleamed, but the image remained burned into me. That was the moment I understood there would be no escaping it. The thing in the stream had already marked me. My thirst was its tether. Every attempt to resist only strengthened the pull. I considered ending it. A revolver sat heavy in my drawer, but I couldn't bring myself to lift it. Some instinct told me even death would not break the bond. Perhaps my body would rot, but my mouth, my teeth, would find their way back to the current. So I write this instead. My name is Cole Ramirez. I have worked in Shenandoah, and I have loved its ridges and streams, but now I know what they hide. If you read this, do not dismiss it as rambling. Do not bend down at a stream that smells faintly of iron. Do not trust the gleam of pale stones beneath the water. If you hear a whisper promising relief, resist it. Do not drink. As for me, my choice is made. The thirst is unbearable. My reflection shows sockets where eyes should be, already lined with tiny enamel crescents. I feel them pressing outward from my gums, new teeth that do not belong to me. I know where they want to return. Tomorrow, I will drive back to Shenandoah. I will kneel at the stream one final time. Perhaps I will resist. Perhaps not. Either way, the water is waiting, and it will smile when I arrive. My name is Sylvia Carter, and I have worked the overnight shift at St. Mary's Hospital for nearly a decade. People often imagine night duty as slow, quiet hours where nurses sip coffee and chart in dimly lit corridors. But anyone who has walked my halls knows better. Nights carry their own rhythms. Frantic ambulance arrivals, machines beeping in irregular choruses, the echo of families whispering desperate prayers, and the hollow eyes of patients fighting until dawn. By the time I clock out, my body aches with the fatigue of carrying weight that is not only physical, but also emotional. That night in late November, my shift ended a little after midnight. I had stayed late, helping a young mother who had gone into premature labor. Her baby survived, fragile but breathing in the neonatal unit, and though my heart carried relief, my body was heavy with exhaustion. I remember glancing at the clock on the wall in the break room, 12:43 a.m. The roads would be quiet. The drive home usually took about 30 minutes, weaving through back roads that cut across farmland and patches of dense forest before spilling into the sleepy suburbs, where I lived alone in a 2-bedroom townhouse. I have always preferred those back roads over the interstate. Less traffic, fewer glaring headlights, and a kind of stillness that matched the hollowed-out feeling after a night at the hospital. That night, the sky was cloud, thick and starless. My headlights carved a narrow tunnel of visibility, while the surrounding fields dissolved into complete black. The radio whispered softly, some old song crackling through static, and the heater hummed against the November chill. I wasn't far from Mill Creek Bridge, a narrow overpass that locals joked was haunted. I never believed the stories. Nurses, after all, are trained skeptics. We see too much suffering rooted in science and biology to entertain superstition. But still, whenever I crossed that bridge, I always pressed harder on the gas, eager to get past it. Maybe it was the way the creek below seemed to drink in all light, or how the woods pressed close on either side like listening giants. As I rounded the bend leading to the bridge, I saw something step into the road. Instinct kicked in. I slammed my foot on the brake, tires shrieking against asphalt, my seatbelt biting into my shoulder. The car lurched to a halt only yards from the figure. My hands clutched the steering wheel, tight enough to whiten my knuckles. At first, I thought it was a large bird, maybe a turkey vulture or an eagle that had dropped down from the trees. But the shape was wrong, so very wrong. It stood in the center of the road, directly in the beam of my headlights. Its wings dragged along the pavement, enormous and heavy, feathers darker than the night sky itself. Not black like crows or ravens, but something deeper, a kind of absence of color, as though light itself was swallowed by those wings. Each feather seemed edged in shadows, shifting in ways that made it hard to focus, like smoke curling from an unseen fire. Its body was vaguely humanoid, though too tall and too lean. Its limbs elongated beyond natural proportion. Its head tilted slightly, and that was when I saw the eyes. Two blazing orbs, red as embers, glowing with unnatural intensity. They didn't just reflect my headlights. They radiated their own light, casting faint crimson halos into the mist curling across the road. My first thought wasn't fear, but disbelief. My brain tried to name it, to categorize it into something known. A bird caught in my lights, an animal tangled in branches, a trick of fatigue. But nothing matched what stood before me. The creature, or whatever it was, lifted its wings slightly, and the sound that followed was like fabric tearing across the sky, a low dragging scrape that reverberated in my chest. I froze, caught between the primal urge to flee and the equally human impulse to stare at something incomprehensible. My car idled, engine rumbling beneath me, headlights locked on that impossible form. For a heartbeat, neither of us moved. The world narrowed to just me, the car, and that black, winged thing in the middle of Mill Creek Road. Then it began to walk toward me. Its steps were slow, deliberate, the taloned ends of its wings scraping the pavement with each movement. The sound set my teeth on edge, a sharp, grating shriek that seemed to crawl into my skull. Its eyes burned brighter, fixed on mine with a focus that felt invasive, as though it wasn't just looking at me, but into me, through me, pulling something private and fragile from deep inside. I wanted to throw the car into reverse, to back away, to do anything but sit there. But my body didn't listen. My fingers clenched the wheel in a death grip, and my foot hovered uselessly above the accelerator. I was paralyzed by that gaze, every rational thought replaced by raw, animal terror. When it was only a few feet from my bumper, it stopped, its head cocked to one side, bird-like but with a sickly slowness, as though studying me. Then it leaned forward, wings arching over the hood of my car, their tips curling against the ground. The feathers shifted and rustled, a noise that sounded almost like whispers, though no words reached my ears. I don't remember breathing. I don't remember breathing. Time folded in on itself, and then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it stepped backward. The wings unfurled, spreading impossibly wide, blotting out my headlights and swallowing the world in black. With a single, shuddering movement, it rose into the air. The sound of its wings beating was thunderous, shaking the car, rattling the glass, pressing against my chest like the weight of a storm. In less than a second, it was gone, vanishing upward into the night, consumed by clouds. The red glow of its eyes lingered for a heartbeat in the sky above, then disappeared. I sat there in stunned silence, the car still idling, my body shaking uncontrollably. My breath came in shallow gasps, my throat dry as if I'd swallowed ash. Every instinct screamed at me to keep moving, to get away before it returned. Yet I couldn't force my foot to the pedal. My brain replayed the sight on an endless loop, trying to rationalize what I had just witnessed. A bird, a trick of the lights, exhaustion, anything. Finally, with trembling hands, I shifted into drive. The tires squealed slightly as I sped forward, crossing the bridge in seconds, my eyes flicking frantically to the mirrors. Every shadow in the trees seemed alive, every shift of the wind a beating of wings. I didn't see it again on that drive, but the memory clung to me, wrapped around my spine like a cold chain. Even when I pulled into my driveway, the security lights snapping on, I couldn't shake the feeling that those burning eyes were still fixed on me. Somewhere above, waiting. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room with every light on, the television muted, listening to the faint hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the house settling. Each sound became suspect. Each flicker of shadow along the blinds pulled my gaze. My chest remained tight, as though I had brought a piece of that darkness home with me. The next morning, I told myself it had been fatigue. Hallucinations aren't unheard of in overworked nurses. Lack of sleep can make the mind twist shadows into shapes, headlights into eyes, birds into monsters. I clung to that explanation like a lifeline, repeating it every time the memory surfaced. But as the days passed, I began to notice changes. When I drove to work, I caught glimpses of movement in the treetops, shapes that vanished before I could focus on them. At the hospital, when I walked past darkened windows, I sometimes saw twin points of faint red glowing in the reflection, gone the moment I blinked. At night, lying in bed, I heard noises outside my window. Soft scraping, like feathers dragging against the siding. And worst of all was the dream. Every night after that encounter, I dreamed I was back on Mill Creek Bridge. My car was stopped in the same spot, headlights locked onto the same figure. But in the dream, it didn't walk away. In the dream, it leaned forward and pressed its face against the glass, its burning eyes inches from mine. In the dream, its wings folded around the car, shutting out all light, and when it opened its beak, I heard my name in a voice that wasn't a voice at all, but a vibration that shook my bones. Each morning I woke drenched in sweat, pulse hammering, the echo of that whispered, "Sylvia," still lingering in my ears. I told no one. How could I? Who would believe a tired nurse claiming she saw some impossible creature on a country road? People would laugh. Or worse. They'd suggest therapy, medication, evaluations of my mental state. I couldn't risk that. My job demanded trust, demanded stability. So I stayed quiet, carrying the memory alone. But silence doesn't erase truth. And deep down, I knew what I had seen wasn't born of exhaustion or imagination. The black winged thing was real. And it wasn't done with me. The week after the bridge felt like a low fever I couldn't shake. I changed my route. I turned the radio up. I left the kitchen light on all nightlight. A child who knows the hallway has teeth. None of it made the feeling go. The sense of being watched wasn't dramatic. It was patient, the way a clock is patient. It sat with me in the car, came into the shower as steam, stood behind the medicine cabinet mirror, so that when I swung it shut my face was not the only thing in the glass for a heartbeat. On Thursday, I stepped out to the driveway and stopped. A feather lay across my windshield wiper. It was as long as my forearm, and the wrong kind of black, the kind that swallows its outline. Where sunlight hit it, there was no glint, only a soft absence, as if light slid off and kept going. When I lifted it, the air above my hand went colder. It weighed more than it should have. Birds make hollow bones. This felt like it had been poured out of night and hardened. I should have thrown it away. I put it in a zip-top bag instead, as if I worked for some patient part of myself that liked its evidence labeled. I slid the bag into my glove compartment, sat in the driver's seat until my hand stopped shaking, and told the steering wheel you saw it too. The hospital was full. Flu had come early. The halls had that specific damp hush, a mixture of sanitizer and boiled coffee and exhaustion. Work helped. Work makes a person into verbs instead of nouns. Lift, check, chart, soothe. But even in that rhythm, strangeness seeped in. At 3:12 a.m., the television above the nurse's station flickered to black. Half a second, no more, but in that breath of nothing, I saw 2 points of red. They burned where eyes would be if something stood on the other side of the screen. When the feed returned, Kayla cursed at the defibrillator, Trey for being out of place, and the world resumed. But my skin prickled like I'd leaned against static. Room 417 rang not long after. Mrs. Albright, who apologized for existing every time she pressed her call light, sat upright in bed. Her eyes were wide and glassy, her breath shallow. "He's at the window," she whispered. The curtains were closed. The window was a black square. Something shifted behind it, not a person, not a tree branch, but a shadow with weight. I stayed with her, checked her pulse, spoke the lie we all speak. "You're safe." She squeezed my wrist and shook her head. "Not me," she said. "You." The scrape came then, soft at first, then louder, the unmistakable sound of something dragging heavy wings across brick. Every hair on my body lifted. I kept my eyes on her, but in the corner of my vision the frame of the window glowed faintly red, as though brake lights hovered in midair. We were on the 10th floor. She survived the night. Most of my patients did. The building itself did not feel unchanged. Hospitals hum, they click and breathe through vents and pumps and doors. That night, something else threaded the walls, slow and deliberate, a movement like a giant choosing where to lie down. The security cameras showed nothing. At least that's what the guard told me when I asked, trying to sound casual. He was young, beard patchy. Proud of the story about the time a bat flew into the lobby and dived, bombed a vending machine until it knocked out a Snickers bar. He said wind does things, moths splat against lenses, big birds startle. He had explanations for everything. None of them explained. It was still pressed into my chest, where I'd felt a tap the night before, like a clinician's percussion on the sternum. I avoided mirrors in the bathroom. I avoided windows in stairwells. But avoidance doesn't erase truth. By Saturday, I broke my own rule. I drove back to Mill Creek Bridge in daylight. I told myself I needed photographs of gouges in the road to prove they existed, that I could line them up against brake marks and make sense of my fear. The creek below was ordinary, littered with cans and branches, but when I pressed my hand against the guardrail, it thrummed. A vibration too low for hearing, the frequency of bone and marrow. The asphalt itself was scarred with twin lines that curved the way curtains drag. When I touched one, my fingertip went numb, like frostbite. a trooper found me kneeling there, his hat shadowing young eyes. I lied poorly, said I wanted to see if I'd left a mark from breaking. He tapped the rail with his knuckles and it answered, humming like it held something vast beneath it. "Soil's soft," he said. "They'll close it sooner or later. Don't want to be here when it goes." He laughed as if it was nothing. I drove home with my hands shaking and placed the feather on my kitchen table. In daylight, it was worse. It reflected nothing. When I held it against the window, the world disappeared along its edges. I swore I'd get rid of it. I sealed it back in its bag and carried it to the creek. I threw it into the current and watched it spin. The water avoided it, flowing around as if the feather displaced more than it should. Then, impossibly, it drifted back upstream until it nudged against my shoe. I picked it up again. I lied to myself about eddies and currents. I brought it home. That night the hospital lost power. Generators caught after 10 seconds, but 10 seconds is an ocean. In those 10 seconds, I heard every breath on the floor. I heard scraping louder, closer, greedy against the outer walls. And when the lights snapped back, the window at the far end of the corridor glowed red. Not reflected, not artificial. Eyes. I ran for the stairwell. On the landing, it was waiting. The black wing thing filled a space too small to hold it. Its wings folded against concrete that should have stopped them. Its head turned slowly, red eyes narrowing like apertures. The air pressure dropped, my ears ached, my sinuses burned. It leaned forward until the tip of its beak touched my chest. The cold seared through my scrubs. A feather brushed my wrist where my pulse throbbed. Static filled my bones, and beneath it, a voice without sound, "Sylvia, leave the bridge." My knees buckled. It tapped my sternum again, and for a moment my heartbeat doubled. Then it stepped past me. Its wings unfolded where there was no room, sliding through door and wall as though matter was optional. The stairwell swallowed its shape and left me shaking on the concrete. A frost mark burned into my skin. At 20:19 a.m., a patient died. The exact minute the power went out. I washed my hands until the heat blistered. Because pain I chose was better than the touch I hadn't. I knew then it didn't want me dead. It wanted me to know. The warning was clear. Leave the bridge. The next morning, as dawn smeared gray across the parking lot, I drove home on the interstate. 2 exits before mine, traffic stalled. An alert buzzed my phone. Mill Creek Bridge closed. Structural concerns. Avoid area. Expect delays. Relief should have come. It didn't. Because I knew the warning hadn't been about traffic. The glove compartment popped open as I turned onto a side road. The feather slid from its bag without breaking it, settling on the passenger seat. Every shadow in the car bent toward it, as if pulled by a small gravity. I didn't touch it. I didn't break. I whispered one truth into the empty car: I am not alone. I didn't drive near Mill Creek for days. The detours took longer, but I didn't care. The warning replayed itself inside me, heavy as a drumbeat: leave the bridge. Still, avoidance never erased anything. Shadows clung harder. My apartment grew colder at night. The lights flickered even when neighbors' power was steady. I slept less and less. When sleep did come, it was broken by that voice. A vibration that shook my ribcage in dream after dream. Sometimes I woke with the sensation of wings, brushing my shoulders. Once I woke to find feathers scattered across my living room rug, smaller than the one in my glove compartment, but just as black, just as wrong. They vanished by morning, though I hadn't touched them. At work, I carried myself like a functioning machine. Nurses learned to compartmentalize, but cracks widened. I charted vital signs twice because I couldn't remember if I had done it already. I misheard doctor's orders. Kayla asked if I was all right. I smiled, said I was just tired, and felt the weight of that lie collapse against my chest. By Thursday, the news broke. Mill Creek Bridge had collapsed at 12:47 a.m., almost to the minute, when I first saw the creature standing on that road. A semi-truck had been crossing, its driver killed instantly when the asphalt caved. The footage showed twisted steel, concrete slabs drowning in the black water below. Rescue crews dragged the wreckage from the creek, and their faces on camera looked gray and hollow. I sat in the break room staring at the screen. My coworkers gasped, cursed, whispered about bad engineering and lawsuits, but I couldn't hear them. All I heard was the scrape of wings and that soundless voice telling me to leave. It had spared me. It had warned me. The thought made no sense, yet it was undeniable. I might have been on that bridge had I not been cautioned. That night, when I returned home, the feather waited for me on the kitchen table. I hadn't put it there. The bag I'd kept it in was gone. It lay bare, curved and shining with absence, heavier than before. I stared at it for a long time, until my reflection warped across its edge, and I thought I saw red eyes staring back. I should have screamed, but instead I whispered, "What do you want?" The lights flickered. My question echoed without sound, and for a moment the apartment was filled with the rush of wings. Then silence returned. The following days blurred. The bridge collapse dominated the news, and I avoided televisions and radios. Yet I couldn't escape. Patients mentioned it idly. Families brought it up in waiting rooms. One woman told me her cousin had driven across the bridge just minutes before it gave way. "Can you imagine?" she said, her voice trembling. If he'd been slower, he'd be gone. I imagined all too well. By Sunday, I stopped fighting curiosity. Whatever it was, the creature, the thing with wings darker than night, I needed to know why it had chosen me, why it haunted me, why it had spared me. So I returned to Mill Creek. The bridge was cordoned off with yellow tape, police cruisers parked at either end, news vans idling along the shoulder. The wreckage below was still half submerged, the water slick with oil and debris. I parked far down the road, out of sight, and walked through the woods until I stood on the ridge above the creek. The air was heavy, silent. Even the insects seemed to avoid the place. My breath puffed in white clouds, though the afternoon wasn't that cold. I waited. Minutes bled into hours. The sky dimmed, purple edging into black. My feet ached. My heart beat faster with each passing moment, because some part of me knew it would come. It had to, and then it did. From the tree line opposite, the shadows deepened, thickened, until they tore themselves free. Wings unfurled, vast and impossible, blotting out what little light remained. The creature stepped onto the broken edge of the bridge, its talons scraping concrete, its eyes glowing red across the distance. The air shifted, pressing against me, flattening me with invisible weight. My ears rang, my knees weakened, yet I couldn't look away. It didn't move toward me. It simply stood there, wings flexing slowly, as though testing the air. I felt words crawl through my bones again. Not spoken, not heard, but known. Not yet. My throat closed. I wanted to shout, to demand answers, but the sound caught in my chest. The thing tilted its head, and in that gesture was something alien yet purposeful. It lifted one wing and pointed toward the ruins below. the sunken concrete slabs where the truck still rested. Images flashed behind my eyes, steel corroded, bolts loosened, water eroding foundations. The bridge had been doomed long before. And then the vision shifted. Me driving that night, my headlights carving through fog. My tires reaching the center span just as it gave way. My car plummeting into the black, swallowed without a trace. My heart convulsed. My breath hitched. The feather I had left at home, no, the feather I had tried to discard, burned cold in my pocket, though I hadn't put it there. I dropped to my knees on the ridge, clutching my chest. Tears spilled hot and unbidden. Not because I was grateful, not because I was afraid, but because I understood it had spared me. Yes, but not out of kindness. It wanted me alive. For what? I didn't know. The creature spread its wings, rising into the air with thunder that shook the trees. Leaves ripped from branches. Dirt whipped into my face, the sheer force of its movement like a hurricane compressed into a heartbeat. It soared upward, higher and higher, until the night swallowed it whole. Only the twin red eyes lingered, glowing faintly against the stars, before they winked out. I stumbled back to my car long after the news vans had left. My hands shook as I fumbled for the ignition. Every nerve in my body screamed that something had changed, though I couldn't name what. In the days that followed, I carried on. I went to work. I smiled at coworkers. I listened to patients. But inside, I carried the certainty that I was tethered to something vast and incomprehensible. It came again, not at the bridge this time, but at my apartment. I woke at 2:00 a.m. to silence too deep to be natural. The hum of the refrigerator was gone. The heater was dead. The entire block was dark. And there, in my living room, it stood. Its wings pressed against the walls, feathers rustling with whispers I couldn't translate. Its eyes burned, twin furnaces boring into me as I sat frozen in bed. It didn't move closer. It didn't need to. Its presence filled every inch of space, pressing against my lungs, bending the air until breathing became labor. The feather on my nightstand lifted into the air, spinning slowly. When it settled, it landed across my chest. Cold radiated into my bones. Then, for the first time, I heard words with my ears. They were broken. Guttural, scraped raw like metal, dragged across stone. Witness. The sound rattled the glass of my windows, cracked the mirror in the hallway, made blood trickle from my nose. And then it was gone. I lay in the dark, gasping, the feather still across me. The mirror's crack stretched like a wound, splitting my reflection into fragments. My blood stained the pillow. I didn't sleep again. I don't know what I'm meant to witness. I don't know what comes next. But I know the black, winged thing has bound itself to me. It spared me from the bridge not as an act of mercy, but as a choice. Claim. I fear the collapse of Mill Creek was only the beginning. And sometimes, when I walk the hospital halls alone at night, when the televisions flicker to black, when the windows glow faintly red, I fear that I haven't been saved at all. I've been chosen. My name is Lucas Meyer, and I was raised among the forests of Vermont. I never thought that something as ordinary as chopping wood would mark the beginning of the most terrifying experience of my life. I work in forestry and carpentry, so my days often revolve around trees. Their grain, their weight, their usefulness. I know them well, almost as though they are old friends. And because of that, I also know when something doesn't belong. It was late autumn, the air crisp enough to sting my nose each time I inhaled. The grove behind my cabin had been my resource for years. A neat cluster of maples, oaks, and the occasional birch. I had walked it hundreds of times, memorizing the positions of trees the way one memorizes the layout of furniture in a room. You notice even the smallest changes: a branch fallen, a trunk leaning, a patch of mushrooms blooming at the base of the roots. That morning, something new stood among them, and from the very first glance it set me on edge. The tree was a birch, pale bark bright against the darker colors of maple and oak. Normally, a birch has smooth peeling bark, papery, almost delicate. But this one looked different. Its bark was scarred, not in the natural way where sections peel back, like parchment, but rather like flesh cut and healed over time. It had ridges and knots arranged too deliberately, too much like human skin marred by old wounds. I stood for a moment with my axe slung over my shoulder, staring at it. There had never been a birch there before. That patch had been nothing but oaks and a few maples, solid for as long as I could remember. Yet here stood this tall, pale intruder, its black scars forming strange patterns that drew my eye and made me uneasy. At first I tried to rationalize. Maybe I had missed it. Maybe it had always been there, hidden behind others, and I had never looked closely enough. I wanted to believe that. But a part of me already knew it wasn't true. The birch was new, and it shouldn't have been. I tried to shake off the feeling, forcing myself into the routine of chopping wood. Swing, split, stack. The rhythm usually calms me, lets my thoughts settle into something steady and familiar. But every time I paused to wipe my brow or to shift a log, my eyes strayed back to that tree. It seemed taller every time I looked. When I bent to pick up a split piece of oak, I noticed something that made my stomach lurch. The birch had bent slightly toward me. Not a sway of wind. It was deliberate, like a person leaning closer to hear you. Its trunk curved where no trunk should, and in that bend, I saw something impossible. It had shoulders. Not in the sense of branches sticking out, but real shoulders, hunched and rounded under pale bark, as if a figure were trapped inside the tree. The scarred lines of its bark traced across shoulders like muscles beneath a thin layer of skin. For a moment, the shape seemed almost ready to step forward, to peel itself free from the grove and join me in the clearing. My axe slipped from my hand and clattered against a log. The sound cracked through the silence and startled a flock of crows from the branches overhead. Their sudden flight filled the air with wings, and when I looked back, the birch was still, straight, ordinary again. I told myself I was imagining it. Long hours, cold air, maybe the play of light through the branches. Still, my chest ached with the rapid hammering of my heart. I wanted to pack up and go back inside, but a stubbornness rooted me to the spot. I had grown up in these woods. They were mine, as familiar as the veins on the back of my hands. To feel afraid of a tree, it was ridiculous. I told myself so over and over, even as my hands trembled when I picked up the axe again. But the forest has a way of punishing arrogance. I had been chopping for maybe another hour when the sound came. At first it was so faint, I thought it was only the wind shifting the branches. But it grew sharper, clearer, impossible to ignore. It was the sound of something dragging across bark. A slow, scraping motion, like fingernails raking across wood. I froze. The sound came from the direction of the birch. My eyes darted to it, and in that moment, I swear I saw the long scar down its trunk flex as if it were splitting open, like a mouth pulling into a grin. The scrape continued, louder now, a rasp that set my teeth on edge. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was deliberate. "Stop," I whispered, though I don't know why. Maybe I thought it would listen. The scrape halted, and silence crashed back down on the grove. Even the crows seemed to have gone mute. I stood there, clutching the axe handle so hard my knuckles burned, staring at the tree with its pale, scarred bark and impossible shoulders. I don't know how long I waited before backing away. Log pile forgotten, axe dangling loosely in my grip. Every step toward the cabin felt like an invitation for the birch to move, to reveal itself. I half expected it to rip free of its roots and stride after me, its pale limbs creaking like bones, its bark skin splitting to reveal something human, or worse, beneath. But it didn't. When I reached the porch and turned back, the birch stood as it had before. Still, silent, just a tree. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw its bark flexing, its trunk bending, its shoulders ready to step closer. I told myself I'd cut it down in the morning, burn it if I had to. But even as I thought it, another part of me whispered that it wouldn't let me. And in the darkest hours of the night, as the fire in my cabin burned low, I thought I heard it, a slow scrape. Bark against bark, right outside my window. I didn't dare look. Sleep never came that night. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, every muscle taut, ears straining for the faintest sound. The scrape I thought I'd heard outside lingered in my mind. Maybe it had been branches brushing the cabin wall. Maybe an animal, though I knew the forest well enough to recognize its nightly patterns. This had been something else. Too slow, too purposeful. When dawn finally came, I dressed quickly and went out, clutching the axe as if it were an extension of my arm. The grove was damp with dew, sunlight just piercing through the thinning canopy. My breath plumed in the chill air. I walked straight toward the birch, heart hammering with every step. It stood in the same spot, pale and silent, as though nothing had happened. Yet I noticed details I hadn't before: the bark. Scars traced downward and long, deliberate lines that reminded me of ribs. The knots along the trunk had shifted somehow. Yesterday, they had seemed random, but now they aligned like joints, like the suggestion of elbows. I circled the tree slowly, each crunch of leaves under my boots echoing too loud in the quiet. Something told me not to touch it, but I couldn't help myself. I reached out with my gloved hand and pressed against the bark. It felt warm, not the solid, cold wood of a tree in late autumn. It gave slightly beneath my palm, like pressing against a layer of skin stretched tight over bone. I recoiled, nearly dropping the axe. My breath quickened. The rational part of me screamed that it wasn't possible. Wood doesn't feel like flesh. Trees don't breathe. But then, in the silence of the grove, I heard it. A faint inhale, drawn deep and slow, as though the tree itself were filling its lungs. I stumbled back, tripping over a root, landing hard on my tailbone. My eyes stayed locked on that pale figure of bark and scar. For an instant, I saw the shape of a head tilt downward toward me. Though no face was visible, just the suggestion, a form where a crown of branches rose like antlers from its shoulders. I scrambled to my feet and did the only thing I could think to do. I swung the axe. The blade struck deep, biting into the bark with a hollow thump. Sap should have spilled out, clear and sticky. Instead, a dark fluid oozed from the wound. Thick, reddish, the color of dried blood. The smell hit me, coppery and raw, and my stomach clenched. the birch groaned. Not the creak of timber in the wind, but a guttural, human sound that vibrated through the grove. Birds shrieked from the trees and took flight in every direction. My axe was lodged in the trunk, and when I tried to yank it free, the wood flexed around it, gripping the blade like muscle tightening against a wound. I left it there. Panic flooded me, and I bolted, stumbling over roots and tearing through the underbrush until the cabin came into sight. I slammed the door shut behind me, chest heavy, hands trembling uncontrollably. For hours, I sat at the kitchen table, staring at the grain of the wood, listening for any sound outside. Every creak of the cabin made me flinch. My axe was still embedded in that thing, and the thought of going back for it filled me with dread. I had other axes, other tools. Let it keep that one. But by late afternoon, I realized I couldn't just ignore it. That birch was less than 50 yards from my home. If it moved any closer, I would know. I had to. When dusk settled in, I forced myself to the window facing the grove. At first, everything looked as it always had. The cluster of maples, the oak standing sturdy and dark, and the birch pale among them, tall and still. Except the axe was gone. I squinted through the fading light, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The axe had been buried in the trunk just hours earlier. Now there was only smooth bark where the wound had been, as though it had never been struck. My chest tightened, and I staggered back from the window. That night I barred the door and kept the fire roaring. Every crackle of flame masked what I feared I might hear outside. But firewood dwindles quickly when you're burning through it in desperation. By midnight, the flames were dying low. Shadows crept along the walls, reaching across the room like long, pale fingers. Then I heard it. Scrape. The sound came from the side of the cabin, deliberate and slow. Something dragging across the wall, circling. I gripped the poker from the fireplace, heart hammering so hard it rattled my ribs. Scrape. This time from the back, near the window of my bedroom. I forced myself not to look. My legs locked in place as though if I moved it would know. And then, a knock. 3 sharp raps against the wood of the cabin. Not the frantic pounding of someone in trouble. A knock, like a visitor at the door. My mouth went dry. My hand tightened on the poker until the iron bit into my palm. Slowly, against every instinct, I crept toward the door. The fire cast my shadow long across the floorboards, and I imagined what might be waiting on the other side. I stopped inches from the door, straining to hear. Silence, then, softly a breath. Not mine, not from inside. From just beyond the doorframe, deep and slow, rattling like air sucked through a hollow trunk. I backed away, step by step, never taking my eyes off the wood. Whatever it wasn't leaving. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner with the fire poker clutched to my chest, listening as the scrape of bark against bark circled the cabin again and again. When morning came, I staggered outside, desperate to prove it had all been a nightmare. The ground was littered with pale curls of birch bark, scattered in a ring around the cabin like shed skin. And in the grove, the birch stood closer than before. It had moved. Not much, just a few feet, but enough that I knew without doubt it was creeping toward me. Its scarred trunk loomed taller, its shoulders more defined, as if the figure beneath was pressing harder against its prison of bark. I turned and retreated back into the cabin, bolting the door once more. I knew then that I wasn't dealing with a tree. It was something else, something wearing the form of wood like a mask, and whatever it was, it wanted me. By the third day, I no longer recognized my own cabin. It had always been a sanctuary, warm, safe, a place where the smell of cut wood and pine sap lived in the walls. Now it felt like a trap. Every window was a point of intrusion, every creak of the boards a warning. I kept the fire roaring constantly, though the stack of logs beside the hearth had dwindled to almost nothing. I didn't dare return to the grove. The birchmen waited there. I knew it. I tried to convince myself I could leave. Vermont towns weren't far if I made it to the truck. And once I got to people, to noise, to light, the thing would lose interest. That was the rational plan. But when I stepped onto the porch and saw the pale trunk standing at the edge of the clearing, closer now, watching, or whatever counted as watching, I froze. My keys bit into my palm, but my legs refused to carry me to the truck. It wasn't just fear. It was pressure, like invisible hands on my shoulders, pinning me to the spot. The birchman was claiming territory, and I was inside it. That night, the knocks came again. This time not at the door, but at the walls. Hard raps in deliberate patterns circling the cabin. 3 at the west wall. Pause. 3 at the north. Then the east. I followed with my eyes, staring at each wall as though I might see the impact. My fire poker trembled in my grip. And then, as if mocking me, the sound of wood splitting echoed from the roof. A weight shifted overhead, heavy and deliberate. Dust sifted down from the rafters. Something was crawling on top of the cabin. I bolted for the bedroom, shoved the dresser against the door, and crouched in the corner with the shotgun I kept for bears. I had never pointed it at a man, let alone a tree. Still, I loaded both barrels with shaking hands and prayed to gods I hadn't spoken to in years. The sound above me stopped. Silence pressed against the room like a weight. Then came the whisper. It wasn't a word I recognized. Not English, not anything I'd ever heard. It rasped down through the wood like a voice, forced through lungs that had never learned speech, dry and hollow. Yet I understood the intent. It was calling me by name. Lucas. The bark of the walls seemed to shiver with it. My heart punched against my ribs, and I raised the shotgun, though there was nothing to aim at but plaster. My breath fogged in the cold air, and I realized the fire had gone out. I hadn't even noticed it dying. The room was sinking into shadow. I forced myself up, trembling, and opened the bedroom door a crack to peer into the main room. The coals in the hearth glowed faint, nearly smothered, but they weren't the brightest thing in the room. At the window stood a shape, tall, pale, shouldered, its bark skin scarred like old wounds. Branches crowned its head, scraping the ceiling beams as though the room were too small for it. The birchman was inside. I stumbled back, slammed the bedroom door shut, and jammed the shotgun into my shoulder. The knob twisted behind me, rattling violently as if gripped by invisible hands. I pulled both triggers. The explosion shattered my ears, kicked me to the floor, and left a crater in the door. Smoke filled the air. When my vision cleared, the knob still twisted. The birchman hadn't stopped. I scrambled for more shells, but my hands were clumsy, slick with sweat. I dropped one, then another. By the time I managed to reload, the doorframe cracked. Bark spilled through the splintered gap, pale and wet, curling like the peel of birch paper. I fired again. The blast blew chunks from the frame, and for the first time, a scream tore from the thing. Not human, not animal, but both at once. A howl that rattled the glass and drove a spike of pain into my skull. I covered my ears, but it was inside me, vibrating in bone. When I dared to look, the door was silent again. The bark had withdrawn, leaving only splinters. I didn't wait. I bolted for the back window, smashed it open with the shotgun stock, and hurled myself into the freezing night. Shards bit into my arms, but I didn't care. I hit the ground running, straight for the truck. The forest was too quiet. Not a bird, not an insect, not even the sigh of wind. Only my breath, harsh and ragged, and the pounding of boots through frost. I reached the truck, yanked the door open, and slammed the keys into the ignition. The engine coughed once, then died. I tried again, twisting until my wrist hurt. Nothing. The battery was fine. The gas tank full. But the engine refused to catch. I looked up. The grove shifted. Trees stood where none had been before, pale trunks pressing closer, hemming me in. Every birch scarred, every birch bent with shoulders. They weren't trees. They were all birchmen, waiting, patient, silent. The one nearest leaned toward me, its bark flexing like a grin. I fled. Not in the truck, not toward the cabin. I ran into the woods, deeper than I'd ever gone, crashing through undergrowth until branches tore my jacket, and the night swallowed me whole. The moon was thin, useless. Every tree seemed pale in the dark, every shadow a figure with shoulders. I don't know how long I ran before collapsing near a stream. My lungs burned, my legs buckled. I pressed my back against a rock and clutched the empty shotgun, waiting for the scrape of bark. It never came. Instead, the forest exhaled. A long, slow breath rising from every tree, and in that sound, I heard my name again. Lucas. I don't remember passing out. I woke at dawn, the stream glinting with weak light. My shotgun was gone, my jacket torn, my arms and face lined with scratches that looked too much like scars. I staggered back toward the cabin, praying it was still there. It was, but the grove had changed. The oaks and maples I had known all my life were gone. Every tree in sight was birch, pale, scarred, bent with shoulders. The birchman hadn't followed me. It had multiplied. I don't live in that cabin anymore. I don't live anywhere near Vermont. But no matter where I go, I see them sometimes. By the roadside, in city parks, even once in the backyard of a motel. Pale trunks with scarred bark, standing too still, waiting. I know what they want. They want me. And I think, in some way I can't explain, they're already part of me. Some nights, when I roll up my sleeve, I swear the scars on my arms shift like bark, curling pale and papery at the edges. And when I breathe, the trees breathe with me. My name is Margaret Dean, and I was born and raised on the wide prairie land that stretches endlessly across the horizon of Kansas. To some people, this place looks barren. Flat fields of dry grass, low ridges, and skies that seem too big for the earth they cover. But for those of us who've lived here our entire lives, the prairie is not empty at all. It's alive in its own quiet way, filled with the whisper of wind, the rustle of unseen animals, and the weight of stories passed down through generations. My grandmother was the keeper of most of those stories, and she told them with the kind of conviction that made even a child sit still, afraid to breathe until she was finished. One of those stories was about the whistler. She used to say it came at night, when the fields looked silver under the moon and the tall grass stood motionless, waiting. It always began with a single whistle. Short, sharp, almost playful at first, like someone calling for attention. But then it would repeat, closer each time, though the grass never moved, and no footsteps could be heard. If the whistler ever calls your name, she warned me in a voice that was far more serious than the bedtime tales. She told, don't answer. No matter what, Margaret. Never answer it. As a little girl, I never questioned her. The way her eyes hardened when she spoke those words made me believe in things I couldn't see. By the time I was in my 30s, I'd lived most of my life in that same small farmhouse on the edge of the prairie. My parents had passed. My siblings had moved to cities far away, and I had become the quiet caretaker of the land, living alone with only the company of the wind and the memories of my grandmother's voice. I'd grown used to solitude. The long winters were sharp and lonely, and the summers could press the air so hot and heavy it felt like it might smother me. But I endured. Out here, endurance was everything. That night in late September, I remember the sky most of all. It was black and clear, freckled with stars that looked sharp enough to pierce the skin if you reached up. The moon was swollen and bright, laying a sheet of pale silver light across the prairie. I had been restless, wandering from window to window in the house, unable to sleep. My mind tangled in thoughts I couldn't place. Maybe it was the change of the season, or maybe it was just that strange prairie intuition, the sense that something was about to happen. I stepped out onto the porch to let the cool air settle me. The boards creaked under my weight, and for a moment all I could hear was the sighing wind dragging through the dry stalks of grass. Then came the whistle. It was exactly as my grandmother had described, short, sharp, and unmistakably human. It carried across the prairie with a clarity that made me freeze where I stood. My heart slammed hard against my ribs. I told myself it had to be someone in the distance, some traveler, or a farmhand from miles down the road. But deep inside, I already knew it wasn't. The sound came again, no more than half a minute later. This time it was closer, much closer. And still, the grass lay flat and still, untouched by anything large enough to move through it. No footsteps, no rustling, just the whistle, hanging in the night air like a command. I whispered my grandmother's warning aloud, as if the act of saying it might build a wall between me and whatever stalked the fields. If the whistler calls your name, don't answer. My voice sounded small, swallowed by the night. I gripped the porch railing so tightly the wood cut into my palms. Then, on the third whistle, I heard it. My name, clear as a bell, spoken in a voice that was not my own and not my grandmother's. Margaret. It didn't shout. It didn't whisper. It was steady, firm, and patient, like someone who already knew I would answer eventually. My blood turned to ice. I wanted to run back into the house, to slam the door shut, to bury myself under blankets like a child. But I couldn't move. The sound had pinned me in place, holding me captive on that porch. The whistle came again. It was nearer now, as if it were no longer out in the prairie, but at the edge of my yard. Yet I still saw nothing. No figure. No shadow breaking the tall grass. Nothing except silver fields, stretching out endlessly beneath the moon. The strange thing is that, in that moment, some part of me almost wanted to answer. It was not curiosity. It was something heavier, something unnatural, as though the sound itself carried weight and intent, pressing against me. The voice that spoke my name wasn't asking. It was pulling. I forced myself backward, one slow step at a time, until I was inside the house. I shut the door and locked it. Though what good a lock does against something that walks without moving the grass, I couldn't say. I stood there in the darkness of my living room, listening. The whistle came again, muffled slightly by the walls, but still so close it felt like it was pressed against the glass of the window. My heart was racing, sweat dripping down the back of my neck. I didn't dare go upstairs to the bedroom. Some instinct screamed that the whistler wanted me to retreat, to hide, to separate myself from escape. So I stayed in the living room, pacing, clutching the poker from the fireplace like it was a weapon. Minutes passed, maybe hours. It's impossible to measure time when every second stretches into eternity. The whistling grew irregular. Sometimes it would vanish for long stretches, long enough that my breath began to steady, long enough that I dared believe it was gone. Then, without warning, it would return sharper, closer, as though mocking me for believing I was safe. I stopped looking out the windows after I saw what I thought was a shape in the yard. Not a full body, not even a shadow. Just the faintest impression of something standing where the moonlight should have been clear. It was tall, too tall, and when I blinked, it was gone. The night seemed endless. I sat in a chair, poker across my lap, whispering my grandmother's warning again and again like a prayer. Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. At some point, exhaustion must have taken me, because the next thing I remember was waking in the chair, the first gray light of dawn leaking through the curtains. The prairie outside was silent again, empty except for the crows that circled high above. For a moment, I let myself believe it had been nothing more than a nightmare, some waking dream born of sleeplessness and memory. But when I stepped outside, I saw them, impressions in the dirt, leading from the edge of the prairie to the steps of my porch. They weren't boot prints, nor bare feet, nor animal tracks. They were shallow depressions, perfectly round, each one spaced evenly apart, as though something had floated just above the ground and pressed down only to leave its mark. They stopped at the bottom step. I stood there trembling, staring at the evidence that it had been real, that the whistler was not just a story, that it had come to me, and that it had called my name. And somewhere deep inside, a colder thought burrowed its way into me, the sense that it would come again. It had not gotten what it wanted that night, and things like that do not give up. The prairie holds its secrets tightly, but once it decides to reveal them, there's no turning back. Morning tasted like dust and coffee. I swept the porch because that is what you do on the prairie when your hands are shaking. You give the fear a chore. The shallow, round impressions at the foot of the steps were lighter in daylight, as if the sun itself was trying to erase them without admitting it cared. They stopped where the first riser began. Nothing else was disturbed. No drag marks, no bent grass. I kept looking for the trick. Fishing line. A prank, a clever boy with a recorder. But all I found was wind and the nervous hum that lives in a house after something has stood at the door. Inside, I went to the pantry and reached behind the mason lids and baling twine for my grandmother's tin. The lid rasped like a struck match. Paper and iron smell. A faded red ribbon. Beneath that, a tight roll of butcher paper, knotted with cotton thread and sealed with old candle wax. I cracked the wax and unrolled the page. Her schoolteacher hand marched across it, neat as fence posts. For the girl who will hear it. Then a list, plain as a grocery order. 1, do not answer your name. 2, do not whistle, even a tune without words. 3, do not go to the grass. It will not part for you. 4, keep iron near. 5. Lay salt where doors meet ground. 6. When it calls you twice in a single breath, cover your mouth. 7. Milk and bread on the porch, not for it, for what keeps it busy. 8. The last whistle is not for you. At the bottom was a note in a smaller, hurried script. It belongs to what was before the roads. It may wear any mouth. It asks because to answer is to consent. My grandmother did not argue theology, she argued procedure. If a door stuck, you planed it. If a creature called, you did not. The 8th line hooked behind my ribs. Not for you. Last of what? Last before what? I folded the sheet back along its old crease and put the tin on the table like a visitor who would not be offered coffee. By afternoon, I had convinced myself the rituals were only psychology, and then did them anyway. 4 railroad spikes from the old spur that once cut across our north pasture went to each windowsill, their points aimed inward like the muzzles of sleeping dogs. I poured a white seam of salt along the threshold until it looked like a stalled snowdrift. I set a saucer of milk and a heel of bread on the porch and felt both foolish and obedient. I found my grandmother's cassette recorder and a pack of batteries under a crate of canning jars, and the weight of the little plastic machine steadied me more than any prayer I could remember. I drove into Fairview because an alibi is a human need. The hardware store bell chimed once. Mr. Gavin looked at my list and at me the way prairie men do when they've known every version of your sorrow. He didn't ask how I slept. I asked after Tom Harker. If you need the past in this county, you go where it's alphabetized and dusted. Tom kept it on ledgers and shelves, and in a frame at his elbow, a photograph of the spur line running across grass like a black seam. Looking for anyone in particular? He asked without looking up. My grandmother's warnings, I said. The spur through our place. I'm wondering if there were accidents. There were always accidents, he replied, pencil steady. Machinery is a confessional. He tapped a page. 37, early summer. 3 boys came back from the section house, talking about a train no one else heard. One swore it called him by name. He was gone by morning. Found his boots standing neat by your pasture fence. How? The question felt like opening a door I would later regret. Folks said he went to war with no war to go to. Tom said. Others said he married something without a church and had to keep walking to feed it. That's how stories metabolize grief. The truth is duller and harder. People vanish. The prairie is an ocean that never admits a body. He lifted his eyes. You heard it. I heard something, I said, and it used your name, not a question. He thumbed the hat brim like a man greeting a widow. If you leave, it follows. If you stay, it learns you. You already know the rule. Don't give it yourself. Is there such a thing as a last whistle? I asked. The words felt like they might bruise my mouth. He looked at the photograph. When they tore up the rails, the crew boss said a whistle blew once from a cold engine. My father swore he heard it. Said it sounded like a coachman signaling an empty carriage. Last stop, nobody aboard. Tom's voice thinned. Some calls aren't invitations. They're receipts. The sky was copper when I drove home and pewter when I parked. I lit lamps and set the recorder on the east, facing sill. Its little spools turning with the dogged faith of a good farm animal. I relayed the salt, pinched for luck, though I do not believe in luck. The milk and bread waited like an offering. I held the poker until it warmed under my grip, iron drinking heat from my palm. My grandmother's list leaned against the towel in a picture frame I had emptied of my mother's smile. The first whistle came before darkness settled. It was jaunty, almost playful, a boy at a fence trying to get the dog to come. I did not flinch. The second slid into the crickets, paused between songs, and left the air sugared, as if the night wanted me sweet. The third used my name, Margaret. It sounded like my father when he wanted a wrench. Patient, certain, not unkind. The grass never moved. The windows gave back only moonlight, and my face, set and smaller than I remembered. Milk's for cats. My father's voice said from the yard, "Come eat your supper." I put a copper penny on my tongue to give my mouth a job. The phone rang once and died. A clipped note like a bird hitting a window. When I lifted the receiver, the line breathed, quiet and human and wrong. "I know you can hear me," my own voice said, clean as the day I recorded the message 6 years ago. I set the handset down before my hand threw it. From the porch, that same voice coaxed, "It's getting cold. Come inside." The penny clicked against my teeth like a tiny bell saying no. I did not look at the tape counter. I would not let numbers make promises they couldn't keep. The recorder whirred. The house rearranged itself by degrees. Only a nervous woman notices. I was standing in the hall without remembering walking there, then seated, then standing again, an actor cued by a director I could not see. Salt dusted my palms and left pale smears on my cheeks where I had touched my face. Counting kept me from answering. I counted my breaths. I counted nail heads in the window frame. I counted the seconds I wanted and the seconds I refused. Counting is the shepherd dog of panic. It nips your heels when you drift toward the pasture where your name is bait. It called other names then, trying keys in my lock. "Lena," it said, and the air smelled like cinnamon rolls and Sunday gossip. "Tom," it said, and I saw the museum's yellow light. "Michaela," it said, and a clean bright hurt rose, because she had been 17 and always half turned toward leaving. The prairie keeps everyone even when it lets them go. Honest wind finally climbed the fields, and the grass moved, loud with physics and mercy. The next whistle sounded farther off, edged with something like annoyance, as if I had failed and exam had expected me to cheat on. The last sound before dawn was one soft exhale that belonged to no lungs I knew. I slept in the chair while the sky untired itself. The tape clicked when it ran out. The milk had filmed. The bread was untouched. 2 grains of salt were missing from the threshold. Not tracked. Not smeared. Gone, as if a tongue had lifted them. Under the latch, a circle of soot with a line drawn through it marked the door. A token, or a signature. When I pressed play, the cassette gave me insects, floorboard squeaks where I shifted, and long corridors of hush. No father. No me from the porch. No whistles at all. Once, midway through, the noise brightened like a crowd inhaling together, and then it went back to the endless good manners of empty air. The third night would not be worse, I told myself. It would be decisive. Things that hunt don't revise forever. I copied my grandmother's list again, and propped it where my eyes would catch it when my mind wanted to wander. I braided 3 blades of dry grass and tied them around my wrist with red thread the way she had once tethered me in a fairground crowd. I anchored a rope to the porch post and looped the other end around my waist. It wasn't bravery, it was a seatbelt for stupidity. I set the recorder on a fresh tape. I relayed the salt. I placed the milk. I waited. The first whistle came from the north by the old fence where the spur once ran. The second leapt from the south, quick and light among the cottonwoods. The third arrived from everywhere at once, and put my name inside my ear, the way a mother sets a secret on a newborn's crown. My mouth opened without permission. The M rose like a swallow. I bit my tongue until iron flooded my mouth, and the taste gave me back to myself. The rope at my hip went taut. Not because I stepped forward, but because something else leaned as if it expected me to follow. Not mine, I said silently, jaw-locked. The poker vibrated in my hand like a dog wanting to bolt. Out at the fence, the moonlight bowed around a shape that wasn't there. The grass bent inward and held that bend, the way a memory holds clarity and refuses context. The whistle came again, very near. It threaded between my teeth. Margaret, my grandmother's voice said, exactly. I wanted to fall into that voice the way you fall into a long Uggo dawn. A child's muscle memory twitched in my throat and almost formed yes. I clamped my lips shut and breathed through my nose. The penny under my tongue clicked. The rope drew me back by inches. I felt the air press against my cheek, where no breath blew. The door behind me was open a hand's width, because I had learned not to lock myself into corners. The house smelled like iron and milk, and the dusty sermon of old wood. I could feel the 8th line beating in my pulse. Not for you. The night gathered itself the way a chest gathers to blow. Somewhere in the recorder, tape whispered past tape. The whistle took a breath that was not a breath and made ready. The breath never finished. It stretched into silence so taut, I thought the world itself might snap. My teeth ached with the pressure of holding shut every syllable that wanted to escape me. When the whistle finally broke that silence, it was not sharp this time, but long, low, and hollow, like steam bleeding from a pipe deep underground. It rattled the panes, made the poker tremble as if it had been struck. Then came stillness, heavy and total. I stood frozen on the porch, the rope at my waist biting harder, as if something unseen had leaned into it with curiosity. The air smelled faintly of scorched wheat. My grandmother's note beat inside my chest. The last whistle is not for you. Not for you. But if not me, then who? My hands shook so hard that the poker clanged against the step. That small sound was louder than any train, and in that clang I realized the whistling had stopped. Not faded, stopped, cut clean away, as though a switch had been thrown. I stayed where I was until the rope slackened, until the night gave me back my balance. The recorder spun. The milk curdled into a skin. The bread hardened into stone. And then, from the north fence line, I heard something else, not a whistle, but a chorus of footsteps. They were faint, dozens of them. Maybe hundreds, but the prairie grass didn't move. The sound passed by in a line, heading east, and the moment it was gone, I knew I had survived something my grandmother had prepared me for, but never lived to see. Dawn came cruel and colorless. The salt at the threshold had been licked away in a perfect crescent. The suit circle at the door had multiplied. Now there were 3, each crossed through. On the fence post, a strip of paper flapped in the weak wind. I crossed the yard carefully, eyes burning against the glare, and took it in my hand. It was a torn page from an old timetable, the kind the railmen used to carry, brittle with age. Across the column of arrivals and departures, someone, or something, had written in careful pencil, YODID, Naate and Spuar. I burned it in the sink before noon. For 3 days after, the prairie kept its quiet. No whistles, no voices. I moved like a ghost through my own house, suspicious of every creak, every shifting shadow, waiting for the trick to reveal itself. When nothing happened, I began to believe that maybe I had passed a test. Maybe the last whistle had come, and I had endured. On the fourth night, the phone rang again. The sound jolted me upright from shallow sleep. When I picked it up, there was no voice this time, no mockery. Just the sound of a train, faint and far, its wheat rattling across rails that hadn't existed for decades. I slammed the receiver down, but the phantom train kept echoing in my ears, even when the house was silent again. I drove to the museum the next day and asked Tom for every record he had about the spur line. He fetched ledgers, brittle maps, photographs of grim-faced men in suspenders and caps. I traced the black seam of track across the fields and saw exactly where it had run through my family's land. That night I followed it on foot, walking under a sky wide enough to bury me. The moon lit my way until I stood at the old fence, the one where the boys' boots had been found. There, pressed into the dirt, as if laid only hours before, were new impressions. Perfectly round, shallow, evenly spaced. They marched eastward into the dark, following the path of the vanished rails. I stood staring until my eyes watered from strain. Then I heard the whistle. Not behind me, not before me, but all around. It was softer than before, almost mournful, like a shepherd calling for animals long lost. It did not use my name. It did not demand. It simply called, a hollow sound curling across the plain. I gripped the fence so tightly my knuckles split. Something passed me then, unseen but vast. A pressure that bent the grass though no shape broke it. I smelled coal smoke, strong and bitter. I heard the groan of steel, the hiss of brakes, the chatter of passengers who were not there. The sound moved east, growing fainter. My chest hurt with the weight of not answering. The urge to whistle back was stronger than anything I had ever felt, as if the act would align me with whatever procession had just crossed the prairie. I bit my tongue, tasting iron, until the compulsion ebbed. When I staggered home, the recorder was waiting. I pressed play, and for once, it had caught something not my own silence, not insects or floorboards. A train horn, distant and real, and beneath it, voices. Dozens of them, overlapping, layered with grief and patience. And then, at the very end, a single whistle. Final. After that night, I never heard it again. The prairie returned to its usual loneliness, but a different kind of silence lives in it now, deeper. Sometimes, when the wind crosses the grass in long waves, I think I hear a train riding its crest, an echo without source. I have never left the farm. Not because I am trapped, but because I know the whistler will find me wherever I go. My grandmother was right to, if it calls your name, don't answer. But she never told me the hardest truth. That silence is not escape. It is inheritance. The last whistle is still moving east, always east. Through the tall grass and the years, carrying names it already owns. One night, when the line bends back, it will come for me again. And when it does, I pray I'll remember to keep my mouth closed, no matter whose voice it wears.